Chapter 461. It seems that the security team has really tightly blocked the area around Ken. If Padge wants to enter this area, she must first contact Mu Hua. After Mu Hua communicates with the security personnel in charge of martial law, she leads the convoy into the town. Meet and hug Mu Hua. Knowing that Mu Hua needs magic stones, Webster urgently prepared a batch of magic stones for Padge to deliver after the Penelope incident. Combined with the situation in Ken City, Padge also sent a batch of support materials. More than 1,000 true vision eyes. This magic item is mainly used to prevent stealth-type abilities. It can also make ghosts within a certain range visible. Within its coverage range, even ordinary people can vaguely see the ghosts. The true vision eyes brought by Padge are enough to cover the main living areas of the town and the new city. Placing and spreading them can largely eliminate the eerie emptiness of Ken City, and can also prevent ordinary people from accidentally passing through the ghost's body and causing discomfort. Perhaps considering the influence of public opinion, because it is not easy to provide offensive weapons to Mu Hua, Paji also brought hundreds of sets of mercenary armors with almost no defense, but the magic shield was enhanced to the extreme, as well as hundreds of solid shields with magic element dissolution. Don't rush to refuse, these are considered as loans to you, you can return them to me when you don't need them. Anyway, we haven't given you enough magic stones. If there is any damage, it will be deducted from the cost of the youth potion. A batch of expensive supplies, seeing that Mu Hua intended to refuse, Paji said with a smile. Thank you. Hugging Paji again, Mu Hua shook his head and smiled. Damage is unlikely, Mu Hua is not going to fight with anyone. The Eye of True Vision is placed in the city as a public facility, and public facilities, everyone knows the pricing, whoever deliberately destroys it, I guarantee that he will pay for his underwear. Those armors and shields are obviously assigned to the skeletons. They are equipped with these equipment to patrol the city, which is more for show and to increase deterrence. At least in recent times, anyone who dares to attack these skeletons will not just lose money. Although Mu Hua is now a noble who has obtained the territory, he has no administrative authority, at least not on the surface. Even if the northern nobles are in power, they are standing up in an emergency manner. In the Empire, Webster certainly cannot send too many combat supplies to him openly. Patty's sending of these things is probably more to show Webster's attitude towards Mu Hua to the outside world. Sir, my construction team has participated in many urban construction projects. It is not convenient for me to manage the company now. Please help send some management personnel. Whether it is the church, the market, or the city reconstruction, I believe it can play a big role. Mu Hua greeted Patty, and a ghost chased after Mu Hua anxiously. This is the boss of a private construction company in the new city. Now he has become a ghost. He is asking Mu Hua for help, but he is actually surrendering to Mu Hua. Many employees in his company have also become ghosts. He gathered some ghost employees, saying that they would help with the construction, and also wanted Mu Hua to assign him some skeletons that ghosts could attach to. After all, ghosts can't work. Baron, talk to him about the specific situation first, and tell me the result later. Okay, let's go. Ignoring the ghost, Mu Hua said to Old Baron. Mu Hua asked Old Baron to rebuild the tavern. There are ghosts in the city who reject Mu Hua, and there are also ghosts who want to surrender to Mu Hua. As for those ghosts who had certain assets and companies during their lifetime, Mu Hua asked Old Baron to contact them. Regardless of whether it is surrender or cooperation, wait for the specific rules to be put forward, and then Old Baron will give it to Mu Hua to decide. Mu Hua is not even prepared to contact those ghosts directly. He is a lord, but he does not want to, and cannot create the impression that he controls all the wrong souls in the city. The Emperor of the Empire is jumping back and forth between ruling and being a mascot. What do you want to do? With Mu Hua's expulsion, a group of dead souls drove all the ghosts in the hall out of the hotel. For the time being, Old Mori and his team have absolute suppression over the ghosts. Some ghosts dare to quarrel with Mu Hua, because Mu Hua wants to show off. But they dare not cause trouble in front of Old Mori and other dead souls, because Old Mori and his team do not need to show off, and they really eat people. After a while, the ghosts on the first floor of the hotel were driven away, and only a few living people were left in the hall. You want to organize the reconstruction of the city? What are your plans? Where are the original city council members here? After the ghosts dispersed, Paji asked Mu Hua. Who knows? I don't plan to organize anything, but it is necessary to get a mayor or something. We can't let the imperial princess who stayed in the town run things, right? Mu Hua shook his head and said, leading Padge to sit near the bar. Mayor? Padge pondered, and at this time, a group of members of the original town security team walked up to Mu Hua. For security team members plus Lorraine, the original captain who turned into a ghost, the number of the town security team was not that small originally. It was mainly because after the disaster, some police officers, who could not leave their posts, simply resigned and ran away. Mu, the higher-up, said that you are responsible for the personnel arrangements of the town security team. Look at us. Several people approached, and Toby was pushed out to communicate with Mu Hua. Did you drink the psychic potion? The conversation with Paige was interrupted again, and Mu Hua frowned and looked at the others. No, what's wrong? Toby's face flashed with panic, and the others looked around nervously. The psychic potion has a limited effect time, and they can't continue to take it. It's okay, it's hard for you to stay. I try to help you get psychic physique in a few days. Mu Hua seemed to have some feelings, and when he shook his head, the touch of jealousy stretched out and pinched Lorraine, who was near the others. You? Lorraine exclaimed. Snap! The spirit body shattered, and the touch of jealousy directly pinched Lorraine to death. Paige took the drink brought by demand with her eyelids, but the 4 police officers didn't notice Mu Hua's action at all. Mu Hua didn't like Lorraine, the black female police chief, and she told Mu Hua whether she was familiar or not, and everyone in the town knew her. At this time, all the ghosts in the hotel have gone. As for the matter of the security team, it seems that she does not want to give up the position of sheriff. Everyone knows how noisy the black man is. In order to avoid trouble in the future, Mu Hua directly made the former sheriff disappear. In fact, it is not only Lorraine, but also the former captain of the Night Hunters, Mu Hua, who had been secretly dealt with by the skeleton undead. These guys who originally held some power, and knew Mu Hua, would always argue with him at inappropriate times. Mu Hua regarded them as unstable factors, and made them disappear during the most chaotic days in the city. Anyway, no one can ensure that the disaster caused by the Great Demon Barber will only kill people, but not ghosts, right? The disappearance of a small number of ghosts is the fault of the Great Demon. You know the situation here. The security system must be rebuilt. But if you want to transfer, I can try to ask for you. You don't have to resign in a hurry. Mu Hua continued to talk to the others as if nothing had happened. Since he had the idea of forming a night group, Mu Hua was not too concerned about the security team. Mu, those who wanted to leave had already left. If they can be transferred. But no matter what, the 4 of us can't do anything. We want to ask about your arrangements. Speaking of transfer, the others were slightly moved. When Toby spoke, Mu Hua observed the others and shook his head secretly. Bellica's expression was calm, as if it didn't matter. The other 2 police officers, who Mu Hua was not familiar with, probably didn't want to leave, but didn't want to resign. Toby was a bit of a follower. If the others could be transferred, Toby would probably also file a transfer report. Bellica, you should take over as the captain of the security team first. Recruit as many people as possible. Looking at the 4 people, Mu Hua finally focused his eyes on Bellica. It is impossible for a city belonging to an empire to not have a security system. Although Mu Hua is allowed to appoint personnel, since there are still police officers now, if Mu Hua randomly appoints someone who is not in the security system to manage the security team, it will not only be unjustifiable, but the reporting procedures alone will also be very ugly, and it may even cause a backlash. Among the 4 people, Toby has a closer relationship with Mu Hua. Unfortunately, this guy is not only a bit of a good guy, but also a person who doesn't want to work for a salary. If he is allowed to take power, perhaps the good guy's temperament will be worn away, but the style of the big master will probably be learned without a teacher. It would have been fine in the past, but now that Kane City has become his territory, the city is in a state of decay. Mu Hua doesn't like to have some big bosses take over. The regional culture is different, and there are not so many slaves here for him to command. Something will go wrong. What if the imperial government wants to send people here? Being appointed by Mu Hua, Bellica was a little surprised, and turned to ask seriously. This is a good girl who can work. Many people will unconsciously praise people who talk but don't do anything, and Mu Hua has a very high tolerance for people who can work. If they want to send people, they would have sent them long ago, especially if these ghosts in Kane City exist for a long time. We are not seeking independence, and the Empire will not do it in vain. Mu Hua shook his head. It is inevitable that the Empire will send police forces here, but Mu Hua knows that Bellica is asking about the government sending officials to Kane City. After hearing Mu Hua's words, Bellica's face flashed with interest, and she pursed her lips after a moment. If that's the case, I help you manage the security team. Bellica straightened her expression, looked at Mu Hua, and said seriously, Oh! Haha, don't do that. Just manage public security. Your salary is paid by the Empire. If you encounter any major cases, the Empire will also dispatch reinforcements to you. You should communicate with your superiors first, Mu Hua said with a smile. Some things can be fought for, and some things don't need to be fought for. Mu Hua is still clear about this. Moreover, Mu Hua has too many things to do now, and he can't put too much thought on this matter. Chapter 462. After sending Bellica away, Mu Hua has made a rough arrangement for the town, not to mention the entire city of Cairns. After that, they will gradually develop towards the new urban area. For the time being, Tina may be in charge of the specific affairs with Rita, Mori, Selma, and Baron. Mu Hua also has many things to deal with related to his own growth. The foundation and situation are important, but Mu Hua will not ignore his own strength, which is the key to everything. The outside world is avoiding me now. Is there no problem with Weber? The hotel lobby was frighteningly quiet in the early morning. As an alternative follower of Mu Hua, Melinda sat in the distance and looked at the magic network projection screen, looking up at Mu Hua from time to time. Mu Hua did not abuse her, and even arranged a room for her in the hotel. Demand was also looking at the information on the internet not far away. After everyone left, Mu Hua said to Page in a self-deprecating manner, "Those people are not avoiding you, but the ghosts of Canes. If you act more cruelly, even if you get rid of all the ghosts and Canes, I think there will be many people who will extend olive branches to you, and even take the initiative to protect you," Page said to Mu Hua, as if to comfort him. Shelter? Why do you need their shelter? Under their shelter serve them? Mu Hua sneered. Hee, look, you understand it very well, you have done a good job, don't worry about Weber, he is a marquis after all, Page said with a smile. Marquis? If I am not mistaken, Heyman should belong to the Earldom of Bridges, right? A marquis living in the Earldom? Mu Hua was surprised. This was the first time he heard someone talk about Webster's title. Oh, it happened many generations ago. Most of the titles of the Empire were granted at the beginning of the founding of the country. After that, the noble factions declined. In many cases, the strength of the power is related to the foundation. Our family suffered a change in the early years. The courtyard where the family was based was destroyed. The knights, including most of the family members, perished with the destruction of the courtyard. For several generations, although the family territory was gradually annexed by Bridges, it was precisely because of the title of Marquis that Weber was able to take charge of the Northern Strategy Association. When Paggi explained, it was more like gossiping about other families. When Bridges was mentioned, he was a little cold. Okay, sorry, I didn't know this before. Mu Hua apologized. The destruction of a courtyard led to the decline of the Webster family. It seems that the destruction of the courtyard was also relatively sudden. This situation is by no means a special case. This is probably the fundamental reason why adventurers still regard the human world as the rear base of mankind. Don't mind, not to mention me, the title was already like this when it was passed to Weber. Those things have nothing to do with us. However, you know that the noble faction is now in power in the north of the Empire? You are now also a member of the noble faction. Weber asked me to remind you not to pay too much attention to the guards and garrisons. If possible, try to build a knight group loyal to you. If you are willing to develop a family in the human world, we can provide you with some funding, Paggi said to Mu Hua. Well then, what do you want? Without too many surprises or joking, Mu Hua asked seriously. Not to mention friends, there are too many family members and blood relatives who fight for power and property. The money may be secondary. Work, assets, power, and so on, it is normal for brothers to fight for these things. Although Mu Hua has a good relationship with Webster and is also close to Page, the nature of the matter has determined the attitude that should be taken. When it comes to issues at this level, it is impossible to pat one's back and talk about it based on friendship. It's nothing for now, mainly because Weber dare not get involved in your situation. Page looked apologetic. Yeah, I understand. Mu Hua nodded. If the matter of the Canes ghost is settled, Weber wants to get some priority in development and operation here. Page continued. Oh, you really are. I'm going to develop this place into a ghost city. Are you sure you want that priority? As Page finished speaking, Mu Hua couldn't help but laugh. Operation priority? What priority is needed to develop in Cane City? It's a ghost town. It's good enough that someone is willing to come here to develop. Although Page said it seriously, this request is simply a disguised way of taking care of Mu Hua. Of course, a ghost city ruled by jealous ghosts is also quite unique, But the premise is that the ghosts here no longer cause too much social impact, and we are very sorry for this. Padge said seriously. Our Majesty Charles doesn't want to get involved in the affairs of Cairn City, let alone Weber. Okay, no need to say more polite words. If it stabilizes, you can do whatever you want in the new city area. Just consider it as helping me. If Weber is willing to arrange some people in the city's authority departments, you can give me a list first. I am not very interested in this, and I can't really let ghosts take office. Webster showed enough goodwill to him, and Mu Hua also showed sincerity. To be honest, I don't really recommend you to take over the city of Canes. Padge sighed. If I don't take over this place, what will you do as a jealous ghost? Settling in the courtyard is like breaking into the territory of adventurers, and it may even attract the existence of the crown of kingship. Otherwise, you can protect me? Mu Hua said with a smile. I can't protect you. Padge spread his hands. Anyway, the two smiled at each other, but did not talk about the previous topic anymore. Although it is still difficult to predict the subsequent development of the ghost incident at this time, everything is too early to say, but Webster is willing to help Mu Hua, and Mu Hua is confident that he can deal with the ghosts in Canes. As for the future, let's see later. Putting aside the business, Mu Hua and Padge talked about some trivial matters. Now Webster has several positions in Heyman City, but a big reason is that the nearby nobles, who are close to bridges, do not have enough influence in Heyman City for the time being. As time goes by, Webster may have to give up some positions. Kevin and Annie both have the qualifications to become warriors, but Webster doesn't seem to want them to take the path of adventurers, so Mu Hua can't say much about it. Paige heard the news that Samantha had killed 2 collateral families of the Benson family. Paige didn't understand the key point, but only knew that there was armed intervention from the Empire. She felt that the Empire spared no effort to support Samantha in order to put shackles on Mu Hua. Mu Hua was grinning when he heard this, and he couldn't tell Paige that Samantha had been deliberately planning to wipe out the entire Benson family decades ago. As for the shackles, Samantha didn't want to take over Benson's industry at all. As the saying goes, if you don't have desires, you will be strong. Once Benson is satisfied, she can take Helen and run away in a minute. If the Empire really wants to put some shackles on Mu Hua, then it's too much. According to what Paget said, Princess Ingrid, who was going to stay in the town, seemed to be planning to plant a large number of demon snapdragons in Cairn City. It was a magical plant that attracted demons if it was grown well, but was beneficial to the growth of the undead if it was grown wrongly. Paget guessed that Ingrid wanted to gain fame among the ghosts, and reminded Mu Hua to be careful, but Mu Hua just sneered. If she likes to plant it, let her plant it. That thing is indeed beneficial to the growth of ghosts. But if you want to win over ghosts? Ask the water goddess Aqua first if she agrees or not. After a conversation, Paget did not stay in the town for long. This place is still the eye of the storm of public opinion. Paget left the supplies sent to Mu Hua, and left the Cairns area. Mu Hua did not take Paget's taboo to heart. It is right for friends to try not to cause trouble to each other. Moreover, Paget could not stand the current situation in Cairn City even if she wanted to. Not to mention Paget, even Tabesha and Mu Hua forbade them to participate in the affairs of the town. He had no choice because he had become a jealous ghost. The affairs of Canes were more suitable for the local ghosts of Canes. There was no need to let Tabesha and the others get involved and cause trouble. After sending Paget away, Mu Hua put on a cloak and rushed to the courtyard. Melinda hung beside Mu Hua like a little tail. Mu Hua melted magic stones along the way, especially the low-level magic stones sent by Paget, which needed to be melted as soon as possible to prevent the energy from dissipating and turning into stones. Put aside the skill stones first, and make 100 refined secret stone to fill up the dispel first. This magic did not undergo any qualitative changes, but the range of action became larger. It was practical, simple, and quite unethical. Condensation was not upgraded for the time being. The frost level was stuck at LV40, lacking a prerequisite for the frozen land, and Mu Hua was afraid that he would be confused by Krypton. He still had things to do. The magic stone smelting output was saved first, and he deliberately did not bring the adventurer certificate to enter the courtyard. Not to mention, the alarm at the teleportation entrance really did not sound. Ghost God privileges, in addition to being able to enter and exit the courtyard at will, he seems to have a punishment, killing, quota of dozens of people in the courtyard. At this time, Mu Hua suddenly thought of the 2 illegitimate children who died in a hurry. Not long ago, he was still thinking about how to avoid burying people in the courtyard all day long. Today, not only can he find a caravan to borrow a key, But even the Adventurers Guild has tacitly agreed to his punishment of offenders. A witch's disaster, a city of ghosts who died in vain, a ghost with the title of disaster, no one is involved, and no one is bothering. But there are many ironies in the world. Chapter 463. Hey, why are you back again? The commercial district and the mall in the city of Kane's Fortress have been built into a mansion-like courtyard. Passing through the exhibition hall and the long corridor, between the gardens and other scenes, Muhua saw Nick and Debbie here. Tisk, it's different with the youth potion. Building Jingyuan residence on the commercial street is also a big deal. Mu, I'm unemployed. Do you still want a partner? Seeing Muhua approaching, Nick said with a bitter face. Unemployed? Muhua suddenly realized that taking advantage of the incident caused by Penelope, the nobles in Heyman City grabbed the pigtails of the ruling party, and the nobles came to power. Although Nick's title of acting mayor was also considered to be taking advantage of his ancestors, it was a pity that he was not a noble. It was probably driven out of office. Hey partner? Don't make a fuss. I should be talking about an agent, right? Muhua said with a smile. Agent is impossible. Believe me, it will be more beneficial for you to let me become a partner. I have many excellent shipping channels. Nick shook his head. About the agent? Do you know why I only mentioned it to you once? Because the things I sell don't need channels at all. Brother, you also need to believe me. As long as I put 2 bottles of youth potion in the exhibition hall, all the channels will come to me. Even if I put a bunch of garbage in the exhibition hall, I think many people will be willing to buy the garbage for the youth potion. Of course, look at me here. Do you know why I don't build a mall? Life potion, magic sword. Maybe I will also put out the tear of the element class, you know? I play with class. Muhua said with a pout, and suddenly looked at Nick up and down with a strange expression. Nick, how about you come to Cairn City to be the mayor? A mayor who has just been fired, who is just the right size. What does he need an agent for? Nick was stunned. Muhua's statement that the channel came to him was quite reasonable. He wanted to refute it, but Muhua changed the topic too quickly. Nick didn't react for a while. How did he get to the mayor again? Hey man, to be the mayor of that ghost town? Don't cheat me. Nick was stunned for a moment and screamed. Seeing that Muhua looked like he wanted to drag people into the pirate ship, Debbie, who was originally a little serious about Muhua, the new ghost, rolled her eyes and pulled Tina aside to tell her about her experience with the domineering body. And from the action of this succubus holding Tina's waist, Muhua suspected that she was attracted to both men and women. There are no people with experience in city management in Cairn City for the time being. Some of those people ran away, and some died during the disaster. The ghosts they turned into liked to form gangs and do small things. Before they met Muhua, they were basically missing. Although Nick usually plays crazy, I heard that his management ability is quite good. Earlier, Muhua wanted Nick to help him sell his own products. But now, a newly dismissed acting mayor is just the right size and length. TSK, he should join the management of Cairn City. Muhua pulled Nick to talk for a while. What about the unique ghost city? What about the breeding of magic beasts and the cultivation of magic pets? What about the cultivation of psychics, etc.? But Nick laughed in return. Muhua wanted to beat him up. In the end, Muhua promised that the youth potion sold in the future would be shipped through his hands, and only then did Nick say that he would consider it. Muhua gave him the middle finger and teased him that he deserved to be fired. The two men almost had a fight, but Nick didn't show any estrangement because of Muhua's ghost identity. In the end, Tina and Debbie pulled the two apart. Man, I got the news that there seems to be something wrong with the magic puppets in the Dandelion Hotel, all the Dandelion hotels. Panting heavily, Nick ended the fight with Muhua, and said to Muhua with a serious face. It seems that he came here today mainly to talk to Muhua about this. Well, I know, the Caesar family, right? Not all, the Demand Hotel is fine. Muhua twitched his mouth, pulled Nick up from the ground, and patted his shoulder. You know? Mrs. Samantha also knows? What is she going to do? I have invested in the Dandelion project. Nick frowned. Your investment is in the use of land, right? Normally, even if Dandelion changes its owner, it will not affect investors like you. But to be honest, Nick, you should avoid provoking women in the future, especially women who need to be forced, and never keep them around. Muhua sighed. The magic puppets Nick was talking about were the iron heads in the hotel. The Caesar family deliberately planned to occupy the land of the Dandelion Hotel, and the puppets distributed to the hotel. Their manufacturers have a close relationship with the Caesar family. Not only Muhua knew these things, but Samantha also knew them. It can even be said that Samantha secretly promoted the purchase of magic puppets from the manufacturers related to the Caesar family, who made Samantha's original purpose to harm Benson's industry. With her instigation, Dandelion hotels everywhere have many hidden dangers, among which those magic puppets are bombs that can explode at any time. Muhua couldn't tell Nick about this in detail, and only told him that the puppets would be dealt with recently. Nick just reminded Muhua, and seeing that Samantha was prepared, he didn't say anything more. His investment in Dandelion was not large, and as Muhua said, who was in power in the Dandelion project had no effect on him. Tina, this is for you. When you arrive in Yongye territory, go to the mercenary union when there are many people to accept the task of cleaning up the little devil before leaving the city. Be careful. No longer discussing the problem of Dandelion Hotel with Nick, Muhua handed the key of Yongye territory and a space prop to Tina. You want Tina to kill the little devil? You also want to get the devil's egg? Nick was a little puzzled. Muhua seemed to have been having trouble with the little devil in Yongye territory. Well, do some experiments, Muhua said casually without comment. Because of the blood of the flame demon, Tina seemed to feel that she could feel the fire of Gehenna, but that feeling seemed to be separated by a layer of fog and could never be touched. The fire of Gehenna is also known as the Hellfire. If Tina can master that kind of fire, she only needs to be able to collect and extinguish it. If she catches Cerberus again in the abyss, Muhua dares to try to throw it to the island. Tina's hazy and difficult to touch feeling should be solved by strengthening the purity of her bloodline, but if she wants to improve the purity of her bloodline in a short period of time, she needs to consume the Philosopher's Stone, and Muhua is not sure how many Philosopher's Stones are needed to remove the fog in her heart. Now Muhua is trying his best to turn Monday into Cerberus. Although he is also unsure how long it will take for Monday to master the Hellfire after becoming Cerberus, Muhua does not want to use the Philosopher's Stones he has accumulated to gamble on the possibility of Tina mastering the Hellfire. His spiritual life is now rich, and he has no feelings for gambling on luck. Compared with letting Monday evolve 3 heads, Muhua is not in a hurry to deal with Cerberus in the abyss. Muhua is not going to use the Philosopher's Stone saved for Monday, so he plans to let Tina go out to hunt, get some corpses of little demons, and transport them back to the Abyss Island, and then melt the Philosopher's Stone to help her strengthen her bloodline, and see if she can touch the inheritance of Hellfire. Yongye territory is safer, but for the sake of caution, Muhua still let Tina show her face in crowded places more often, and let her go to the mercenary union in the city to receive tasks, so as to leave her own traces. The courtyard key that Tina took as the mark of the Lord of the Courtyard, and ordinary demons in Yongye territory should not dare to trouble her. And as long as Tina leaves enough traces in Wangyu City, I think Queen Medusa will not do anything to Tina for her own reputation and peace. Muhua explained everything to Tina carefully. Tina's eyes occasionally flashed with strange colors, and she listened to Muhua's instructions patiently. On Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, they fought with the Abyss monsters on the Abyss Island. Tina went to Yongye territory. Now Muhua's efficiency in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone is much higher than before, but the consumption of Philosopher's Stone is also increasing. Send Tina away, and let Melinda stay in the shop on the commercial street. This temple which has no sense of existence around Muhua. It's up to her to watch the store or go home. Muhua will not run around in the human world, and Melinda doesn't have to follow him all the time. Moreover, he is going to go to a courtyard where the hell demons are concentrated. It is not safe for Melinda to follow him. Inform Nick that a princess of the Empire plans to build an official residence in the town. Nick said that he would consider the issue of serving in Kane City, and then took Debbie away, preparing to build his villa in the town. Nick had no interest in hunting demons. In this respect, he was somewhat similar to Deman. As for the land for Nick to build a house, he had reached some shameful play with Hobart before his death, and allocated him a piece of land in the town. He went to the town to build a house basically in accordance with the law and regulations, and he didn't even have to say hello to Muhua. Of course, if he went to pick up the princess, it would be unclear how Muhua would be characterized. After several people left, Muhua put on a cloak and went to Otis' strategy team. Otis was very busy, and had no time to chat with Muhua. Everyone had their own pace of life, and cooperating with the pace of life of others was also the basis for making friends. Without disturbing Otis, Muhua found Tabitha, who was in a bad mood. It seemed that Samantha's recent actions made her a little uncomfortable. However, Samantha's communication with her mainly involved Benson's collateral branch, and she probably didn't talk much about the past grievances and hatreds. At least Tabesha didn't have any intense reaction. After simply comforting Tabesha for a while, and deliberately avoiding Samantha's revengeful mentality, Mu Hua gave the Benson collateral branch, including the illegitimate children, a lot of blame. With the evidence of Lin Feng, the prophet, Tabesha didn't take the lives of those illegitimate children who ruined the family, and the collateral branch, who tried to oppress them. Since Samantha started to carry out extreme cleanup of Benson's collateral branch, Tabesha has been staying in the strategy team, and Mu Hua didn't want her to get involved in the mess in Cairn City. Speaking of which, he hasn't met Tabesha these days. Instructing Barbara to keep an eye on Tabitha, Mu Hua also told Vivian to stay with Tabitha as much as possible recently, and Ikaros Mu Hua asked her to meet up with Rita and think carefully about the problem of the Aqua sect. After that, he contacted the 6th of the Fuhua Brigade, and Mu Hua left the strategy team and went to the Fuhua base. He wanted to borrow the courtyard key of the Fuhua Brigade to go to the Hell Demon Cave to poke some Hell Demons and see their quality. Chapter 464. The Demon Cave of the prison is essentially a lava space located underground in a courtyard of the Principality of Tuaka. Under the weathered hilly terrain of the courtyard, there live many demons with bad personalities. These demons will come to the surface through underground tunnels to catch prey. No matter whether it is human or monster, once they are caught, they will be dragged into the underground demon cave with surging magma and imprisoned to death. Mu Hua came to this courtyard through the portal opened by the key. There was no monster wilderness as imagined, nor was it a human city with strict defense. It was a garrison of thousands of people, but it was a team of the Fuhua Brigade stationed here to hunt demons. The aroma of stewed meat was mixed with the smell of gun oil. The combatants in the garrison were mainly gunmen and shooters. Because Lao Lu accompanied Mu Hua to arrive through the portal, Mu Hua briefly felt some itchy eyes on his temples at first, but no one came forward to question him. Mu, are you sure you don't need to arrange some people to go with you? The Hell Demons are not friendly to the necromancers. They can restrain most spellcasters. Nodding to some people who greeted him from afar, Lao Lu asked Mu Hua respectfully, confirming that Mu Hua was going to the demon cave. Perhaps because he was a necromancer, Lao Lu had more respect for Mu Hua than ordinary people. After Mu Hua repeatedly requested, he stopped calling Mu Hua with titles such as His Majesty. This situation is also quite common in the Necromancer Mutual Aid group, especially after Mu Hua released some ghosts for the necromancers to recruit. Some necromancers have submitted immigration applications to Cairn City. However, those applications were temporarily intercepted by Ingrid, and Mu Hua did not object to this. He just comforted those necromancers in the group and said that arrangements would be made after Cairn City stabilized. There is no way. Although these necromancers just want to find a place where they can live freely, some of their cognitions are very rigid. Including Lao Lu in front of him, they can abide by the laws and regulations of the human world, but many times they really don't regard ghosts as people. Mu Hua can send some ghosts to fool them, but he doesn't dare to let them do whatever they want in his territory. At least, he can't let them mess around with these ghosts, who retain the status of imperial citizens. If you treat these necromancers in the Mutual Aid Association lightly, there will be problems. If you manage them too much, don't help each other. Maybe they will hurt each other. So before the city of Cairns becomes powerful, it is better to keep some distance for the time being. At least before Mu Hua believes that he can deserve the title of Your Majesty, it is still necessary to keep a certain distance. I am ready to flash and run away at any time, and I am also ready to launch the doom of death when it is appropriate. Forget about going together. Mu Hua smiled and shook his head at Lao Lu's kindness. Flashing away is secondary. The most important thing is that the doom of death is a bit scary. Regardless of whether what Mu Hua said is true or not, Lao Lu twitched his eyes, and even asked someone to find a life identification instrument for Mu Hua to prevent him from spreading death near his team. Mu Hua said he wanted to get the Hell Demon chains, and Lao Lu suggested that he buy them directly. However, not to mention that Mu Hua needed a lot of Hell Demon chains, he also wanted to see the effect of those chains when the Hell Demon was alive. And by the way, try what the Hell Demon could melt. After all, he didn't come here just for a few chains. Asking Mu Hua to be careful, Lao Lu didn't plan to go with Mu Hua. He didn't like the Hell Demon. It is said that the environment in the Hell Demon cave is very restrictive for the performance of the necromancer. It is more like a cave than a magic cave. Under the guidance of Lao Lu, Mu Hua came to a blocked underground entrance. The stairs that can accommodate 3 or 5 people extend downward, as if to reach the center of the earth. Mu Hua floated down along the stairs. After more than 10 minutes of descent, he still could not see the end of the stairs in the winding cave. As Mu Hua went deeper, the temperature around him began to rise gradually. After another 10 minutes of descent, When Muhua walked out of a crack in the stone wall, the darkness was gone. The empty cave in front of him was full of orange-red lava tones. It is empty but narrow. The landform here has very contradictory characteristics. It is boundless, and the space height is very limited. There are floating islands inside the cave that seem to be made of rough rocks. Under the floating islands, a large area of activated magma forms a flame swamp like a sea of fire. The cave ceiling is low, and a large amount of mineral deposits of stalagmites and stalactites add a sense of mystery to the cave. Looking at the vastness, there is no end to it. Some narrow stone bridges cross the sea of magma, connecting pieces of land that seem to float on the sea of fire. The low cave ceiling here makes it difficult for large creatures to live here. Even if Muhua releases the magic dragon, they will find it difficult to move freely in such a low space. Hell, it is estimated that many people's first impression of this place is like seeing hell. Especially when Muhua appeared here, the screams of dying ghosts kept coming out of the sea of magma. There are still living things in this sea of fire, and those living things are dying frequently. Because the jealous ghosts appeared here, those dead creatures gave birth to ghosts, and those ghosts were born facing the swamp-like fiery magma, so the ghosts will die again as soon as they are born. The vocal music of hell began to play with the arrival of Muhua. The originally hot and oppressive environment became gloomy because of Muhua's arrival. Under the lava, the dying screams of the ghosts broke the heavy tranquility here. Noisy and weird, along the narrow passage on the stone wall, Muhua came to a stone bridge. Although he had not seen the hell demon yet, Muhua didn't like this place very much. The stone road bridge connected a floating island hundreds of meters away. There were countless terrain environments with such structures farther away, which were connected and intertwined, making this place look like a maze and a beehive. It looked like a naturally formed bridge. Muhua squatted down, stretched out his hand to pinch the bridge surface, broke off the broken stones, and Muhua's eyelids twitched. This guy is probably really a naturally formed stone road. They are not solid. It seems that if you want to come here to hunt demons, flying abilities are a must. Because there is a sea of magma under these stone paths, if this place collapses, it is inevitable that he will die. The sea of magma is full of viscous magma. Muhua has found another way to kill himself, such as sinking himself into the magma. He is not afraid of the high temperature of the flames here. He can even breathe flames. However, breathing fire elements is obviously not the same as filling the magma of the trachea. He still cannot get rid of the need to breathe. No, the flame windbreaker may give him breathing space in the magma. As long as he doesn't sink too deep, he can escape by flashing. Well, it seems that it is not so easy to kill him. However, Muhua is not sure what is under these magmas. Stepping onto the stone bridge, Muhua quickly rushed to the floating island in front, with the blessing of floating wind. These stone bridges made him feel very insecure. He wanted to turn over the brand of the flame windbreaker, which was not practical, and had been hidden for a long time. Haha, new here? Don't be afraid, there are iron chains in this stone bridge, so it won't collapse. Even if it collapses, you can still fly on the magma. The legend of the mutant kraken is just a bluff, haha. Muhua ran across the stone bridge and saw a human settlement with many tents. Several adventurers, who happened to see Muhua coming, laughed and joked. The floating island in front of him was not big, less than 1 square kilometer, which was equivalent to a relatively flat hill. Several flags of different styles were erected in places where several tents were concentrated. It seemed that the entire floating island should be an area for adventurers to rest. Zack, shut up. A middle-aged man wearing a hunting suit made of fire salamander leather stopped the jokes of several people and walked quickly towards Muhua. He was a member of the fire brigade. He had received a notice earlier that a ghost had come down. Although Muhua was wearing a cloak, the ghost screams in the magma seemed to be announcing Muhua's identity. Mr. Muhua? The middle-aged man approached and asked Muhua tentatively. Yes. Muhua nodded. Well, sir, this is the map that the captain asked me to prepare for you. If you don't want to be disturbed, there are basically no adventurers after the floating island with records in the west. The middle-aged man handed over a micro-projector with maps of the locations of various floating islands and stone bridges, and said to Muhua carefully, Yes, thank you. After taking the map projector, facing the middle-aged man's expectant eyes, like sending a plague god, Muhua thanked him and left. Well, the middle-aged man was not afraid of the jealous ghosts and gods. If they did not take the initiative to attack, the jealous ghosts and gods would be more inclined to defend and counterattack. Compared with ghosts and gods such as color domain, greed, and gluttony, the jealous ghosts and gods who have a good relationship with their own family are not scary. But there might be a being that can throw death doom on Muhua, which is more scary. It is strictly emphasized that you should try to keep a distance of more than 1 kilometer from Muhua, so as to prevent Muhua from going crazy and letting your team members be swept by death doom. Watching Muhua's back leading to the west, the middle-aged man let out a long sigh. Several adventurers, who were scolded by him before, came up to ask, and the news of the arrival of ghosts and gods spread all over the camp in a moment. Some people sighed with curiosity, some people didn't like to gossip, and several different adventure teams in the camp were very tacit at this moment, and everyone avoided the direction where Muhua left. Not to mention the death doom, many adventurers still don't want to become ghosts after death. Ghosts and gods, those guys are really not lovable. Chapter 465. Hell demons are a very valuable demon. Their overall combat power is not strong, but both humans and demons recognize their economic value. The height is generally less than 3 meters, which makes the hell demons a relatively short existence among demons. The skin color is dark blue, and the tendons are more angular than those of the horned demon commander, but in contrast to their strong bodies, the hell demons have small and thin heads, and their facial features are full of viciousness and treacherousness. 5 sharp and short demon horns are scattered around the head, and there are no demon wings behind them. Several chains are drilled out from the shoulder bones, as if nailed into their bodies. Some chains are sharp like claws, and some chains are blunt like fingers. The strangeness of these chains seems to be determined by nature. After bypassing more than a dozen floating islands, Muhua finally saw the living hell demon in this underground demon cave. The chains of the hell demons have different degrees of restraint effects, and also have a certain dispelling effect on formed magic. They can control the chains as if their arms pointed at them, and the chains that can extend over 100 meters are both offensive and defensive. They love hunting creatures, and people often choose to snipe and hunt them by long-range sneak attacks. Hiding in the dark, when it is confirmed that the 5 hell demons wandering among the thorny vines are not on guard, the spears controlled by the touch of jealousy quietly shoot out. Puff! Puff! 2 long spears penetrated the bodies of the hell demons. After killing some of the headless knights he derived, Muhua now has fatal vision, and the dead point sniping has formed a one-hit kill attack on the 2 hell demons. The 2 hell demons died instantly, but the dead points of the other 3 hell demons were at the head and heart. Demons can be said to be creatures that fight and accompany their lives, and they often protect their heads and hearts like instinct. The other 3 hell demons took precautions before the spears approached them. The hell demon chains swept or swung, blocking the spears, and forming a shield around their bodies, to prevent Muhua's sneak attack. What surprised Muhua the most was that his touch of jealousy was actually dispersed by the hell demon chains. It was dispersed very easily. It was not the kind of damage that needed time to recover, but a feeling that the chain would retreat and dissipate wherever it touched. Those chains full of strange power no longer only have the effect of dispersing. Muhua did not expect that his first encounter with a few hell demons that looked like they were not yet adults would actually make his signature means of attacking independently lose most of its effectiveness. The chains twitched and rang, and the snake-like chains immediately attacked Muhua. Bang! 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 The claws of 3 demon dragons stretched out from the void and slapped the prison demon fiercely. Together with the chains that formed a protective chain on the prison demon, the dragon claws smashed and pinched, but they first smashed the prison demon into pieces of rotten meat. Ding-dang! Ding-dang! The chains that attacked from afar fell powerlessly, and Muhua was secretly shocked. These living prison demons were even more weird than he imagined. If they were entangled by the chains that restrained the touch of jealousy, Muhua was not sure whether he could break free. This thing must be caught on a prison demon to try it personally to know the effect. Unfortunately, the demon dragon was too cruel, and the group of prison demons in front of him had no chance of survival. This is also the reason why Muhua did not like to use the demon dragons on the Abyss Island. The bodies of the monsters killed by them would inevitably be seriously mutilated. The 5 hell demons, all of which were projections, once again extended their touch of jealousy to pick up the fallen magic stones. Muhua did not dare to approach their location for a while. The fence-like bushes was used as a prison. There were obviously mutated bloodthirsty vines planted there. Several monsters were imprisoned in the thorny vines with a metallic luster. Big goblins, succubi, and even an abalone monster. These were all monsters captured and imprisoned by the 5 hell demons. They were wrapped in iron chains and had obvious signs of torture. But even though several hell demons were dead, they huddled among the thorny vines and dared not move. Those thorny vines swayed their old but tough vines. They had the instinct to hunt. Although Muhua could catalyze the growth of plants, he lacked the gluttony element. Even the vines he catalyzed would attack him, not to mention the existence planted by the hell demons. First, smelt a few magic stones. 1 skill stone for strangulation suitable for whiplock weapons, 3 skill stones for dispel, and 1 skill stone for magic power loss of curse. It seems that the more likely hell demon stone to produce the dispel skill stone should be a skill stone. Mu Hua was a little disappointed about this, as he had already maxed out dispel. Mana loss involves energy, which is a sign of a high-level curse. It is speculated that this skill should be related to the chains on the hell demon. Strangling is a combat skill. Considering the control of the hell demon's own chains, there is no need to say more about melting this combat skill. Collecting the drops, several hell demons did not drop the hell demon chains, but the chains on the 3 monsters trapped in the thorns in the distance were hell demon chains. Most of the hell demons in the hell demon cave are projections. People hunt hell demons for the hell demon chains, and hell demons will use the chains on other hell demons as restraint props. Most of the hell demon chains that people obtain are taken from creatures imprisoned by hell demons. Hell demons like to imprison other lives, and encountering imprisoned monsters when hunting hell demons can be considered an unexpected gain. Bang, bang, raising his gun and aiming, Mu Hua shot away the trapped big goblin and succubus with 2 shots. When it was the turn of the Abalone, Mu Hua hesitated a little. Abalone looks cute, like a red panda with wings. They are a kind of monster that flies freely in the sky and heralds the arrival of autumn. They can play a certain catalytic role in the maturity of crops and are relatively harmless. But if you want to capture and use abalone to catalyze crops, it will often cause large-scale crop withering. After people catch abalone, they mostly use their brains as a material for magic potions. Bang, hesitant as he was, Mu Hua finally shot the abalone. Abalone's reputation of freedom also foreshadows that after autumn, this kind of monster is difficult to tame, and they often appear in places where fruit trees are lush. Although it is difficult to keep in captivity, it is not rare. Mu Hua suspected that it could be used to smelt flying skill stones, so he tried to melt it first. If it could really be used, he would go to find a place with more abalone. He put away his guns, and threw a few fireballs into the thorn bushes. The flames ignited the vines, and the thick vines swung wildly like a python. From the force of hitting the ground, it can be seen that they are very tough, and they seem to be able to dispel the flames, but they themselves have no resistance to flames. The high-temperature magic flames were dispelled by these vines, but the flames ignited by the surrounding weeds burned the vines into pieces. The dispelling target's magic, and the fire element without magic components is not under its control. Unable to find the roots of the vines, Mu Hua threw another burst of flames at the dense vines, and then the frost was turned on. Under the alternation of cold and high temperature, the vines with metallic luster seemed to lose their vitality in an instant. Mu Hua didn't need to bother with these vines. He just had to avoid them. However, the hell demons seemed to like using these vines as prisons. Mu Hua was just trying to explore their characteristics and find ways to quickly clean them up. Master, this is a mutant blood-sucking vine rooted in the corpse of the hell demon. If there is no hell demon corpse, even if the seeds are taken, the planted ones may be ordinary thorn vines. Mu Hua was still looking for their roots among the vines, and Doris's voice suddenly came from the bottom of his heart. Slightly surprised, Mu Hua had long been accustomed to the white attributes of his family, and for a while, he ignored Doris. It seems that this death, which he regarded as a new plug-in, is quite knowledgeable. Well, it seems that there is no need to transplant it. Mu Hua nodded, but he no longer cared about the vines hanging on the ground. He wanted to use the seeds of this vine as a medium for the vine technique. If it can't be induced everywhere, then there is no point. After wading through the vines, the big goblin and the succubus left no corpses. Mu Hua picked up 2 chains more than 10 meters long from the ground. He pulled out the parts nailed to the ground, and the 2 chains were nearly 100 meters long. The chains were as thick as a human baby's wrist. This kind of chain was like an iron chain wrapped in a layer of rubber, and the material was very strange. If it is not collected in the burning source furnace, it will become a pile of waste slag when refined by the creation of 10,000 elements. It seems that this thing can only be used as a restraint prop. It has the effect of prohibiting magic. After leaving the body of the hell demon, it cannot cause energy loss. The absolute restraint on physical strength is relatively weak. If you want to bind an individual with strong physical strength, you still need to use the chains obtained from the powerful hell demon. After putting away the 3 chains, he threw Abalon's body into the furnace. No flying skill stone was melted out, but a skill stone of Mushu rhythm made Mu Hua's pupils shrink. Natural secret arts, this thing seems to be much rarer than flying magic, with a bit of plant affinity, and maybe it is related to gluttony. The intelligence requirement is only 500, but it is quite abnormal that the physical fitness requires 1500 plus. Now Mu Hua's physical fitness has reached 1300 plus. Since the number of abyss fishing rods has increased dramatically, Mu Hua is most lacking in physical fitness secret stones. With the magic stone said by Paji today, I think it will take a few days to Krypton this skill. It seems that there are more hell demons coming in the distance. Mu Hua puts on a breath of the cracks to reduce his presence, and sneaks into the shadows of grass and stones in the shadows. The hell demons have to continue to be killed, but Mu Hua also needs to find a lone hell demon first to try the specific effect of being entangled by their chains, so that he can hunt more targeted. Chapter 466. The hell demons are surprisingly sensitive. The chains on them are as short as a dozen meters, and as long as hundreds of meters. When they are wrapped around their arms, they can form a fist of hammer-shaped magic. When they are scattered around their bodies, they can effectively serve as a warning and reconnaissance. They usually act collectively, often appearing in groups of 3 or 5. The clanking of chains is a precursor to their appearance. If you are pierced by the chains with sharp spikes and claws on their bodies, when the chains touch your bones, the restraining effect will be multiplied, and it can even suppress the physical strength of the pecked person. The loss of magic power, the shackles of chi and blood, weakness, disturbance, and dispersal are all contained in the chains of the hell demons. Normally, these types of spells are not difficult to eliminate, but when they become an uninterrupted and continuous output, even dispersal seems to have become an exaggerated forbidden magic. Even if you have enough practice to condense magic, the disturbance effect will make it difficult for you to condense magic power. Mu Hua was lurking in the shadows. The chains dragged by the 3 hell demons were spread within a few meters around them. Even if he cast a magic spell to reduce his presence, if he got close to them, the chains around them would definitely rise up like a spirit snake. Boom! The critical strike mines that Mu Hua had buried in the dark earlier were triggered by the chains. Under normal circumstances, the level of practice of magic traps only affects the range of action and does not affect the power. The power of magic traps is proportional to the time they are placed. Mu Hua did not improve the level of practice of trap magic for the time being, and the critical strike mines protruded by the chains did not cause any substantial damage to the hell demons. The chains on their bodies also immediately surrounded them, forming a spiral protective wall to block the flying flames for them. The magic trap failed, but Mu Hua also rushed towards several hell demons at the same time as the trap was triggered. Mu Hua suddenly appeared behind a hell demon like a shark, punched the chain protecting the hell demon, and grabbed a chain with hooks and spikes on the hell demon with his palm. Several curses took effect on the body, disturbing and weakening were shielded by the bite of jealousy, but the dissipation of magic power, and the shackles of blood and chi were not within the immunity range of jealousy. Of course, it was inevitable that the invisible tentacles of jealousy would bite the hell demon's soul fiercely along the curse. If the soul's strength was not enough to counterattack him, Mu Hua would not miss the opportunity to turn this inevitability into several bites or eat it up. Puff! With a strange sound, Mu Hua pulled hard, and saw that the end of the chain that Mu Hua pulled took out a magic stone from the hell demon's body. Silently stiffened, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. This hell demon died too easily. Even though he had expected it, a brief surprise flashed across Mu Hua's face. Dodging the piercing claws of 4 sharp claw chains on his body, Mu Hua moved like a fox, and his figure quickly shifted in a way that violated the common sense of kinetic energy, and he used the same method to deal with the other 2 hell demons. Endless martial arts training plus abnormal training based on super speed regeneration, Mu Hua's physical skills are no longer what they used to be, and the power of these hell demons is too different from Mu Hua. Even if they are entangled by chains, Mu Hua can suppress them with negative effects. Disturbance is ineffective against jealousy, and dispelling cannot suppress Mu Hua's condensation. After the initial attempt, for the hell demons that have been encountered, their impact on Mu Hua is just to lose some magic power and blood. If they are freed from the binding of chains, they will not affect Mu Hua's combat power in a short time. The hell demon died, and the corpse and the chains dissipated together, and the continuous dispelling effect around disappeared. These 3 hell demons were only at the level of mid-level monsters, and their dispelling strength was relatively limited. Mu Hua summarized them as being unlearned and unskilled, and was not satisfied with them. He did not feel sorry for the projection dissipating, and was more likely to be disgusted. 1 hell demon left a corpse, and Mu Hua kicked away the chain that touched his feet. Doris liked the hell demon chain very much. The cursed spirit could absorb the curse on the hell demon chain, but it could not be considered to restrain the hell demon. The hell demon chain tied her up accurately. As Doris said, Each hell demon has at least one chain with claws and thorns on its body. The other chains can be regarded as extensions of the hell demon's bones, but the end of that chain is connected to the hell demon's magic stone and magic core. Hell demons are very troublesome. They have a very strong restraint on the caster. Even if they have absolute power, they must guard against being nailed into the body by the chain. The best way to deal with them is a long-range sneak attack. But the fatal chain on the body of the hell demon has become their absolute weakness. Usually they will let the chain wrap around their body, which not only has a certain protective effect on themselves, but also prevents the enemy from pulling out their heart core. Super speed regeneration should allow the magic core to merge with the body. If the hell demon comprehends super speed regeneration, can this weakness be eliminated? Humans don't have magic cores. What will happen if these chains grow on humans? Mu Hua frowned and picked up the fallen, and asked Doris in his body. Originally, Mu Hua wanted to get the magic forbidden skill stone from the hell demon, but after confirming the specific ability of the hell demon chain, it was obvious that the hell demon could only do some dispel in this regard. Mu Hua also thought about getting the body of the hell demon. Maybe he could try to use them as a medium for keratinized skin. Although the shape might be a bit weird, the chain that comes with them is really useful. But if there is such a chain that connects to the heart core, it is simply creating a fatal weakness for oneself, which is somewhat not worth the loss. Master, you should look at these bastards from a different perspective. Like those parasitic demons, the chain they hide can actually be seen as their true bodies. Hell demons cannot comprehend super speed regeneration. Even if their bodies can, the chain cannot. Whether it is keratinized skin or shape-shifting, demons have used hell demons as a medium for experiments. Unfortunately, this drawback of hell demons is inevitable. It is the strength of hell demons and their lifeline. It is precisely because of this weakness that these hell demons hide in the underground prison all day long. They like narrow spaces. Even for the powerful and successful hell demons, only narrow spaces can ensure their safety. Hell demons are regarded as troublesome by many demons, but among demons, they have never been considered a strong race. Basically, no lord will use them for things outside the prison. After all, it is not easy to train a hell demon, and it is a pity to die easily, Doris explained. The stronger the hell demon, the longer and more chains they have. Just like this lava cave at this moment, although the scope is wide, the distance between the ground of the floating island and the top of the rock wall is only a dozen meters high. In some places, there are even some stalactites that are hard to tell whether they are protruding or hanging, which connect the ground of the floating island with the top of the stone. In this environment, the chains thrown by the hell demons can even form a closed defense to a certain extent. It seems that choosing this place as a nest is not just a simple bad taste of those hell demons. Well, it seems that there is no need to try to use them to transform other demons, or to make a special prison boss. Mu Hua muttered. He had previously thought more about adding some abilities to his own followers, and he himself did not like some chains that could not be put into his body. If it is a human, although I have not heard of any demons experimenting with humans with super fast regeneration abilities, I guess even if you comprehend the soul tide, it will only add flaws to you. I suggest you don't try it. However, Master, speaking of super fast regeneration, the regeneration of my limbs, Doris said tentatively to Mu Hua. Doris's demon form was crippled by Tuesday, the kind with chopped limbs. If you want to recover from that level of injury, you must at least have a regeneration ability. This was Mu Hua's promise to Doris when she accepted slavery, but Doris hadn't figured out Mu Hua's character yet. Since the contract had been signed, she didn't dare to nag Mu Hua to fulfill his promise. Well, regeneration, LV60 healing, 150 plus Balian secret stone. Mu Hua muttered. If it was super speed regeneration, it would be more troublesome. If that thing was to create the Pale Lord, regeneration would be relatively simple. Is the coverage area of your death doom also 1 kilometer? Mu Hua confirmed. Tuesday's indiscriminate death release can target creatures within a 1 kilometer radius, and Doris also has this specification. After borrowing the life recognition device from Lao Lu and coming to this prison demon cave, Mu Hua was not prepared to compete with the prison demons here step by step. Kill more hell demons. Don't worry about whether it's hell demon chains or magic stones that drop. Just work hard and I'll let you recover tonight. Doris's affirmative answer made Mu Hua's words make Doris' heart burn. There's something wrong with her master, a big problem. Recover tonight? That means she can get the ability to regenerate tonight, which should be beyond the ability of the Philosopher's Stone. No wonder that bitch Tuesday can master so many magics. Doris confirmed that there was something wrong with her master, and she had to perform well. She was now looking forward to Tuesday dying quickly. Master, I am familiar with the living habits of hell demons. They will turn the place where they live into a full-scale prison. We should go to the center of the hell demon cave. There will be more and stronger hell demons there. Doris suppressed her thoughts and suggested to Mu Hua. Well, Doris, put away your little thoughts. I told you not to do anything that would harm my interests. Otherwise, if you don't want to be smelted by me, jump into the abyss yourself. Mu Hua nodded, and he could not help but warn Doris, who was vaguely aware of Doris's malice towards Tuesday. Sometimes people's feelings are not easy to explain, and they are not very reasonable. Perhaps because he has been with Monday and Tuesday for a long time, Mu Hua is still more partial to them. Although he also has such requirements for Monday and Tuesday, Mu Hua did not use their lives as a matter, and when it comes to Wednesday and Doris, Mu Hua's attitude towards them is more cruel. Tina is regarded as a partner by Mu Hua, and Monday and Tuesday are probably between partners and dependents, while Wednesday and Doris are still slaves that Mu Hua can kill when he is unhappy, and the degree of importance may be lower than that of Dragon 2 soldiers and skeleton mages. It is also troublesome to detect the thoughts of the followers at any time, but the skeletons and undeads don't need to be taken care of. Mu Hua hasn't recruited other followers for a week yet, and he knows all the little thoughts of these demons. Faced with Mu Hua's warning, Doris promised with a guilty conscience that Mu Hua would sneak into the shadows again. In the prison demon cave, in addition to guarding against the prison demons on the floating island, he must also be careful of some caves on the top rock. Those caves are connected to the surface, which are the passages for the prison demons to capture other creatures on the surface. There are also prison demons hidden in the caves. Mu Hua doesn't want to get entangled with some scattered soldiers. Comparing with the map, sneaking in the direction without accurate information, avoiding some prison demons encountered along the way, Mu Hua plans to find a place without humans. Let Doris cast the doom of death first, and then harvest those who are not killed. He, a ghost, brings death, but he is not a hardline warrior, and he comes with disaster. Chapter 467. A kilometer radius is not big, but it is not small either. Doris's death doom does not require any casting process, and does not even consume any magic power. It is like a seed that can be sown by waving her hand. When she spreads it along the way, the spread of death is more terrifying. Sneaking in the hot and dry prison demon cave, Mu Hua passed by dozens of floating islands, the largest of which was more than 10 kilometers in radius, and the smallest was 2 or 3 kilometers in diameter. Let Doris spread the doom along the way. Mu Hua did not attack the prison demons entrenched everywhere for the time being. When he cast the doom on a floating island again, and found a hidden place, Mu Hua prepared to wait for the doom to erupt for a while, before dealing with those individuals, who had escaped death by chance. The cursed spirits that evolved into death are still very terrifying, especially for those creatures with weak strength. They are simply the embodiment of death, without any construction, and destroying everything, almost like apocalypse. Demon roars, beast chants, the sound of weapons colliding, the explosion and shock of magic elements. With the passage of time, all kinds of chaos appeared on the floating islands that Mu Hua passed by. The conflicts between the hell demons due to trivialities, the resistance of the trapped and imprisoned monsters, the counterattack of the prison vines against the surroundings after being stimulated, the conflicts between individuals turned into group fights, and Mu Hua even saw some monsters that fell from the surface channel to the floating islands launched a revenge attack on the hell demons. The doom of death does not have an instant death effect, but it can bring the possibility of death to those creatures entangled in doom in various ways. However, monsters have advantages in fighting against death that humans cannot match. This is not to say that the vitality of monsters is strong, but that those projected monsters can be exempted from the doom of death after experiencing the experience of death. Mu Hua was very unwilling to accept this situation. When he was helpless, he was also considering whether to release death in the courtyard. A projection sacrifice in exchange for exemption from the doom of death in the future, Mu Hua always felt that these monsters still made a profit. Hiding on the edge of a floating island, the heat-resistant bushes covered Mu Hua's figure. He ignored the chaos everywhere and let the doom float for a while. At this time, Mu Hua probed the touch of jealousy into the magma outside the floating island. Eel, with fire lines on its body, a monster with a shape similar to that of an eel, was fished out of the magma by the tentacles of jealousy. This is a strange monster between flesh and blood creatures and elemental elves. It is 2 meters long and has some tentacles, like fire lines on its tail. It looks like a mutated lava fire eel. Waiting for the death to spread, Mu Hua tried to catch the creatures in the lava through his spiritual perception. When he found that he could catch this strange fire eel in the lava, and smelted a few of them, Mu Hua's interest in them even exceeded that of the hell demon. A blue fire line shot out from the eyes of the mutant fire eel that was lifted by the touch of jealousy. The fire line hit Mu Hua's face, but this hot fire line could not cause any harm to Mu Hua. The fire element affinity in his personal talent has become the fire element spirit fake. This fire line, which is obviously hotter than the ordinary magic flame, can be regarded as warm water for bathing for Mu Hua. Bringing the struggling fire eel in front of him, Mu Hua stretched out a finger and pointed it at the fire eel. Blood prick. Puff. Sharp ice spikes drilled out from all parts of the fire eel's body, and the crimson ice spikes penetrated the fire eel's body, ending the fire eel's life. Blood piercing. The source of this magic is the nourishment of the water system. A water magic with the effect of maintaining and healing. When it comes to the ice caster, it becomes a bad magic that touches the wound on the opponent's body and turns the enemy's body fluids into ice spikes. The ice spikes faded, and Mu Hua put the fire eel corpse that seemed to have shrunk by 2 circles into the furnace. High temperature skill stone *1, soul dust *3. It's a thin shipment, but high temperature is a relatively top grade magic for fire casters. It can be understood as strengthening the fire element. It can enhance the damage of fire magic as a whole. Just like the blue flame emitted by the fire eel before, the temperature of that flame is much higher than the ordinary magic flame. When the practice of this magic is improved to a certain level, the power of the flame released by Mu Hua will also be qualitatively improved. A very effective magic, strengthening the magic flame, higher temperature, stronger corrosiveness. The only disadvantage is that it is more dangerous for casters who do not have affinity with the fire element. If you don't understand the affinity of fire element, it might be wiser not to learn this magic. Well, at least don't study this magic, otherwise you might not hurt the enemy when casting the spell, but you will be burned first. These fire eels are a surprise. Although the probability is lower, they can occasionally produce a tear of fire element. If you have enough practice, this magic can make the flames emitted by the engraving magic have the high temperature of top magic. Mu Hua didn't even plan to use skill stones to stack the practice. Go back and shoot one for all your skeleton mages. Imagine a group of skeleton mages holding blazing white flames on their bone claws, and Mu Hua's mouth unconsciously grinned. He happily put away the skill stone and lay on the rocky shore. 6 jealous tentacles probed into the magma to explore. I don't know if it's a problem with the lava creatures or the magma here is weird. Mu Hua can't accurately sense the soul fluctuations under the magma. He can only salvage and capture like a fish in troubled waters. The capture efficiency is a bit low. While thinking, Mu Hua summoned a Dragon 2 soldier. He looked at the Dragon 2 soldier for a while. After a while, Mu Hua looked at the Dragon 2 soldier with a not-so-kind look. A jealous tentacle that broke away from the magma wrapped around the Dragon 2 soldier. Well, the Dragon 2 soldier is not afraid of fire, so it shouldn't die if thrown into the magma. It has 2 hands, and the fire eel is not very strong. If it is to slack off, the efficiency of the Dragon 2 soldier should be higher than the touch of jealousy, right? Understanding Mu Hua's intention, the soul fire in the Dragon 2 soldier's eyes trembled. His master was a bit pitiful. If he dropped it into the lava without a good grasp, he might never get out in this life. Don't worry, if you really fall, I can also use the follower summon to get you out. After carrying the Dragon 2 soldier to his side, Mu Hua patted the Dragon 2 soldier on the shoulder. The Dragon 2 soldier's jawbone made a chaotic sound, and he didn't know what he wanted to say. Mu Hua just thought it was thanking him for his consideration. Throw the Dragon 2 soldier into the magma, take it out, soak it in, take it out again, and soak it in again. Very good, although the body was dripping with magma, the Dragon 2 soldier was not damaged. Following the same method, Mu Hua summoned 6 more Dragon 2 soldiers, and the magician's hand, which was the main body, also formed a Dragon 2 soldier. 7 Dragon 2 soldiers were thrown into the magma by Mu Hua. Jealousy is good at hiding its own soul fluctuations. When in contact with the touch of jealousy, these Dragon 2 soldiers are also difficult to be detected through perception. The chaos on the surrounding floating islands had not yet subsided. Mu Hua lay on the edge of the cliff, waving the touch of jealousy. 7 Dragon 2 soldiers with clacking jaws stirred up whirlpools in the magma. Mu Hua was looking forward to the harvest, but the appearance of space fluctuations made Mu Hua suddenly alert. Getting up from the ground, Mu Hua cautiously looked at an empty place above the magma in front of him. The next moment, accompanied by the distortion of space, an inexplicable figure fell from the sky. Plop! The figure fell into the magma, splashing a little fire mud. Mu Hua was stunned. It was not an attack magic of the broken appearance, but a teleportation magic. Just now, it seemed that someone fell into the magma. Crash! The waves rose again, and a middle-aged man with a body wrapped in a protective shield flew out of the magma. Crash! Mu Hua also lifted his 7 Dragon 2 soldiers out of the magma. Tick tick. Magma dripped from the circular protective shield around the middle-aged man's body. Tick tick. Magma also dripped from the bones of the 7 Dragon 2 soldiers. Mu Hua looked at the middle-aged man with doubts and confusion in his eyes, and habitually showed his wrist. Yes, he didn't bring the adventurer's certificate. The middle-aged man also looked at Mu Hua. On his finger, he was wearing a ring that looked like an adventurer's certificate, but the color was gold that Mu Hua had never seen before. At this time, the middle-aged man's eyes were full of confusion. He looked at the surrounding environment, then looked at Mu Hua, who was looking at him in bewilderment, and finally looked at the several Dragon 2 soldiers carried by the touch of jealousy. The middle-aged man's expression gradually became weird. Where is this? What are you doing? Where's the evil dragon? Casting error? It doesn't make sense. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man asked Mu Hua. Mu Hua was silent. This middle-aged man seemed very strong. He could fly, teleport independently. The shield around him seemed to be an application of space magic. Is this a great wizard who is good at space? What is the adventure ring with golden light on his hand? Was this guy fighting with a dragon before? Did he make a spell error? No. Mu Hua suddenly thought of those monsters that fell from the surface into the prison demon cave and fought with the prison demons tainted with death. Mu Hua twitched his lips and vaguely seemed to have a bad premonition. Is this guy here to bury the prison demons? Because they are plagued by bad luck. So a seemingly powerful unlucky guy was sent here because of his spell error? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This pot is not for Mu Hua. Chapter 468. This is the prison demon cave in the Principality of Tawaka. What are you doing? Facing an adventurer who could be said to have come across time and space and plunged into the magma, Mu Hua answered the other party's doubts. The environment of the prison demon cave is very unique. If the middle-aged adventurer in front of him teleported in this courtyard, he would not know that this is the prison demon cave. So Mu Hua simply answered with the name of the country where the courtyard is located. And the middle-aged adventurer in front of him still had doubts in his eyes. It seems that the distance he teleported this time may not be within the Principality of Tawaka. Mu Hua felt that the middle-aged adventurer was strange, but he was also quite strange in the eyes of this middle-aged adventurer. A young man who soaked the Dragon 2 soldiers in magma? Those things wrapped around the Dragon 2 soldiers should be the touch of jealousy, right? What kind of experiment is this? Although he looks honest, he seems a little unethical. The middle-aged man slowly flew up and looked around. There was a sea of magma, a low ceiling, and floating islands connected to each other. Although the monsters on the surrounding floating islands were rioting, it was not surprising that there were some crazy monsters in the courtyard. The middle-aged adventurer flying above the magma wanted to say something, but before he could say it, something strange happened. Bang! A thick tentacle emerged from the magma. Tentacles, real tentacles, some of which were similar to the limbs of an octopus, with hooks on the suction cups. The thick tentacles, like ancient trees, suddenly lashed at the middle-aged adventurer. Bang! The adventurer, who was inexplicably whipped, slammed into the earth and rock ground not far from Mu Hua like a cannonball. The middle-aged adventurer looked embarrassed, but the powerful attack did not seem to cause any substantial damage to him. His feet cracked the ground. When the adventurer landed, he even adjusted his body and took a defensive posture. Wow! The magma formed a pillar of fire that shot up into the sky. A huge monster. Along with the adventurer, who was blown away, a huge monster emerged from the sea of magma. A body of tens of meters, hundreds of meters of tentacles, and an overall shape similar to an octopus. On the upper body, that looked like a human, a weird head like a narwhal, a small kraken demon appeared in Mu Hua's sight. While small, it is said that the body of an adult kraken can reach 100 meters, and the tentacles can exceed 1,000 meters. For the kraken tribe, the kraken in front of him with a body and tentacles branded with fire lines is indeed not too big. The low ceiling made the kraken that had emerged from the magma raise its head and back, and the next moment, half of its body sank into the magma again. Due to the bumps caused by its jumping and sinking, the lava that hit its face was like waves, and the splashing and scattered magma was like a rain of fire. The kraken that suddenly appeared stared at the middle-aged man, who had just been blown away with its huge black eyes. The octopus tentacles waved in the magma. Mu Hua retreated behind the middle-aged adventurer. Very good. Mu Hua was sure that the monster in front of him didn't seem to be coming for him. Fuck. The curse came from the middle-aged adventurer. He still hadn't figured out the situation, but the kraken that appeared inexplicably in front of him was enough to make him jump. Yes, it appeared inexplicably, and he also found that this kraken probably had nothing to do with Mu Hua, otherwise, the young adventurer wouldn't be squatting here to toss the dragon to soldiers. A hideous dimensional crack opened in front of the middle-aged adventurer, blocking the splashing magma, or rather, leading the magma into the dimensional crack. Buzz! The buzzing sound waves swept past, sometimes there, and sometimes not, and the middle-aged man who could open the dimensional crack with a wave of his hand flashed panic in his eyes. Damn it! Hurry up! The middle-aged man hadn't finished shouting go, and seemed to be ready to use magic to run away. What made him even more angry was that Mu Hua's jealous touch had already been placed on him. Fuck! Was he plotted against? The middle-aged man was shocked and angry. Don't resist. Mu Hua's voice came, and the next moment, the sound wave that made the middle-aged man unbearable and crazy seemed to have lost its influence on him. The tension in the middle-aged man's heart eased, and then he confirmed that Mu Hua was helping him get rid of the kraken's mental pollution. That's right, mental pollution. The most famous thing about the kraken is not their huge strength, nor the difficult super speed regeneration, but the mental pollution that can be sent out from them anytime and anywhere. This is a demon race that was once praised by humans as indescribable, just like the Barus demon is also called the Destroyer demon, and the kraken is synonymous with madness. It is not the original sin of rage, but a secondary emotion called madness. Rage is a surge in transcendence, a metaphor for justice, while madness is just madness and frenzy. The kraken will make the creatures that look directly at them fall into a state of madness, and attack everything around them crazily. Among the many creatures that can naturally form mental interference with the outside world, the kraken's rank is very high. If we use mental stability as an example, succubus, terror knight, arachon, and kraken, long-term exposure to their mental interference can be seen as a process in which people use external forces to strengthen their mental stability. The intensity of kraken's madness's mental interference to the outside world is even greater than the charm of Arachne and Medusa. Jealous ghosts? You are Mu Hua. The middle-aged man asked Mu Hua with a sigh of relief, watching the monster in the sea of magma cautiously. Do you know me? Mu Hua, who was hiding behind the middle-aged man and considering whether to run away, asked. Yes, Mu Hua was also considering whether to run away, but he certainly couldn't run faster than a great wizard who could perform space teleportation, so he first stabilized the middle-aged man in front of him. You are very famous recently. A Shadowland shadow guard, Amos. What's the matter with this guy? The middle-aged man said to Mu Hua. Recently, Mu Hua found a lot of information that is hard to find in the outside world from the database of the Ghost Council. A Shadowland? The big boss of the Night Hunter in Valhalla, the code name of the Sixth Kingship. The so-called Shadow Guards are members of the Crown Shadow under the Sixth Kingship. The middle-aged man in front of him, named Amos, is a crown member under the Sixth Kingship. It is rumored that there is a mutated kraken in the prison demon cave, but it is just a rumor. Almost no one has seen it. It is coming for you. Facing Amos's question, Mu Hua gave a matter-of-fact answer. Krakens are usually demons living in waters. They can run to the magma and lie down. They are definitely mutated. Amos was silent. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't find a reason to refute it. Ah! When the two were communicating, the kraken in the magma let out a howl of pain, but it was Mu Hua's jealous bite that launched a counterattack against the kraken's mental interference. When the kraken cried out in pain, Mu Hua, who had bitten the kraken so hard, felt refreshed and numb in his soul. With just one bite, Mu Hua found that his mental attributes had actually increased by 2 points. Damn it, you should have said so before you started. Amos scolded. He knew jealousy, and he knew that jealousy had a very bad way of sneak attack, and the magic circle that appeared around Kraken made him jump again. Multiple magic circles. Kraken's lower body had dozens of tentacles, and at this time, multiple magic circles appeared around each of its tentacles. Blazing white flames attacked, scorching rays, the intensity of which was far beyond the ordinary scorching rays, dozens of scorching rays as fast as lasers shot at Amos like a barrage. The dimensional rift opened again in front of Amos, and the scorching rays, with extremely high point damage, were swallowed by the dimensional rift. It was just like an absolute defense mode, but the edge of this dimensional rift was very unstable. The dimensional rift would turn any attack into the dimensional gap, but even a fireball sweeping at its edge could make this barrier with absolute defense close and dissipate. Dimensional cracks opened one after another, and Amos took out a spear-like staff. Facing multiple scorching rays, Amos kept opening new dimensional cracks to prevent them from being dispersed by the flame swept out by Kraken again. Kraken is good at multiple spellcasting. Its huge size and strong spirit also give it abundant magic power. In the violent attack of Kraken, monotonous scorching rays were continuously shot out, and the high-level magic of the strong attack gradually unfolded the power of forbidden spells. If Amos had not opened dimensional cracks one after another, it would not take long for the floating island under the feet of the two to be scattered and smashed by its blazing white scorching rays. Break. While defending, Amos pointed to the location of Kraken. The dimensional/wiped out Kraken's body tissue, and two tentacles were cut off from the middle. A huge gap was also swept out on Kraken's body that looked like neither human nor beast. Go! I can't cause fatal damage to it, Amos shouted to Mu Hua while trying to attack. Although it seemed that Duan Xian had caused serious damage to the Kraken was too large. Under the effect of super speed regeneration, the wound with missing flesh and blood was recovering quickly, and its severed tentacles grew out again. Mu Hua responded, and he didn't chant a spell, but he made a fist to accumulate power. Amos wanted to curse, "You damn child. You use magic to blast it. The Kraken has high-level shock immunity. You are jealous. What do you want to do?" Chapter 469. Amos is very scary. He should be a spellcaster who specializes in space magic. Although his magic is essentially just a few moves, in terms of conventional combat, he is the most aggressive human that Mu Hua has ever seen. With his skilled and precise cutting, he can tear open dozens of space cracks at the same time, materializing the protection of the other world. At the same time, he can also give Mu Hua a very intuitive and fatal threat. Well, intuitive. Although I don't know what the result will be in a real fight, when facing him, it won't surprise Mu Hua to be killed by the opponent in the battle. At this time, they joined forces to face a Kraken that broke in. Seeing that Amos had blocked the Kraken's covering attack, Mu Hua clenched his fists and accumulated strength, and the condensed blood and chi broke out of his body. Roar! The wind pressure like a beast roar. The bloody mouth of the Pishio beast head opened and rushed towards the half-body of the Kraken floating above the sea of fire, while Mu Hua was swinging his fist. The body, arms, raised back, whale-like head, the upper body of the Kraken is also huge, and the blood-mimicking beast head broke through the tentacles and slammed into the Kraken, but it took half of its shoulder and bit off half of its head. Yes, it was not smashed. It was obviously a fist shadow, but this damage was obviously from the bite of the beast head's sharp teeth. The mouth of the glutton. Amos, who wanted to scold Mu Hua for his nonsense, exclaimed in surprise. No, blood mimicry plus biting. Mu Hua shook his head and said. Recently, he has looked up a lot of information in the database of the Ghost and God Council, and there are also some experiences summarized by ghosts and gods. Touching the original sin is not just a fixed route. Just like Mu Hua touched jealousy because of the combination of some abilities, and in some information, the analysis of jealousy has the ability of engraving transformation and original sin protection. Mu Hua did not master those abilities, and they can also be regarded as components of jealousy. Perhaps using them to replace some of the abilities that Mu Hua mastered can also gain the talent of jealousy. The mouth of gluttony is a component of the original sin of gluttony. Its source should be a combination of a series of abilities such as blood and chi transformation, energy intake, spatial perception, and bite that completes qualitative change. Mu Hua has just mastered blood and chi mimicry. Because the bite card level on Monday earlier, and the bite skill stone is relatively large, Mu Hua treats it as pushing the physique and uses the skill stone to increase the bite level by a lot. The 1,300 plus strength, combined with the mimic attack of the high-level bite, produces unexpectedly good results. While Mu Hua was satisfied, the huge wound on Kraken also made Amos feel relieved. Roar! Half of the cheek was bitten off, and the Kraken's throat let out a rock-shaking howl. As the flesh and blood squirmed, the missing parts of the Kraken were recovering rapidly. Use high-level magic. Don't use fire. The mouth of the glutton has the effect of absorbing energy. Since Mu Hua's attack is not the mouth of the glutton, to block the crazy sweep of the Kraken's tentacles, Amos urged Mu Hua to attack the Kraken's head that has not yet closed. A jealous ghost, although young, but already has a strong power. Amos naturally thinks that Mu Hua's intelligence and spirit are stronger than strength. He can smash half of the Kraken's head with one punch. Amos is more looking forward to Mu Hua's magic. Mu Hua was silent. High-level magic? Mu Hua was really embarrassed to tell Amos that his intelligence was 599, and he was almost 600. Dispel. Mu Hua dispersed the Kraken with a blank expression. The magic circle shattered, and all the magic circles within hundreds of meters around Kraken shattered. Unexpectedly, Mu Hua's dispelling range was so large but the high-level magic that Amos was waiting for did not appear. The tentacles of jealousy followed the mental interference emitted by Kraken and tore Kraken's soul again. The soul is empty, especially when the creature is on guard. It can't attack just because it wants to. Unfortunately, Kraken is spreading mental interference to the outside world all the time. This is their natural strength, which makes most creatures afraid, but this is like opening the door of the soul and shouting welcome to jealousy. Of course, jealousy is good at soul attacks, but jealousy is not invincible. Kraken's soul is tough and strong. Under normal circumstances, Muhua's deliberate tearing and swallowing will definitely be counterattacked by the opponent. The difference in soul strength is too great. Even if the soul tide allows Muhua's body and soul to merge, that kind of counterattack may also cause fatal trauma to Muhua's body. However, at this moment, the Kraken was regenerating at an accelerated rate. Muhua had a thorough understanding of this ability. Accelerated regeneration required great mental concentration. At this time, the soul was almost in a state of emptiness and defenselessness. It was often wise to shrink the soul in the depths of the sea of consciousness. The Kraken was also very wise. It did temporarily release the defenses of various parts of its body and hide its soul with all its strength. Unfortunately, it could not control its natural mental interference with the outside world. The Kraken's injuries were recovering and regenerating, but its body, including its tentacles, was trembling. Muhua's body was also shivering from time to time. Every time he devoured a piece of the Kraken's soul, Muhua's body and mind would experience a climax-like comfort. The tearing of the soul caused the Kraken's spiritual attributes to decrease, and after devouring the Kraken's soul, Muhua's spiritual attributes also increased, and this increase was countless times more efficient than devouring ghosts. Spiritual attributes increased by 1 to 1. Although the increase in spiritual attributes was far from comparable to the spiritual attributes lost by the Kraken, Muhua found that the Kraken seemed to be a demon that was very compatible with jealousy. As long as the jealousy bite and jealousy touch were mastered, the existence of the Kraken was like a panacea for jealousy. Super speed regeneration plus the intrusion of Muhua's jealousy bite. Even if it was not dispelled, the Kraken temporarily lost its ability to cast spells. The thick tentacles wanted to whip Muhua more and more frantically, but Muhua had Amos in front of him, and the Kraken's strength was also very strong, but unfortunately, the dimensional crack torn by Amos was not affected at all. The powerful blows hit the void dimension again and again. At first, Amos would take the time to cut off a few tentacles of the Kraken with the breaking present, but Amos soon discovered the abnormality of the Kraken and Muhua's intention. Amos continued to open dimensional cracks to resist the Kraken's attack. While the Kraken's injuries continued to recover, the color of the originally dark eyeballs gradually dimmed, as if fading to gray, until it turned pale. The injuries on the Kraken's body finally recovered, huge, complete, but stiff and quiet. Bang! The Kraken's body fell, and smashed into the sea of fire, floating on the surface of the magma. Uncontrollably groaned, Muhua's face flushed slightly, and Amos looked at Muhua as if he was used to it. Spiritual attribute 973. In a short while, a Kraken with pale eyes actually let Muhua absorb 170 points of spiritual attribute. The waves of comfort in his body made Muhua a little floating, and at this time, his magician's hand was pushing and pulling the Kraken's body tightly to prevent the body from sinking into the magma. A Kraken that descended in its original form, but its experience level was not high. If this guy had not completed the evolution in the courtyard, he might have been forcibly thrown into the courtyard when he was weak. Because the magic core is fused with the body, the creature with super fast regeneration ability cannot extract the complete magic core, and direct smelting is not affected. But at this time Muhua did not put the body of this Kraken into the furnace. Well, Muhua did not dare to smelt this body. Tears of the fire element, scorching rays, high temperature, healing, these are all things that the Kraken may give him. It must be said that the Kraken is very strong, but in terms of the abilities it has shown, it is very likely to give Muhua some skill stones that will make him jump up and down and curse. Smelting? Forget it. This is a large piece of high-grade flesh and blood. There are so many minors in the family. If this Kraken is eaten, how much attributes can those friends who have not reached the natural growth limit increase? The magician dragged the Kraken with his hand. Well, half of the body was pulled out of the magma, and he couldn't lift it up. Ignoring Amos for the time being, Muhua floated to the side of the Kraken's corpse and wanted to put it into the storage space, but it was too big and the furnace space couldn't fit it. While hesitating, Muhua began to cut the tentacles of the Kraken and stuff the Kraken into the storage space in batches. This thing is too big and can't be thrown into the Abyss Island by teleportation. Amos just watched Muhua tossing from a distance. Seeing Muhua trying to open the teleportation array, he was not surprised that Muhua had a dimensional space. The battle with the Kraken seemed to have quieted the surrounding floating islands. At this time, Amos recalled the various mistakes in his transmission, and seemed to have found some flaws. His eyes looked at Muhua strangely again. "I heard that there is a cursed spirit beside Penelope, and you have subdued it?" Looking at Muhua, who floated back to him, Amos asked Muhua with a strange expression. Should I explain it?" Muhua twitched his mouth. The situation of Amos's appearance was a bit strange, especially there was a Kraken squatting in the nearby magma. Muhua suspected that this Kraken was also darted with the doom of death. He was not sure whether Amos's running here was related to the doom of death. "Did you release the doom of death here?" Amos asked. "Yeah." Muhua nodded. "Oh, forget it. Don't release the doom of death indiscriminately in the future. That thing may even cause natural disasters." Amos gritted his teeth and sighed. He couldn't confirm whether his teleportation error was related to Muhua's random death doom. He wanted to beat Muhua up. But if he couldn't beat him, it would be embarrassing. Chapter 470. Yamos unexpectedly appeared in the Hell Demon Cave. After he and Muhua killed a Kraken, he did not leave in a hurry, but teamed up with Muhua to wreak havoc on the Hell Demon. In Amos' words, the Hell Demon was originally very restrained by him. Since he was here, he also had a magic that needed to use the Hell Demon chains, so he might as well get some of them. This guy's skill points are probably all on space magic, but it is difficult for the Broken Realm to work on the Hell Demon, and the dimensional crack can have a similar effect of exile. Not to mention that it is meaningless to get the Hell Demon into another dimension. The chains on the Hell Demon are not for show. When they fall into the dimensional cracks, as long as there are objects around them that can bear the force, they can also use the chains to pull themselves back. Flashing, assassination, as a space magic caster, in addition to regular spell casting, Amos has honed the flashing and assassination to perfection, and the frequent flashing made Muhua's eyelids jump. I really don't know whether to say that he is gifted or foolishly bold. The survival ability of the prison demon is not strong, and assassination is also a very effective way to attack them. With Muhua cooperating with him, Amos is not afraid that he will be trapped in the prison demon's chains. Roar the dragon head that emerged from the void spewed out a breath of death, and large areas of imprisoned vines lost their vitality. As for the creatures affected by the surprise attack, Muhua no longer cared about them. After dealing with the disturbing vines, human figures kept flashing around the nearby prison demons. Muhua usually pulled out the deadly chain on the prison demon, and Amos often used his spear-like staff to stab the prison demon's head. In a moment, more than 10 nearby hell demons were cleared out, and Amos went to the range surrounded by the vines to kill the monsters imprisoned by the hell demons, and by the way, remove the hell demon chains embedded in their bodies. Disperse, strangle, weaken, magic overflow, blood stagnation. The skills smelted by the Hell Demon Stone are still generally the same. Speaking of which, Amos followed Muhua and was suspected of taking advantage of him, but he didn't want the gold coins and magic stones that dropped, just simply split the harvested Hell Demon chains with Muhua in half. Are you sure that the blood of the flying dragon can promote the absorption of the Elkin metal by the Hell Demon chains? After cleaning up the fallen Hell Demons, Muhua walked to Amos, waved his hand to turn the two monsters that left their bodies into dust, and Muhua asked Amos. After spending half a day together, neither of them was a fussy person, and the communication was natural, and they got familiar with each other quickly. Of course, otherwise, I wouldn't care about chains of this quality, but why do you need so many of these things? Even flying dragon blood is not easy to get, right? Amos asked, giving half of the obtained Hell Demon chain to Muhua. I will just tie up some lower-level demons. If there are spells involving the application of Hell Demon chain in space magic, I can also keep some for backup. Putting away the chain, Muhua replied casually. Hee, you should be a good ghost and god. Go and comprehend the engraving enhancement and original sin protection first. Besides, blood transformation also requires life transition. Without blood transformation, you can't master the mouth of gluttony. After a period of contact, Amos also found that Muhua's magic was very diverse. Although he was surprised at first that Muhua mastered space perception, he still laughed and teased him when he heard that he was thinking about more complicated space magic. The two chatted casually, and then searched for the next gathering place of the Hell Demons. Although they did not release the Death Doom that was not sure of the impact, they relied on each other, and the killing efficiency was quite high. Who said I was going to study the mouth of gluttony? Recently, I am preparing to study the rhythm of tree husbandry. When I grow golden apples, I will drink a bottle of warp potion and throw a bottle. A few hell demons were found again. Long-range sniping and spear piercing, for hell demons were pierced by Mu Hua before they could react. The two communicated continuously. The magic dragon exhaled weak thorn vines. There were no trapped monsters here, and one of the 4 hell demons was unexpectedly left behind. Ha, you brag, when you grow golden apples, I will get the dragon egg. Walking close to the corpse, Amos was about to pull the chain on the corpse. Wait, keep this for me. Speaking of which, I'm going to make some youth potions in a while. How many bottles of dragon power potions can that thing exchange for? Stopped Amos's action. The soul fire wrapped the body of the hell demon. Amos didn't mind, flew high and looked around, pointed to Mu Hua in a direction, and the two walked away. The magic thorn skill stone. The other production is very normal. The body of the hell demon gave Mu Hua a new skill, which is a curse ability. This curse usually has no effect on the recipient, but it will make the recipient feel painful when mobilizing his own magic power, and force casting may even cause physical trauma. It is a very insidious and difficult to eliminate high-level curse. For dragon power potions, it can be exchanged for 2 bottles at most. If it is a pseudo-dragon potion, it should be no problem to exchange 30 or 40 bottles. If you want to make a move, 2 bottles of dragon power potion, I will give you 5 bottles of pseudo-dragon potion. Amos was already used to Mu Hua using the soul fire to collect corpses, and he didn't ask Mu Hua for the chains on the hell demons. But even if he did, Mu Hua would probably give him the chains he had harvested earlier, because the burning source furnace only produced pieces of hell demon meat, not chains at all. The 6th king, a Shadowlan, Amos was mixed up with a Shadowlan, and more than half of the human dragon power potions and pseudo-dragon potions, and more than 70% of the high-level exorcism bullets were produced by the 6th. A Shadowlan raised a lot of dragon beasts in his territory, so Amos was so relaxed when he mentioned dragon blood. What about dragon teeth? Mu Hua asked. Don't even think about Longya. He has a trading relationship with the dragon clan, and he is very careful about his evil dragon treasures. Even if he is Longya, he will be equipped with the army of Dragon Nest. But to be honest, if you deal with the affairs of the human world, you can consider applying to become the crown shadow of Dragon Nest, and you should also focus on improving your own abilities. There is no need to waste more time on alchemy. Amos advised Mu Hua. The so-called human world affairs are still the problems of those ghosts in Kane City. Mu Hua, the new ghost god, is not well known among the middle and low-level adventurers. On the contrary, many high-level adventurers know his existence in a short period of time. In the final analysis, it was still affected by the sudden massacre in Kane City. According to Amos, even the kings don't want to be involved in those messes in Kane City. The big guys didn't want to get involved in Kane's affairs, and Mu Hua didn't lack anything, and he wasn't interested in hanging out with those big guys. While chatting, the two of them kept hunting down the prison demons in the prison demon cave. When encountering some demons that are obviously elite, Mu Hua will release the dragons and charge them like ground dragons. When multiple dragons cause chaos, even groups of demon elites often cannot escape the sneak attacks of Mu Hua and Amos. Mu Hua is much stronger than Amos in terms of mana recovery and physical strength. When Amos needs to rest, Mu Hua will throw his dragon tea soldiers into the magma to fish for fire eels. If you say that you can use the tiers of elements to exchange for dragon teeth from the 6th place, but if you have less, you can't keep it. If you have more, Mu Hua dare not take out a large amount of tiers of elements to provoke the king. For the time being, that thing can only be used by his own family. Mu Hua was disappointed that he didn't meet Kraken again. Amos couldn't complain about his behavior of using dragon teeth soldiers to fish in the magma. Killing, cleaning, harvesting, as they became more and more skilled in cooperation, the two gradually summed up several sets of fighting methods that adapt to various environments in this prison demon cave. The hunting efficiency improved, and Mu Hua began to feel a little embarrassed for Amos, who only took half of the prison demon chain. There was no way, materials and equipment, demon gold, skill stones, Balian secret stones, and occasionally some philosopher stones. If Amos was fussy, it would be fine, but the less he cared, the more uncomfortable Mu Hua felt. In the end, Mu Hua took the initiative to send the Kraken's spinal cord to Amos, which could help him understand self-healing and regeneration. Amos gladly accepted it, and Mu Hua became more comfortable with him. Chapter 471. Mu Hua was somewhat disappointed by the hell demons in the hell demon cave, because the real bodies came too rarely, and people mainly obtained the hell demon chains by taking the chains they used to bind other creatures. The hell demon chains used by the hell demons as ropes were of average quality. In addition to the unique magic banning effect, These chains could hardly trap creatures with a strength of more than 600. Perhaps there were other ways to strengthen these chains, but after a day of exploration in the Hell Demon Cave, Mu Hua finally understood why the Fuhua Brigade had to send a team to wait here. They were probably trying their luck and wanted to find some high-strength Hell Demon chains. Amos had the conditions to strengthen the Hell Demon chains, and Mu Hua wanted to collect chains to tie up some small demons and temporarily tie up some low and medium-level monsters. Mu Hua wanted to catch some monsters and release them on the Abyss Island. The monsters were wild and difficult to tame, so they had to be trained in the early stage. They were not tamed, but only feared and afraid to leave the range of activities designated for them. The demand was large, and in order to prevent the captured monsters from being killed by too much force, the Hell Demon chain became a necessary prop, and Mu Hua also wanted to see what the Hell Demon could melt, so he had this trip to the Hell Demon Cave. In one day, Mu Hua and Amos worked together to make enough Hell Demon chains, and left contact information with each other. Mu Hua and Amos went back to their own homes. Amos teleported away directly, and Mu Hua opened the key to the Canaan's courtyard. Bang, 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 bang. After passing through the portal, he looked up and saw several monsters, who he didn't know whether they were from Rayali. Mu Hua killed each monster with one punch. He smashed the heads of several monsters, and obtained several silver coins and small pieces of suspended stones. Well, the teleportation location of Mu Hua's courtyard key is still in the area where those fraud demons gathered earlier. Killing a few newly emerged fraud demons, he was happy physically and mentally. He moved the key transmission coordinates again, summoned the Purgatory Warhorse, and rode back to the fortress city. Returning to the commercial street, he found Melinda, who was watching the shop, left the courtyard, and returned to the town, so as to avoid the fortress city being haunted at night. It was late at night, and Mu Hua teleported to the Abyss Island. Instead of teleporting through the World Tree, the teleportation array directly sent Mu Hua to the edge of the abyss, and he saw the huge and ugly corpse of Kraken. There were many frozen monster corpses piled up next to the corpse of Kraken, but now even if Mu Hua left the Abyss Island, hundreds of skeleton warriors were still fishing for monsters on the edge of the abyss. Monday and Tuesday are different now. The two demons squatting on the edge of the abyss can deal with many abyss monsters. When encountering uncertain dangers, they should throw the fishing rod. Mu Hua no longer feels bad about this. The corpse of Kraken is difficult to decay, and those corpses frozen by Tuesday are some monsters of lower grade and easier to decay. At the same time, there are still some abyss monsters that are tied up or have their hands and feet chopped off. When Mu Hua arrived, several black-armored skeleton generals dragged the living monsters to the side of the arena, and some skeleton mages, who were arranged here, came forward to bleed them, ending their lives and gaining some experience. Brutal, wild, and everything is in order. When they came to the side of the arena, it should no longer be called the arena. The 2 or 3 meters high blood water was poured here, and it has become a blood pool. It was still the Kraken. A huge Kraken poured a lot of blood into the arena, and a huge corpse demon transformation array covered the arena. This array should have been set up by Vivian, and each magic node was inlaid with a magic core that continuously supplied magic. As for the source of the magic core, it was probably dug out from the bodies of those killed abyss monsters. In the arena that turned into a blood pool, because of the addition of some magic materials, the blood that should have coagulated was surging like boiling water, and bubbles emerged from the blood from time to time, and a strange smell was floating around the blood pool. Leaving the corpse of the Kraken, all other monsters were smelted. After doing this, Mu Hua walked towards Vivian, who was dragging a clawed demon corpse into the blood pool. At this time, there were dozens of clawed demon corpses floating in the blood pool. The clawed demons were smelted and produced. After finding the clawed demon fishing spot on the edge of the abyss, Mu Hua simply decided to use the clawed demon as the material for refining corpse demons. Vivian is quite keen on corpse demons, and when she has time, she will squat here and wait for the clawed demons to take the bait. It's not that Vivian is too persistent, but if she doesn't keep watch, she will often be too heavy-handed when she encounters the clawed demons on Monday or Tuesday. No one would use a corpse with broken arms and legs to refine corpse demons, right? Vivian, try to choose some clawed demons with high attributes. Those that are not at the elite level should not be refined. They are useless. Walking to Vivian's side, Mu Hua looked at the situation in the blood pool and said to Vivian, "The main attack method of the claw demon is its claws, and the strength of their claws is linked to their attributes. As far as refining corpse demons is concerned, ordinary claw demons are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. Well, but you should persuade Tuesday to use more bone souls. The black-armored skeleton generals you gave me can't be caught up by stronger claw demons, and there is no point in refining weaker ones. By the way, it would be best to get some claw demon ghosts. I found that letting ghosts host their original bodies can greatly increase the activity time of corpse demons, almost comparable to human ghosts. Vivian said to Muhua, and at this time Tuesday and Taibesha also walked towards Muhua. Corpse demons are just constructs, not normal undead creatures. They need ghosts to host them to move. Ghosts themselves have no concept of physical strength, but controlling corpse demons will also make them tired. According to Vivian, I don't know if this is a compatibility problem. Well, I help you catch it when I see it. Claw demons don't matter. Let's talk about it later, when there are monsters that are more suitable for corpse demons. Muhua said casually. This request is a fantasy for others, but for Muhua, a jealous ghost, it's just a matter of thinking. Goblin General, Minotaur, Two-Headed Hellhound, and Big Demon are all good. Vivian muttered. Oh, you really know how to ask for it. I have use for those. I will take care of the suitable ones if there are any. Muhua shook his head. Maybe Goblin General always has some low-level combat skills, but the attribute crystals he gives are not bad. It's okay to get 1 or 2 and throw them into the blood pool occasionally. Muhua doesn't want Vivian to throw all these monsters into the blood pool. You don't give them all to me. You can use them yourself. Vivian retorted. You have a corpse demon space that allows ghosts to survive in it. I don't have that thing. It brings trouble. Aren't these all made for you? Muhua said with a smile. Why don't you get some corpse demons for the ghosts in the town? Vivian asked. Well, that's true Tuesday. Be gentle when you encounter claw demons and Naga in the future, and try to keep the corpse intact. Muhua suddenly realized and shouted to Tuesday, who was approaching. Originally, Muhua wanted to equip the ghosts in the town with constructed undead, but he was thinking more about skeleton-type construction. He accidentally got a kraken, and the blood pool took shape quickly. The blood pool he made was large enough, and corpse demons of ordinary size could be refined in batches. It would be more appropriate to use corpse demons for the ghosts of Canes to attach. Dong, Dong the huge Monday ran towards Muhua with 2 ferocious dog heads. When Tuesday agreed to Muhua, Muhua looked at the fat worm in the mouth of the Two-Headed Hellhound in surprise. Hidden Valley Demon Worm? Muhua asked with interest. Baji. Zhou-Yi nodded in agreement after throwing the Hidden Valley Demon Worm to Muhua's feet. It knew that Muhua had always wanted to get the Hidden Valley Worm, and it swung its tail expecting Muhua's praise. Not bad, I thought this kind of monster was extinct. It nodded with satisfaction, and the soul fire covered the fat worm like demon, and melted out a purgatory armor skill stone without any surprise. Humph, this bastard has been guarding it all the time, and has done nothing these days. Dissatisfied with Zhou-Yi's behavior of seeking credit, Tuesday snorted coldly. Oh, if you didn't do it, then you didn't do it. I'm guarding it for you. As he spoke, Muhua slapped the purgatory armor on Tuesday. Tuesday was stunned and sluggish, and then he understood something, and his expression full of disgust gradually softened. Purgatory armor can be said to be a magic plug-in, and among Muhua's family, it has the greatest benefit to Tuesday for the time being. Although Zhou-Yi looks like a dog, he is still quite smart. He heard something from Muhua's words, but he didn't care. After all, he had just swallowed a large amount of Philosopher's Stone, and Muhua was still planning to let him evolve into Cerberus. Now he is very generous. How is the shape shifting? Zhou-Yi endured the baptism of brainstorming, and Muhua asked Zhou-Yi. Master this by? Zhou-Yi is very stupid. I have learned the shape shifting. What medium do you think I should choose? Zhou-Yi lay in front of Muhua. I mean the shape shifting. I raised you so big with great difficulty. Don't learn the shape shifting for me. Muhua frowned, and Zhou-Yi pulled down his tail, making a wrong whining sound in his throat. Muhua was not afraid that Monday would use transfiguration to play the real cross-dressing boss, but was mainly afraid that it would turn into a weak monster and be slapped to death when it went out. Muhua had invested a lot in it. If it died, who would he cry to? Where are the golems? Haven't you caught any yet? Ignoring Monday's pretense, Muhua asked again. Great Master, golems generally don't sign contracts with people, and once they sign a contract, they generally won't betray, so... Before Monday could answer, Wednesday suddenly emerged from the side, and hovered in front of Muhua. When he was explaining, his words were interrupted by Doris, who emerged from Muhua's body. Shut up, bastard. I will answer the Master's doubts. Doris looked fierce. Earlier, Muhua had promised to give her the ability to regenerate, But a human suddenly appeared and teamed up with Mu Hua. Doris was eager to show her own value, and when she saw Wednesday coming out to steal her business, she was about to get angry on the spot. Looking at the black smoke in front of him, and then looking at Doris coming out of his body, Mu Hua sighed. None of these demons are worry-free. It turns out that you can't collect too many demon followers. Although Mu Hua can sense their thoughts, it's impossible to pay attention to them all the time. If there are too few, it's okay, but if there are too many, it's hard to say what they will do behind the scenes. Chapter 472. Mu Hua wanted to get Medusa, he wanted the petrified eye, but the spider demon would not give him the unearthed elemental tears, so he set his sights on the golem. Unfortunately, he had never gotten a golem from the abyss. Now, according to Wednesday's explanation, it seemed that he still had to go to the courtyard to find it, and he probably had to find the main body. Master, in fact, in addition to the abyss, you can get golems from other ways. Doris didn't dare to provoke Monday and Tuesday, but she dared to confront Wednesday, and drove Wednesday aside. Doris said to Mu Hua, "Demon merchant?" Mu Hua muttered. He had thought about asking Becerro to get him a monster corpse from hell, but Becerro said that the dimensional wall of hell would corrode flesh and blood, which was also the reason why creatures with lower life levels found it difficult to pass through hell through normal teleportation. Last time, Mu Hua had asked Becerro to help him get a demon corpse. As for what effect throwing it into the burning source furnace would have, we would have to try it out before we knew. The demon merchant and the degenerate nightclub in town can probably only bring you golem corpses. If you want living golems, you can actually go to the courtyard and find some stronger demons to try. Doris explained. Give them enough benefits, or threaten them, so that they can catch some golems in hell, and put them in the courtyard. Master, I have had contact with the Lich leader in the Kane's courtyard. If you need it, you can try to let me talk to it, Doris said. Although it was a bit slow to react for a while, Mu Hua did communicate with those demon leaders. Thinking back to the character of those guys, it seems that there is really nothing that cannot be discussed. However, giving benefits? Let's not talk about whether he will be judged as a follower of the devil. It's not a good thing to have too many interactions with those demons. And Doris is probably a sweet potato in the eyes of the Lich, who will be destroyed if he can't get it. Mu Hua is more inclined to threaten him. If he can't deal with the Lich, the Goblin King will do, right? He can try it later. If it works, it will be much more convenient than looking for golems all over the world. Mu Hua was thinking in his heart. At this time, Tina and Taibesha also came to Mu Hua. Cousin, Barbara wants to borrow money to buy some equipment for refining blood essence. What do you think? Taibesha asked Mu Hua. Well, buy it, put it over there in the camp, don't be too close to here, so as not to destroy it when fighting with some monsters. Mu Hua said indifferently. Today is different from the past. Originally, whether it was Vivian's corpse demon or the corpse of the monster that Barbara wanted to harm, Mu Hua was very stingy. But now that more magic stones have arrived, more fishing rods have greatly increased the efficiency of fishing, and Mu Hua no longer needs to be so careful. It takes at least 1 or 2 days for Barbara to extract the essence of a monster. As long as she doesn't touch the monsters that Mu Hua is more rare, she can toss the others, and not waste many monsters even if she is exhausted. Oh, if we put it there, we need to get a transport vehicle in. By the way, it would be best if we can find someone who can build a building, or a ghost. Can we also build some formal houses? Taibesha asked Mu Hua for his opinion. Build a castle. Those skeletons and undead are idle anyway. There is a construction company in the new city area. We can get 2 designers, who have turned into ghosts to come in later. As he spoke, Mu Hua looked around at the people around him, thinking and pondering. Tina, I plan to bring some ghosts from the town in for training in the future. You watch them for the time being, and let them understand the rules. The ghosts of Canes are worth training, especially the ghosts in the town. Not to mention that they are all seedlings of the Faceless, they have become an alternative in human society. Canes can be said to be their last home, and Mu Hua is also a community of interests with them to some extent. Mu Hua needs the ghosts of Canes, because those ghosts can save him a lot of trouble. No one wants to be contaminated by the ghosts of Canes, so no one will bother him. As long as this situation continues for a few more years, Mu Hua believes that the Brigade Kingship and the like will have to think twice before they want to trouble him. Mu Hua saw a lot of information that he didn't know before in the database of the Ghost and God Council, especially some experiences of the growth of ghosts and gods. For example, having 666 different types of summoned beasts can touch greed, and the mouth of gluttony combined with the spirit of element may achieve gluttony, etc. including some qualitative changes in abilities, 2,000 attribute transition shackles, etc. These knowledge are probably just for fun for ordinary people to see. After all, these things can't be cultivated just by wanting to practice. But when it comes to Muhua, well, learn about the 100 Refinements Secret Stone. After knowing that if humans don't complete the life transition, 2,000 single attributes are the limit, Muhua has already started to prepare to throw physical crystals on the family around him. Derived undead, tamed monsters, pulled adventure groups, cultivated knights, these are already in Muhua's conception. All he had to do now was to sort out the things one by one and hand them over to the corresponding people, so that he could more assuredly go to the monsters in the courtyard to harm them, and gradually build himself into a force that no one dared to provoke from someone that no one wanted to touch. Find a container, and let Tuesday extract the spinal cord of this kraken later. I want to give it away. As for the corpse, divide it into parts and store it. If it has not reached its natural growth limit, eat it as much as you can. Dog, don't eat it until it evolves. Looking back at the corpse of the kraken, Muhua said to everyone. Everyone had been curious about this kraken for a long time. Vivian and Barbara didn't dare to think about this corpse, but they didn't expect Muhua to use it simply as food. The growth limit was no longer for them. The horn of the kraken can produce a chaotic effect. It is a good material for making a staff or a weapon. Barbara interjected, and Muhua decided to remove the horn. The glands in the kraken are the materials for refining the Doomsday Potion, and if one does not have a strong and stable spirit, this potion can make all creatures within a radius of hundreds of kilometers lose their minds for a long time and bite, and eat all the living things they see. Muhua also plans to dig out the thing and collect it. The countless sharp teeth in the kraken's tentacles can be used to make high-level exorcism bullets. Muhua is considering whether to set up an ammunition production line. He no longer considers the issue of buying exorcism bullets. With his cards, even if he has no money in his pocket, I believe many banks are willing to lend him money. The bones of the kraken can be used to make bone dragons. Muhua gave up the idea of stewing them with soup and let Vivian clean them up herself. As everyone pointed, each part of the kraken corpse was put to good use. After melting the corpses of the little demons that Tina brought back, Muhua intercepted more than a dozen intelligence crystals, and the physical crystals and the philosopher's stone were all placed on Tina. He didn't care about Tina's natural growth limit. She could be stronger as much as possible. Facing demons all day long, saving and saving, maybe one day she would kneel down because of the lack of strength. For the time being, Tina still couldn't touch the hellfire. It seems that she will continue to go to the Eternal Night to get a bubble for a while. You want me to lead the team to hunt little demons in the Pangaea crater? Take all the people in the logistics team with you? After checking the demon eggs that Tina picked up by the way and walking towards the place where the little demons were imprisoned, Tibesha unexpectedly asked about Muhua's suggestion. Me, Vivian, Icarus, Barbara, we are all fine, but the environment and logistics team of Pangaea Courtyard can't handle it, right? Muhua nodded to confirm, and Tibesha frowned. Although the names of the little ghosts are inconspicuous, they can cast fireballs, especially in the place where Muhua mentioned, where the little ghosts gather. Not to mention the ordinary people in the logistics team. Clark and Eve might become a charred corpse if they go there. Don't worry, just give them a tear of the fire element. Bring back the corpses of the little ghosts, and I can improve your attributes. As for the essence and blood refined by Barbara, sell it for money to serve as team funds. If you want to improve the attributes of the members of the logistics team, use the essence and blood of monsters to cover it up. Barbara, please pay attention. I am going to form a night group. You will have to worry about the adventure group in the future. However, for the logistics team, I can give them elemental affinity and improve their combat power, but if you feel that you can't hold them, forget it, and focus on your improvement first. Muhua said to Tibesha. For the time being, Muhua will not throw his own resources to Tibesha and the others. To help them improve, they also need to get the monster corpses themselves, and Muhua will also extract a certain commission from it. Muhua has never thought of abandoning those people in the logistics team, but if Tibesha can't hold them, then their share is better used on Tibesha. As for participating in demon hunting, just give them money. But Tibesha looked at Muhua with a little hesitation. Improve the attributes? Sell the essence of the monster for money? Although there were many questions in her mind, thinking about the various inheritances that Muhua threw out like they were free, Tibesha didn't know what to ask. These are for you. Think about it yourself. Taking out 20 or 30 tiers of fire element and handing them to Tibesha, Muhua had already walked to a row of iron cages where the little demons were imprisoned. Clinking and throwing a bunch of hell demon chains on the ground, Taibesha came back to her senses. When Muhua asked the little demons in the cages whether they were willing to sign a servant contract with humans, the little demons were quiet for a short time, and then screamed and fought, as if they were afraid that their peers around them would snatch their chance. Chapter 473. Tina, is Muhua okay in that state? At the edge of the abyss, after finishing the fight with a monster, Taibesha dragged the half-crippled monster to Tina's side, pointed at Muhua in the distance, and asked Tina. Originally, it took a long time to wait before fishing a monster out of the abyss. With the increase of fishing rods, the monsters thrown ashore from time to time made Taibesha feel like she was hunting monsters in the courtyard. Everyone would choose some monsters with the same strength as themselves to fight, which seemed to have become a way of training for everyone on the island, and Taibesha and others became helpers to help Muhua deal with the abyss monsters. After a few days, the huge kraken had been dismantled, and some internal organs that even dogs would not eat were buried near some magic plants as fertilizer. At this time, Muhua in the distance was kneeling on the ground and retching. In Taibesha's eyes, Muhua often fainted and vomited these days. His face was haggard and he looked like he was dying. It's okay. This is how he practices. Tina's eyelids twitched when facing Taibesha's question. She was too familiar with Muhua's current state. Not only familiar, but also empathetic. She had experienced that situation many times. Seeing that Muhua had tossed himself into that state, Tina was quite worried. She really didn't know what Muhua would do to her when he gave her the inheritance again. After the incident in Kane City, Webster asked Padge to send a large amount of magic stones to Muhua again. It took several days to smelt the batch of magic stones. The smelting harvest also allowed Muhua to strengthen and improve his own skills. Originally, he was planning to upgrade with 100 refinement secret stones, but when there were too many 100 refinement secret stones, the upgrade could not be achieved all at once. The fatal brainstorming made Muhua suffer from a near-death experience. Afterwards, when he became familiar with those abilities, it seemed that the time on the Abyss Island became less sufficient. At this time, Muhua avoided everyone, and stood by the skinny ghost-like rank demon, with a wrinkled face and a long nose drooping at the front. Doris, her limbs were cut off by Tuesday earlier, and Muhua promised to help her recover. When the 100 refinement secret stone was in place, Muhua could not digest it for a while, so he first made her regenerate. Doris, like an evil witch, regained her limbs. At this time, she stayed by Muhua's side like a treasure, but with her body shape and movement habits, Muhua, who made himself embarrassed because of the improvement of his ability, was like a human being abused by her. Having obtained a large number of skill stones, Muhua has also learned some ways to obtain original sins. Among them, the color domain conflicts with jealousy, and arrogance requires an unclear divine nature. Muhua may be able to master some of the related abilities of these two original sins, but even if he has enough skills and the 100 refinement secret stone, it is estimated that he cannot really touch them. Among the remaining original sins, the way to touch greed is the most complicated, but for Muhua, it is also the simplest and crudest. As long as you create 666 kinds of summoned beasts, you can become greedy. The summoned beasts obtained by Muhua when the summoning skill is upgraded are also considered to be created by him. Just like the undead summoning, from skeleton warriors to dragons, this summoning technique alone provides Muhua with several kinds of summoned beasts. However, more than 600 summoned beasts are not more than 600 summoned beasts. Although some summoning skills have been obtained, Muhua cannot make more than 600 summoned beasts for the time being. This simple and crude, but complex and exaggerated original sin has been temporarily shelved by Muhua. For the time being, Muhua will at most choose a few summoning techniques to upgrade when the Balian secret stone is sufficient. Blood and chi transformation is a necessary condition for gluttony and rage. This ability can only be acquired by humans after completing life transition. Ironically, sloth may be closest to Muhua. Skeleton transformation, soul creation, creation of all elements, and fully coordinated keratin skin can touch sloth. But Muhua can't just get a few monsters to be the medium of keratin skin just to touch sloth. According to the speculation summarized in the data, touching sloth seems to be able to master the production of the Demon King's brain area, and it seems to be able to offset the influence of rage on the outside world, and keratin skin largely determines the strength of sloth's own combat power. Sloth is good at creating apostles, but if you just get some low-level monsters to be the medium of keratin skin, that sloth itself will inevitably be weak, and it is estimated that it can only go the way of magic. Although there are more resources, Muhua's foundation is still a little weak. Life transition has a great impact on the upper limit of human beings. After weighing it, it is necessary to strengthen condensation. After that, Mu Hua plans to make some supplements to the related abilities related to jealousy. Mu Hua Krypton all kinds of water magic that he can Krypton. Finally, the water system's tide rising generated a frozen land on Mu Hua's body, and the original inherent magic frost became a frost land. When the frost land is upgraded to LV60, while condensation is upgraded at the same time, under the catalysis of low temperature, the frost land is transformed into the frost mist god realm. At the LV80 stage, Mu Hua cannot Krypton the pre-required ice, freezing blood for the time being, so he simply Krypton condensation to the maximum level. It is very comfortable to use dispel disgust to other spellcasters, but Mu Hua does not want to be used by others to dispel disgust. He perfected the two opposing magics of dispel and condensation. It is estimated that simple spellcasters will have to curse when they face Mu Hua in the future. After condensation, the focus of improvement shifted to the 3-piece set of free casting. Imprinting magic, this is an absolutely elementary magic. When the imprinting magic and magic power enhancement are both upgraded to LV max, the two are combined to generate imprinting transformation. This is a magic of granting, which requires physical contact with the recipient. If it acts on flesh and blood, it will become a very cruel damage spell. If it acts on the skeleton undead, it can attach elemental states to the skeleton undead, such as flame skeletons, ice skeletons, etc. Imprinting transformation can make the skeleton undead have certain elemental attributes, which is basically equivalent to giving them that kind of elemental affinity. However, if you want to make a flame skeleton, you must have the spirit of the fire element, that is, the caster must have the elemental root. If you don't remove the pseudo behind your own elemental spirits, Mu Hua will not be able to transform his own skeleton undead for the time being. Since there is a demand, then give it a try. Fire snake-like elemental mimicry magic is related to the generation of elemental aggregates, that is, if the fire element is generated at LV1, the fire snake skill can never be upgraded to LV2. Because the intelligence attribute has reached 600 and Mu Hua has learned salamander, Mu Hua first tried to improve the generation of fire elements, and the training level was improved smoothly, but it was stuck at LV99 on the elemental infusion. There are enough high-level magic stones in the batch of magic stones sent by Paji, and Mu Hua has made the skill stone of elemental infusion, but this is not a magic that humans can learn. If humans want to learn elemental infusion, they must also complete the life transition. Mu Hua was mentally prepared for this, and there was no disappointment. He turned around and smashed the 100 refinements secret stone on the skill of high temperature. As the high temperature training level increased, the flames that Mu Hua manifested began to change. The red flames turned orange, orange turned yellow, then green, blue, cyan, and finally white. The color of the flames that Mu Hua created stopped changing. The high temperature that condensed but did not dissipate, the extremely hot temperature even made Mu Hua's heart tremble. When the high temperature reached LV80, Mu Hua's flames had turned white, but as the training level continued to increase, the temperature of more than 6,000 degrees continued to rise. Even if the magic factor is not considered, this kind of flame is already a burning existence. The magic power that originally curbed the high temperature has been fully Krypton by Mu Hua, and the flames containing magic power will not spread their heat wantonly. This will at least not make Mu Hua's flames become a kind of shameful ability. And when the full-level engraving magic, the full-level magic power enhancement, and the full-level fire element enhancement, high temperature, are combined. If the flames Mu Hua used to cast with the engraving magic were at most a piece of flame, now Mu Hua can spread a sea of blazing white fire with a single thought. Although it is just a simple magic flame, the flames above 6,000 degrees are enough to make all creatures that do not have an affinity with the fire element retreat. This ability simply turned Mu Hua into a humanoid fire demon, and it was a world-destroying fire demon with a very high ability level. And the magic bullets condensed by Mu Hua with pure magic power have extremely deadly lethality. And this strengthening also made Mu Hua faint and wake up and faint again, and vomit again and again when he carefully pondered his own abilities. To outsiders, Mu Hua is already terminally ill, and it would not be surprising if he kicked his feet at any time. After a few days, there are still 300 or 400 refined secret stones in his hand that have not been smashed, but if he smashes more, he is afraid that his spirit will be in trouble. Chapter 474. Whoosh! The floating flames eroded a big goblin. When the blazing white flames came into contact with the monster, a sound of gusts of wind was heard. In just a blink of an eye, the big goblin didn't even scream, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth, and instantly turned into ashes, and then even the ashes were ignited, TSK without burning objects, the magic flames naturally dissipated. Mu Hua's face twitched with joy and disgust. At this time, except for Tina and Monday, including Tuesday, Tabesha, and others all staggered far away from Mu Hua, fearing that the flames created by Mu Hua would drift onto them. Facing a howling bear goblin again, a fire cloud appeared in front of Mu Hua, and the fire cloud swept over the bear goblin, leaving a faint shadow for a moment, and a lively bear goblin disappeared from everyone's sight again. It seems that I still need to learn how to control the temperature of the flame, Mu Hua muttered, and Tina and Zhou Yi, who were fire-friendly, nodded beside him. Although he did not obtain a special flame, after the flame strength increased, Mu Hua experimented with goblins. Overall, it was very cool and powerful, but also very wasteful. It was a waste, of course. When dealing with abyss monsters, Mu Hua usually did not let the dragons take action, because they always made the monsters tattered, which greatly affected the smelting production, not to mention the arson that Mu Hua was now in, which was difficult to leave ashes. After burning 2 goblins, Mu Hua once again sprinkled the flames on a siren. The siren was touched by the flames and screamed shrilly. In a breath, the siren died, and the charred corpse was burned to ashes in 2 or 3 breaths. Mu Hua nodded. Even though he didn't have an affinity with the fire element, it seemed that the demon's elemental resistance was still relatively strong. Tina. Pointing to a claw demon jumping up and down beside the Terror Rider, Tina released defensive magic in front of the claw demon, and Mu Hua waved a burst of flames towards the claw demon. As if instinctively, the claw demon held its head with its arms to make a defensive move. The defensive barrier blocked the flames for about 3 seconds. When the defensive magic was broken, the claw demon ignited by the flames had a similar fate to the siren before. Defensive magic is not given for nothing. After several experiments, Mu Hua also had a general understanding of his own flames. How to say it, among low and medium level monsters, he should be invincible, at least in terms of killing, he should be invincible. Even if the defensive magic can form a certain resistance, don't forget that the flames he released at this time can't even be considered magic, and as long as the magic power is sufficient, he can continue to materialize this flame in a large area. Huh? The fire wave surged towards a minotaur that was entangled with a group of Terror Riders. The fire wave involved both sides of the battle. The Terror Riders and the minotaur roared in pain, and both sides burst out with body-breaking energy. The only difference was that the minotaur dispersed the flames on his body, while Mu Hua's summoned Terror Riders were burned to death before the flames were dispersed. Roar! The magic pattern on the minotaur's body emitted a stronger light, but a large area of charred skin appeared on its body. Bang! A fireball hit the angry minotaur, and the roar stopped abruptly. The minotaur's face was distorted, and the part of its body that was hit by the fireball was already a piece of cooked meat. Boom! 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 Stimulated by the severe pain, the minotaur's dark eyes flashed red, and he rushed towards Mu Hua regardless of anything. Flame impact. Boom! The flames with impact force stopped the minotaur's collision. The flames that enveloped the minotaur's body submerged the minotaur. Although it did not push the minotaur back, the minotaur took 2 stiff steps, raised his head, and lowered his arms, and his body seemed to be stiff and still. The smoke with the aroma of meat floated on the minotaur's body, and the rhythm of life disappeared from the stiff minotaur's body. Bear! As if ignited from the inside, the minotaur's mouth and nose were the first to drill out flames. Mu Hua waved his hand to disperse the flames on the minotaur's body. Since the experiment, this is finally a creature that barely left a whole body in the flame attack. Magical Protection Skill Stone *1, Physical Crystal *2, 100 Refining Secret Stone *4, Minotaur Bloodline *0.2, Soul Dust *101, Philosopher's Stone *18. Smelting Minotaur. The flesh and blood that can almost be served directly on the table did not even produce Minotaur's tendons, and there were only 2 physical crystals. To be honest, Minotaur is a good medium for keratinous skin, but it is not very suitable for smelting. Attribute crystals basically only produce physical, and as for skill stones, they always produce some combat skills or magic protection skill stones. If it weren't for the ultimate power, Mu Hua would probably throw them into the blood pool. Now I finally understand why so many demon hunters retire every year. You look more like a ghost now. Seeing that Mu Hua no longer used his flame for experiments, Tabesha approached Mu Hua and sighed. Compared with Mu Hua's original abilities, the flames he created now were too overbearing. The absolute killing power would make people feel powerless and fearful from instinct. Just like now, even Ikaros and Tuesday approached Mu Hua while keeping a certain distance from him. Low-level fire element affinity could not withstand Mu Hua's fiery flames. Even if they knew that Mu Hua would not hurt them, they were still subconsciously afraid that Mu Hua would accidentally fire. Whether it was family affection or friendship, Taibesha's original feelings for Mu Hua, between the birth and dissipation of those clusters of flames, produced an uncontrollable awe. It's okay, maybe a little bit less. Mu Hua patted Zhou Yi's rough skin, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The words "a little bit less" were not modesty. There is still a little bit left. If Monday evolves into Cerberus, he will dare to attack the three-headed hellhound in the abyss. The three-headed hellhound may be able to get hellfire, which is a qualitative change of fire. It has destructive characteristics other than high temperature. The Adventurers Guild has the key to Pangaea Courtyard for sale. I plan to let Vivian and Barbara lead the team respectively. As for the logistics team, how about we take 30% of the profit? Taibesha asked Mu Hua. Going to Pangaea Courtyard is naturally to hunt ghosts. Mu Hua has communicated with Taibesha several times about all kinds of things. Taibesha has decided to train the members of the logistics team, but she is not so selfless and fully committed. You can do it yourself. Observe their character for a while. If it is suitable, you can bring them here later, Mu Hua said indifferently. While speaking, the magician's hand caught a monster ghost in front of him. After experiencing all kinds of things in Kane City, involving the establishment of power, Mu Hua also tried his best to adjust his mentality, and try to adapt to employing confidants instead of only daring to use slaves. The world is wide, and perhaps the master and slaves can live comfortably together, but in such a big world, in the eyes of the groups outside the two, the leader whose subordinates are all slaves is garbage, and the slaves under such people are also garbage. Since he wants to establish his own power, Mu Hua does not want to become that kind of garbage dump. The garbage dump will be cleaned up. Even if you are a pile of deadly nuclear waste, others can't shovel you away, they will only isolate and reject you, and no one will be willing to get along with you normally. Catch a ghost, Mu Hua condensed a bone soul, put the ghost into the bone soul, and the strengthening technique was launched. I don't know whether the ghost swallowed the bone soul, or the bone soul swallowed the ghost. The combination of the two, a more agile bone soul floated beside Mu Hua, but it was a strengthened bone soul created by Mu Hua. Mu Hua's spiritual attribute has reached 900 plus, and Doris plus Soul Devourer also made his soul grow faster than before. Mu Hua can keep 8 or 9 of the enhanced bone souls, like the one in front of him at the same time. The bone soul is the symbol of a high-level necromancer, but if you wanted to truly have the deterrence of high-level magic, you still need this enhanced style. The ghost transformed by the abyss monster is more suitable for use on corpse demons. The transformed and enhanced bone soul is too aggressive and difficult to control. Do you have magic props to store the enhanced bone soul? You don't want to carry it with you, do you? Looking at the bone soul that changed into a ferocious mouth from time to time beside Mu Hua, Vivian said. No, I make one later. Interstitial space is also okay? Mu Hua asked. Yes. Vivian nodded. Pa! Mu Hua raised his hand and slapped the bone souls around him. This kind of enhanced bone soul can exist for a long time, but they are as easy to be broken up as normal bone souls. Waste. Vivian accused with some envy. She was looking forward to Mu Hua's statement of improving attributes, and Odysseus actually asked her to be a vicious female supporting role. Go to hell with the strategy group. Shaking his head and laughing, Mu Hua kryptoned some physical crystals for himself. Now he has more than 1,000 fishing rods in his hand. Relying on the abyss monsters alone, the harvest of 100 or 200 physical crystals a day is not less. It will not be long before his family will usher in a stage of comprehensive physical improvement. When the physical fitness reaches 1,500 plus, Mu Hua absorbs the tree farming rhythm. This skill should help the growth and survival of the golden apple tree. If the golden apple can be planted, the warp potion is estimated to be not far away. Chapter 475. In the north of the Magic Empire, the city of Canes. After a brief period of relative calm since the demon massacre, the public opinion of the outside world has erupted into a small climax of noise regarding the citizens who died in Canes. Denunciation, condemnation, parade, demonstration, the surrounding areas of Canes, and even the southern part of the empire have been affected. It was not a demon tide, nor was there timely defense and resistance. A city was slaughtered by demons. How many years has it not happened in the human world? It can even be said that among the 2 or 3 generations living in the human world today, most people have only heard of similar things in stories. The ruling party was condemned by the people, and its social credibility was severely hit. In the north of the empire, some knights, who lived in the courtyard and carried the family emblems of nobles, frequently participated in the patrol and defense of the human world city. This is a struggle. Although the cause and process always revolve around the citizens who died in Canes, it is a struggle that is different in the eyes of different classes. The brief calm seemed to be brewing waves. A large number of people protested and marched around the city of Canes. Many government officials related to the incidents were punished in time, which prevented those people from taking radical actions. The imperial government proposed to apply the Ghost Act that existed in some courtyard kingdoms, but it failed to pass after a referendum. Although many people sympathized with the ghosts in Canes, the bill to protect the rights of ghosts was still rejected by many people. Sympathy can be there, assistance can be there, but if the rights are really granted to those ghosts that ordinary people cannot see or touch, many people still find it difficult to accept. This involves more issues such as self-defense and evidence collection. Ghosts are classified as undead monsters. For ordinary people, if they have a conflict with them, it is almost difficult to fight back in the first time. In this case, there is a Ghost Act to protect their human rights, which seriously threatens the sense of security of ordinary people. Love is not something that can be given randomly. It's okay to designate a nature reserve for some lions, tigers, and fierce dogs, but if you let lions, tigers, and fierce dogs run around in front of our house and don't let us drive them away and attack, that's a bit too much. The ghosts in Cane City are special, but let alone the world, even in the territory of the Magic Empire, they are a minority among ghosts. A government-promoted Ghost Act was rejected by the people, which greatly reduced the outside world's excitement about the situation in Canes. The criminals were beheaded and died, the officials reviewed and were punished, and some citizens whose family members died in Cane City also lost their sharpness in protest. After various compensations were gradually in place, a small climax of public opinion against Cane City gradually subsided. Afterwards, the most absurd press conference in the Magic Empire in modern times was held, hosted by the Imperial Princess Ingrid, and attended by the relatives of the deceased from different social classes in Cane City. At the press conference, several hall witches acted as translators for the ghosts. The witches were like a group of half-immortals, helping the ghosts to convey their confidence and expectations for future life to the outside world. Well, witches and half-immortals, after all, even if ordinary people see ghosts through the eyes of true vision, it is difficult to hear what they say. Mu Hua, who was diving all the time, officially became the Lord of Cane City. Nick took over as the mayor of Cane City, and Cane City councilors were half ghosts and half humans. The Canes incident has entered a stable period again. After the storm, it may be forgotten or adapted to. There is no need to elaborate. In the morning, Ingrid came to the suite on the third floor of the Demand Hotel. She was wearing trousers and a shirt, which made her look capable and charming. The Imperial Princess handed a document to Mu Hua. This is an agreement signed by some ghosts' families. What do you think should be done with the ghosts on it? Sitting opposite, Ingrid pushed 2 pieces of paper to Mu Hua, and said to Mu Hua, with a hint of meaning, "Agreement to give up treatment in emergency situations?" He picked up an agreement and glanced at the title. Mu Hua's eyebrows trembled slightly. This thing. How to say it? It's a bit like the agreements in hospitals to give up some life-saving treatment plans. It's probably that it's difficult for people to recover anyway. When they are half dead, if they encounter life-threatening situations, it's not worth the money, and the patients and their families will suffer. Don't go for emergency treatment. The agreement that Ingrid brought was signed by the families of some of the ghosts in Cairns. Although it was not accurate enough, in essence, it was to treat those ghosts as if they no longer existed. Oh, you want me to get rid of these ghosts? Putting the agreement back on the table, Mu Hua picked up a list of names and chuckled without any practical meaning. Is this a confirmed list, or will there be more lists like this in the future? Because of jealousy, I am ready to ignore some people, but I don't need to touch these ghosts. Your Highness, I remember I have said it, right? I want to develop Cairn City into a ghost city. Mu Hua said to Ingrid. The ghosts in Cane City are a bother to Mu Hua for now, but whether it is now or in the future, the Empire will probably regard them as a bother. Compared to Mu Hua, the Empire officials obviously hope that these ghosts will disappear. No matter what happens in the future, at least for now, Mu Hua feels that these ghosts can still help him resist a lot of external harassment. Before he further improves his own abilities and develops his own individual combat power, Mu Hua does not mind these troubles. There is gain and loss, and there is gain only when there is sacrifice. At least for him for now, the cost-effectiveness of these Cane's ghosts is still very high. If it is your wish, if it involves training, perhaps the ghosts above can be given priority? Mu Hua's answer did not surprise Ingrid, and Ingrid suggested seriously. Can this agreement be told to these ghosts? Mu Hua shook the list in his hand. It's better not to. We promised the family to keep it a secret, and telling them will probably cause backlash. After all, they are still ghosts. It's not uncommon for them to do some extreme behaviors after being abandoned by their relatives. Ingrid looked thoughtful. Leave the information here for now. I will pick some people from it. Before they do any more extreme behaviors, I will not let them appear in the human world again. Mu Hua said to Ingrid, flicking the paper with his fingers. The means of the empire, this agreement should be regarded as the dark side of society to some extent, right? In such a big city, there are tens of thousands of ghosts. If Mu Hua wants to subdue these ghosts, or to let them live a normal life, he needs to select some of them for training. As for training, even if he is not prepared to try slavery, Mu Hua still prefers those who have less concerns. Well, no, it cannot be said that they have less concerns, but they should be those who have been hurt and have fewer concerns. Pain will not make people grow, it will only make people stupid. Although it is not clear how suffering affects human brain thinking, being abandoned by their families, and being thrown into a strange world alone. Helplessness, disappointment, hatred, resentment, and all kinds of suffering will make these people lose themselves more than ordinary people. Whether they live indulgently or cautiously, they are also more likely to be moved, more likely to be bound, and more likely to be loyal. Take out valuable items, show a kind and amiable appearance with a noble status, or only need occasional kind words to move the other party, and open their hearts. This set is very effective in front of people who have experienced suffering. Mu Hua is still planning to select a group of ghosts from these ghosts, and bring them to the Abyss Island. Those who can be trusted will stay and train, and then they can serve as models in the city of Canes. As for those who cannot be trusted, I don't think Mu Hua needs to do anything. People who suffer often want to find ways to express themselves. I think they will consciously deal with those voices that are different from them. Perhaps because it did not touch Ingrid's bottom line, Ingrid did not refute Mu Hua's words. I will arrange for ghosts to handle the ghosts' affairs. You don't have to worry about this. However, Your Highness, I want the construction approval for the Sky City. Can you help me with this? Mu Hua asked Ingrid. The permanent base is located above Canes? Ingrid asked. Yes. Do you need an empire loan? The Sky City is a symbol of strength. Even if it appears in some countries, it can be independent of the political system of each country. It is a building with specifications that surpass the Magic Tower. The Canes courtyard produces suspended stones. Ingrid is not surprised that Mu Hua has the idea of building a Sky City. But not to mention other links, just for suspended stones, the demand for building a Sky City is also very large, not only in quantity, but also in quality. No, I just have some ideas. Besides, there are too many things to do in Cane City now, and I don't have time to do that. Mu Hua replied half-truthfully. Ingrid nodded and agreed to approve the case, but didn't ask any more questions. It's a bit shameful to abandon the rescue agreement in an emergency, so Ingrid came to talk to Mu Hua specifically. Mu Hua's indifference made Ingrid a little disappointed. After a few casual words about the Sky City, Tebesha and the others left the room one after another. After a while, Mu Hua and Ingrid left the suite. Just after going down the second floor, he saw skeletons and ghosts in the hall on the first floor. Mu Hua couldn't help but frown. Now, can you let me know what I don't need to do? Walking down the stairs, Mu Hua asked the undead, who seemed to be waiting for him in the hall. I need you to tell me what I don't need to do, instead of telling me what I should do. Hasn't the mayor taken office? If you can't handle the problem, go to the councilors and consult Mayor Nick. All dispersed. Mu Hua waved his hand with a cold face. There are indeed many things to deal with in Cairn City, but Mu Hua can't stand going to meetings with them every day when he goes out. He is half dead from Krypton skills. He is going to hang out in the courtyard today. It was not easy to trick Nick into becoming the mayor, and several middle-aged and elderly people in the town also became council members. But early in the morning, these guys came to block his door, making Mu Hua want to fight ghosts. Chapter 476. Some things don't need Mu Hua to take care of, but some things really can only be handled by him. For example, Caroline brought more than 100 evil spirits, and these evil spirits made Mu Hua grumble. Witch souls, more than 100 ghosts transformed from witches. Mu Hua didn't give them the Philosopher's Stone, but they turned into evil spirits in a short time. How much resentment must they have in their hearts? What's going on? After driving away a group of undead, Mu Hua asked Caroline. My lord. Caroline looked at Ingrid beside Mu Hua, hesitant to speak. Your Majesty, I take my leave first. Ingrid's eyes flashed with fear after a quick glance at the evil spirits behind Caroline. The so-called witch soul is essentially no different from ordinary ghosts, but if it is born out of jealousy, it is different. While they retained their memories from their previous lives, they also retained their spellcasting abilities from their previous lives. Perhaps there would be defects in their magic adaptability, but most witches would have some soul magic. In short, as long as their attributes meet the standards, they don't need to learn anymore and can directly cast the magic they mastered in their previous lives. They are far more dangerous than ordinary ghosts. Moreover, witch souls have more choices in evolution. Because they have the roots of demons, they can not only evolve into faceless people, but also choose to evolve into wailing banshees. Yeah. Mu Hua nodded in response, and Ingrid left alone. Tuesday. Mu Hua called casually, and Doris emerged from Mu Hua's body and cast joy on a group of evil spirits, and the hideousness on the faces of those evil spirits gradually calmed down. I will take some time every Tuesday to release joy in the church. The specific time will be notified by Rita. Is there anything else? A group of witch souls thanked Mu Hua. Ingrid's figure had disappeared outside the door. Mu Hua asked Caroline again. Although the ghosts born out of jealousy will also fall into madness due to emptiness, it will not be so fast. They can experience feelings and maintain normality for several months even if their personalities are a little impatient. Although the growth path of regular ghosts is ghost, evil spirit, and evil spirit, it is essentially growth, not evolution. In other words, ghosts can directly evolve into dead souls. And these witch souls, since they have become evil spirits on their own in such a short time, it means that their resentment has destroyed their original humanity to a certain extent, and it is very necessary to replenish their joyful feelings in time. However, it is no secret that Mu Hua can give ghosts joy now. Caroline has no need to deliberately send Ingrid away. I think in addition to recharging these witch souls in time, Caroline should have other things to say. Sir, we have received news that a wandering witch wants to take revenge on the nobles of the Magic Empire. The target should be some courtyards controlled by the nobles in the earldom of Bridges. Revenge? Involve us too? Mu Hua frowned. He originally wanted to go to the courtyard to experiment with some magic with a larger impact range. He was in a good mood, but this news made him feel depressed. It was a very strange feeling, a little happy, a little annoyed, quite contradictory, and indescribably uncomfortable. The wandering witch wanted to take revenge on the nobles of the empire. This was the only relatively normal information Mu Hua had heard since the Canes incident. To be honest, maybe because of the original living environment, including Tibesha, since the Penelope incident, Mu Hua always felt that everyone's focus was a bit problematic. What covering up for Penelope, what suppressing ghosts, controlling ghosts, building prestige, what developing their own power, what cleaning up Benson's sideline, etc. Although he became a noble, although he also felt that he should adapt to looking at problems from different angles, he still felt depressed. Although magic is mysterious, Penelope can make such a big fuss in Cane City so suddenly and violently. If no one secretly indulged in it, that would be a ghost. If it's alright, why has Loren's star been stable for so many years? Not to mention other things, just the ghosts and gods in the Ghost and God Council, why are they all living in their own lands? But after the incident, while everyone was discussing calming down the incident, they were all discussing profit and development. Even those people who marched and demonstrated were held accountable in a one-on-one way. To be honest, Mu Hua just ignored these deliberately, but he was still somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. Now that someone finally pointed the finger at the northern nobles, and the information sent was an attempt to retaliate by force, Mu Hua felt inexplicably relieved, just like his stomach was bloated and uncomfortable, and suddenly he burped and exhaled in one breath, as if he was clear. It shouldn't involve us here, after all, we are all victims, and you are not responsible for Penelope's matter itself. It's mainly because some of us here are related to those witches, who intend to retaliate against the nobles. It can even be said that those wandering witches are taking revenge for some of us. Caroline looked at the evil spirits behind her, and when she was explaining, she was interrupted by Mu Hua. Okay, no need to say more. This is none of my business. If someone wants to leave, let them leave. But don't come back after leaving. Forget it, stay or leave as you like. There are witches who want to make trouble, and it seems that they want to mess with the northern nobles. Mu Hua felt inexplicably relieved, but comfort is comfort. He is now a vested interest after all. It's good enough that he doesn't help the nobles to fight against them. There is no reason to get involved in such a mess. Penelope's actions may have been deliberately indulged by the nobles, but what about these witches now? They said they would make trouble, and they would make trouble? Who is secretly indulgent? Wanderer Camp. Impossible. If they dared to do this, they would have done it long ago. Black Witch Academy? It doesn't make sense. The king has no reason to come to the human world to make trouble. Otherwise, the boundary between adventurers and residents would have been broken long ago. The nobles took advantage of the Penelope incident to overthrow a group of bureaucrats of the ruling party. Haha, speaking of it, people who play power games seem to have no reason to be beaten and punished without fighting back. Mu Hua estimated that the so-called revenge on the nobles was probably fueled by the ruling party, who took the blame. It seemed like a passionate thing, but when you think about it, it was all dirty. Mu Hua shook his head secretly. I will pretend that I didn't hear about this matter. If you want to leave, leave quietly, but remember, don't bring trouble to Canes. You know my situation. I have only this much ability. I can only look forward. I want to build a psychic academy for you and a ghost city. I hope you can understand that everything we do now is for your future, not only you, but also the future of tens of thousands of ghosts in Canes City. Mu Hua looked at the witch souls and said emotionally, TSK, each of them has their own agenda. We have a lot of things to sort out. Those who want to cause trouble should leave quickly, Mu Hua muttered in his heart, with a righteous look on his face. Sir, we can come to report to you because we trust you. Don't worry, we will never allow anyone to come to Canes City to cause trouble. Thank you for your care in recent days. I bid you farewell today, and wish you good luck in martial arts. An evil spirit stood out from the crowd, and as she spoke, more than 70% of the witch souls bowed to Mu Hua. Well, go. Be careful. Without continuing to pretend, with a stern face and a touch of emotion, Mu Hua nodded and waved his hand. The evil spirits drifted away, and only about 20 witch souls, including Caroline, remained. My lord, they have their own difficulties. We can't let their former friends and disciples avenge them, while they themselves remain indifferent. Perhaps they also hope that you can stop them? Caroline sighed, as she floated to Mu Hua's side, and looked at the departing witch souls. Oh, what can I do to stop them? Wouldn't that make me a northern noble? Mu Hua shook his head and sneered. Speaking of which, what can they do if they go? Oh, forget it. It's not good to be indifferent. They are called witch souls, but for the time being, they are just a group of poor evil spirits. However, while sighing, Mu Hua also understood that sometimes, being weak is not a reason to shrink. Although he faced Penelope directly, Mu Hua didn't know the details of many things, and he didn't want to know the details. He stopped talking about the departing witch souls, and looked at the evil spirits left behind. If you don't have anyone to go to, just follow me in the future. The academy still needs you. When the city of Cain stabilizes, I will also find a way to promote your growth. Mu Hua said to the evil spirits. Yes, sir. The evil spirits responded, and Mu Hua asked Doris to go with them to the academy to spread joy to the ghosts of the academy first. Without deliberate explanations and requests, Mu Hua naturally included these witch souls in his hands, and these witch souls also consciously marked Mu Hua's label. Perhaps subtle influence is the second, and in this, Caroline's daily guidance is indispensable. These people, as long as they gather together, they will inevitably become a little dirty. Chapter 477. In the courtyard of Canes, the dragon flew high in the sky. Mu Hua planned to go to the Death Canyon to experiment with the specific attack effects of some magic. There were many trivial matters in the outside world. He contacted Amos and asked him to go to the camp of the Fire Brigade in the Prison Demon Cave to get the Kraken's spinal cord. Webster contacted Odysseus and hoped that he would shoot some passionate videos to dilute the public's attention to the Canes incident. Originally, Odysseus planned to use the summoned beasts of Tibesha and others to explore some dangerous areas in the Goblin Kingdom. As a result, Tibesha resigned with her team and went to the Pandard crater to hunt ghosts. Odysseus complained to Mu Hua. Mu Hua was willing to go to the Goblin King City to try it out, but was opposed and persuaded by the Adventurers Union. The Goblin King City belongs to the command area. Even if a ghost like Mu Hua goes there to hunt demons, it does not violate the combat power restriction agreement with the monsters. The main reason why the Adventurers Guild opposed it was that if Mu Hua went all out, it would easily affect the growth of the number of adventurers in the Canes courtyard. Yes, even if the agreement with the monsters is not taken into account, Mu Hua can't rush around in the courtyard at random. The courtyard is too big, and it is not something that 1 or 2 people can achieve to fight against the monsters. It's not that the strong can't kill the monsters, but that they can't do it at all. In such a large courtyard, even if it is just a low-level monster, without a sufficient number of individual combat power, running around can't cope with the invasion of monsters. And just like Mu Hua, today he goes to the Goblin King City Tomorrow he goes to fight the Ice Queen, the day after tomorrow he goes to the mechanical forest to throw the death doom, and then reaps countless spoils. As a result, other adventurers who are still exploring, deploying tactics, and trying to find elite monsters will cheer for you. No, they will probably give you the middle finger. You are awesome, go fight by yourself, buddy, let's change places. Well, it's a simple truth, so Muhua can't wander around, unless he wants to break into the bloody hills in the second half of the courtyard. Otherwise, in the first half of the buffer zone between humans and monsters, Muhua can't mess around. It's not that Muhua can't fight monsters, but among the Goblin Kingdom, Snow Ridge Ranch, Mechanical Forest, and Death Canyon as the gateway to Bloody Hills, Muhua is better to choose one to attack. If Muhua can harass or suppress the monsters on one or two routes, everyone will be happy and applaud. But if he does it everywhere and goes wherever there is benefit, then no one will play with him. It is indeed dangerous for adventurers to hunt demons, but they also take such risks to hunt demons for profit. Muhua's selective hunting of demons will not affect others and prevent adventurers who come to Canes from switching to other places. It is not that the Adventurers Guild restricts Muhua, but there is only one human main city in Cane's courtyard now. The monsters in the courtyard are like fry in the ocean, rampant, ferocious, and can project repeatedly. Muhua himself also hopes that more adventurers will come here, at least to build a few more human cities in the first half of this courtyard, so as to form a certain degree of stable joint defense. Among several choices, Muhua prefers the Death Canyon. According to his own growth, he can attack or defend, and it does not affect the actions of other adventurers at this stage. Of course, he had no attack plan this time. He just wanted to see his current combat level, show his fist to the outside world, and observe the situation of Death Canyon. Death Canyon is 20,000 kilometers long. If there is no magic assistance, even if the dragon flies, it will take more than 10 hours to pass through the whole area. If it is replaced by an evil dragon, it may have to rest once or twice in the middle, which shows its wide range. The area adjacent to the eastern part of the mechanical forest is a low-risk area. Most of them are low-level undead, and there are a few demons. But if you hunt demons here, you need to be on guard against the cold guns from the mechanical forest. As for land travel, the best way to reach Death Canyon is to pass through the Goblin Kingdom. The eastern part of the mechanical forest is more like a trap. If the mechanical forest is not suppressed, it is not wise to try to reach the Blood Hills through here. And the 8 dragons flew over here. Even if they left shadows on the ground, they did not attract sniping from the mechanical forest. If the monsters could not identify the enemy, it is estimated that they did not want to provoke these dragons. From south to north, a geographical fault is like a world roof that spans the courtyard from east to west. Beyond this fault is the Bloody Hills. The demons there are almost all adults. If it is not necessary, Arakamuya, who rules there, does not want to try to provoke them for the time being. Before the mountain fault, the dragon turned and flew from east to west in the area of Death Canyon. The city of Lich Commander Repnos is located at the west end of the canyon, with the Snow Ridge pasture as a barrier. In the entire Undead Canyon, humans have temporarily discovered 17 castles or above. The number of demons here is also a little more, in addition to the undead. The demons here are mainly barren demons and monsters. Even if you see monsters and orcs here, they all look like laborers, who are harshly enslaved. It is called a canyon, but it is actually a description after comparing with other areas. The north-south distance of the Death Canyon is also vast, close to 2,000 kilometers. It is difficult for the magic dragon to get a glimpse of the entire ground without flying at a high enough altitude. Roar! The magic dragon flew over a castle at a low altitude, attracting the roar of the undead below. The monsters here are building a city with the castle as the center. A rough inspection of the monsters shows that, not to mention the half-armored baron demons and the supervisor-like monsters, thousands of black-armored skeleton generals are guarding the castle. The highest-ranking skeleton undead is the Death Knight. Muhua ignored this, and the magic dragon took off and continued to fly west. Muhua didn't see the Terror Knight, and he didn't want to waste time here. Although he came to experiment with his magic, Muhua still wanted to get some headless knights to smelt. Muhua wanted to leave, but the monsters below seemed to regard Muhua's behavior as a provocation. They occupied the castle. Even facing multiple dragons, the monsters here were quite arrogant. Muhua did not attack them, but they took the lead in chasing Muhua. Several death rays were easily dodged by the dragons. I don't know if the leader here wanted to show his majesty in front of his subordinates. There were actually 2 bone dragons flying into the air, pretending to chase the dragons that did not want to stay. Turn around. Standing on the dragon head, holding the spur dragon horn of a dragon, Muhua said, and the dragon turned sideways. Ong! Roar! 2 breaths. The dragon could not spit out dragon flame breath, but the dragon spit out death breath. But Muhua roared from his throat, and a flame like dragon breath spewed out from Muhua's mouth. The blazing white flame instantly turned a bone dragon into a fire dragon. Others command the dragons they ride to breathe, but Muhua, on the other hand, controls the magic dragon and breathes fire himself. Dragon breath lungs, a skill given to Muhua by the Bam demon, who was supposed to be Muhua's follower, not only allows Muhua to treat the fire element as pure oxygen, but also allows Muhua to breathe fire. Speaking of which, some skill stones really can't be Kryptonian. Although the lungs have mutated, humans don't have other matching physiological organs. This is a skill that requires affinity with the fire element to dare to get involved. Otherwise, obtaining this ability is almost close to self-immolation. Originally, Muhua's flame intensity was not very good, so he had never shown this ability. At this time, the bone dragon targeted by the magic dragon had already taken a breath of death. Although the bone dragon sprayed by Muhua has not been completely destroyed, the bones all over its body have been ignited. It is estimated that it is only a matter of time before it burns into slag. Let's go! Patting the dragon horn, Muhua led a group of magic dragons to continue westward, while the bone dragon that had just pretended to chase Muhua was fleeing in the opposite direction. The demons in the castle below stopped roaring. When they were far away, Muhua seemed to see a defensive barrier rising above the castle, but in a blink of an eye, Muhua was far away. Looking down from the sky, he passed 2 more castles where the headless knight was not seen. When the 4th castle appeared in Muhua's sight, the periphery of this castle could basically be regarded as a small city. On the walls mixed with bones, there were hunting crossbows against the sky, and the thickest crossbow arrows could be considered as dragon hunting crossbows. Ong! The castle was located in the center of the city. The tail of a magic dragon was wrapped around the attic on the top of the castle, and it was not seen rising into the air. The magic dragon squatted on the castle, looking up at the magic dragon led by Muhua, roaring in protest. Muhua commanded 2 dragons to dive into the city, but before they were close to the attack range of the breath, the dense rays and crossbow arrows instantly submerged the dragons. The dense attack made the death mist on the dragons wither, and the crossbow arrows with open wings slashed at the dragon's bone wings, causing the dragons to lose balance. The dragons dived and fell into the city. At this time, hundreds of purgatory horses were running in the city, and the headless knights holding heavy weapons submerged the 2 dragons again. Go down! Muhua ordered, no longer ramming the city, but letting the dragons lower their flying altitude hundreds of meters away from the city wall. Muhua! The roar of the demon stunned Muhua, who summoned the 2 dead dragons again. Muhua looked intently, but saw a baron demon holding a spear on the top of the castle in the city looking at him with a ferocious face. It's him! It's him! It's him again! This time Muhua recognized this baron demon, Zambak. The baron demon who gave him the dimensional fragment, and was crushed to death by him again in the patrol battlefield. However, this time, it seems that the other demon horn of this guy was also broken off? Chapter 478. I have a good relationship with this guy. Looking at the demon castle from afar, looking at Zambak, who was missing 2 horns, Muhua said to Doris beside him. On Tuesday, he went to learn the art of transformation from the evil dragon Tamara. Muhua summoned Doris, who went to the academy back to his side through the follower summoning. As long as the witch Melinda confirmed that Muhua did not go to the human world, she was unwilling to follow Muhua, especially when he summoned the dragon. Muhua did not expect to meet Zambak, and if Zambak heard what Muhua said, he would definitely curse and oppose. To be honest, since being crushed to death by Muhua with the magician's hand, Zambak no longer wanted to meet Muhua again. Last time, he wanted to seek revenge on Muhua, but this time, he was building a city here, and it was completely this damn human who came to him. Do you want to release the doom of death? Doris, who turned into a demon, asked Muhua. Release it, and throw one on it too. The dragon descended outside the city, and Muhua pointed to Zambak in the distance. Even if this guy was still a projection, since they were so predestined, it was a gift to him to help him be immune to the doom of death in the future. Doris can bring down the doom of death within a radius of 1 kilometer. If it is targeted and released individually, the reach can be farther. At this time, Zambak was more than 1,000 meters away from Doris, and Muhua asked Doris to pay special attention to him. As for the problem that the doom of death is ineffective against the undead, there are not only undead in this monster city. If the demons in it can harm one, they will harm it. Maybe it will cause a chain reaction. Silently, disaster struck. At this time, many monsters had already floated up from the monster city. Spellcasters were in place on the city walls, observation platforms, towers, and other places. A large number of skeletons and undead appeared inside and outside the city, rushing towards where Muhua was. If Muhua was alone, even if he brought the summoning horror knights, this monster city might send some powerful monsters to attack him, but it is estimated that they would not set up such a formation against him. However, at this time, Muhua was accompanied by 8 magic dragons, and it was obvious that the monsters in the city were not prepared to fight with Muhua. The sea of undead bones formed. Muhua opened the breath of death, and the breath of the Pale Lord spread. Some lower-level skeletons in the sea of bones hesitated to attack. Obviously, some of these skeletons were under the control of the undead, and the undead control was invalid in the domain of the Pale Lord. All the detained undead will be pardoned and redeemed by the Pale Lord. Roar! The city gate opened, and the horror knights, death knights, and a large group of black-armored skeleton generals and corpse demons poured out of the city again. Chaos! Doris cast a chaos curse on the enemy group, but the enemy group's coverage area was too large, and she only affected a small area of undead. Chaos is not a controllable curse. It can make the recipients indistinguish between friend and foe. Some undeads, who are close to each other, draw their swords against each other, while some undeads in chaos still rush towards Muhua. Salamander. Fire element aggregate. Doris's attack is weak, but Muhua raises his hand to gather a terrifying momentum. 2 huge magic circles appear in front of Muhua, and strong fire elements gather, but nothing appears for a while. Stop them! Muhua ordered, and 6 dragons rushed towards the enemy. The breath opened, and then the dragon smashed into the sea of undead bones like a mad dog, forming a barrier between Muhua and the enemy group. The 2 magic spells cast by Muhua were not slow, but it seemed that they needed a certain amount of accumulation and delay to take shape. Disperse. Stop those magics! The monster shouted from the direction of the city, and the dragon squatting on the castle roared and repeated orders. The essence of the 2 magics that Muhua had cast before was already completed, and he just needed to wait for them to form and explode. Multiple dispersals rushed towards Muhua. Muhua glanced around and chanted the magic hymn again. Red Lotus Fire. Disperse? If there was someone here who had practiced dispersal to the maximum level, Muhua would turn around and leave now. Moreover, his condensation had reached the extreme. Even if the full-level dispersal was reached, it might not affect his formed magic circle. It would be better to use attack magic to blast him than to use dispersal to sweep him. The torch stone in the sky drilled out of the magic circle, as if the scorching sun was hanging all over the sky. The super unorthodox fireball technique, because it did not learn the prerequisite of hellfire, although it was still stuck at LV60, but the white fire meteorite that turned into it was no longer the same as before. Extending his arm, with Muhua's palm pressing down, the scorching fire meteorite slowly started, from slow to fast, covering the monster city. At this time, Doris beside Muhua transformed her spirit body swiftly, and hid directly in Muhua's body. Boom! 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 The defensive magic blocked the fire meteorite from ravaging the city, and waves of shock waves exploded over the city. The blazing fire spread a dazzling halo, and the anxious air seemed to be trembling. The guarding sky was like silk that could be torn at any time. Although it temporarily blocked the invasion of the fire meteorite, the explosion range of the explosion also blew fission fire to the outside world. Outside the city, although the shock wave in the air did not affect the undead on the ground, it also brought clusters of flames. These flames may have had no effect on the skeleton warriors, but at this time, even if the terror riders were infected, they would burst into blood and roar in resistance. A large number of low and medium-level undead were ignited by the flames. Amidst the wailing of the souls, more terrifying things gradually appeared in the magic circle set up by Muhua. Ah! A fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters rushed out of the enemy, and made a passage directly to the city wall. Salamander, composed of flames, a fire giant lizard with a body length of nearly 50 meters completed its embodiment. With a fat head and a short tail, it is larger than the evil dragon, but the difference between the lizard and the upper dragon clan is still quite large. Even as Salamander is given a pair of wings, it is more like a land dragon that needs to lose weight. Roar! With a scorching roar, a fire element aggregate that looks bloated but is nearly 20 meters tall and exudes strong flames all over its body, which is much smaller than Salamander, also landed on the battlefield. Different from normal mimic flames, These two fiery flame monsters seemed to show a hint of holiness in their ferocity. With false intelligence and a short existence, under Mu Hua's instruction, the two flame monsters ignited everything around them and rushed towards the city wall. Chaos. The monster city was completely in chaos. Mu Hua didn't see Zambak for a while, but the dragon that was proudly sitting on the top of the castle had already flown up with its wings. If it weren't for the high-temperature explosive meteorite falling on its head, it would have been suspected of wanting to escape. Boom! Boom! The two flame monsters hit the city wall one after another. The simple collision and smashing caused flames to splash and the barrier to break. The monsters on the city wall screamed continuously. Damn! Whose salamander is so big? What the hell is this fire element aggregate? Is this guy almost a fire elemental elf? The claws tear the tail hammer, the shoulders hit the feet, and the two fire beasts constantly destroy the defensive magic on the city wall, trying to demolish the city wall. Both the scorching heat and their size are seriously exceeded, and low-intensity magic attacks on them have no reaction at all. After a moment of panic, the monster's reaction was also fast. In just a short moment, high-level magic in the city hit the two fire beasts. Standing in the back, Mu Hua just watched. He didn't care about the monster's attacks on the salamander and the element aggregate. He wanted to see the specific characteristics of these two things in actual combat. After holding back another fire meteorite explosion, Mu Hua even let two fire meteorites fall near him. He withstood the impact of the explosion and cleared out the enemies around him who wanted to attack him. The scorching fire elements surrounded him. At this time, Mu Hua was already a wicked fire demon. Both salamander and the fire element aggregate can survive for a period of time and have a certain degree of autonomous action. If you can learn the elemental spirit, salamander's survival time will be extended, and the fire element aggregate can become a fire element spirit with life characteristics. Salamander will be weakened after being attacked. The weakening method is quite intuitive, that is, the body will shrink. The offensiveness of the fire element aggregate is not as high as that of salamander, but the fire element aggregate will autonomously absorb the external fire elements to restore damage. Both of these skills have been upgraded to LV99 by Mu Hua. Unlike before, with the revelation of the ghost identity, in order to deter the outside world, Mu Hua feels that he needs some magic that looks scary at first glance. And in terms of frightening and mighty, elemental magic is definitely the best. To be honest, the magic of salamander is not good enough in Mu Hua's eyes now, but it is precisely to show the intuitive destructiveness that Mu Hua threw a lot of Balian secret stones on this magic. Crack! The sky was broken, and there was a loophole in the magic defense system of the city. Boom! A fire meteor exploded in the city, and at this time, Mu Hua raised his arm again. Fire wall. An intermediate magic. Huh? An alternative fire wall about 10 meters high and hundreds of meters long formed a dividing line in the city. The LV Max Fire Wall is another masterpiece of Balian secret stone. The fire wall attracted wailing in the city, but Mu Hua did not stop casting. Under Mu Hua's playful control, the 5 fire walls formed a pentagram shape in the city. The flexibility of the fire wall is too poor, but the reason for creating a full-level fire wall is to pave the way for another magic that is difficult to locate. Focus fire. After the concentration fire, no grass will grow. This magic is just like its name. The strength is related to the fire elements that you can set up nearby and collect. As Mu Hua cast the spell, the fire meteorites dissipated, the 5 exaggerated fire walls disappeared, and even the salamander with fire claws climbing on the city wall dissipated together. Silence, a moment of silence. Boom! Fire clouds surged. Fire clouds? Fire waves? Or is it a sea of fire? Endless flames surged in the monster city, and the flames raised a 100-meter wave. When it spread, the blazing light coated the world. The spread of the concentrated fire came quickly, and went quickly, and it was gone in a flash. And the dissipated flame seemed to take away all the noise inside and outside the city. Putting down the hand that was blocking his eyes, Mu Hua looked around. As far as he could see, the ground was all burnt. The horses fell off their horses, the dead souls dissipated, and in front of the city gates stood hundreds of Balong demons holding heavy hammers. They were wearing armor that was steaming, but they themselves had lost the breath of life. A huge elemental aggregate, 9 dragons with flames burning on their bodies, fighting and biting each other, and everything else was burnt. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Standing on the ground that was all burnt, the dragon leather windbreaker on his body turned into burnt ash, and Mu Hua laughed with his face up. Very good, it's really a good magic. Now, whoever wants to cause trouble for him will probably have to think more carefully, right? Chapter 479. The destructive power of fire magic is very unfriendly to smelting and monster drops, but there is an advantage of concentrated fire magic, which is to kill quickly and dissipate quickly, and basically will not affect the drops of projected monsters. Whether it is magic that can cause destructive blows in a large area in a short period of time, or trying to evolve Monday into Cerberus, it is the deterrence that Mu Hua wants to show to the outside world. Deterrence, but not a trump card, because he has been constantly strengthening his own abilities and growing rapidly. Mu Hua is not afraid that someone will plan to restrain his abilities, because even he himself does not know what abilities he will have tomorrow. The all-pervasive concentrated fire almost burned everything in the city, and the castle that was not created by magic was preserved. On the high-rise platform of the charred castle, Mu Hua overlooked the city, and a large number of summoned skeleton followers were collecting the drops after the war inside and outside the city. You are really lucky. Mu Hua retracted his gaze, and said to Zambak, who was pressed behind him on the platform of the castle. This demon always brought unexpected things to Mu Hua. He was doomed to death by Doris. After the flames, he survived tenaciously with his well-trained magic shield. With his horns broken and in a mess, Zambak was held by two dragon-tooth soldiers with knives. Although the sharp blades of the dragon-tooth soldiers could cause damage to him, if he really wanted to resist, the two dragon-tooth soldiers would find it difficult to suppress him. At this time, in front of Mu Hua, Zambak seemed to have lost the will to resist. Frustrated, annoyed, jealous, and afraid, Zambak lowered his head. He knew very well that he didn't need to resist. If he resisted, he might die faster. What do you want? I'm a projection, let me go, I promise I won't be your enemy again, I can even provide you with some information you need. Zambak said uneasily. Let you go. Your demon horns are gone, the city is destroyed. What kind of punishment will you receive this time? Mu Hua smiled. No, this time is different. The city lord here is the dragon. I have been punished enough. I don't need to be responsible for the loss this time. Zambak shook his head and tried to get up, but the sharp blade pressed by the dragon-tooth soldier cut the skin of its neck. A strand of black and purple blood flowed down its neck, and Mu Hua's frowning eyes made it quiet again. Mu Hua hesitated for a moment. It turned out that Zambak was not the city lord here, and after being killed by him twice, this guy was demoted? You are not even the city lord, so what can you use to be my enemy? Tell me your value, otherwise I can only take your drop. Mu Hua shook his head. You don't need my sacrifices now. The dragon lost the city without resisting you. Believe me, I can regain power, I will. We can cooperate. In the future, you can build a base in my territory. We can agree on a non-aggression zone. You can even build a human city in my territory. Zambak said to Mu Hua. Is this okay? Krepnos doesn't care? Mu Hua questioned. No, we are different from those bastards wandering in the wild. The courtyard needs to be developed. We only need to obey the wartime dispatch. In normal times, the commander and even the lord will not ask how we develop the territory. We don't mind coexisting with humans. Letting me live can bring you more benefits. Later, let me go, and I will give you more compensation than a sacrifice. As if seeing the hope of survival, Zambak said to Mu Hua. Coexistence? You should ask me now whether I want to coexist with you, right? And the wartime dispatch, that is to say, as long as Krepnos asks you to attack me, you still have to obey orders. Coexistence is also what I fought for myself. Your words are meaningless. Mu Hua frowned. In the courtyard, there are indeed humans who have built cities and countries in the monster territory. This kind of coexistence is actually similar to that between human countries. If it is worthwhile, we will destroy you. If it is not worthwhile, we will not invade each other. If we cannot output benefits to the other party, we basically have to rely on strength. No, that's different. There are too few humans in this courtyard. The Lord doesn't want to start a war against humans. You can gain prestige among humans, which will help you develop your own power, right? You will get more time for stable development. You will be praised and worshipped by humans, and more people will join you. That must be safer and longer than wandering among the demons alone. Zambak retorted. Although he said some big truths, Zambak seemed to know something about Mu Hua's situation. It was probably the credit of some demon followers. This is Death Canyon. Most humans don't like to live here. Mu Hua sneered. Don't mention prestige to me anymore. I'm a necromancer, you know. I can let you go, and I can even stop bothering you in the future. No, I can even help you find trouble with other monsters. You monsters shouldn't always be so harmonious, right? But, Mu Hua paused. You say? Zambak asked wisely. I want some monsters, golems, thunderbirds, flying dragons, behemoths, various low-level monsters. Can you get them? Muhua asked, and Zambak was stunned. A wildfire burned a monster city, high-level magic stones. Basically all low-level magic stones were burned, tens of thousands of demon gold coins, scattered equipment, magic materials, and a lot of suspended stones. It was a surprise for Muhua that Zambak survived, but to be honest, Muhua really didn't rush to poke a barren demon's kidney. Zambak was not the original Sin Demon. Killing it would at most melt out a death breath skill stone. Muhua thought about how to use it to play a greater value. You want me to catch monsters for you? Zambak seemed to resist. If you want peace, you have to pay a price. You don't have to catch them. Just find a way to send some from hell here. Muhua's expression became more and more indifferent. If he couldn't do this, he would just kill him. Then we still have to drive them away and capture them. I can try. Zambak was about to refute, but he felt Muhua's killing intention and shuddered. He said in a tangled way. Zambak is very taboo about Muhua now. It's not that Muhua can kill it now, but it is more worried that Muhua will kill it repeatedly in the future. It was originally the leader under Krepnos. It failed several missions in a mess. Now it is not a leader, and it is not a miscellaneous soldier. It was punished by Krepnos, and may be used again at any time. Unless it does not come to the courtyard again in the future, it dare not guarantee that it will not run into Muhua again. Try as much as you can. Strength is not important. Give me 2 golems first. Now, I need to see your sincerity. If you do it well, I will not attack you again even if I go to Kripnos. Seeing Zambak's promise, Muhua said with a smile. It was nonsense. Muhua made such a promise without thinking. Anyway, saying such things to the devil is just like some politicians' speeches. Basically, there is no need to be responsible. I think when it's time to stab each other in the back, both sides will not be soft. During the Star Patrol meeting, Muhua had seen the giant golem with oversized specifications. I think there should be a group of golems in this courtyard. Muhua released Zambak. No matter whether it was stealing or cheating, Muhua asked it to get him 2 golems in their original form now. Zambak agreed to leave. As for whether it would really execute the agreement with Muhua, Muhua didn't care. It would be best if it had one. If not, it would be fine to kill it every time it was seen in the future. Anyway, it was an idea that came to mind at the last minute. After letting Zambak go, a large amount of collected property was piled up under the castle. None of the headless knights left a corpse here. Among the more than 400 headless knights, the magic stones that could be left behind only produced 2 low-level impact immunity. The rest were some soul-specific weapons, various low and medium-level combat skills, and even a lot of skeleton summons. Muhua regarded them as harvesting the 100 refined secret stones. There were a number of miscellaneous equipment, and the armor left by nearly 300 Barong demons was quite complete. The upper body armor could barely be worn by humans, but the lower body leggings and combat boots were not suitable for the human body structure. Although if one's own strength is strong enough, some monsters seem to be able to communicate, and perhaps these armors should be able to be sold to demons. But Muhua doesn't want to make this kind of money. Let some skeleton warriors put on armored skirts, leg components including gauntlets. Muhua prepared to use the creation of 10,000 elements to refine magic metal. When opening up the wasteland, the demon gold coins dropped by the monsters are still quite a lot. After a few more deaths, their sacrificial items will probably be varied. A pile of demon gold coins is estimated to be at least 100,000, so I collected them all and asked Tina to sort them out slowly. As a specialty of the Kane's courtyard, Muhua also harvested a lot of suspended stones of different sizes. Although these suspended stones cannot be fused with each other, Muhua discovered that the creation of 10,000 elements can integrate multiple suspended stones into other substances. For example, if you want to make a mountain rock, as long as there are enough suspended stones, no matter how big or small the quality is, they can be melted into the rock all at once. Without complicated transformation and coordination, you can also make a floating rock. This is also the fundamental reason why Muhua was tempted to build a sky city. Not only the floating giant rock, but since he was going to build it, Muhua was going to incorporate some magic metal. He wanted to build a solid and durable foundation. At this stage, he was still in the stage of accumulating resources. After collecting the spoils and sending the undead family back to the Abyss Island, Muhua rested for a while on the ruins of the city, but he did not wait for the imagined siege attack. The previous attack on the city was swift and violent, but it consumed a lot of magic power. Counting the purgatory armaments he had accumulated, Muhua could release 4 or 5 waves of that attack in a row. Although that kind of attack was fun, Mu Hua did not want to consume his own purgatory armaments for the time being. However, among the many drops here, Mu Hua also harvested 6 or 7 magic storage crystals. Under the traction of the touch of jealousy, 7 magic storage crystals floated around Mu Hua. Since the undead here didn't bother him, he could only take the initiative to go to their door. After summoning the dragon, Mu Hua headed west to find another place where monsters gathered, such as a castle or a city. The regular magic storage would be enough with the purgatory armor, but Mu Hua didn't plan to keep the magic storage crystals he harvested. Chapter 480. The pale earth was painted by the flames. As it was close to the command area, Mu Hua confirmed that the further west the Death Canyon went, the stronger the monsters here were, and the more complete the defense system built by the monster forces was. Unlike the villages and towns scattered around most monster cities, there were many caves where the undead lived around the cities of the undead forces. The castles and cities that seemed to be of ordinary specifications were often besieged from all sides when the horn of war sounded. After demolishing another undead city, Mu Hua finally encountered a monster that could stop his brutal attack. The night was painted into day by the fire. Dozens of bone dragons cooperated with 5 magic dragons to fight with the magic dragon summoned by Mu Hua in the sky. On the ground, there was no surging sea of bones like the undead signature. A headless knight and dozens of elemental evil spirits resisted the charge of the salamander and the fire element aggregate. There were more than a dozen elemental evil spirits with flames all over their bodies. Although the temperature of the flames on Salamanda's body was much higher than theirs, the erosion of the fire element could only strengthen the flames on their bodies. Only the tearing force of the fists against each other could cause substantial damage to each other. The elemental evil spirits of the size of ordinary people were very flexible. They shuttled around Salamanda quickly. Under their attacks, Salamanda's body shrank like water. And the headless knight made Mu Hua more afraid than these elemental evil spirits. He saw that the blood and chi of the headless knight condensed into a giant of Gongqi. The giant, which was not much smaller than the elemental aggregate, was like a projection of Xingtian, pressing down on the fire element aggregate and beating it violently, breaking it apart and reuniting it at once. Blood and chi transformed into a form. This is a headless knight who has completed the blood and chi transformation. The Colossus is condensed by blood and chi, and is controlled by the headless knight. It can display all the combat skills mastered by the headless knight. This ability allows small creatures to fight against giant creatures head-on. For humans, at least they must complete a life transition before they can have access to this ability. Boom! Boom! The repeated collision set off waves of fire, and also brought explosion-like sounds, whether it was Salamander or the elemental aggregate. Although it was just a battle between individuals, the fierce confrontation caused the city to be full of flames. The owner here did not let the skeleton undead besiege Mu Hua, and also prevented them from being hurt by the flames on the battlefield. The strict city, lich, monsters, barren demons who could not tell whether they were mages or warriors, between the strong crossbows and arrows, and magic cannons were arranged on the city walls. The length of a single wall is about 2 kilometers, which is not a very large city. There are probably many floating mines in the sky and magic traps near the city. The city defense is very strict. The attack on the city drove Mu Hua away from the city by 1,000 meters. Without thinking too much, Mu Hua also knew that his information had been leaked by looking at the human servants standing next to the monsters on the city wall. They were probably guarding against Doris's death. At this time, Mu Hua really didn't dare to let Doris throw death, because death was ineffective against the undead. Just looking at the power temporarily displayed by this city, Mu Hua didn't want to provoke the monsters in the city to fight him to death. Humans need life transition to try to practice blood transformation, but monsters don't need it. Even low-level goblins seem to be superior to humans in terms of life level. This is also the fundamental reason why demons always call humans low-level creatures. According to Mu Hua's observation, the dual knight, who was beating up the elemental aggregate in front of him, should not be particularly strong. At least Mu Hua felt that even if the dual knight was stronger than him, it was limited. Moreover, the dual knight was wearing a soul binding, which was a top-level spell that could only target one individual at a time, and could seal the soul magic of the recipient. The dual knight was likely to have a very high spiritual attribute. To put it bluntly, the dual knight might be better at casting spells, and it cast a soul binding on itself, and gave up casting spells, probably to prevent Mu Hua from using the jealous bite to mess with it. A dual knight who could fight with the LV-99 fire elemental aggregate, but Mu Hua couldn't figure out the details. But this dual knight should not be the city lord here. On the top of the city, There was another headless knight surrounded by demons. He was even more impressive. He might be a warrior who specialized in physical fitness. Mu Hua suspected that his spiritual attributes were not very good, so he did not dare to fight him with the headless knight under the city. Mu Hua could not take over this city for the time being. Perhaps he could try to get a LV-99 ice element aggregate or some top summon beasts. The other party did not seem to want to irritate Mu Hua. The undead were not afraid of fighting, but if there was only one living person, Mu Hua could fight and run, so it was a bit of a loss to fight him. A giant bat flew from the direction of the city. The giant bat flew very slowly, but it was carrying a human. Avoiding the chaotic battle of the fire beast, the giant bat landed 100 meters away from Mu Hua. A human from the demon raised his hands timidly. Although he was cast with defensive magic, the high-temperature air still evaporated the sweat on his face in an instant. Your Majesty, I bring the goodwill of the city lord. I think we should talk. The demon called from afar. Seeing that Mu Hua was indifferent, he seemed helpless and slowly moved towards Mu Hua. Your Majesty, you should not stay here for long. The commander's fortress has sent an envoy here. The other party will arrive in half an hour at most. 10 meters away from Mu Hua, the demon's words finally attracted Mu Hua's attention. A necromancer who still had some necromancer habits looked at the other party. Mu Hua sighed in his heart. Even if he had not transformed into a lich, necromancers accounted for a large proportion of the demons. Speaking of it, the necromancer is also the earliest spellcasting profession of mankind, but perhaps because of the frequent appearance of demons, the outside world's evaluation of the necromancer has tended to be negative. Messenger? Raven warned from high altitude, and Mu Hua was still cautiously guarding against the movement in the direction of the city. Yes, it should be a wailing banshee riding a dragon. Although she may not harm you, with her around, all your summons will lose their effectiveness. The demon master pondered his words, and did not finish, as if he was worried about irritating Mu Hua. Your Majesty, you don't have to come here. Death Canyon is the gateway to Bloody Hills, and the income here is far less than that of Snow Ridge Ranch. Lord Yekis does not want to conflict with you. Believe me, the Lord is a headless knight who is more powerful than Krepnos. Krepnos only relied on flattery to sit in the position of commander. You have no reason to attack here. The demon master said carefully. You have a grudge against Snow Ridge Ranch? This Yekis or Krepnos? Mu Hua sneered. Are you trying to divert the trouble? You are actually targeting Snow Ridge Ranch. No matter who it is, if the adventurers organize an attack on the Snow Ridge Ranch, Death Valley should not send reinforcements. The follower demon said. If you don't want to die, tell me in detail. A fire rope was wrapped around Mu Hua's hand. Mu Hua bent his elbow and raised his palm. The follower demon's body stiffened and dared not breathe for a while. Yes, I said, the Lord does not like the undead. The Snow Ridge Ranch will cultivate potential demons for the Lord. Those demons will continue to reduce the Lord's attention to the undead valley. So the undead demons in this courtyard don't like the Snow Ridge Ranch very much. The follower demon said faster. Have you seen the Lord of the courtyard? If you reduce your attention, what about the Bloody Hills? Mu Hua asked. No, I haven't seen the Lord yet. As for the Bloody Hills, I think it should be that Yekis dare not offend the commander of the Jamun over there. The follower demon speculated. You are being sent here to die? Is it worth it? Mu Hua shook his head. It was normal for a demon follower to have never seen the Lord. It was impossible for you to meet the president of the enemy country as a defector. Mu Hua's feeling at this time was not sympathy for this demon follower. If he could follow the demon and still live a tender life, he would not be a good person. Mu Hua habitually pretended to empathize, and wanted to see if this demon follower could reveal some valuable information to him. No sympathy, no cynicism. If he was useless, he would just kill him before running away. My lord, your majesty, you can't kill me. No, don't get me wrong. This is not a threat. It is more valuable for you to keep me alive. I can help you communicate with the city lord and pass on information. If you don't harass this place, if you attack other commanders' territories, Yekis will allow you to hire its warriors. I can get the best conditions for you. Mu Hua thought he performed well, but it was a pity that the demon seemed to see that he had bad intentions at first glance. The demon's hasty words made Mu Hua speechless. This guy was smart enough, and it seemed that there was no point in keeping him. Chapter 481. The hiring fee for a headless knight is 500 demon coins per day. The fee for participating in battles is doubled, the fee for organizing attacks is tripled, and half of the battle benefits are obtained. It is limited to the courtyard. The main force retreats on its own after defeat, and does not go to the Bloody Hills. Compared with the first two cities destroyed by Muhua, the Lord of Yekis is very tough. Muhua can't destroy the defense system of the other city for a while. At the same time, these monster city lords don't care about Muhua's actions of destroying cities and lands. Even if Muhua destroys a radius of 100 kilometers, the impact on the monsters is just to move to another location to establish a gathering place. Even if humans can really capture the entire Death Canyon, the projected monsters here can descend to the Bloody Hills, or the Goblin Kingdom, and other areas, and they can also organize a counterattack again. The attack on the courtyard cannot be completed overnight, and competing with the monsters for the land of the courtyard is far from being achieved by one or two strong individuals. Yekis even told Muhua the conditions for hiring his monsters. Seeing that he couldn't get any advantage here, he left his summons that would be destroyed sooner or later, set fire to the demon follower, and left in a flash. He summoned another dragon to hurry on his way. Passing by the ruins where Zambak was earlier, Zambak unexpectedly got two golems waiting for him under the night sky. About 3 meters high, like two poorly crafted rock sculptures, the two golems were of ordinary grade, and had most barely reached the level of mid-level monsters. Descending to Zambak's side, Muhua's mind moved, and two jealous tentacles entangled the golems and devoured their souls. At this time, Muhua showed his deadly secrets on the golems. With just one bite, the two golems died instantly. A stream of original sin energy entered Muhua's body. Muhua glanced at Zambak. It seemed that Zambak was very jealous of Muhua's ability. Seeing it trying to endure and show goodwill, Muhua patted its shoulder. In front of ghosts and gods, some thoughts are really hard to hide. Smelting golem, the first one gave a stone-crushing bullet skill stone, Muhua's heart sank, and the other one gave a yellowish-brown elemental tear, which made Muhua clench his fist fiercely. Primary earth element affinity is in place. Although it belongs to the talent, it is different from other talents. Element affinity can not only be improved by elements, but also by the 100 refining secret stone. Unlike the affinity of water and fire elements, Muhua did not find the exact source of the earth element tears, but at this time, as long as he has the primary earth element affinity, he can use the 100 refining secret stone to turn it into the earth element spirit, fake. When he has the talent of the earth element spirit, then Medusa can start to cut, and Medusa and Arachne must have a certain probability of unearthing the elemental tears again. After getting an elemental tear, Muhua looked at Zambak more and more favorably, and promised not to trouble it in the future. Muhua even said that if necessary, he could consider helping it deal with other monsters. Of course, both parties had a verbal agreement. In the end, Muhua did not cause trouble to Zambak again. He drove the magic dragon away, and found a hidden place in the Death Canyon to remark the boundary of the courtyard key. The Death Canyon is too far from the entrance of the courtyard. It takes several hours to cross the Goblin Kingdom to reach it. In order to make it convenient to visit the Death Canyon at any time in the future, Muhua temporarily gave up continuing to cause trouble to the fraud demon at the Snow Ridge Ranch. After opening the key portal, Muhua disappeared into the night of the courtyard. When he stepped out of the portal, he was already in the bedroom on the 3rd floor of the hotel. He called demand to confirm that Tibesha had not returned, and the ghosts in the town were all normal. Muhua communicated with the World Tree and teleported to the Abyss Island. As expected, Tibesha and her friends were waiting for him in the central camp. Because they had not received the key to the Pangaea courtyard, the other members of Dandelion were temporarily stationed in the Pangaea courtyard. Tibesha and her friends entered the Abyss Island at night, and brought Muhua their harvest of demon hunting today. There were a large number of imp corpses with bullet holes on their bodies. These corpses were relatively intact. They probably did not collect those that were too damaged. There were also a few flame dogs among them. The imps melted a lot of fireballs, and the flame dogs also produced a tear of fire element. Muhua took the Philosopher's Stone and left more than 20 intellectual crystals. After deducting the quota for the logistics team members, Tibesha, Vivian, and Barbara could each get more than 30 physical crystals and 700 refinement secret stones. Although these products are not very conspicuous to Muhua now, they are also the harvest they just got when they went to Pangaea Crater. With the familiarity with the environment and the growth of strength, I think the efficiency will definitely improve in the future. The physical crystals were used on several people respectively, and the specific effect would be reflected after they had a good sleep. When it came to the skill stage, Muhua hesitated briefly between self-healing and mental stability, and finally gave them the 100 refinement secret stones for self-healing. Anyway, Tibesha and the others are still in the diving stage for the time being, and they mainly hunt low-level monsters. As long as they don't run around, there will be no danger. As for humans, it is better to provoke Mu Hua directly than to deliberately cause trouble to them. Otherwise, even if it is for face problems, Mu Hua may counterattack more crazily. After all, bullying the relatives of the members of the Ghost and God Council may even cause revenge from multiple ghosts and gods. Self-healing, a life-saving ability, can be put aside for the time being when it reaches the level of regeneration. First, improve regeneration, and then make full efforts to turn mental stability into jealousy. This ability can restrain many mysterious and fatal attacks, which are not reasonable at all. Other skills are put aside for the time being, but mental stability is regarded as the top priority by Mu Hua. Help the 3 women complete the upgrade, and the quota of the logistics team will be discussed after they come back. Clark and Eve are also among the candidates for promotion, but Lin Feng and Qiong are temporarily excluded by Mu Hua. After the 3 women, it was Tina's turn, and Tina made a bunch of little demons for Mu Hua. Mu Hua still saved a few intellectual crystals. Tina had already obtained the ability to regenerate, and did not shoot high temperature for the time being. The 100 refining secret stone was still invested in mental stability. Tina can be said to be eating herself. Ikaros' task is to squat in the town and act as a messenger of God. She needs to eat Mu Hua. The same formula is used to confuse Ikaros. The 2 women rested and comprehended, and Mu Hua was teleported to the edge of the abyss. Jumping back and forth between space and dimension, Mu Hua went to collect Monday's harvest at the edge of the abyss. Tuesday, he learned the shape-shifting technique with Tamara for a day, but it should not be learned yet. When Mu Hua arrived, she was catching a 2-winged angel and torturing him to vent his anger. Ignoring the angel, Mu Hua has even melted a 4-winged angel recently, but I don't know if it is because the magic is mixed with fantasy factors. These angels usually give Mu Hua some conventional magic skills. If the angels had not produced a good amount of Balian secret stones, Mu Hua would have wanted to use them as materials for making corpse demons. After killing and collecting the abyss monsters, Mu Hua stopped Zhou Er, who wanted to continue to act crazy, and asked her to go a little deeper into the island to clear an area for magic traps. With the increase of his overall strength, Mu Hua was also ready to take action against some abyss monsters that he did not dare to provoke. He first made a trap area to let the magic traps strengthen themselves, and he could also lead the tricky monsters into the trap area. After finishing these trivial daily tasks, Mu Hua began to torment himself again. He put aside the primary earth element affinity for the time being, but he started to improve the herding rhythm first. After all, the few golden apple seedlings he had left would not live long. The herding rhythm, unlike the overdrawn catalysis of the Vine Man technique, is a natural secret technique that domesticates plants and helps them grow and reproduce. Compared with elemental affinity, improving this skill made Mu Hua more dizzy, and Mu Hua also reached the stage of playing life transition. He had the alchemy record of the transition potion, but the golden apples needed in the transition potion were difficult to obtain. There was no rule to follow for the birth of golden apples, because those who needed the transition potion were generally strong, so this mythical fruit was not easy to exchange even with the Philosopher's Stone. Earlier, almost all the golden apple seedlings that Mu Hua got from the demon merchant did not survive. With the improvement of the level of the herdsman's rhythm, the surrounding plants seemed to be conveying some hazy information to him in addition to the breath of life. An energy field that had never been felt before became clearer in Mu Hua's perception. Harmony? A kind of harmony between magic and elements. A huge amount of information filled Mu Hua's mind. Proportion, type, strength, purity, and Mu Hua's cognition showed a kind of harmonized energy suitable for plant absorption. Delicate and exquisite, within the range of the energy field, the plants seemed to have souls and consciousness. As the level of herding rhythm increased, Mu Hua also found that he could clearly sense the communication with the plants. This communication allowed him to know what the plants wanted. If he understood this, at least he would not plant the golden apple tree to death, right? Chapter 482. Normal people will not tie their lives to others casually. Work, even between relatives, is more of a cooperative relationship. Having an independent life and trying to maintain one's own independent life are the basic criteria for Mu Hua to choose friends. Whether it is dependence or binding, when this kind of cognition exists, it is basically impossible for the two to talk about friends. So even if it is Tabitha, Vivian, or even Barbara and Deman, Mu Hua gives more suggestions when he is with them, rather than instructions, and he will not interfere with what his friends want to do or where they want to go. They are responsible for their own lives. They will be grateful for the help of their friends, but they are actually more taboo about someone being responsible for them. That is a life philosophy. Some people like this philosophy, and some people can't stand it. Muhua actually likes to make friends, and is quite righteous to his friends. But under different life philosophies, this righteousness may also be regarded as a kind of stupidity. Originally, Old Mori and the others had this kind of relationship with Muhua, but when they became ghosts, and were willing to rely on Muhua, Muhua's relationship with them changed. Muhua would be responsible for them to a certain extent, and at the same time, he needed them to be respectful, obedient, loyal, and even to please him. If necessary, Muhua would not have any psychological burden to use them in exchange for benefits. Most of Muhua's contributions to Tebesha and others were voluntary, all based on his mood. As for Old Mori and the others, he would consider their value, seek sufficient returns, and try to control their lives. It's hard to say whether they are close or distant, more like friends and servants, right? And Muhua couldn't stand that there were only servants in his world. He didn't want to be the kind of person who only saw enemies and servants. That would make him feel like he wasn't a human being, and there was no reason for such a person to have a good ending. On the Abyss Island, several days were spent in the process of improving his abilities. After using the 100 Refinement Secret Stone to smash out these two abilities, Muhua felt a limit. Yes, the limit, a feeling that his blood vessels would burst at any time. Of course, this does not mean that he can't spend more on the 100 Refinement Secret Stone, but that he needs to rest for a while and digest the recently enhanced abilities. If he spends more, it will probably not be a brainstorm, but a loss of self. In the past, the 100 Refinement Secret Stone was not enough, but now it is too much. Muhua has ushered in a luxurious trouble. Wandering by the abyss, 1,300 skeleton warriors fished in the abyss. From time to time, monsters would be thrown ashore. When those monsters were suppressed, Dragon 2 soldiers or skeleton mages would come forward to end their lives. Even if Muhua is not here, fishing on the Abyss Island has not stopped. Now the average level of the Dragon 2 soldiers and skeleton mages in Muhua's hands has exceeded 200. With the free attribute points allocated, they can already fight against some intermediate monsters head-on. After long-term training and taking turns to finish off the enemy, the Dragon 2 soldiers do not have the idea of evolution. I don't know if it is the catalyst brought by the attribute, but some skeleton mages actually conveyed the desire to evolve to Muhua. However, after Muhua checked their situation, he found that only 2 of them had accumulated enough emotional energy. Muhua obtained 2 skeleton guard skeleton mages. As for the others, there are too many individuals. After the evolution is completed on Monday, consider whether to help them evolve collectively. Carrying a long spear and strolling behind the fishing skeleton, Muhua was like a board supervisor. This was the weapon that Muhua made for himself with the creation of all elements, a 4-meter-long heavy horse spear, which gave up the Delumen metal and strengthened it with a large amount of Elkin metal. Muhua repeatedly emphasized to himself in his heart that this was a horse spear, not a spear. He was actually quite afraid of spears. The creation of all elements saved Muhua the Chimera alloy. Although it was a direct attack weapon, the characteristics of breaking magic, penetrating, bloodthirsty, fire poison, festering, frenzy, ritual destruction, non-life destruction, etc. were gathered in this heavy spear, making it completely a tetanus blade. Now Muhua wanted strength and power, and he could also gain skills through endless martial arts training. He wanted to make himself a physical weapon. After thinking about it, he chose a war spear. In addition to this lance, Muhua gathered a lot of magic metals, and made himself a tower shield that can cover his whole body. Speaking of which, Muhua originally wanted to refine a shield. After a trip to the Death Canyon, he also found that he really needed a solid shield when facing those heavily guarded city positions. Otherwise, relying solely on defensive magic, he would always have to flee in a panic when encountering the enemy's concentrated fire attack. The shield can be used in conjunction with the Night Demon Sword, and Muhua can use the Horse Lance even in foot combat. Now he is no longer the melee foot that could be pressed down by Tebesha. A lance and a shield. In fact, Muhua still has dragon teeth in his hand, and he didn't use much of the 72 front teeth of the magic dragon, but he didn't have any materials with special properties in his hand, so Muhua didn't make another weapon for his touch of jealousy for the time being. 900 spiritual attributes gave Muhua 9 soul tentacles. When he got the right materials, he was going to make some short halberds. As long as he was not surrounded by the hell demons, he could become a meat grinder in close combat, smelting the dead abyss monsters along the way. At this rate, the outside world would probably be able to collect enough Philosopher's Stones for Monday's evolution in 2 or 3 days. If he summoned a demon merchant, at most he would make Monday wait for a day or 2. After Monday was turned into Cerberus, the distribution of Philosopher's Stones would be more arbitrary. Evolving little demons, evolving skeleton mages, catching some monsters to evolve, and other plans could be implemented step by step. Thinking about all kinds of things in his mind, he squatted at the siren fishing spot for a long time. Seeing that Medusa had not turned over his sign, Mu Hua planned to go to the central camp to take care of the 2 remaining golden apple trees. Before Mu Hua left, the foggy sea near the abyss suddenly surged. As Mu Hua stared in amazement, a huge floating monster resembling a manta ray emerged from the abyss. The manta ray wings spread out, and the monster, which was estimated to be more than 300 meters wide, leaped up. The floating monster let out a mournful roar, and the roar seemed to make the air around it tremble. The air trembled, and the strong wind blew in his face. This was the first time that Mu Hua saw a floating monster at such a close distance. Through his observations, Mu Hua thought that these guys would not escape the range covered by the abyss magic fog. Fuck! Run! Mu Hua exclaimed. Seeing that the huge manta ray seemed to want to rush to the abyss island, a group of fishing skeletons, including Mu Hua's followers, began to flee away from the abyss and towards the island. Everyone was running and scattering, avoiding the path of the ray. Mu Hua had only seen some floating monsters in the abyss sea from a distance, and he always thought that this floating monster would deliberately avoid the abyss island. Fortunately, the abyss island is large enough now. If it was the style before the fusion of the dimensional fragments, the ray would have directly covered the island. It is not only wide, but also thick. I don't know how strong it is, but it is estimated that being smashed and crushed by it will not have a good result. The floating monster came quickly, but it didn't seem to have a clear intention to attack. Even the skeleton warriors, who were fishing, stayed away from its collision path. Boom! On the edge of the island, a dam built by Mu Hua was smashed to pieces, and the rubble flew, just like a round of old-fashioned cannonballs. There was no flying, no floating, and no predatory behavior. This floating giant monster crashed into the island like a blind cannon. Boom, boom, the huge body rubbed against the ground, as if it had no power, but was completely guided by the momentum, rumbling forward like a steamroller. It rushed out a distance of thousands of meters, and it was also thanks to its straight direction that it did not crush Mu Hua's family. The ray wings flapped weakly twice, and only then could Mu Hua and his group take a closer look at this floating giant. Touch of jealousy? Mu Hua saw the touch of jealousy on the floating monster, and the shaking and weak touch of jealousy made Mu Hua's eyelids jump. 40 or 50 soul tentacles, not counting some traces of damage and breakage, which means that the spiritual attribute of this giant is at least more than 5,000. This thing is suspected to be Leviathan. If it is defined according to Leviathan, although their magic power is vast and their magic attacks are often very fierce, they generally do not know much magic. They usually need to constantly absorb energy to maintain their huge bodies, so they often only specialize in a few inherited talents, and do not have much time and energy to learn magic. The spiritual attribute of this floating monster in front of him is very high, but through those soul tentacles, Mu Hua found that its soul seems to be very weak. Looking closely, there are still many wounds on its body that Mu Hua thought were spots at first. The riddling wounds are recovering quickly, regenerating at an accelerated rate, but it has not reached the level of soul tide. Is this a seriously injured floating monster? Look carefully. Wait, look more carefully. Mu Hua's eyes widened. He found that there were some fishing lines wrapped around the floating monster, and at the end of those fishing lines, there were some broken fishing rods. What's going on? Are those the fishing rods that I have been throwing into the abyss? Why are they all wrapped around this floating monster? Could it be that there are monsters in the abyss that collected these fishing rods and used them to deal with this floating monster? In astonishment, a picture flashed through Mu Hua's mind. A group of hideous demons were either throwing fishing rods or climbing along the fishing lines, trying to drag a giant manta ray down from the sky. Are you kidding me? Is this guy here to seek revenge? However, looking at its current appearance, it seems. Maybe I can give it a try? Feeling that the soul of this big guy in front of him is very weak, Mu Hua's jealous touch quietly reaches out to this uninvited behemoth. Chapter 483. Broken, the soul touch quietly explored the soul of the floating monster. Mu Hua found that the soul of this giant beast, which seemed to have difficulty even moving, was already broken. The floating monster, which was almost on the verge of death, even discovered Mu Hua's little action, and its soul, which should have been tough and strong, did not resist in time. A floating monster that seemed to be trapped by a fishing rod? Abyss fishing is fragile for use in other places except for fishing monsters out of the abyss. And there are indeed many broken fishing rods and fishing lines on this giant beast. Mu Hua didn't know how it got itself into this state, but when he found the problem, Mu Hua's soul tentacles seemed to turn into a sudden poisonous snake, and immediately entangled the broken soul of the floating monster. "Don't move!" Excited, Mu Hua subconsciously roared. If this guy had the slightest intention of resisting, Mu Hua would swallow the other soul immediately. Hoo. I don't know if this floating monster has any intelligence. Its heavy breathing makes a whistling sound, but at least the tentacles on its body that are suspected to be soul touches did not move. The body of the manta ray, along both sides of the back, 2 rows of evenly spaced tentacles draped on its body. I didn't see the magician's hand, but Mu Hua confirmed that those tentacles were undoubtedly jealous touches. Monday, Tuesday, do it, break its jealous touch. Always ready to devour the opponent's broken soul, Mu Hua felt like pointing a gun at the opponent's head. The jealous touch can be regarded as an extension of the soul. Although destroying it will not hurt the soul, it takes time for it to recover. Even if it has soul tied, it takes a certain amount of time to nourish it before it can recover again. Following Mu Hua's order, the hellhound and the big demon pounced on the huge monster and climbed onto its body. To be honest, Mu Hua still hasn't figured out what kind of existence this floating monster is. They have all kinds of strange shapes, but apart from their huge size, they look more regular than ordinary monsters. They are too handsome to be called monsters. They lack the sense of heaviness and oppression to be called leviathans. There are 40 or 50 tentacles that are barely visible, and the thickness is about the thickness of an adult's arm. On the floating monster, they are just fine hairs. In theory, the touch of jealousy can be retracted at any time. At this time, it is unknown whether the floating monster has a special body or it has lost the control to retract the touch of jealousy. Tuesday's soul special martial arts can't cut off the soul tentacles of the floating monster. It takes several swords to call martial arts, and condense the sword to cut off a tentacle. On Monday, the 2 heads were tearing, and the powerful force combined with the high-level biting actually had a sense of effort, but the efficiency seemed to be higher than that of Tuesday. "Master, don't be stressed." Tuesday cut off a tentacle and shouted cautiously. High-level impact immunity. Mu Hua's pupils contracted. That thing was Leviathan's signature ability, ignoring the impact of forces below 1000. Mu Hua's low-level impact immunity could not be upgraded, and the monsters that generally had mid-level impact immunity were dragons. High-level impact immunity. Mu Hua only knew that Leviathan was born with this talent. It seemed that the floating monster in the abyss should have a close relationship with the Leviathan demon. Gritting her teeth and jumping onto the body of the floating monster, Tina was unable to hold Mu Hua for a while, and a flash of anxiety flashed across her face. She followed Mu Hua and jumped onto the back of the floating monster. Mu Hua stretched out his claws and ripped the soul tentacles of the floating monster. He could clearly feel the impact immunity, but the tentacles were broken by the force of Mu Hua's claws. The claws obtained from the clawed monster were only a few dozen points away from reaching 2000. Now Mu Hua's claws are also very strong, which can be said to be his handheld weapon. This is also one of the reasons why Mu Hua chose the long spear when making weapons. In close combat, this pair of claws is his weapon. Ikaros was flying in the air, and Tina holding the dragon-tooth blade could not hurt the tentacles at all. Her strength was not enough, and she was temporarily killed by the high-level impact immunity. In desperation, Tina could only stay by Mu Hua's side to help Mu Hua guard the surroundings. 8 magic dragons were also summoned by Mu Hua. In ordinary battles, if Zhou could still control the strength, the attacks of these magic dragons were not serious at all. Therefore, Mu Hua usually does not use magic dragons to deal with monsters fished out of the abyss, as their attacks seriously affect the smelting of corpses. The 8 magic dragons can also tear off the tentacles, and their dragon teeth have an unexpectedly good effect on the tentacles. The group tossed around the floating monster, and in a moment, they removed all the jealous touches on it. I don't know if it was stupid or threatened by Mu Hua, but the floating monster didn't resist at all. After removing the jealous touch, Mu Hua waved his hand, and the followers retreated and stayed away from the floating monster, while the 8 magic dragons lay on the floating monster, maintaining an attacking posture. It sounds complicated, but the operation was completed in a short time. The originally huge magic dragon seemed to have turned into a small dog on the floating monster. Mu Hua also left the floating monster's body at this time, and observed the giant beast from a distance. Kill? Or not? Can this thing communicate? Mu Hua hesitated. The soul of the floating monster has been severely injured and is very weak. If it does not have the ability of soul tied, this kind of injury will recover very slowly. Mu Hua can now devour the opponent's soul, which means that he can kill the floating monster in front of him. But looking at the ability shown by the floating monster, It has not been exposed to the original sin, which means that the Philosopher's Stone it can give is very limited. It seems that there is no elemental affinity. If it can be smelted into a skill stone such as the Hand of the Mage and mental stability, it will be a bit vomiting blood. The only eye-catching high-level impact immunity, if it is not wrong, it can't be absorbed even if it comes out. Mu Hua estimates that the thing probably needs the intermediate impact immunity as a prerequisite. If you want to get the intermediate impact immunity, you probably have to go to the dragon. Even if the dragon has no spellcasting ability, it is still fierce. I haven't seen it in the abyss, and Mu Hua can't afford to provoke it for the time being. It seems that it is not worthwhile to smelt this floating monster. If it is before obtaining the corpse of the mutant kraken, Mu Hua might kill it because of his greed for its flesh and blood. After all, it is very beneficial to the natural growth of his family. But at this moment, the mutant kraken has not eaten much, and Mu Hua is a little reluctant to kill the big guy in front of him. This floating monster has a high physique, but its body does not seem to have any outstanding characteristics. There is no need to use a super fast regeneration as a medium for keratin skin. Otherwise, kill it and refine it into a corpse demon, but this big guy can't be put into the blood pool of the size of the arena. When Mu Hua was hesitant, a low voice came from the floating monster. Save me. Demon language, as if the pronunciation of a big tongue. Mu Hua's eyes were happy. This thing can communicate. Become my dependent. Mu Hua shouted excitedly. Everything was silent. With Mu Hua shouting, the floating monster seemed to be as quiet as death, and Mu Hua and his group stared at the floating monster. After a while, only some of the skeletons around made the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Help me. There was no answer, and it was still a dull cry for help. Mu Hua frowned. What does it mean? So awesome? You are too lazy to even fool around? Master, the floating monster's thinking is relatively simple. If you can deal with a rampage, they are easily affected by bewitching and enchanting. Try to give it some accurate answers, such as proposing ways to save it. Doris drilled out of Mu Hua's body. Save it? It has super fast regeneration, and its soul has no tendency to decay. If you leave it here and ignore it, it is estimated that the soul will slowly recover after a while. Now our touch of jealousy is wrapped around its soul, just like holding a gun to its head. What's the treatment plan? You really don't treat the kidnappers as a fool. Well, I can let you get the soul tied, obey me, sign a contract with me, and become my dependent, otherwise die. Although I think Doris's statement is a bit problematic, this floating monster seems to have communication barriers, and there is no better way, Mu Hua said to the floating monster. Save me. Still asking for help willfully, Mu Hua frowned even deeper. Take out a slavery contract. Mu Hua has a lot of this stuff, and they are all signed. Use the magician's hand to hold the contract, and let the contract float in front of the floating monster's head and face. Sign this contract, I will give you the soul tied, and you will recover soon. Mu Hua said to the floating monster. The floating monster was silent. Wait quietly. Mu Hua waited quietly for the floating monster to think. If it didn't work, then he would have to kill it. After a moment of silence, the floating monster's flank suddenly flapped twice, and Mu Hua's heart tightened, and he almost let his jealous touch tear its soul to pieces. After flapping its flanks twice, the floating monster calmed down again, because it didn't show any jealousy, and Mu Hua didn't know what the many emotional energies that the floating monster was showing were. The tentacles are gone. The floating monster's low voice sounded, and this time it didn't say save me. Mu Hua was puzzled. Come closer. I can't touch it. The floating monster seemed a little aggrieved, and Mu Hua dispersed in a daze, with a little surprise in his surprise, and the expression on his face was very strange. Well, this floating monster seemed to want to sign a contract, but its tentacles were cut off by Mu Hua, and it couldn't touch the slavery contract. How to sign it? Chapter 484. The burning contract symbolizes the belonging of life. Once again, a soul attached to Mu Hua's soul, and Mu Hua gained a new follower. Thursday, a floating monster with neurasthenia. Fuck. 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 Mu Hua screamed excitedly when he sensed Thursday's attachment. He was not very satisfied with Tuesday's big size, but if it was as big as Thursday, then nothing would matter. I like it very much. Climbing onto Thursday's body with leaps and bounds, Mu Hua even lay on Thursday's delicate back and kissed him again and again. Touching the place where Thursday's jealous touch was cut off, Mu Hua was impulsive and felt so distressed. Congratulations, master. A group of followers came to Mu Hua, Ikaros squatted on Thursday's back, poking Thursday's body with his fingers. Watching Muhua rolling on Thursday's back, including Tina, rarely used the name of master to Muhua. The demon followers under Muhua were quite resistant to Muhua's taking in demon followers, but Leviathan didn't need to evolve, or rather, Thursday didn't need to evolve to become Leviathan, but needed a transition. They didn't know the process, but as long as they didn't share their Philosopher's Stone, it would be fine. The energy absorbed by Leviathan was usually used to maintain its own consumption, and cultivation was basically meaningless to them. They would continue to grow and become stronger as time went by, but it seemed that they could only grow and become stronger through the grinding of time. To some extent, Thursday should be regarded as an alternative Leviathan cub, so the demon followers had no objection to Thursday. Not only that, if it didn't involve the allocation of resources, it would be very impressive to have such a strategic level monster in their own home. Name: Thursday. Race: Demon, Pseudo, level 786. Life: 33%. Magic: 9%. Constitution: 7,503. Intelligence: 1,100. Spirit: 8,760. Magic Adaptability, SSS. Distributable points: 786. Talents: Soul Devourer, Floating, Advanced Impact Immunity, Touch of Jealousy. Skills: Aurora LV1, Position Blast LV1, Space Interference LV1, Flight LV1, Mental Stability LV30, Super Speed Regeneration LV83. It is worthy of being the Leviathan of Jealousy. Although it cannot be regarded as a real Leviathan, it seems that Thursday itself is not far from the original sin of jealousy. Well, of course, this not far is probably for Muhua, who is used to Krypton 100 refining secret stone. Looking at Thursday's attributes, the Constitution attribute is frighteningly high, and the life value does not include the soul state. At this time, its consumption of life value should be more affected by the body's strength. Judging from its large size, its super high physique should be a natural racial advantage, and its intelligence can only be considered normal. Its more exaggerated spiritual attributes than its physique may be due to the influence of the soul-eating. This guy has swallowed up countless souls. Its talent did not exceed Muhua's expectations, and its magic training seemed to prove that the floating monster was unlearned and incompetent. Muhua had no regrets at all, and this aspect of strengthening and transformation was not a big deal for him. And the nearly 800 free attribute points were useless. If they were added to intelligence and some powerful magic were added, this guy would definitely be a template for a war fortress. Save me. The dull cry came again. Muhua was so excited that he forgot that his baby was still in a state of mental weakness. Well, save, don't worry, save now. Muhua smiled like an old father, and ran to Thursday's eyes. Thursday's appearance was very similar to that of a ray, and Muhua was not sure where its head was. Muhua had been kryptoning skills too frequently during this period, and was temporarily in a resting stage. He had no shortage of 100 refinement secret stones now, so he just shot Thursday's mental stability. Save, not only save, but also strengthen, and the mental stability was also maxed out in a while. Only with a jealous bite can the soul tie be safely released. This is definitely a freshly baked jealousy. Let's see who dares to bully our Thursday from the soul level in the future. Muhua rarely exposed his protective mentality, and shot down with 100 refinement secret stone, but Thursday's mental stability had just been Krypton to LV51. Ugh! Thursday arched his back with a huge retching sound, and the skin and flesh on his back were still twitching. Muhua. Tina. That's it? It's a floating monster. Ugh! The demon followers around Muhua rolled their eyes, and Ikaros's fingers that were poking at Thursday turned into a palm that patted and comforted. The improvement of several levels of mental stability made Thursday physically uncomfortable. Thursday temporarily lost the ability to move. Muhua and his group dragged it away from the edge of the abyss. After that, everyone dispersed and continued to do what they had to do, leaving Muhua alone to guard Thursday and take good care of him. Apart from the touch of jealousy, the only part of Thursday that can be regarded as an attacking part should be the whip-like tailbone behind it. Its mouth is more than 100 meters wide, but its mouth is under its abdomen. In terms of physiological structure, its biting ability is not outstanding. By touching and looking at Thursday's body, Muhua had checked Thursday's body structure from head to toe, which satisfied Muhua's curiosity. Thursday is a strong but weak existence. In Thursday's intermittent communication, Muhua also figured out the difference between it and Leviathan. It's not necessary to touch Inbi to become Leviathan. The floating monsters are huge and powerful, But the magic cores in their bodies have not yet been transformed into magic elements, so their energy absorption rate is much lower than that of Leviathan, which also makes them look dull and clumsy. They can be regarded as juvenile Leviathans to some extent. It doesn't matter how strong their attributes are, but when their magic cores become magic elements and they master the purgatory armament, they can be regarded as Leviathan demons. At that time, they will also be sent away from the abyss by some force. As the place of punishment for all things, the abyss seems to have become a place for raising children for the Leviathan group. To transform the magic essence, is the Philosopher's Stone useful? Sitting on Thursday's body, Mu Hua asked Thursday, who was distracted. No use, time, soul, flesh and blood, growth. Thursday answered in a communication barrier way. You can't leave the abyss, but I saw a white whale in the human world, that is, in other dimensions, it should also be a floating monster. Mu Hua recalled the giant beast he saw on the demon island. Accident, time and space turbulence, lucky to survive, random dimension, waste, bad luck. Thursday answered. A series of words, Mu Hua rubbed his head and concluded that some floating monsters should be accidentally involved in the time and space turbulence, and if they survived by chance, they would be randomly sent to a certain world. The magic environment in the abyss is obviously higher than other areas. Here, floating monsters need to constantly absorb energy. It is difficult for them to leave here, let alone grow, and it is estimated that it is difficult to maintain their own survival. This is probably the origin of Thursday's useless, unlucky. Why can't you go to the abyss to help me catch some monsters? Thursday can live normally in the magic fog of the abyss. Mu Hua originally expected it to help catch some valuable monsters in the abyss. After all, according to Thursday, floating monsters are the scavengers and punishers of the abyss. The creatures that fall into the abyss are their usual food. No rules, punishment. Thursday's answer still made Mu Hua half understand. Tell me more details. Mu Hua asked. Annoying. After a long silence, Thursday uttered a word that made Mu Hua want to beat it. In Thursday's impatient explanation, Mu Hua somewhat understood that floating monsters could not take things from the abyss out of the abyss magic fog, even the undigested monsters in their stomachs, so they often hid under the magic fog, otherwise they might be strangled by some unknown energy in the abyss magic fog. But don't you have some fishing rods hanging on you? Mu Hua speculated, because he threw the fishing rods in, so they are not considered things from the abyss? Not considered, scourge, master, immoral? Thursday said irritably. Mu Hua found out that normally, Thursday can be considered a good-tempered taciturn person, but he doesn't like to talk, and he will get angry if you ask him to talk more. This doesn't seem to be Thursday's personal problem. It may be affected by the physiological structure. Most floating monsters have this temperament. For this, Mu Hua couldn't punish Thursday, staggered his mouth, and took out the Balian secret stone. Pa. One after another, the 100 refining secret stones hit Si Ting's body, and the degree of mental stability gradually increased. Ugh. Very good. Si Ting responded again. Mu Hua nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 485. Hey, Master Mu Hua, have you seen the comments online? Burner, I say, can you tell me in advance when you change your style next time? In the hotel lobby, Mu Hua, who was sitting at the bar and sucking a coconut, answered the call, and Nick's complaining voice came out of the phone immediately. Oh! Did someone really take a picture? Who posted it online? The Adventurers Guild or the Garrison? Waving his hand to refuse the cup offered by demand, Mu Hua asked Nick with some surprise. In the early morning outside, Tibesha and others left the Abyss Island early. They still had to take care of the team stationed in Panjade. Mu Hua did not leave in a hurry until he kryptonized the soul tide for Thursday. When Mu Hua left the Abyss Island, it was almost noon outside. Yesterday, Mu Hua set a few wildfires in the Death Canyon. Setting fire to a city will inevitably produce high-energy reactions. I think there should be someone to investigate. He had already informed Odysseus that Odysseus would not post what he did on the internet. Is it really you? If it wasn't for your consent, it shouldn't be the Garrison. Now the Garrison must review the information about Canes. I'm not sure who it is, the Adventurers Guild or the brigades in the courtyard. Nick said to Mu Hua. Although the surveillance in this world is sometimes more exaggerated than in a previous life, the satellite in the courtyard has been sunk long ago. Mu Hua went deep into the Death Canyon. It is not something that ordinary people can do to investigate his situation. If you want to carve out a territory and be the king, you must bear some costs. If you show your strength, there may be people who want to test the truth. If you pretend to be generous and want to impress others and let you develop, it is basically the fantasy of the grass scoundrels. That trick may not even scare the grass hooligans who have used real knives and guns. It's hard to say whether it's a slap in the face or not, and there will definitely be endless harassment. Mu Hua didn't intend to cover it up. In addition to experimenting with magic, he set the fire to show it to those who are interested. Moreover, the situation of ghosts and gods is special. Even if the video is taken, his image will be covered up on the internet. However, whether he will cover it up or not, you just need to know it in your heart. Now is different from the past. Mu Hua is not someone who can be used as a topic by anyone who wants to bring him up. It is said that Mu Hua can't control it, but putting things related to him on the internet without asking for his opinion is definitely not a joke or goodwill. I think it is more of a test of his bottom line. Can Webster find it? Mu Hua asked. It should be possible. Nick replied. Well, I see. Is the city hall going well? The ghost counselors won't cause you any trouble. If you need their cooperation, just tell them. You can handle the human side on your own. I'm counting on you to restore the people's livelihood in Canes, Mu Hua said with a smile. TSK, it's easy to learn bad things. You're really fast at getting into the right state. I say, Lord, don't forget to notify me in advance next time you change your style. Nick replied with disdain. What are you doing? Mu Hua was puzzled. To make money. Do you know that the market price of magic books of Breath of the Crack in the surrounding areas of Canes has increased 13 times, and the succubi are trying to master Breath of the Crack? The fire resistance equipment in the courtyard has also started to rise in price today. Your kind of disaster can affect the surrounding market at any time, Nick replied. If the attack of the touch of jealousy can be traced, then the counterattack of the bite of jealousy is strange and difficult to defend. When someone interferes with Mu Hua's mind, as long as it is within a certain range of the touch of jealousy, the touch of jealousy does not need to be extended from Mu Hua's body, but can appear silently beside the other party and attack the other party's soul. This attack method of the jealous ghost god is fine for other creatures, just don't provoke jealousy. But for those creatures who are born with the ability to charm, who knows if they will provoke these jealousies? If they are unknowingly made to lose their souls by them, who can they go to for justice? If you can't stop the jealousy from attacking, you can only think of a way from yourself. The magic of Breath of the Crack can weaken the sense of existence, and can also cover up the ability of charm that produces mental interference through the senses. Now there is a jealous ghost lurking in Cane City. Breath of the Cracks, which has no concealment effect and is a magic that even scouts may not learn, has become a hot commodity around Canes. As for the price increase of fire-resistant equipment in Cane's courtyard, it is not that anyone is targeting Mu Hua. It is completely to prevent encountering him when hunting demons, or to prevent being affected by his large-scale fire magic when cooperating with this type of fire magic. Oh, in this case, you can stock up Breath of the Cracks if you can, it shouldn't be a loss. I also have a wide area magic that creates a low-temperature environment of minus 120 degrees. It's minus 120 degrees for the time being. After listening to Nick's explanation, Mu Hua said casually. Speaking of which, his Thursday's Jealous Bite and Jealous Touch are in place. But Mu Hua also found that the ability inherited from that kind of talent does not need to be connected step by step. According to Mu Hua's experience, if he gives it a breath of death, it should be a freshly baked jealous demon if he takes the Pale Lord. Now Mu Hua's family has started to go out to hunt demons. As long as they have Mu Hua's support, they can barely be regarded as embarking on the growth path that Mu Hua had when he first came to Loren. As they continue to bring back the corpses of monsters, as more fishing rods are obtained, they can also participate in fishing. Because Mu Hua attaches great importance to the Jealous Bite and Regeneration ability, who knows if he will take out a nest of jealous ghosts and gods. I think the price of the Breath of the Cracked magic book will rise in the future. As for magic that has a greater impact on the outside world, Mu Hua is expected to improve a lot of magic in the future, but only the Frost Mist God realm is more likely to affect the surrounding areas. Mu Hua's ice and fire magic attracted Nick's complaints. This guy doesn't hunt demons, and he doesn't have much emotion about Mu Hua's magic. He just complained that adventurers who team up with Mu Hua in the future might be guilty. After the call with Nick, Cairn City is full of people and ghosts, and there are a lot of big and small things. Nick, the frivolous guy, is now busier than Mu Hua. Demand looks idle, but he can be said to be the liaison of Mu Hua and his group. When everyone is not together, he is simply a public mailbox. If they can't find him for big things, they will ask him for small things. Now the ghosts in the town also regard him as Mu Hua's mouthpiece. Although this fat man always complains to Mu Hua, he has never missed the information that needs to be conveyed. He treats the hotel like his own home. Even if there are not many guests, he never relaxes in cleaning. He thinks about what goods to put in the supermarket when he has nothing to do, and arranges the work of the living puppet every day. Sir. A skeleton warrior walked into the hotel, and when he approached the bar, a greeting came from the skeleton's mouth to Mu Hua. Mu Hua nodded. The skeleton warrior couldn't speak, so the voice should be from the ghost possessed by it. I want to stay in the hotel. A ghost floated out of the skeleton. Get lost, come back in a few days. Mu Hua waved his hand, and Demand, who put down the magazine on the side, looked at the skeleton warrior in confusion. Speaking of which, these ghosts are not poor. Their citizenship has not been cancelled, and their property during their lifetime can be used. And these ghosts who are possessed by skeleton warriors now are either working on farms or logging camps, or helping to rebuild the city, and they have a salary. Mu Hua gave them skeleton warriors that they can possess, and they manipulated the skeleton warriors to work, which also unexpectedly improved the learning ability of the skeleton warriors. When these skeleton warriors learned certain jobs, Mu Hua would replace the ghosts with a group of skeleton warriors. As for the replaced skeleton warriors, well, since they are all skilled workers, they should go back to work in the Abyss Island. So, this ghost really didn't come to the hotel to make trouble. It is probably that he has a lot of tricks. Knowing that Mu Hua is the boss here, he wants to get close to Mu Hua by staying in the hotel. But staying in the hotel? What a shitty hotel. Demand can't see ghosts now. Even if ghosts are allowed to stay in the future, Demand must first be given psychic abilities, otherwise Demand will have to follow a magic puppet as an interpreter, like a fool. Mu Hua has a good foundation in the town, and he is not short of ghost subordinates now. He doesn't need this kind of clever ghost with unknown origin for the time being. Giving orders to the skeleton warriors grabbed the ghost, who was still trying to say something to Mu Hua, and dragged the ghost out of the hotel like dragging a flag. Well, ghosts are very fragile. Under normal circumstances, they cannot possess skeleton warriors. If they dare to possess them randomly, they may be swallowed by the skeleton warriors. Now the skeleton warriors in the town are all Mu Hua's followers. They are ordered to let these ghosts possess them, but these ghosts cannot completely control them. After chatting with Demand for a while, Mu Hua was ready to go around the town. The farm and the church needed attention. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Trisha walk into the hotel a little depressed, sit at the bar, knock on the table, and ask Demand for a glass of wine. What's wrong? Your business should be good recently. How are Dorn and the others learning from you? Mu Hua stood up and greeted Trisha, and walked out the door. He and Trisha were already familiar with each other, so they didn't need to exchange sweet nothings when they met. They could just talk casually. Trisha would naturally call him if there was anything. It's okay. They are both very attentive. Mu, ask your Tina to find out about the recent situation of the demons. I heard that demons and witches are mixed together. You know the witches I'm talking about. With her back to Mu Hua, Trisha waved her hand. Yeah. Mu Hua paused for a moment, responded, put one hand in his pocket, and walked out. With this tone, the witches Trisha was talking about were naturally those who wanted to take revenge on the northern nobles. Mu Hua didn't participate, and neither did Trisha. Instead, the situation of the demons was a little strange. You know, if the demons messed around in the human world, they would attract the Allen inspection team to encircle and suppress them. Chapter 486. Although ghosts are aliens, the human beings in this world are quite receptive to ghosts. Walking in the town, there are already some humans walking on the streets. The batch of true vision eyes sent by Webster have been placed. Even ordinary humans can vaguely see the ghosts floating on the street. When they meet people they used to know, they will greet them normally. The sign of the Psychic Academy has been hung up. Caroline is in charge of the affairs there for the time being, and Mu Hua does not need to worry too much. With Caroline's argument, most of the teaching equipment in the academy was not taken away by the original Springer Academy, including 2 teaching mechas and several exoskeleton machines. The original Dust Courtyard became the teaching department of the Psychic Academy, and all the vampires in the courtyard were transferred to teaching staff. Teacher Vic, who is estimated to have no chance of vampires in this life, was given the status of the Dean of Teaching with the full affirmation of Mu Hua, which can be regarded as his desire to commit suicide. Well, the necromancers may be unwilling to become liches, but they are usually more unable to accept becoming ghosts than ordinary people, because when they are alive, they generally do not regard ghosts as people. Because the vampires in the Dust Courtyard may have the Blood Moon City behind them, Mu Hua asked Caroline not to arrange for them to participate in the core management, and the main management of the academy is still the Witch Souls, who finally stayed in the academy. As far as the entire Kane City is concerned, Mu Hua still attaches more importance to the town area, and his focus is still on the town. Nick arranges the repair and promotion of the new city area. In Nick's mission, the promotion link is more important, because it is the key to making Kane City less affected by negative interference from the outside world, and it is also the focus of asking for peace of mind measures from all walks of life. Who says that development is only carried out after becoming rich and powerful? Think about it carefully. Which prosperous area is not full of thieves and prostitutes at the beginning of its development? All kinds of low-class people are either cheating or selling their money. If the development is not good, then continue to beg for food and sell your misery. If the development is good, before everything in the town is in order, Mu Hua should not invest any energy in the new urban area. Walking on the streets of the town. The skeleton warriors on duty are covered with mercenary armor, including the masks covering their faces. The mercenary armor made with reference to the appearance of the prison armor makes them look like warriors on the battlefield. The real prison armor is a top-level equipment with strict requirements on forging materials. Webster is also unable to provide Mu Hua with the prison armor. And this kind of mercenary armor is a mid-range equipment, focusing on energy protection. The short-term defense effect is very good. It is usually used for defense in the city, mostly for pretense and scaring people. Helmets, armor, arm guards, gauntlets, skirts, leggings, boots, and the long-handled swords made by Mu Hua. After being fully armed, it is difficult to tell from the appearance whether they are skeletons or humans. Webster sent this kind of armor to Mu Hua with great intentions. The armor was basically tailored to the body shape of the skeleton warriors. Nowadays, these heavily armed skeleton warriors do not participate in patrols, but stand like sculptures in various parts of the town, holding swords, as if they will swing their swords at any time to those who do not follow the rules. People who do not know the details and come to the town will probably regard these skeleton warriors wearing mercenary armor as a kind of decoration of the town. Click, click, click. A team of patrolling skeletons passed by Mu Hua. When Mu Hua waved his hand, the black-armored skeleton general, who led the team, did not stop to salute. A black-armored skeleton general with the corpse mark engraved by Trisha, and the skeleton warriors following behind him are more fashionable. Wearing tactical uniforms filled with magazines, rifles on their shoulders, various security equipment hanging from their waists, batons, handcuffs, single-shot net guns, and stun guns. They are temporary patrolmen before the restoration of the security system in Cairn City. Perhaps after the formation of Mu Hua's Knights, they will be used to guard some special areas. After the Penelope incident, the town welcomed the return of some people who were away from home, most of whom had relatives who became ghosts. Not a long period of time has passed. To be honest, the atmosphere of sadness in the town is not too strong. Under the influence of Mu Hua, the words and deeds of those ghosts are almost the same as when they were alive. How to say it, after a short period of discomfort, the living people in the town have more of a strange, and even strange and fresh mood in their hearts. Probably only some young people are asked by their own ghosts to clean the yard and tidy up the lawn, and they will be full of old and slightly irritable. Many places on the streets of the town were damaged by vehicles. Hubbard was repairing them with some ghosts possessed by skeleton warriors. Two skeleton warriors driving mixer trucks looked funny to Mu Hua. The son-in-law of old Mori finally became the mayor, but his political career probably didn't have much development prospects. When seeing Mu Hua, most people, whether living or dead, would secretly observe him, and occasionally they could hear some people talking about the expensive psychic potion. After the ghosts who were favored by Mu Hua deliberately spread the word, Mu Hua had a certain prestige in the town. Everyone knew that Mu Hua didn't like to be disturbed, so they generally didn't dare to tease and chat with Mu Hua casually. Passing by Old Baron's tavern, the original tavern had been burned down during the mosquito eradication operation. At this time, Old Baron was leading people to rebuild the tavern on the old site. The restaurant in the town has reopened. Because there is not much business, you can see several young waiters sitting around a table and chatting through the window. Continue walking forward and walk to the fork of the third block. Looking up, the third block is quite lively. Many ghosts from the new city are also lingering here. The nightclub called Fall is actually still open. It is said that there are not only drinks for ghosts to drink, but also gambling and boxing matches. The ghosts in the third block are mainly for Fall. You can't expect all ghosts to follow the rules. These ghosts are not paupers. Some ghosts' savings before their death are enough for them to live a wild life. And Fall actually sells constructed undead to the outside world. It is said that the revenue here is still very good during this period. Mu Hua has no objection to this. Anyway, he has to report taxes here, and he has a share of those taxes. Let the corrupt boss come to see me in a couple of days. Looking at the flower beds on both sides of the road in the third block, which were planted with lush demon snapdragons, Muhua said to Melinda, who was following him. Yes, sir? Do you need to confirm the specific time? Melinda asked seriously. This follower, who did not need Muhua to pay her salary, submitted her resignation report to the Night Hunter several times, but was not approved. She was much more dutiful than before, and seemed to have a tendency to get closer to Muhua, but unfortunately Muhua would not use her much, and would only let her do some chores occasionally. 4 days later, confirm the time and tell me in advance. Have you got the hunting permit for the magic courtyard? Muhua asked casually. The Principality of Omir only approves hunting permits for high-risk areas, and prohibits the use of magic that will cause large-scale damage to the environment, Melinda said. As long as you are in a high-risk area, you can hunt as much as you want. Muhua confirmed. Other magic beasts don't matter, but you can't go deep into the dragon's nest, you can't destroy and steal dragon eggs, and the number of flying dragons you hunt can't exceed 20 per year. If the evil dragon doesn't actively attack you, you are not allowed to hunt the evil dragon, Melinda replied. The Principality of Omir has reached a coexistence agreement with the Lord of the Courtyard of the Magic Courtyard. The fight between humans and magic beasts is real, but the Lord of the Courtyard will not launch a magic tide, and humans cannot arbitrarily hunt some magic beasts in the courtyard. As for Muhua, a ghostly style, if he wants to harm the magic beasts in that courtyard, he must obtain official approval from the Principality of Omir. Moreover, humans and monsters have a non-aggression zone in that courtyard. You can't do anything wrong there, otherwise you may be resisted or even sanctioned by both humans and monsters. Heh, they are really protective of dragon beasts. Muhua chuckled. 20 flying dragons are 20 flying dragons, and the so-called not allowed to do this, not allowed to do that, as long as they are not discovered. Isn't it okay? Even if there are many restrictions on him there, he can wait until the Dandelion team is stronger, and let Tibesha lead the team to hunt monsters there. Ghosts and gods are regarded as disasters by the outside world, but no one can restrict ghosts and gods from supporting and cultivating their own forces. It is hard to say for the time being. At least Dandelion can be regarded as an adventure team closely related to him. As long as Dandelion is cultivated, if there is any situation that he is not convenient to deal with in the future, he can leave it to Dandelion to deal with it. However, speaking of it, what if Tibesha and the others are turned into ghosts and gods? Thinking of this, Muhua's expression suddenly became strange. Well, forget it. Anyway, to a certain extent, Tibesha and the others are also raising themselves. If they really create a ghost team, I guess no one will restrict him casually. Away from the third block, the business of Fallen is good, and Selma's magic material store is now rejuvenated. Walking here, Muhua saw many people coming in and out of the magic material store from a distance. The sales of psychic potions in Kane City are basically monopolized by Selma, but Muhua did not make psychic potions for her, but let her purchase them from the outside. Nowadays, Kane City lacks popularity in all aspects. The more channels for external communication, the better. Some things cannot be eaten up, at least not before Kane City has its own characteristic industries. The Eye of True Vision set by Webster could not cover the entire territory of Kane City, not to mention that Muhua deliberately let the Eye of True Vision avoid some areas. As for why this was the case, it was up to each person to decide. Most of the people who came to the magic material store came here to buy psychic vision potions, and there were also ghosts, who came here to buy soul potions that had healing effects on ghosts. Through the open door of the store, Muhua saw a woman with a tough temperament and a sexy appearance doing business in the store. Athena, Selma's daughter, who was quite famous in the town, was said to have obtained a place in the reserve of a noble knight group. As a result, Selma became a ghost, and she returned to the town. Although Muhua asked Selma and Old Mori to be responsible for the recruitment and establishment of the knights, because she was a ghost, Selma recommended Athena to take over her position as the deputy leader, and she was ready to become the guardian spirit of her daughter. Old Mori also made a similar decision, but there was no one alive in Old Mori's family. I don't know if it was a little tricky. Old Mori actually recommended Clark to be the leader of the knights, and he was ready to become Clark's guardian spirit. The knights are different from adventurers. They are more like soldiers. There is an essential difference between soldiers and warriors. Loyalty is the basic quality of knights. Once they choose the object of loyalty, it has nothing to do with good or evil. The will of the leader is above their ego to a certain extent. They emphasize loyalty and execution. As for what they are loyal to, there is no need to say more, no need to think about it, and it is not possible to say it, let alone go into it. There is no factor of devil contract in it. It can be said to be a code of conduct. This is a more retro and traditional profession. The folk customs of Lorin are more self-respecting. In this regard, as far as Muhua can recruit for the time being, Clark and Athena are more suitable candidates for command. Others are temporarily lacking in military quality, let alone knights. Chapter 487. There was originally a deserted woodland like a boundary on the edge of the town and the new city, but now all the trees here have been cleared. In the future, the church and market of Cairn City will be built here. The amount of work here is relatively large, but there are professional construction companies involved in the construction and management here, so everything is in order. I don't know whether it is to calm things down or to show the belonging, but the various government funding applications of Cairn City have been approved quite smoothly. Now these urban construction projects, including the wages of workers, do not need Muhua to pay out of his own pocket. With the funds in place, the urban construction project has been launched, and the employment of ghosts has been carried out in an orderly manner. All kinds of trivial ghosts have seen it, and the ghosts in Cairn City are not as manic or lifeless as before. Hello, Weber, have you found the source of the news? After leaving the construction site, Muhua put away the pile of books that Rita gave him, and on the way to the farm, he called Webster. There is no problem with the construction of the church. Rita has also gathered some of her old sisters to promote the legend of Aqua, the goddess of water, in the city of Canes. Muhua had asked Rita to ask the engineers of the construction company to recommend some books on architecture for him, from entry level to advanced level, suitable for learning. There is no other way. If he wants to play earth magic well, especially the various things related to the mage's position, Muhua really needs to learn the knowledge of civil engineering. Magic is not divine art. When some spells are performed, you can't just imagine how to make it turn. It is not surprising that some magic interferes with reality and causes effects other than magic. Especially earth magic, if you don't have any idea about building geology, let alone a strict mage camp. Even if you want to create a large-scale ground fissure, it may cause a landslide and bury you in a minute. Muhua didn't want any precious information. He just wanted the other party to recommend some book titles, and he could find them online. As a result, Rita helped him get all the books. Well, a member of the Disaster Annihilation uploaded it. He is not a main combat member, and signed a short-term contract with the Disaster Annihilation. In my opinion, it may be a trick of the Adventurers Guild. Webster replied, but it was Muhua who asked Webster to help find out who posted the story of him setting fire in Death Canyon on the internet. Adventurers Guild, that Marcus asked me about Death Canyon before. What are these guys thinking? Muhua chuckled. He couldn't figure out the other party's intentions. If it's the Disaster Annihilation, they might be worried that you overlap with the area they want to capture, and they're trying to get outsiders to put pressure on you. After all, your flames have a big impact, and no one would like to be your neighbor. But you've already gone to Death Canyon, so Snow Ridge Ranch and Goblin Kingdom should be their first choice, and they don't have to be so radical. If it's the Adventurers Guild, the video upload with your consent can be regarded as a warning to other forces, telling them not to provoke you casually. If not, it should be an ambush, and they may be preparing to mobilize public opinion to contain you when you lose control. Webster analyzed. Out of control? If I were still afraid of public opinion in this regard, I wouldn't have set fire to the city so blatantly. Muhua frowned. Haha, don't think too much. I guess it's the branch chief over there who is messing around. At most, he is worried that you will destroy his platform too much in the future, Webster said with a smile. That fat guy Marcus? Muhua asked. Well, the means are too poor. Do you want me to say hello to Truman for you? Webster said. Okay, you can mention it to him later, and I will also tell Sweet of the disaster. How is Lin Feng's situation checked? Muhua didn't take the uploading of information too seriously. It was not a big deal. From the moment he became a ghost, as long as he moved, such things would not be rare in the future. In comparison, Muhua paid more attention to Lin Feng's situation. I've checked it out. His background is very clean. His family background is clean. His parents are ordinary people, and they have no bad record in the past. He is a lucky kid. He had contact with the Samsara Palace for a short time, just 2 months before he came to your place. But you can also ask Odysseus to help you with the specific situation of the Samsara Palace. Do you want to use that kid? Webster said. Well, I heard that he resigned. Since he wants to pester Tabitha, I just happen to be in need of a saint's son. Muhua replied. Ha, you really do everything. Who are you going to preach for? Webster said happily. Mental retardation, the goddess of water Aqua. Mu Hua coughed dryly. You didn't mean to say mentally retarded goddess just now? Webster's tone was weird. No, there was a crazy ghost next to me just now. Mu Hua replied seriously, and Melinda looked at Mu Hua strangely. This guy is still not serious, but he gives people a harmless feeling. Looking at Mu Hua's back, Melinda thought to herself. After ending the call with Webster, Mu Hua contacted Sweet, the leader of the Disaster Annihilation Team. During the Star Patrol conference, they added each other's contact information when they met with the Monster Commander. After mentioning the team member who uploaded the video about him without authorization to Sweet, Sweet immediately launched an investigation. After confirming that the man could not get Mu Hua's video at that time from his team, and not mentioning the matter in the team, Sweet only asked Mu Hua whether he wanted a complete body or a head. Mu Hua smiled and said that he could deal with it himself, and it could be counted in his killing quota. Adventure teams do sign contracts and are free to come and go. Usually, everyone may turn a blind eye to cheating, but adventure teams treat spies and traitors more harshly than the army. There is basically no charge or jail time for traitors and spies, and 3 cuts and 6 holes are basically light. In this regard, the rules within the adventure team are more inclined to the loyalty of the gang than the law. With Mu Hua's current status and strength, the man's behavior has already constituted a hidden danger that will harm the team as a whole, especially since he is still accepting external instructions, and the normal rules are obviously no longer applicable to him. Disaster Annihilation cannot tolerate him, and Mu Hua doesn't care whether he is killed or not, but Mu Hua will not show the slightest softness and kindness at this time, and he cannot show it. After making an appointment with Sweet to meet later to see if there is any opportunity for cooperation, Mu Hua ended the communication with Sweet. Trivial matters, but they are trivia that must be dealt with. As for Lin Feng, who always pesters Taibesha, unlike Clark's group, Mu Hua cannot help him improve like he did with other members of the logistics team for the time being. There is no special reason. It is not that he does not trust her, but it is quite simple that he has no reason to trust her. It just so happens that Aqua is in need of a saint's son, so don't be in the logistics team and sharpen your knife, divide the body and prepare bullets. It is a rare rebirth. Hurry up and return to your duties, and be a promising prophet. It is also a good opportunity to help our Aqua sect become a regular sect. A sect with a saint's son is a good sect, worthy of belief, no problem. Don't want to do it? Ha, then let Taibesha say it. You dare to think about love after being reborn. If you don't want to do it, get out. Tao Lisi said earlier that the red thread on his body was anxious to throw it on the girl. If you want to fall in love, then be prepared to be a cow and a horse. Do you really think the ancient scam is fake? Sir, is it time for you to make clothes? Melinda asked Mu Hua as they walked east along the farm, and came to the breeding farm that Ivan was going to build at the corner of the Norid Mountain. Well, Mu Hua has never bought clothes because he didn't have a magic shield. His dragon skin windbreaker was also burned by his own fire. At this time, Mu Hua was still wearing the trousers and shirt he made when he just learned the purgatory armor. You know, it's winter now. Although the temperature has no effect on Mu Hua, it's a bit strange to walk around outside in this outfit. Well, contact a tailor and ask him to go to the hotel. You tell me, make a suit or a hunting suit. In fact, I prefer the suit thug style. Mu Hua said casually, when he heard the dog barking in the distance. The trousers and shirt on Mu Hua's body can only be considered as barely fitting, and if it is a full suit, fitting and not fitting are two completely different concepts in terms of comfort. He has never learned tailoring. It is no problem to use the purgatory armor to make keratin and tails on his body, but it is a bit troublesome to make clothes. And he is just preparing to study civil geology. These things are not as convenient as skill stones, tailoring and so on. Let's talk about it in a few years. Magic is very convenient, but it is not that you can draw a magic circle and everything will come out. Do you want to replace the master without some professional knowledge? Come on, that's not magic, that's called making a wish. I have contacted him, but he doesn't accept door-to-door service. His store is in the new city. Melinda seemed to have paid attention to Mu Hua's dress for a long time. So awesome, is he dead? Mu Hua was surprised. Dead. Melinda said that the other party was already a ghost. He's still so awesome even after he died. Mu Hua said with a smile. There are still ghosts in cairns who don't buy his story. He's just a craftsman, and not all ghosts are afraid of dying again. Melinda spread her hands. Well, let's go back and take a look. We still need to coax this kind of professional talent. Don't let him commit suicide. Mu Hua nodded. His judgment of talent is very simple. Those who talk are not as good as those who work, and those who work are not as good as those who have a job. Chapter 488. The livestock that Ivan had raised on his farm were all destroyed by the colored domain protozoa. Because it involved adapting the livestock to the undead, Ivan purchased a new batch of young animals. Along with this batch of livestock, there was also a batch of black dogs. At the foot of Reynold Mountain, the black dogs were all locked in cages, and the Purgatory Warhorse that Muhua had made earlier was temporarily placed here. With the Purgatory Warhorse wandering around, these black dogs were relatively honest. These black dogs were ugly and fierce. Ivan's patient training did not have much effect, but now that he was possessed by the skeleton of the undead, he was not afraid of the black dogs biting him. If you can't pet the dogs, you can only wait for these black dogs to give birth and then train the pups from an early age. After asking Ivan for more than 30 female dogs, Muhua sent them to the Abyss Island and handed them over to Zhou-Yi to take care of. Muhua has no interest in these evil black dogs. He wants them for breeding. What he wants is a black dog pup with hellhound blood. It is a bit difficult to let Monday ride a black dog now, but it doesn't matter. Although the little demons are unwilling to accept slavery, it is still no problem to find a little demon to evolve into a hellhound and let it be a breeding dog. Muhua has no time to take care of these evil black dogs now. In addition to Krypton skills, he has no energy to even derive undead. Everything is left to Monday, including training the puppies to sign slavery contracts in the future. In the future, the hellhounds under Muhua will probably be led by Monday. Muhua finally released some aggressive monsters on the Abyss Island. If the monster population is to be developed, the food link cannot be ignored. Even if he wanted to raise monsters, Muhua was going to graze them in a fenced area on the Abyss Island. Monsters can survive without food, but that kind of survival will not eliminate their hunger. Under the influence of hunger, monsters will be very violent and may attack all creatures that appear in their sight. If the growth problem is not considered, ordinary human livestock can actually solve the hunger of monsters. However, Muhua still prefers to raise some herbivorous monsters. He had previously sown a large number of grass seeds that herbivorous monsters, like in the north of the Abyss Island. When he was really preparing to build a food chain for monsters, Muhua suddenly felt that goblins seemed to be a very cost-effective monster. That's right, goblins. They are very suitable to be used as food for monsters. Most monsters actually do not have strong fertility, and among herbivorous monsters, most of the monsters with large litters can dig holes. They are good at enduring and hiding, which is a very troublesome problem. But goblins are different. They are omnivorous, reproduce quickly, and have a quick temper. When they form a group, they are ignorant of the world and like to wander around. Muhua is considering letting them roam freely. At most, he would block the periphery and not worry too much. As long as the monsters don't get hungry and riot, it will be fine. Muhua suddenly realized that in terms of building a natural system, goblins are really monsters with very high economic value. Who knows if this is the fundamental reason why they can continue to reproduce in hell? He did it as soon as he thought of it. He originally planned to have a good rest for a few days, but Muhua simply wandered into the Kane's courtyard again. He planned to catch some goblins and throw them on the Abyss Island. Anyway, he wasn't going to fight with the Goblin King or the Goblin General. He was just wandering around the Goblin Kingdom, looking for some goblins who had descended into their true form, just to relax. He casually put on a robe to cover his figure and walked into the fortress city through the teleportation array. Melinda was sent to the city hall by him, saying that she was helping him understand the details of the city administration. Melinda was not opposed to the situation that she couldn't follow Muhua because she had no choice. This temple which was not a stubborn person. Since she couldn't resign, she just gave up. Since she had walked around the Fiona courtyard with Muhua, as long as she was sure that Muhua would not run around in the human world, she definitely didn't want to participate in Muhua's demon hunting operations. As for what if Muhua lied to her? He lied, "I failed in my duty. If you have the guts, fire me." Melinda had obviously let herself go. Muhua was at ease, and she was also comfortable. Speaking of which, sometimes she really feels that life in Kane City is good now. The work is easy, and she can also hook up with ghosts on the streets when she has time. Passing by the commercial district, in the bustling streets, Muhua's shop, which looks like a house and an art exhibition hall, has a sign that it is closed. He is still a little short of manpower, buying materials, selling at the counter, and Muhua also wants to get some people to help him buy low-level magic stones from various places. Those low-level magic stones are good and cheap, but transportation is not very convenient. However, if people are scattered all over the place, it would be good to gather them to the Abyss Island through the World Tree. Earlier, He did not emphasize asking Becerro to help him get more intermediate magic brains, but now Cane City has unexpectedly become his territory. When summoning Becerro again, Muhua plans to ask Becerro to help him get more intermediate magic brains. The city of Canes is indeed a little lacking in popularity. If you get 20,000 of them, Muhua hesitated. Which one should I get? The girl from the sister's family, or the wife from the magician killer's family? Well, this is a problem. Walking through the commercial district, even in the fortress city, there are still explosions in the distant sky from time to time. It is estimated that some adventure teams have started a strong battle with monsters. It has not been too long since the Star Patrol conference ended. There are already many villages scattered outside the walls of the fortress city. This human gathering place does not have much room for expansion for the time being, but there is a tendency for the city to gradually prosper. There are actually some bus stops outside the city. The large-capacity flying vehicles will take adventurers to safer areas. You may encounter monsters on some transportation routes. Those routes are usually transport vehicles equipped with machine guns. They mainly go to areas where some adventure teams try to build fortresses. These public transportation vehicles can be seen as the expansion of the business of the Magic Empire Bus Company. As for whether it can replace the imperial government to take over this business in the future, it depends on how the adventurers, who can take power in this courtyard, will operate in the future. Adventurers of all kinds come in and out of the fortress city. The slightly wild atmosphere makes people's emotions relatively stable. The collision between humans and monsters may take a long time to warm up. The adventurers in the Cane's courtyard have initially entered a period of exploration to open up and reclaim wasteland. The village built by Otis earlier is being used by another strategy team. Otis's team has already headed towards the Goblin Kingdom. The exploration progress of the strategy group does not necessarily have to be faster than the brigade, but being ahead of most adventurers can also bring them more attention and benefits. Goblin is a more orthodox monster. Compared with other areas, the battles in the Goblin Kingdom are more standardized, and this standard can also attract many steady adventurers there. Good and bad are interdependent. After all, within a period of time, the battles in the area where the Goblin Kingdom is located should be more intense, with more benefits, more emotional energy, and more deaths, both for humans and the Goblin King. Observing everything in the courtyard, Muhua took a bus to the Goblin Kingdom. In the floating mode, the vehicle drove north for more than 100 kilometers, and came to an area where many adventurers gathered. Chariots similar to the muscle car of Tibesha gathered here in the hundreds. Tents, houses, and various residences are connected together, and some places on the periphery are also equipped with warning signs of magic traps. If it is not conquered by monsters, it is likely to develop into another human city in the future. This kind of human settlement is distributed throughout the courtyard, gradually going deeper into the north. Only when these settlements build cities, and these cities form a joint defense, can humans be considered to have gradually occupied certain areas. Occupation is not destruction. This will be a long process, and require countless manpower and material resources. The individual combat power invested in it is just like a drop in the ocean. In addition to the combat professionals, these cities may need more producers in the future. Not to mention the requirements of monsters, humans also need more population to create value, and support such a large stall. Adventurers need settlers. When they understand this, the settlers on Lauren's side are often really tough. Whether extraordinary or mortal, most people will make choices based on the life philosophy that suits them. This gathering place is temporarily the terminus of the Goblin Kingdom route. Except for the relatively safe stations along the way, leaving this gathering place, other directions may encounter monster attacks at any time. Getting off the bus and heading north, Muhua, wearing a cloak, walked like a wanderer. As the voices behind him disappeared, the adventure teams that were seen from time to time scattered around, and Muhua gradually fell into a world of monsters rarely visited by humans. The figure that concealed his breath attracted the goblins to follow him, in groups of 3 or 2. As more and more goblins gathered, as if confirming that Muhua was harmless, a group of goblins swarmed up with strange cries, as if they wanted to tear a piece of meat from Muhua before their kind. The touch of jealousy stretched out, and 2 goblins and a dwarf orc were lifted into the air by the touch of jealousy. Pine cone. A tightly gathered bone tooth was thrown by Muhua, and the flying bone teeth shot down a group of goblins. The goblins were killed and wounded, and the remaining goblins, their hideous faces instantly disappeared, and their screams stopped abruptly. The next moment, with more chaotic screams, the remaining goblins fled in panic and hid in all directions. The 3 monsters caught by the touch of jealousy were brought to the front, all 3 of which were their original bodies. Baji. The dwarf orc was crushed to death by the touch of jealousy. This thing is not delicious, in every sense, it is not delicious, and raising it with the goblins also gives the goblins more courage to build momentum. After a brief thought, Mu Hua decided not to raise them. He finally got rid of the habit of thinking about the dwarf orcs. Knocked out the 2 goblins, sent them to the edge of the abyss with a teleportation array, and then the skeletons and undead drove them to the north of the island. The dwarf orc, with only half of his body left, was thrown on the ground. There were some injured goblins nearby, and Mu Hua was too lazy to kill them. But when he was about to leave, Mu Hua couldn't help but glance between the dwarf's legs. TSK, Mu Hua grinned, it's a habit, it's really scary. Chapter 489. After countless years of wind erosion, traces of artificial construction that are difficult to distinguish can still be seen in the forest occasionally. The towering ancient trees spread out a canopy, and the original symmetrical gaps between the trees have disappeared. Not only the branches, but also the thick roots of the trees are closely connected, forming uneven cliff-like plant walls in the forest. The courtyard, the broken world, everything in the past may be difficult to distinguish, but there are always some plants that have witnessed the passage of time and survived tenaciously. Wandering in the Goblin Kingdom, intending to capture goblins, Mu Hua took the giant trees and plants as the direction, but found a place that looked like a relic of civilization. Well, I guess there won't be any adventures. Not only humans do archaeology, but some demons actually like to dig graves. Possessing wisdom that exceeds that of humans, and a desire for strength and growth that is even higher than that of humans, obtaining world fragments and occupying courtyards, any valuable relic of civilization may have been plundered countless times by demons of all sizes. If you want relics from other civilizations, it is more practical to hunt demons directly, and find them directly from demon drops instead of searching for ruins. Of course, for demons who have gathered countless civilizations, some things from other civilizations, since the civilization itself is gone, if they really fall out, you may only regard them as the products of demon civilization. The flames that protect the body form a protective layer around Mu Hua, a flame shield, or a flame windbreaker. Originally, Mu Hua did not like this magic because it basically had no physical defense effect. The defense of the flame shield is more about burning foreign objects before attacking the body, but if the temperature of the flame is not enough, it will naturally lack some instant incineration effects. So it is also called the flame windbreaker. For fire mages, this magic is more likely to be put on when fighting with the enemy in close combat. The level of practice affects its range, and close contact can burn the opponent. And now, when Mu Hua casts this magic, it really feels like defensive magic. Arrows and stones are shot from time to time between the towering ancient branches and vines, and these should be foreign objects shot by the goblins hiding here, but these attacks have not yet touched Mu Hua, either incinerated without a trace, or turned into magma and molten iron, dripping around Mu Hua. The extreme high temperature increases the temperature of Mu Hua's flame, but the spread of the scorching flame is difficult to control. The magic flame with a temperature of more than 6,000 degrees can cause a large area of fire in minutes. However, although Mu Hua's flame windbreaker is average, his magic enhancement has been fully kryptonized, and magic enhancement indirectly affects the caster's control over the formed magic. Mu Hua's control over flames has also surpassed the norm. If he deliberately controls it, he can make the flames condense without dispersing, and can also limit the spread of burning and high temperature. Especially for magic such as Flame Shield, Mu Hua can not only make the Flame Shield not affect the surroundings, but also the Flame Shield, which has a condensing effect, will burn more strongly than scattered flames if it touches its range of action. This is a useless magic for beginners, but it is very practical and powerful after satisfying the connection. Walking in the weedy forest, the grass and trees within a range of about 20 centimeters around Mu Hua disappeared out of thin air. The surrounding temperature was normal, but where Mu Hua walked, a path without any vitality appeared. Flames. When the temperature of flames is high enough, their annihilation characteristics are really stronger than the breath of death. Puff, puff, puff. Several sharp arrows pierced Mu Hua's body, and one of the arrows aimed at his forehead was slapped away by him. There are attacks that can be burned by the flame shield, and naturally there are weapons that can break through the flame shield. The materials used to make these arrows are better, and some arrows are coated with blood. It seems that a stronger goblin has set his sights on him. The dense trees covering the sky formed a natural protection. Unlike the goblins who built cities and forts, the goblins in this area used the ancient trees as their nests. The trees that formed barriers could no longer be described by their thickness. The treetops of these ancient trees could even allow goblins to live like on the ground, and they mostly hid in the dense branches and leaves. Looking up from under the trees, it was difficult to find their traces. Bang, 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 more raindrops of arrows and gravel attacked, and Mu Hua took out the tower shield, raised it above his head, and blocked the attack from above. A summoned Dragon 2 soldier plucked out the arrows from Mu Hua's body. At this time, Mu Hua was a monster in the eyes of these goblins. Mu Hua did not fight back and escape. This guy is simply unkillable. Super speed regeneration is very strong, but Mu Hua tried not to get hit if he could. This is not simply because of the pain, but even the super speed regeneration fused with the soul tide is not perfect. The fatal injuries to most creatures may only cause some pain to Mu Hua, but Mu Hua has also discovered that the recovery of those more serious injuries seems to shorten his lifespan. Starting from the regeneration stage, ignoring those attacks such as broken hands and feet, piercing the heart and headshots, you will still become a short-lived ghost. By the way, Mu Hua was actually quite puzzled. Even if he was shot through the forehead by an arrow, it would only hurt a little, but after spending a lot of 100 refining secret stones in a short period of time, the reaction of his body was still unbearable. Perhaps this is also a self-protection mechanism of the body. If it is like super speed regeneration, it will be dead after spending a lot of money. It is very difficult to catch the goblins here, but this is not a very good nest, and there are no very strong goblins. After all, these ancient trees are rough, but they are still ordinary trees. They can be set on fire. Mu Hua can indeed burn the forest here in minutes, but he came here to find these ancient trees. As a plant lover who has mastered the art of tree herding, these ancient trees are treasures in his eyes. Flame Demon! Get out of here! We are a tribe loyal to the Goblin King. If you start a fire here, you will be punished by the commander. The rough shouts echoed among the trees. The shouter cast an amplification magic on himself, and it was difficult to tell the direction of the sound. Mu Hua, who was holding a shield, blinked. He was wearing a cloak, and shielded his own breath. It seemed that the monsters here thought he was a fire demon. Ignoring the monster shouts, the heart of the tree shepherd spread out strange fluctuations. Mu Hua's palm touched an ancient tree. As his mind flowed, the ancient tree that had bred vicissitudes of life changed. The green branches fell, the green leaves turned yellow, decayed, withered, and decayed until they dissipated into ash. The ancient tree disappeared, and the ground sank. Whether it was branches or trunks, including the roots of the ancient tree, they just turned into dust and disappeared with the breeze in the forest. At the original location of the ancient tree, on Mu Hua's palm that was in contact with the ancient tree, a ball of emerald green juice exuded the rhythm of life, and the branches and leaves of the surrounding trees rustled, as if expressing their desire for the ball of juice. Plant essence. A foreign substance that can only be extracted from plants that have grown for enough years. Just like the treasure catalyzed by the law of time, it can help plants restore their vitality, catalyze their growth, and even change their characteristics. Although it is impossible to extract some essence from a 1,000-year-old tree to catalyze another plant for 1,000 years, it is still a resource that helps plants grow. And if a plant absorbs enough plant essence, it can even give that plant animal characteristics. To put it simply, this thing can create tree shepherds with simple thinking, who can pull out their roots and run as feet. Of course, it may be different from the imagined war ancient trees. Those plants that have turned into tree shepherds are mainly easier to feed. In addition to the nutrients in the earth, they can also absorb magic from the air. But they move slowly, and unless they are some special plants, they are also very fragile and extremely afraid of fire. If they are released to fight with people, they will basically die. In a one-on-one fight, the residents carrying a bucket of diesel may set them on fire. And those who obtain the essence of life usually use the essence of life on some plants that produce precious things, such as coiled snakes. Ahem, no, let's start again, such as golden apple trees and ambergris bushes. Tree herders are basically not combat-type existences. Maybe plants like the world tree are quite resistant to beating, but it still cannot change its weaknesses of slow movement and clumsy movements. Mu Hua got this plant essence. For the time being, he should use it to cultivate the golden apple tree, and he probably won't think about the ancient war tree for the time being. Along with the disappearance of the ancient tree, some messy debris fell from the sky, thump thump. A large number of goblins and dwarf orcs fell to the ground like dumplings from the sky, and even many monsters fell and vomited 3 liters of blood on the spot. A rough inspection showed that there was no giant monster, so Mu Hua made a pine cone and threw it to a place where there were many goblins. Now Mu Hua's spirit is 900 plus, and his bone teeth are basically equivalent to high-level exorcism bullets. He can shoot through several goblins stacked together, and the touch of jealousy strangled a bear goblin, and the goblins who could still climb up all ran away screaming. There are not a few goblins falling from this tree. If they know that Muhua is a human, they will probably try to rush in. But they thought Muhua was a fire demon. Although they didn't know how Muhua got rid of the tree, their first reaction when they saw Muhua attacking them was to run away. The touch of jealousy caught a few non-projected goblins, knocked them unconscious and threw them aside. Although he had to continue to harm the ancient trees here, Muhua was still sending goblins to the Abyss Island. The hand of the mage touched another ancient tree again, and the previous scene was staged again in this ruins forest. The rhythm of hurting trees changed into the heart of hurting trees. This ability can create an oasis in the vast desert. But this ability is not kind at all. Because, in addition to that oasis, the vast desert around it may also be created by this ability. Although plant essence cannot be extracted from all plants, the heart of hurting trees is still an ability in the gluttony sequence. It is hard to say what these goblins will do now that they have found such an ancient tree that can be used to extract plant essences. But if Muhua cannot be driven away, it is estimated that this forest will be covered with bald spots. After all, there are no hope of preserving the ancient trees that are old enough. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves, pull out all the ancient trees, and then plant some saplings, all of which are regarded as metabolism for the vast land. Chapter 490. There are countless little ghosts living inside the continuous mountains in the Pangaea crater area. Once they get out of the cave, they will gather in the basin formed by the crater, and will not go back into the cave even if they are attacked by humans. Because there are many of them, most of them can cast fireballs, and there is no benefit in killing them. It is high risk and low income, so the little ghosts here are hated by people and ghosts. Even if human adventurers want to stay in the Pangaea courtyard, they usually go through the tunnel of the crater, and go to the human city in the direction of the Earth Spring Plain. The fire salamander leather there is a special resource of this courtyard. It is even rumored that someone has obtained the tears of the fire element from the fire salamander there. So although the entrance of this courtyard is located in the Pangaea crater area, there are not many human adventurers in the vast Pangaea crater. The garrison here is like a young wife who never leaves the house. Even if they encounter a demon tide formed by little ghosts, they usually defend the city to the death. They are too lazy to go out of the city to pursue the demons after the demons retreat. The country where the entrance to the Pangaea courtyard is located once applied to the Federation to destroy the courtyard, but the fire salamander skin has excellent fire element resistance. It can produce a kind of leather that is second only to the fire dragon scales in terms of fire element resistance. Therefore, the Federation has not approved the destructive destruction here. Instead, the Adventurers Guild has recruited some combat forces to guard the Earth Spring Plain and the crater tunnel. The garrison here only needs to guard against the little ghosts in the crater area, and does not need to face the powerful monsters in the courtyard. The demon hunting operation of Tibesha and others in the Pangaea crater was very smooth. The melee ability of the little ghosts was very average, at most equivalent to that of an ordinary adult male. Although there were clusters of fireballs at every turn, Tibesha and her group, including the logistics team, all had primary affinity for fire elements, so being hit in the face by these little ghosts' fireballs was just like being punched. Attacking them with fireballs was not as effective as using slingshots to hit them. Equipped with level 3 or 4 exorcism bullets, they could steadily cause fatal damage to the little ghosts. Under the leadership of Tibesha, a group of logistics personnel held guns and shot at the little ghosts running around everywhere. After confirming that Muhua could really get magical benefits from the little ghost corpses, Tibesha directly used the card that Samantha gave her for emergency use, and with a wave of her hand, she equipped all the members with light armor covered with fire salamander leather. To a certain extent, it concealed everyone's affinity for fire elements, so that the team members would not fall into the embarrassing situation of being naked and embarrassed during the fight. With the small hand shield, it also saved the team members from appearing with bruises from time to time. Puff, puff, puff bloodlight accompanied the screams of the little ghosts. In a group of little ghosts gathered on a low slope, bone blades and swords emerged from the void ripples, and 20 or 30 little ghosts seemed to form a bunch of blood-colored flowers. When Vivian waved her hand, a group of black-armored skeleton generals scattered and killed, and after a day of wandering and hunting demons, Tibesha, Vivian, and Barbara led their respective team members to gather together again. It seemed that there was almost no plant growth on the burned black land, but the environment of the crater was not dry, and the air was very humid. Some cracks on the ground seemed to have magma flowing inside, and there were also turbulent streams that cut out long and narrow streams. The sky was rolling with a dark red color, which was the astronomical phenomenon of the Pangaea crater that was about to fall at night. "How are you guys doing?" The three women gathered together. When Tibesha asked Vivian and Barbara, the summoned beasts dispersed, and the team members put down their weapons and greeted each other. Three people on my side often complain when they discuss privately. Eve is fine, but she seems to be better at setting traps than attacking magic, Vivian said after catching a fruit thrown by Tibesha. Four people complained on my side. After being excluded by others, another person questioned the reason for my coming here, and was beaten by Clark, Barbara said. Well, I also have an emotional person on my side. The person who questioned him was given compensation and dismissed. The remaining 7 will be sent to Odysseus's logistics team first, and they will continue to do logistics in the future, so that Gravisi can take time to continue training them. When Tibesha said, Vivian and Barbara nodded in agreement. In the Penelope incident earlier, Tuesday saved Gravisi's daughter. Although he opposed his daughter's joining the Dandelion team, Gravisi and Dandelion got along better. The execution and loyalty of this group of logistics personnel in the team are still quite high, but Mu Hua is determined to train the members of the logistics team and let Tibesha restrain herself. And through the observation of several consecutive days of high-load demon hunting operations, Tibesha eliminated those with more eccentric personalities, and did not intend to train them in a way that violates the norm. Speaking of which, Xiong and Lin Feng are also members of the Dandelion team. However, Xiong can be regarded as Samantha's person. Tibesha is not sure about her thoughts. When it comes to Mu Hua, Tibesha did not count Xiong as one of them. She plans to let her be a regular doctor in the logistics team for the time being, or simply let her manage the hospital in Cairn City. Lin Feng and Mu Hua want to use him. Although that guy always says something that suits her, maybe because of his rebirth, Tibesha always feels uncomfortable being spied on, and even rejects him a little. Mu Hua wants Lin Feng to be the son of the Aqua sect, and Tibesha has persuaded him. As a prophet, he should have taken the path of faith. There are tens of thousands of quasi-believers in Cain City, and it is expected that they will all be masterless believers. It is perfect for him to practice in Cain City, and it is not a pitfall for him. After a short rest, many corpses of little ghosts have been sent to the Abyss Island in recent days. Tibesha asked Clark and Eve to lead the team to return to Cain's from Hyman City through the key of Fiona Courtyard. Tibesha plans to let Mu Hua strengthen them first, improve their combat power, and improve the efficiency of hunting in the future. On the other hand, it will also stabilize their emotions, so that she can cultivate their sense of belonging in the future. Samantha's killing of the Benson family actually made Tabitha very anxious. Samantha didn't tell her everything about the grudges with the Benson family, but only said that those collateral branches had ulterior motives. Samantha had brought her with her since she was a child, and didn't let her get involved in the affairs of the Benson family. Originally, Tabitha thought that Samantha wanted her to focus on cultivation, but now she didn't know much about the affairs within the family. Because of Samantha's deliberate guidance, Tabitha didn't really care about those collateral branches, but even if Tabitha didn't have too much obsession with Benson, watching Samantha slaughter Benson, Tabitha couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Samantha completely let herself go in the affairs of the Benson family. Tabitha was powerless to do anything about it, but she knew that Ivy and the others had indeed been restless in recent years. For Samantha, Tabitha couldn't say whether she should persuade or support her. Samantha's matter weighed on her mind, and Tibesha was confused for a while because of worry, helplessness, and displeasure. Now, she took advantage of Mu Hua's abnormality to deliberately avoid Samantha's affairs, and simply focused on the improvement of demon hunting. After sending Clark and his party away, Tibesha and the other 2 were teleported to the Abyss Island. Next to the World Tree in the central camp, Tibesha took out the fire salamander leather she bought for Mu Hua. She had noticed that Mu Hua's windbreaker had been damaged earlier, and planned to use this fire salamander leather to make a robe for Mu Hua. The 3 women noticed something strange in the sky while they were talking and laughing, and a huge shadow enveloped them in an instant. Looking up, the next moment, the 3 women's eyes were wide open, their mouths gradually opened wide, and they made a sound of ah-ah for a while, but they seemed not to dare to scream loudly. A giant beast was seen swimming high in the sky. Its ray-like figure flew over the central camp, and flew towards the forest in the north of the Abyss Island. On the broad back of the beast that Tibesha and the others could not see, hundreds of goblins huddled uneasily. They were all low-level goblins, not even the big goblins, but they were the first batch of wild residents that Mu Hua had moved to the Abyss Island. They would be sent to the north by Thursday, where they would settle and reproduce, and that area would probably be where Mu Hua would release the monsters in the future. The touch of jealousy had not yet recovered, so Thursday took on the task of transportation. Tibesha and the other 2 had never seen Thursday before, and when they were horrified, a spatial fluctuation appeared next to the world tree, and in a blink of an eye, Mu Hua's figure also appeared here. The three girls looked at Mu Hua, their faces still showing fear. They wanted to ask about the giant beast, but they saw that Mu Hua was playing with a ball of emerald green juice in his hands. The kneading action of his fingers was very unfriendly in the eyes of the girls, but his face was full of smiles. Chapter 491. Mu Hua, that. Vivian said while pointing at Thursday flying to the horizon. Well, that's Thursday. From now on, please call me Archdruid. Mu Hua said happily, throwing the plant essence in his hand. Thursday? Your follower? What is it? Although they didn't know what Mu Hua was thinking, they ignored his Archdruid's words and asked questioningly. Well, this guy is unlucky. He was harmed by the abyss monster. He is still recovering now. He should be considered a juvenile leviathan. Mu Hua said, waving his hand and walking out of the camp. Thursday was indeed injured by the abyss monster, but his soul injury has basically recovered, and the so-called healing was actually the soul tentacles that were cut by Mu Hua. Mu Hua's explanation was unclear, and Taibesha and the other two only half understood it. They chased after Mu Hua, and the word Leviathan made the three of them think about it, but they even forgot about the corpse of the little ghost they brought back. As Mu Hua told them, they roughly knew the origin of Thursday. They couldn't tell whether Thursday was a trap set by Mu Hua, but they also sighed at Mu Hua's good luck, and they actually had the chance to get a strategic demon like Leviathan. I got some goblins back, and I will release monsters in the east in the future. If there are goblins running here in the near future, try not to kill them if you can. Besha, take some time to go to the monster courtyard to catch some monsters. They don't have to be too strong. Find the kind that you can suppress, and rush to the east. Mu Hua said to Taibesha that he wanted to expand the ecological environment of the Abyss Island, but the monster courtyard was just like guarding against ghosts and thieves, so this kind of thing still needed Taibesha to lead people to do it. After accepting Mu Hua's instructions, Mu Hua and Taibesha discussed the issue of war beasts, psychic physique, guardian spirit, war pet beasts, attribute magic, and thinking about the configuration that Mu Hua was going to make for the team members. Taibesha was full of imagination again. Let Taibesha catch the beasts, and Mu Hua could catch some flying dragons. But he planned to see if the demon merchant could get him some ambergris bushes. If there were ambergris fruits, it would be easier to train the flying dragons. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to restrain those flying dragons if they were not killed or disabled. Mu Hua ran out of the camp, and came to the place where the golden apple trees were planted. Several golden apple seedlings in the camp had died long ago, and only 2 wilted seedlings were still alive outside the camp. This plant essence is not used on the world tree. This thing is not cheap at the demon merchant. Poking the juice in Mu Hua's hand with her finger, Barbara waited curiously for Mu Hua to act. It can only be absorbed from the annual ring plants that have survived for more than 500 years. There is no clear way to practice the natural secret art. Gluttony often takes the route of elemental spirits. Generally, those who can absorb plant essences should be high-level chinks and demons. It is understandable that it is a bit expensive. The world tree is too high-level, and the golden apple tree needs creatures with higher life levels as nutrients to survive. Well, at least you have to bury some high-level monsters as fertilizer for it. If you can make this golden apple tree a tree shepherd, you don't have to waste monster corpses. Our future life transition depends on them growing golden apples. As he spoke, the rhythm of tree shepherding unfolded. Mu Hua faintly felt the weakness of the golden apple sapling, and seemed to feel the desire from the golden apple sapling. The strange rhythm formed a connection between Mu Hua and the golden apple tree. Mu Hua attached the plant essence to the trunk of the golden apple tree. It seemed to be absorbed, and it seemed to be infused. With the integration of the plant essence, the golden apple sapling in front of him began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The trunk, which was as thick as a thumb, became as thick as a few fingers, and the thickness of the fingers became as thick as a wrist. Old skin gradually condensed on the trunk, and the old skin faded away, and new branches appeared again. The ground shook slightly, which should be caused by the rapid growth of the tree roots underground. Don't hurt the saplings next to it. Mu Hua muttered softly, and the leaves rustled, as if responding to Mu Hua's request. The sapling, which was just over 1 meter tall, grew to 3 meters in height, and a ball of plant essence was completely absorbed by the golden apple tree. Mu Hua twitched his mouth. This should be the essence contained in a 1,000-year-old tree. Now it probably catalyzed the growth of this golden apple tree for more than 10 years. The 3-meter-tall fruit tree has well-proportioned branches and leaves, not the kind of messy growth. However, The fruit tree still has not bloomed and has not borne fruit. It seems that it is still an immature style. Taking out another ball of plant essence, the fruit tree began to grow rapidly again. This time, the thickness of the trunk became thicker faster than before. Until the ball of plant essence was almost sucked out, the fruit tree finally produced buds. Be honest, it will all be yours in a while. Mu Hua muttered again, but took back the plant essence in his hand. He asked Taibesha and the other girls to make a few ladders, and pluck some hair from the body of a fire dog to make a brush. Several people climbed up and down around the fruit tree and carefully pollinated the buds. Several people were busy for a while, and when Mu Hua once again attached the plant essence to the tree trunk, the fruit tree seemed to have spirituality, and did not absorb all of the plant essence. Instead, it stopped absorbing the plant essence after it was full of ripe fruits. The skin of the apple, which was slightly larger than a fist, had a metallic luster. The soft brown-red color was not ugly, but unfortunately the fruits hanging on the branches did not have the gold color that would drive people crazy. The wisdom fruit failed to mutate into a golden apple, and the branches of the fruit tree were full of expensive wisdom fruits. Mu Hua and his companions were busy again, climbing up and down again, and they turned into fruit farmers picking fruits. Mu Hua was a little disappointed, but the three girls of Taibesha were laughing. Although no real golden apples were produced, these fruits were high-end fruits that could increase understanding in a short period of time. If it weren't for Mu Hua's Balian secret stone, these fruits would probably be enough to excite the three girls for a long time. After picking the fruits, Mu Hua continued to supply plant essence to the golden apple tree. The plant essences were large and small, which represented the patches of alopecia that Mu Hua had created in the forest of the Canaan's courtyard. Growing, blooming, bearing fruit. After picking the wisdom fruit several times, the boss had a lot of fruit, and Taibesha and the other two gradually lost their enthusiasm for this thing. Plants also have their own lifespans, ranging from 1.5 years to 1,000 years, but even ancient trees that can survive for a long time are not uncommon for them to wither and die due to unexpected disasters within 100 years. At the same time, not all trees can grow infinitely. When this fruit tree grows to a thickness that requires one person to hug it, it will no longer grow thicker. The branches of the tree become more vigorous, but if there is no plant essence, perhaps this fruit tree will also usher in its stage of decline and withering. And with the continued intake of plant essence, this old fruit tree seems to be more spiritual. When it blooms, the swaying of the branches and leaves will remind Mu Hua to pollinate the flowers, and when the fruit is ripe, it will fall off the fruit tree before it is ripe and shrunken. Everything seemed to be going in a good direction, but no real golden apples were produced. Mu Hua tried to communicate with the fruit tree, and got some vague replies. The problem of mutation probabilities seemed to be beyond the control of the golden apple tree itself. Gradually, several tree tumors emerged on the trunk of the fruit tree. Some of them had eyes and noses, and some of them spread out thick branches that went into the arms, face, arms, joints, and phalanges. As these took shape, the ground shook again, some thick roots drilled out from the ground, and the entangled roots gradually formed stiff legs. A tree shepherd with branches and leaves on his head appeared in front of Mu Hua and others. Master, if you want golden apples, it's better to let me absorb some adult upper demons during the flowering period, so that my fruit will have a certain probability of mutation, otherwise it is almost impossible for me to produce golden apples. With an old voice, the tree shepherd opened his wooden eyes, and said to several humans who looked at him with surprise. A tree man of about 20 meters is not considered tall. Even if it spreads its legs and feet into roots, it will be a fruit tree more than 10 meters high. This tree shepherd transformed from the golden apple tree is definitely a production type. If it comes to fighting, it is estimated that it can't be relied on at all. However, since it has become a tree shepherd, it has also escaped the shackles of its original life. As long as it is not beaten to death, even if Mu Hua ignores it in the future, it can grow independently and bloom and bear fruit regularly. Golden apples are not so easy to appear. Even if it is provided with a higher demon, during the flowering period, the probability of mutating into a golden apple depends entirely on luck. Mu Hua has been mentally prepared for this. At this moment, he is more curious about the tree man himself. Mu Hua curiously surrounds the tree shepherd and pats here and picks there. Tree herders, like their name, can herd plants, but they let the roots of trees move slowly in the soil. Generally, it is good enough to move trees 3 to 5 meters a day. This tree herder has not signed a contract with Mu Hua, and cannot sign a contract. It cannot even be considered an animal, because it was Mu Hua who catalyzed it into this state, so it naturally calls Mu Hua its master. Under normal circumstances, It will listen to Muhua and even help Muhua fight, but if Muhua wants to cut it down, it will still resist. For a while, Muhua let it take root in the camp, and Muhua threw the remaining small amount of plant essence to another golden apple sapling. Even if there are adult upper demons for them to absorb, they will not necessarily produce golden apples. It is still necessary to get a few more golden apple trees of this tree herder style. In the future, the normal golden apple trees can be taken care of by them. They can communicate with plants and know what the golden apple trees need to grow in different environments. With them grazing the golden apple trees, the original undead gardener can basically be laid off. And the ordinary fruits, wisdom fruits, they produce can also play a very good auxiliary role in practicing magic combat skills. If this thing is sold, it will be very popular. It can be left as a benefit for the lower level members of the family in the future. Chapter 492. Thursday thought Muhua was amazing. He could actually pull monsters out of the abyss. Although this piece of land might also be part of the abyss, it could not let monsters leave the fog sea. This time it almost died, because it almost brought several monsters that climbed on it out of the fog sea. Perhaps the abyss wanted to destroy not it, but all the things in the abyss. It was just affected. But when it saw with its own eyes that Muhua and his group pulled out the lively monsters from the abyss with fishing rods, Thursday really thought Muhua was amazing. Floating near the edge of the abyss, Thursday saw another skeleton warrior throwing a fishing rod. Although according to Muhua, the frequency of throwing fishing rods is very low now, Thursday still wants to condemn this kind of littering. The chained monsters were slashed by the skeleton wizard, and a public sharp butcher knife was passed from the skeleton wizard to the skeleton wizard. Collecting experience, bleeding and melting corpses, the scattered life dust was taken away by a cart to fertilize the soil. The master had fully utilized the surplus value of these monsters. Thursday's soul tentacles were dismantled by the monsters that ambushed it in the abyss, and the rest were chopped off by Muhua. At this time, the soul tentacles were still recovering, but its magician's hand could be used. After comprehending the touch of jealousy, although Thursday's intelligence was only over 1,000, its spiritual attribute of nearly 9,000 allowed its magician's hand to exert a grip of more than 400 tons. Unfortunately, as a floating monster, Thursday was not very good at fine operations. In order to prevent it from beating the monsters into a pile of mud, Muhua did not allow it to use most of the monsters that were not strong enough. With more fishing rods and stronger strength, the edge of the abyss seemed to have become a bloody killing field. When Muhua was not around, the subdued monsters would be chained and imprisoned. When Muhua came here, whenever a monster came to the island, the running horror knights and the two evil demons would harvest everywhere like butchers. The place where the siren often appeared was guarded by the Dragon 2 soldiers, and the place where the goblin fell was besieged by the skeleton mage. Farther away, the derived magic circle flashed with brilliance. After a while, a headless knight knelt down in front of Muhua. Headless knight, Muhua finally started to derive the headless knight again. This time, he persuaded and subdued the headless knight, and finally did not drag the headless knight to a remote corner to kill him. Earlier, because he wanted the skill stone, and couldn't get the original dual knight, Muhua attacked the dual knight he derived. This method of killing the goose to get the eggs finally stopped after he gathered the talent of the horror knight. However, there were too many things to do afterwards, and he didn't have time to derive the undead. Now the 100 refinements secret stone can't be Krypton. After a period of rest, he also began to expand the number of combat forces he deployed. Unlike summoned beasts, normal dual knights can grow, just like the one seen in the Death Canyon, whose blood turned into a colossus and violently hammered the flame beast with bare hands. That was the style that Muhua was more looking forward to. After the skeleton mage, Muhua also planned to make a batch of dual knights, put them on the Abyss Island, and first patrol the monsters released in the north of the blocked island, and lie down for 300 to 500 years to see the quality. Roar! The angry roar exploded in the sky, and Muhua looked up and watched after burning a slave contract with satisfaction. An angel held by Thursday's magician's hand, golden blood dripping from the sky, twisted wings. It's hard to tell how many pairs there are, but with Thursday's control, it should have at least 2 pairs of wings to avoid being crushed to death. Patting the newly born terror rider, Muhua asked it to go to the north of the island. Going back, he asked Trisha to give it a corpse mark, and Muhua asked it to temporarily stay in the north of the island to guard the goblins there to prevent them from running out of the nature reserve designated by Muhua. Floating into the air, Muhua flew onto Thursday's back, and Thursday carried the angel to Muhua. There were basically no signs of aggression on the angel's body. If it didn't have absolute power, The angel couldn't break free from Thursday's magician's hand. A handsome male angel, at least he looked like a male. Thorn seal. Dense magic patterns formed a malicious black and purple magic ribbon. As Muhua cast the spell, the magic ribbon was wrapped around the angel. This was an ability that Muhua got from the Hell Demon. It could seal the recipient's ability to move, as if thorns were wrapped around him. The recipient would feel unbearable pain when struggling. However, unbearable does not mean that it cannot be endured and overcome, and this ability also requires a seal carrier. Muhua took out a level 9 magic core. As the seal was running, the magic core in Muhua's hand seemed to suck the angel into it. The angel struggled, and the magic power in the magic core quickly lost. Muhua frowned, and did not transmit his own magic power to the magic core. The magic core cracked, and with the appearance of the first crack, the cracks on the magic core gradually increased. Bang! The magic core shattered, and at the same time, the magic ribbon on the angel's body also shattered. Muhua shook his head secretly. This sealing spell was considered a failure. Muhua wanted a relatively cheap permanent solution, so he did not perform more complicated operations. However, in this case, the 9th level magic core still could not completely seal the actions of the angel in front of him. Moreover, this seal cannot limit the spellcasting ability of the recipient. It seems that if this seal is to have practical value for high-end combat power, it is necessary to find a stronger seal carrier. Hold it tightly. Breaking free from the restraints, the angel wanted to attack Muhua at the first time, but the magician's hand covering it tightened, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of the angel's mouth, and his expression turned into pain and hideousness. The identification technique probed, the spiritual attribute was 1100 plus, and Muhua smiled at the corner of his mouth. The touch of jealousy stretched out from him and touched the angel, like a venomous snake, first pecking at the angel's soul, and then quickly withdrawing. Ah! The angel screamed in pain and anger, and the blood and energy that burst out of its body formed an air wave around it, but it still couldn't break free from Thursday's magician's hand. Muhua's clothes were blown by the air wave, but this level of blood and energy explosion could not shake Muhua now. Muhua's face flushed, he bit the angel's soul, it was very refreshing, and Doris in his body began to frantically give him pleasure, trying to suppress discomfort. Devouring the spirit body is beneficial to the growth of Muhua's soul, that is, it is helpful for the growth of his spiritual attributes. But this kind of growth also has a problem, that is, it is easy to become addictive, and it will also dilute his humanity. He will not lose his reason, but it is easy to lack emotions, and become a monster who is only interested in profit and chooses people to devour. This situation is not absolutely harmful to itself. If it is placed on demons, they don't care much. However, although Muhua's bottom line is not high, he doesn't like the lack of emotions caused by external forces. It will make him feel like a lich. The pleasure bestowed by the cursed spirit will form a good containment for this situation. When Muhua devours the souls of other creatures, he will ask Doris to help him brush joy and eliminate negative effects. The demented monster does not know how to hide its soul. The soul gate of the angel in front of it is wide open. The tearing of the soul makes it react to stress. But after a moment of calm, Muhua extends his evil tentacles to the other party. Ah! The scream came again, and this time the scream seemed to lack some anger. Thursday, who was holding the angel, had mixed feelings. If it had not become a dependent of its master earlier, it would probably face this fate. As Muhua swallowed the angel's soul, it gradually weakened. When it felt that it had no power to resist, the soul touch wrapped around the angel's soul like an evil python, and Muhua enjoyed a feast. The angel died, and the cause of death was that his soul was swallowed up. After swallowing the angel's soul, Muhua's spiritual attribute increased by more than 30 points. If there were 1 or 2 more, his spiritual attribute would probably exceed 1,000. Greed plunders souls, but just like stealing and plundering, greed is much more harmonious than jealousy in this regard. Jealousy is full of malice towards creatures with tougher souls than them. During this period, Muhua discovered that demons are actually quite simple. No, perhaps it should be said that they are also quite simple. As for devouring spirits, under the same strength, ghosts are like snacks made of additives. They can be eaten, and some of them taste quite strange, but they don't really improve their own attributes. Human souls are delicious and nutritious, but the quantity is generally too small, and the souls mentioned here are the souls of living people, not ghosts. Muhua is more reluctant to use them to satisfy his appetite. Demon souls are very ordinary, just like coarse grains that are full of food, and the more you eat, the more you poop. It takes a lot of pleasure to eliminate their negative effects. Among the many monsters, Most of the Warcraft beasts are neither full nor delicious. Only the souls of angels are delicious and nutritious, and the quantity is generally good. This also leads to Muhua always doing some unkind actions to the souls of angels after catching them. If the opponent's soul strength is not as good as his, Muhua will at most feel mentally comfortable like taking drugs after eating the opponent's soul, and it will basically not improve his mental attributes. Therefore, Muhua is not enthusiastic about this way of increasing the strength of the soul. He used it as a means of attack when dealing with the mutant Kraken earlier. He will only bite the angels now. When most angels are of no help to his improvement, he may bite some monsters with strong souls. After chewing the soul, throw the angel into the burning source furnace. The skill stone produces a magic crystal wall. This is a defensive magic that can provide all-round protection to the caster. It is also quite common when smelting medium and high-level magic stones. For the time being, the skill stones produced by these angels are really unsatisfactory. Muhua has actually been waiting for Medusa during this period, but as if she knew that he had Krypton Earth element affinity, Medusa has not taken the bait during this period. Thursday can't help him catch monsters in the abyss, but Muhua has also thought of some ideas. He plans to let Thursday lead the fishing line into the abyss, and throw the fishing line near the monsters he wants, commonly known as catfish. Muhua wanted to try whether he could selectively bring up some monsters this way. No one on the Abyss Island would say that he was fishing illegally, right? However, floating monsters, like Thursday, are natural enemies of the Abyss monsters. The Abyss monsters are also very keen on attacking floating monsters, and they will even put aside their past grudges and attack in groups in order to attack floating monsters. In order to prevent Thursday from getting into trouble, Muhua decided to wait until its tentacles recovered before trying again. Chapter 493. The sound of chains colliding was heard, and a group of demons with their hands bound by chains were brought to Muhua under the escort of Ikaros. The Claw Demon, the Horned Demon Commander, the Hellhound, and the Radiac, which were the most numerous, were all demons that could allow humans to acquire psychic physiques. Once any demon here could easily threaten Muhua's life, but now they were led out in groups by Muhua. They were all evolved by Muhua through the little demons, and were intended to be used to sign servant contracts with humans. Because demons such as Lamia, Baron Demon, and Spider Demon require more Philosopher's Stones when they evolve, those are not within Muhua's selection range. After all, Muhua only uses these demons temporarily, and will kill them after signing the contract. And the smelting output of these recently evolved demons is very limited. They have not been cultivated and grown. If their body shape changes too much, they can't even control their own bodies for a while, and often they can't even melt out their innate skills. There, do you see it? As long as you are loyal to me, that will be your future. Standing in front of a group of demons, Muhua pointed to the distance and drew a pie. There was a giant egg swallowing magic power, but it was Monday, who was trapped in the evolution process. Swear to be loyal to you until death. The demons widened their dark eyes, crouched down, and shouted excitedly to Muhua. The expansion of the fishing team allowed Muhua to obtain the Philosopher's Stone one after another even if he was squatting on the Abyss Island. Tina and Tibesha were also carrying the bodies of little demons and ghosts to the Abyss Island. Muhua finally gathered enough Philosopher's Stones for Monday to evolve into Cerberus, but this time Monday's evolution seemed to be more difficult than Tuesday's evolution into a big demon. After 2 days in the outside world, until Muhua was ready to leave the island again, it had no tendency to complete the evolution. You have only one task for now, which is to help me monitor the humans who have signed contracts with you. They are still useful, so don't hurt them. Waving his hand to signal the demons to stand up, Muhua said calmly. Yes. The demons responded. Humans are suspicious, so you have to wear these shackles for the time being. It won't take too long. As long as the humans in my territory adapt to your existence, you can completely regain your freedom. But before that, you need to be humble and show me enough humility. Don't let humans be suspicious, understand? Muhua said coldly, and the demons shouted again in response. Chirping to show loyalty, Ikaros shook his wings, and the demons immediately stood up in silence. Speaking of which, Ikaros is more terrifying than Muhua in the eyes of these demons, because they have been tortured by Ikaros since they were born. They have evolved now, but Ikaros is also stronger. When the wings are flapping, the sharp feathers condensed by blood can instantly shoot them into seas. Well, Ikaros is indeed stronger. Muhua's physical attributes stagnated after reaching 1999. If he does not achieve life transition, physical crystals will have no effect on him. And the physical crystals in Muhua's hands are constantly accumulating. This thing that Muhua originally regarded as a treasure is now a bit of a rubbish in his hands. Monday and Tuesday's physical attributes have exceeded 1,000. After 1,000, 2 physical crystals can increase the physical attributes a little. As a result, Muhua caught Ikaros and Tina and prepared to smash their physical attributes to 1,000 first. Compared with Tina, who has a good foundation, Ikaros' improvement is extremely obvious, which also makes her accidentally kill the little devil from time to time when she is training him. This girl has become a psychological shadow for these demons. Ikaros can make them tremble when he moves his wings. A new batch of demon eggs have been hatched. Muhua has selected a group of relatively obedient evolutions from the old batch of little demons. Even after experiencing evolution, these bastards still cannot sign a slavery contract. Not only can demons not generate faith, but it is also much more difficult to enslave them than other monsters. Muhua will not take their allegiance seriously. Strictly speaking, Tuesday, Monday, and Ikaros are more likely to make them sign a slavery contract than Muhua. The life level of humans is a flaw. Even in the eyes of these little demons, humans are low-level creatures. It is estimated that Muhua will get better in this regard after a few more life transitions. As for now, he is still a person being deceived. The demons coax Muhua, and Muhua coaxed them, drafting a servant contract. When they signed the contract with the human selected by Muhua, Muhua would introduce them to his own burning source furnace. He told Tuesday to pay attention to the situation on Monday, and told him to call him if Medusa took the bait. There was no need to communicate, because the master would have a certain sense when the followers had intense emotions. After a brief explanation, Muhua led a group of demons and teleported back to the hotel suite. The handcuffs and leg chains made of hell demon chains, the locks were cast with magic metal, and a group of demons, who were like prisoners, were brought to the first floor of the hotel by Muhua. There were less than 100 of them, but this group of demons gathered together and were quite scary. At this time, some humans also gathered in the lobby on the first floor. Seeing this group of demons staggering behind Muhua, the people who had been mentally prepared were also surprised. "Oh, I haven't seen this kind of scene many times in my life. Do you really want to do this? Aren't you afraid of breaking taboos?" Welcoming Muhua, Odysseus glanced at Ingrid's direction while joking. The imperial princess also came to the hotel early in the morning. Her expression was not very good at the moment, and Tamara, who fell on Odysseus' shoulder, stared at the demon behind Muhua with ill intentions. "I have become a ghost. How can I break taboos? That's why I want you to come." Muhua smiled and took out a wisdom fruit and handed it to Tamara. Tamara happily held the apple with a metallic luster and started to eat it. This so-called wisdom fruit is an ordinary fruit produced by the golden apple tree. "No problem, we are professionals, but would you really consider becoming a hero? If you do, I will also accept the compensation for the Caesar family." Odysseus chuckled and lowered his voice, and said to Muhua. The two of them whispered about inexplicable topics, but all of this was Tibesh's idea earlier. By the way, Tibesh's way of thinking is actually very unrestrained. Yes, that's right, unrestrained. After getting to know some of Muhua's little secrets, she asked Barbara to mix some fake blood essence with a moderate taste for the team members to take, and then let Muhua shoot attribute crystals for them. Anyway, the actual effect of attribute crystals can only be felt after a deep sleep. She made a bunch of magic stones, and threw them in the temporary meditation house, thinking that the attribute improvement was all due to meditation. But she also knew that these things could not be hidden forever, especially with the skill stones that Muhua treated as cabbage. Even if outsiders did not know the details, they would sooner or later make random guesses based on some clues. However, Tibesha did not spend too much time on helping Muhua hide. Instead, she went the other way and discussed with Muhua that it would be better to just become a hero known to the public. There are not so many fools in this world. If you want to develop, some things cannot be hidden at all. It is not a single-player game. If you hide it, others will guess and test it. So, I have a secret, but I just won't tell you. Do you understand personal privacy? Don't want to follow the rules? No problem. Before everyone wrestles, let you withstand a wave of public opinion and taste the criticism. What is a public figure? What is a hero? Since we have no foundation in the adventurer circle, let's run the Anju first. Odysseus and Webster are our advantages. Muhua is a little bothered by this, and feels a little embarrassed. Moreover, the politics of the human world seems to be more troublesome than the adventurer circle. But speaking of it, it seems that he can really pick out some people or ghosts to help him do politics. There is nothing magical about politics. To put it bluntly, it is just a habit of thinking. In the secret room, Everyone is a brother. A group of hooligans pretending to be great men, and they don't even need to pretend in the secret room. They are basically pure hooligans. In fact, there is nothing magical and high-end about politics. As long as there is support behind you, you will understand everything after sitting with the big men and tearing your face a few times, provided that you are qualified to sit with them and tear your face. Mu Hua is not interested in playing the friendship of the secret room with those politicians, but if someone under his command is willing to play, he will be a backer with the city's ghosts. When certain conditions are met, people and ghosts can all be managed and talked about. If there are any issues that need attention, it is estimated that it is just a show. So Mu Hua called Odysseus and planned to let Odysseus help him shoot some scenes that can be used as articles for the time being, and collect them for the time being. Anyway, editing and reshooting the live broadcast is also common sense. What will happen in the future, we will talk about it later. And Tabitha's meaning is very direct and clear. Cousin, go and become a hero. Chapter 494. In the garden square of the town block, the original square fountain was covered with black cloth, and a temporary podium was built on the side. The ghosts around avoided the humans gathered here to avoid touching them. Several filming devices were set up in different positions. With the arrival of Mu Hua, the noisy crowd fell silent amid the clanking of demon shackles. Mu Hua walked up to the podium, and a group of demons stood under the podium, facing the humans who were watching them. The demons tried to make their expressions more relaxed and kind. There was a moment of silence, and the whispers of humans tended to gather and make noise. Several dead souls floating in the air maintained the order of the ghosts. Mu Hua raised his hand to signal, and nearly 1,000 humans in front of him fell silent again. This is not a formal speech site, but Mu Hua wants some citizens of Canes to sign a contract with the demons. Under the deliberate propaganda earlier, some idle citizens gathered here spontaneously without being specially summoned. After a brief self-introduction, as Mu Hua recited the list of people, more than 90 people walked out of the crowd and stood facing the demons at a distance of more than 10 meters. Some had expectations on their faces, while others had anxiety in their eyes. Except for a few members of the Dandelion team, the people named by Mu Hua were generally elderly people. They all had children who became ghosts. Respecting the old and loving the young, Mu Hua's main point was selflessness and kindness. In order to let them reunite with their children and grandchildren as soon as possible, they became the first group of people in Cane City who were expected to obtain psychic physique. As for the second and third batches in the future, after sending off the old, aren't there still young ones? Young people? Ha, if you want to talk about morality, no virtue, wait first. In the crowd below the stage, Odysseus directed several photographers to take photos and record. It should be said that it was a kind of pretense. To help some citizens of Cane City acquire psychic physique, Mu Hua needed to show that he had no selfish motives. The first contract was relatively formal. In this group of people's word of mouth, the future contracts must make the moralists shut up. As for privately, Mu Hua probably would follow his own will. Today, you will meet your loved ones again. This is what I promised you, and I will do more in the future. After simply recounting the disasters in Cane City, Mu Hua put down the speech, and a little sweat oozed from his forehead. When he raised his voice, he didn't know whether he was explaining to humans or making a promise to the ghosts. There were cheers of joy around him. Mu Hua was somewhat uncomfortable with this atmosphere. He was sweating after standing on the podium for only more than 10 minutes. Cane City was our home before, and it will be our home in the future. As the Lord of Cane City, I will not call it the Ghost City. This is the shelter for the victims of Cane City. It needs everyone's joint maintenance. I will do my best to help you. Ghosts are your new beginning, but not the end. As he spoke, Mu Hua raised his head slightly, his eyes swept across the ghosts floating in the air, and pointed his finger at the fountain covered with black cloth. Ikaros spread his angel wings, flew into the air, and pulled off the black cloth. In the center of the fountain is a sculpture wearing a robe, a human-shaped statue, but under the hood, it is a face without facial features. The robe engraved with inscriptions and silk threads covers the whole body of the statue, and the hem of the robe flutters unevenly like wear and tear. The statue's arms are exposed, and a demon's head is held in one hand. The overall feeling is a bit weird. Faceless, this is the direction of your growth. I hope that one day you will be able to build the wall of size in Cane City, and then no one will be able to despise your existence. Mu Hua said to the ghosts around him. Ghosts gathered here, and strange howls came from the ghosts. A large number of ghosts gathered here, and even humans who could not detect their existence could feel the cold wind nearby. However, the humans who can still live in Cane City now have basically gotten used to this feeling. When their eyes were focused on the fountain statue, some demons under the podium had a faint smile of disdain on their lips. And you? After speaking to the ghost, Mu Hua looked at the crowd and pulled people's eyes back from the statue. Your family has met with an accident, but when you gain psychic powers, you will become their guardians, and they will also become your guardian spirits. They will no longer be controlled by others, and the city of Cairns will try its best to create an environment where you can live normally. When Mu Hua spoke to the crowd in front of him, Nick, who was sitting on the left side of the podium, raised his eyebrows slightly, complaining in his heart that Mu Hua was too honest. There was no need to say words like try and should, which were definitely deductible for empty promises. However, Nick pursed his lips and looked at the city council members sitting around him. He finally resisted the urge to complain, but took the lead in applauding, leading to a round of applause. At the same time, Mu Hua glanced at Nick inexplicably, smiled and pressed his hand to stop the applause, and spoke again. At the same time Mu Hua pointed his finger in the direction of the original Sprinkle branch. We will set up a psychic academy there, where we will offer courses related to ghosts and necromancers, and those who meet the conditions can apply for admission. Becoming a spellcaster can not only better cultivate your own guardian spirit, but may also be a good way out. Ghosts are aliens in the human world. We can fight for our rights, but we cannot unilaterally pray for sympathy from the outside world. The balance between ghosts and humans in Cain City also needs everyone to maintain. Mu Hua said loudly, attracting the approval of some young people in the crowd. Most of the older residents are more content with the status quo. They have long been accustomed to life in the human world. They have parents and children. These relationships that are infinitely beautified by people can also be seen as a kind of shackles in a sense. Even in Loren, they have lost some passion and inevitably put some responsibilities on themselves. Similarly, for some older people, they are not good at making any demands on their elders as adults, but it is easier to put hope on the younger generation. Most young people prefer Mu Hua's statement of becoming a spellcaster. They originally became residents because of the problem of magic adaptability. Now they have the hope of becoming a necromancer, and they are somewhat looking forward to it. At the same time, as long as the elders of those young people are appeased, it is not difficult for the elders to transfer the sense of belonging to the younger generation, and those young people will not be radical, and they will be easier to control. Then, it is probably reproduction and development, right? Mr. Odysseus, what exactly does he want to do? If it is limited to the Cain's area, the royal family will not care too much about the situation here. But Bridges should not tolerate someone developing necromancers in the territory. Finding Odysseus, who is directing the filming, Ingrid asked Odysseus, "Oh, princess, are you sure he can develop necromancers? It's not easy to find these demons." Odysseus laughed. "Whether it can or not, this argument is enough for some people to make a fuss. You should know that? Even if it is to convince the public, Bridges has to make some statements." Ingrid frowned. Since she was arranged to the city of Cain's, it is hard to say about the royal family, but compared with the noble family of Bridges, Ingrid and Mu Hua have more of a loss-making relationship. She doesn't like the instability in Cain's city. Princess, you know, settling the ghosts of Cain's is also Mu Hua helping the empire deal with troubles. If it were you, would you miss this opportunity to expand your power? Odysseus skipped Bridges and asked Ingrid. Ingrid was surprised. Odysseus really didn't treat her as an outsider. His words really hit the nail on the head. He didn't even bother to argue with her. But Bridges has been operating in the north for many years, and now the northern nobles have gained power and power. After a moment of silence, Ingrid was entangled. North? Oh, just the north of the empire, and the north is not a one-man show for Bridges. Odysseus shook his head and laughed. Perhaps for Ingrid, the magic empire is everything to her, and perhaps Odysseus has no real power in the magic empire. But Odysseus's vision is not limited to the magic empire. Not necessarily a long-term vision, but Odysseus's way of looking at current issues is definitely more wild than Ingrid's. You? Ingrid's eyes flashed with suspicion. Ha, your highness, don't think too much, and that you are not right. I want to encourage Mu Hua to form a brave group, but unfortunately he has not agreed yet. Seeing Ingrid's expression was different, Odysseus waved his hand quickly. Hero? You let a ghost be a hero? Ingrid was surprised. She felt that this was more absurd than asking Mu Hua to betray his country. Although heroes are considered a high-end profession in the hearts of the people, in the hearts of most people, heroes are not superheroes, but people who lead superheroes. But in the final analysis, some of their essences have not changed. What is behind the glamorous and bright appearance? Who doesn't know it when reaching a certain social level? Most people like strategy groups, and many adventurers like them too, But if you put this title on some people, it is basically no different from scolding them. Bitches are ruthless, actors are disloyal, and some people will directly exclude people who have sold insurance when choosing friends. No matter what the real situation is, it is impossible for everyone to understand your personality intimately when establishing diplomatic relations with you. Most of them are not analyzed based on your previous life experiences. Ingrid thinks it is very absurd to let a high-end combat professional become a hero, just as absurd as a hero can become a high-end adventurer. Oh, princess, don't forget that he is still very young. It is not surprising that young people like to try some things. In his case, how many people do you think are worthy of him to associate with will really regard him as a hero in the strategy group? Order is very important. Even if he is placed among the people, carrying the resentful spirits of a city, becoming a ghost god, and then becoming a hero to revive the city, who can say anything to him? Of course, the premise is that he is willing to do it. At least for the time being, he is not very receptive. I hope someone can stimulate him more, and lead a ghost god to the road of a hero. TSK, that should be the highlight of my career, Odysseus smiled. While the two were talking, Mu Hua had already started to let those who were selected sign contracts with the devil. Odysseus asked the photographer to adjust the shooting angle. Ingrid was silent, and her expression seemed to be thoughtful. At this moment, in the square, one human after another signed a contract with the devil. When they contacted the ghost relatives without external objects, joy and crying were intertwined. As the contract was completed, a team of Dragon 2 soldiers quietly appeared. When the demons raised the shackles in their hands, thinking that the Dragon 2 soldiers were going to untie them, something strange happened. Chapter 495. Puff, puff, puff. The sharp blades flew past, and the demons waiting for rebirth were grabbed by the Dragon 2 soldiers, by the demon horns on their necks. In the town square, after Mu Hua's passionate speech, nearly 100 people signed servant contracts with the demons and gained psychic physiques. In order to create an atmosphere and avoid the gathering of ghosts making the scene look too evil, Mu Hua specially moved the eyes of true sight here. When these people who gained psychic physiques were once again dependent on their family members, who had become ghosts, they had heard about the difficulty of demons, and were also secretly afraid of the demons who became their servants. And a team of skeletons and undead stabbed the bodies of those demons with sharp blades, and the demons' screams and curses aroused the crowd's suspicion. The next moment, the Dragon 2 soldiers dragged the demons, and dragged them to the fountain of the square amid the demons' screams and curses. Even the stronger horned demon warlords could only twist their bodies powerlessly in the hands of the Dragon 2 soldiers. With the sound of leather being cut and blood spraying, the demons' throat arteries were cut open by sharp blades, and blood flowed into the fountain pool. Trisha, a wandering witch well known to the residents of the town, stepped forward and threw some magic materials into the fountain, activating the magic circle carved with the fountain as the center. The strong smell of blood was replaced by a strange fragrance, and the fountain with the statue of the faceless man standing in the pool turned into a pool of blood in an instant. Now, your master is completely safe, Mu Hua muttered, and after a moment of silence, under the deliberate guidance of some people, the square rang with human cheers. Suspicion turned into understanding, understanding turned into relief, and relief finally formed an excited cheer. A group of demons, who have lost their usefulness in front of them, are experiencing cruel bloodletting, and the humans watching the scene in front of them seem to have ushered in the climax of the celebration. Humans, sometimes, are really a crazy race. Some people, when it comes to their own interests, or when they think it involves their own interests, many of their usual behavioral norms will be temporarily selectively forgotten by them. You are free, and the ghosts can get feelings from you. If you feel uncomfortable, the door of the Aqua sect will still be open to them, and you will no longer be threatened by the demon servants. Amidst the cheers, Mu Hua said to the crowd, and received everyone's thanks. Of course, whether it is cheering or thanking, there are people mixed in the crowd who deliberately guide it, which is inevitable. Incitement is an important link that everyone expects, and it has always been. Among the first batch of people who signed a contract with the demon, there were members of the Dandelion team. From now on, you can maintain your previous life, practice and study, and try to hunt demons in the courtyard. If you get the corpse of a demon, you can apply to use this blood pool to refine the corpse demon. They will be a good carrier of ghosts. Kane City is your home, a home that needs you to manage and protect. I hope you don't forget this. The voices gradually faded, and Mu Hua raised his arms and shouted, again leading the crowd to shout in agreement. Caught in the crowd, looking at these people who were in strange emotions, several vampires in the academy frowned and looked at each other. They didn't like this atmosphere, and they didn't want to stay here anymore. Haha, A very good picture. How about the title of Demon Slayer begins? If he goes to attack the Kane's courtyard, he will use this as the beginning of the legend. He only needs to modify some dubbing, right? The Otis people cheered with the crowd, but his focus was a bit wrong. When he said this to Ingrid beside him, Ingrid's eyes trembled slightly. Only a part of the people in Kane City gathered here, and this event was not officially announced to the outside world. After doing what he should do, Muhua walked down the podium, and then Nick and other officials came on stage to talk about the resumption of work plan and local special regulations that Kane City will officially promulgate in the near future. Let the skeleton warriors throw all the dead demons into the fountain-like blood pool, and Muhua quietly left the scene. It's okay to show up occasionally, but Muhua is not prepared to do the work of a politician. In the future, the development of Kane City will be taken care of by others. No matter whether the northern nobles are in power, he is still an honorary noble who does not participate in administration. Kane City is so big that he can't even handle the trivial reports from all parties, let alone control and management. For a period of time, Muhua may still build his own power around Bear Pig Town. A group of people directly related to Muhua were scattered around the square, observing people's reactions to various events, and then quietly returned to the Demand Hotel. Taibesha reported some of the situations in the square to Muhua, and then led the members of the Dandelion Demon Hunting Group to leave. They also had to go to the Pangaea Crater to hunt demons. Taibesha was trying her best to acquire the key to the Pangaea courtyard. For a period of time, they might have to stay in that courtyard. Odysseus was very concerned about Taibesha's brave proposal, and even wanted to make a fuss about Taibesha going to Pangaea to hunt ghosts. The girl led a team to hunt demons in a place hated by people and ghosts for her beliefs. After experiencing a difficult growth, she finally met Muhua and challenged the Demon King of the Kane's courtyard together. Muhua was so upset when he heard this. Otis, it's fine for the strategy team to follow the brigade and make strategy videos, but I don't need to cooperate with other brigades. If I go all over the courtyard, you need to convince those brigades first. Let alone conflicts with us. If they withdraw from this courtyard, we can't deal with the monsters in the courtyard of Kane's. Back at the Demand Hotel, Otis, Ingrid and Muhua gathered in the suite on the third floor, not caring about Melinda, who was joining in the fun. Muhua said to the passionate Otis, "Damn, I'm old, I'm tired of the strategy team, I want to do something big, maybe we can cooperate with the Kingdom of Galaposo?" Otis said irritably. Otis thought he was going to die, and wanted to do a favor for Webster before forming the Kane strategy team. He has been running the strategy team for half his life, and now he has escaped. It's hard to say whether he is old or not. He has let himself go a little, and doesn't want to do those jobs of connecting various parties anymore. If he formed a strategy team with Muhua, he would fight monsters with real swords and guns. This guy had wild ideas, and wanted to sublimate his career, and become a real brave mentor. Well, that's right. If Muhua is willing to do it, he is also ready to become a member of the strategy team and play his true colors. He is a dragon knight. Garaposo can't eat the Kane's courtyard. Have you forgotten that Tennyson's nickname is Horde Rat? That guy occupies the front half of the courtyard at most. He will definitely not attack the Bloody Hills. Ingrid poured cold water on the side. Why are you interfering in this matter? Muhua didn't know Tennyson's details, but was curious about Ingrid's enthusiasm. If you really want to be a hero, count me in. Even if I become a princess, the Empire will at most give me a piece of land in a courtyard. It's better for me to fight for it myself, Ingrid said seriously. Muhua looked at Odysseus in surprise. Odysseus spread his hands, indicating that this had nothing to do with him. Ingrid is now a princess. If she wants to become a princess, even if she can't give birth to a child with extraordinary talents, she must hook up with a powerful adventurer. This may sound unpleasant, but in the upper class, this kind of thing is not a difficult topic to talk about. The term socialite is appropriate, but there may still be some criticism, and the word marriage has already beautified everything infinitely. As for those girls who have no background and think they can compete with others for resources, haha. Muhua couldn't figure out Ingrid's true mentality, but if it was about the strategy group predicted by Odysseus, there was no need to think about Ingrid's mentality. It was just a team colonization, and life and death were left to fate. We can slow down the progress and select an area first, Odysseus said. How many cities can your property build? Don't make a fuss. One area is at least equivalent to a province. We don't have that many people to guard it for the time being. Unless you give all the land to other adventurers, if you are willing, I will help you find an area to plow the front half of the courtyard even if I spit 3 liters of blood. Muhua rolled his eyes, and said to Odysseus. Mu Hua is now quite confident in his ability to cause destruction, but he can't take construction and development for granted. It is not difficult to understand that the projection monsters can still descend on the courtyard after death, and will retaliate against those who killed them. It takes time to occupy a courtyard. Even if you have overwhelming power, it is easy to form a tug-of-war. Even if Mu Hua really kills the Goblin Kingdom from beginning to end, and then waits for the Goblin King to return to hell to take a breath, there will be monsters everywhere, or the Goblin army will move south from the Bloody Hills. It usually takes a long time to capture a certain area. Until you make the monsters in this area bankrupt, and can't even afford the projection sacrifice, it is estimated that you can occupy this area and develop with peace of mind. Building a few human cities for joint defense, developing a few farms to supply daily necessities, and building a few arsenals can also be considered as a guarantee for continuous combat, right? Who will do these things? Okay, you should lead your strategy team first, and be a good princess of the Empire. Wait, I have also been spawning high-level undead recently. When the situation in Kane City stabilizes, you can consider giving it a try. Hurry up, I'm going to the Warcraft courtyard to catch a few flying dragons and raise them. Mu Hua said to Odysseus and Ingrid. Odysseus curled his lips, and was quite disappointed with Mu Hua's attitude, but Ingrid didn't care. She didn't care about this matter. After driving Odysseus and Ingrid away, Mu Hua opened the portal of the Warcraft courtyard. He really planned to go to the Warcraft courtyard to take a look. He signaled Melinda to follow him with his eyes, but he saw Melinda made a gesture of please go, with a taboo, and left the suite in a flash. The temple which said that she is now allergic to the word dragon. Chapter 496. The Warcraft courtyard in the Principality of Omir is a little different from what Mu Hua imagined. How should I put it? It should be said to be clean. There are no agile hunters in the city as imagined, nor are there disorderly running beasts. The streets are clean and tidy, and people's clothes are actually a bit cute. There is a unique beast culture here. The residents of the Warcraft courtyard rarely fight to the death with each other. What's more, if you fight with others with your fists, you may be despised and scorned by the locals. The special culture shapes the special cognition. In the Warcraft courtyard, people's battles are often centered around their pets. Foreign adventurers are regarded as barbarians by them. Dragons are the faith of the residents of the courtyard. This is a kingdom of beast control. Fresh. Although there are some beasts on the streets that are regarded as fierce by the outside world, at least the human city here is filled with a fresh atmosphere. Clean clothes, light bows and arrows, elegant magic swords, even the warrior's armor is mainly light armor, and when people are arrogant, they usually show off their arrogant war beasts. Blood and fire? Mu Hua always feels that cat teasers may be the main weapons of the warriors here, and some foreign adventurers with heavy swords and guns on their backs are somewhat out of place here. The atmosphere here actually makes Mu Hua feel that it is not suitable to fight with others here. Well, not to mention the Undead Courtyard and the Hell Demon Cave, which are areas that render the end of the world, even the Evernight Territory and the Kane's Courtyard, the air there seems to be more sticky. No matter where you go, you will definitely not mind throwing 2 forbidden spells. In those places, after the forbidden spell of destruction had brought disaster to the enemy and the earth, people might have watched the destructive effect of the forbidden spell and laughed. But in this Warcraft courtyard, Mu Hua felt a little embarrassed to cause large-scale damage casually. How to say it, public morality, this gave Mu Hua a very strange feeling. In the past, Mu Hua might have ridiculed it. Now, he observed carefully along the way, but he was more thinking about what things he could try to introduce to the city of Canes. The courtyard key of the Warcraft courtyard seemed to have been specially processed by the maker, and their transmission coordinates could only be set in fixed areas of some human cities. Is the courtyard key of Tibesha located in the human main city of the Warcraft courtyard, or is it a human royal city? This courtyard has formed its own unique culture, like an independent world. In this world, there are 7 human city-states, and behind these human city-states there are some powerful Warcraft as a support, and there are also diplomacy, politics and wars between countries. A very prosperous courtyard, where humans capture and hunt monsters and coexist with them. The humans here will classify the intelligent monsters as good or evil. Under the deliberate creation of the rulers, monsters are an important part of life for humans who survive and reproduce in this courtyard. But in the eyes of outsiders, like Mu Hua, it is unclear whether humans are raising monsters or monsters are raising humans in this courtyard. However, demons have no market here. In this courtyard, demons are the common enemy of humans and monsters. Once a demon appears in the courtyard, it will basically be jointly attacked by many parties. Because there were basically no people who concealed their appearance in the city, Mu Hua, who was wearing a cloak, was questioned several times by the guards on the street not long after he arrived here. Perhaps because Mu Hua had no obvious identity mark on him. After Mu Hua showed the adventurer bracelet he had put away, these patrol-like city guards did not embarrass him. This situation was significantly improved after Mu Hua took off his cloak and summoned the lion scorpion. The mainstream means of transportation in the Warcraft courtyard are riding beasts and carriages. Mu Hua used the lion scorpion, which was covered with keratin and about the size of 3 male lions, as a mount. It attracted a lot of attention from passers-by, and also made his whereabouts no longer look suspicious. Mu Hua has acquired many summoning skills, but the level has not been upgraded yet. The lion scorpion in front of him can be regarded as the strongest individual among Mu Hua's summoned beasts. Because of the improvement of Mu Hua's own attributes, the head, face, and spine of this lion scorpion are covered with keratinous cortex that indicates an adult body. Lion scorpions will attract pedestrians to stop and watch, but people here are more envious and admire it. Lion scorpions in the wild are ferocious and cunning. People here classify them as evil beasts, but people may like the subdued evil beasts more than the gentle monsters. Being able to subdue the lion scorpion represents Mu Hua's strength. No one harassed him along the way. Flying in the city requires qualification application. Mu Hua was too lazy to bother, and walked all the way. When he left the city, he was unexpectedly stopped by the city guards. Your Majesty Mu Hua, Dennis Sandy greets you and welcomes you to the Warcraft courtyard. A slightly plump young man saluted Mu Hua in front of the lion scorpion. He was a little overweight, but over 2 meters tall. Even though he was wearing casual clothes, he looked very big. Well, is there something? I leave the city right now, and won't cause any trouble for you. Patting the lion scorpion's head to stop it from shaking its tail with a vicious scorpion sting, Mu Hua said to Dennis. Your Majesty, with the approval of the Adventurers Guild, the Kingdom of Vita has specially arranged for me to receive you. I will handle some trivial matters during your travels for you. Dennis said respectfully, secretly observing Mu Hua's expression. You guys are also doing this? Mu Hua frowned. He could now sense the emotional energy emanating from most people. He couldn't tell the specifics, but he could sense good and evil. Through these emotional energies, he could tell to a certain extent whether the other party had any ill will towards him. Dennis in front of him had no ill will towards him. This guy was a bit like Melinda. It should be that the Kingdom of Vita was worried that he would cause trouble on his own territory, so he sent someone to follow him. Speaking of which, Melinda was also sent by the Night Hunter to Mu Hua. In addition to monitoring Mu Hua's whereabouts, Melinda was actually responsible for dealing with some people who caused Mu Hua's dissatisfaction before Mu Hua took action himself. In short, someone provoked Mu Hua, and before Mu Hua got angry, Melinda took the initiative to deal with the other party to avoid causing greater harm. But Melinda is not a professional. Before she was sent to Mu Hua, she was Webster's arrogant secretary. Since she went out with Mu Hua once, Melinda began to let herself go. And Dennis in front of him should be a similar existence to Melinda, but he only followed Mu Hua in the Warcraft courtyard. Your Majesty, don't get me wrong. The Kingdom of Vita has some agreements with other surrounding city-states, some of which involve wild Warcraft. Your power is likely to cause conflicts between human city-states. This is not just aimed at you. I will not interfere with your activities. I will only introduce you to some customs in the Magic Beast courtyard, so, Dennis said implicitly. Mu Hua originally thought that Dennis was just trying to prevent him from destroying some agreements between humans and magic beasts in this courtyard. Now it seems that the human forces here are not very peaceful. That's right. After all, there are 7 countries coexisting. People in high positions have been praised for a long time, and it is inevitable that their mentality will change. It is normal to be unable to tolerate disrespect. It is not uncommon for the city lord to want to be the king, and the king to want to be the emperor. Then, no matter whether it is with his own subjects or with other countries, struggles and calculations are probably going to happen. Ghosts and gods are mostly walking troublemakers. If Mu Hua causes trouble, it is hard to say whether the surrounding countries will find trouble with Mu Hua, but they will inevitably catch the Vita Kingdom and take a bite. There is no way. The reasoning between countries is just a facade. If everyone really talks to other countries when they get the chance, what can they talk to their own people? Okay, if you want to follow me, just follow me. I have applied before, and I should be able to hunt medium and high-level monsters, including dragons, in this courtyard. You can help me lead the way. Mu Hua waved his hand and said to Dennis. Although outsiders call him either His Majesty or Lord, Mu Hua is basically used to being treated as a monster now, and this courtyard seems to have the support of the king. He is not here to cause trouble. Well, Your Majesty, about your application, it should be that you are allowed to hunt in high-risk areas, and you can hunt up to 20 flying dragons, and dragons, well, you can fight back against one dragon. Dennis corrected. Oh, I guess I remembered it wrong. Muhua said calmly with his eyes twitching twice. It seems that this Dennis knows a lot about his situation. Your Majesty, I wonder who your followers are? Dennis asked tentatively, ignoring Muhua's misremembered words. Muhua settled in the human world. Dennis knew that the Night Hunters had arranged somewhere around Muhua. Compared with talking to Muhua, he felt that it would be easier to communicate with Melinda. I'm sick. Let's go. Take me to a high-risk area with milder monsters. The monster should not be too big, and it's best to be herbivorous. By the way, is it okay for me to get 2 thunder eagles or griffins? Muhua said casually, motioning Dennis to leave the city. Go to a high-risk area to find milder monsters? What is mild? Dennis resisted the urge to complain. Silently following behind Muhua, the original idea of giving Muhua 2 flying dragons to build relationships was extinguished. These big guys, 1 or 2 have a good appetite, so let him toss it himself. Chapter 497. The mountains are like a continuous scroll, and Dennis follows Muhua weakly among the forests and rocks. The blind ravens wandering in the sky guide Muhua forward, and after a while, a mountain peak covered with pine trees appears in front of them. Your Majesty, that pine forest is not a high-risk area. Looking at the pine forest, Dennis said to Muhua with a bitter face. What's over there? Muhua asked, and in front of them, a little demon and a goblin were chopping grass with a machete, clearing the way for Muhua. There should be some moon-blade leopards and armored horned pigs living there. Why don't we go to the Flying Dragon Valley? In fact, if you don't cause too much damage, we could also find a way to get some dragon eggs. Dennis said. The moon-blade leopard should be a high-level monster, right? Muhua questioned. The armored horned pig was difficult to locate, but the moon-blade leopard was a monster that could walk in the air. They were the superior species of the night-blade leopard, and could accumulate multiple whirling wind blades when attacking. The classification of danger here is somewhat different from that in the outside world. The moon-blade leopard is a relatively gentle monster to humans, but the armored horned pig is more irritable, but they are regarded as food by the moon-blade leopard. Dennis explained, and Muhua interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Okay, you also know that I won't cause large-scale destruction. I will try not to provoke them. But the moon-blade leopard will use tall trees as its nest. Dennis smiled bitterly. Even if the moon-blade leopard doesn't actively attack humans, it's a miracle that they can still be gentle if you demolish their homes. What I'm looking for is ancient trees, not tall trees. Or do you really think that the so-called restriction is to prevent me from fighting back against the monsters? As long as I don't carry out large-scale hunting, no one will say anything. Muhua shook his head. The two of them talked and answered, and Muhua's 2 exquisite summoned beasts opened the way. Dennis could only sigh and follow Muhua, seeing that he could not convince him. It is true that no one would say anything to you, but those guys sent me here just to let me speak. Muhua was originally going to the Flying Dragon Valley to catch flying dragons, but he suddenly encountered several ancient trees on the way. As a result, Muhua had the idea of plant essence again, and took Dennis to wander around the wilderness. It is possible to extract plant essence from trees that have survived for at least 500 years, and even if they have not encountered diseases and insects and cut down, many trees will wither before 500 years. Some trees have a long lifespan, but a long lifespan does not mean that they can all live to the end of their lives. Under natural disasters, man-made disasters, terrain changes, etc., there are actually not many trees that meet the conditions and can be preserved. Muhua originally saw that everyone in this courtyard was taming beasts, so he thought that everyone in this courtyard would study the secret arts of nature, and that some people should have mastered the ability to herd trees, so there should be fewer ancient trees here than in other places. But in all conscience, Dennis said that they did taming beasts, but they were sincere, and the secret arts of nature were more related to plants. What did they have to do with magic beasts? And didn't the information say that Muhua was a jealous ghost who was good at fire magic? Watching the giant trees turn into a bunch of plant essences in Muhua's hands. Dennis felt that those guys in the intelligence department should be locked in animal cages. Hey! You be careful. The horned pigs are coming. At the foot of the pine forest, a group of adventurers, who were not sure whether they were hunting armored horned pigs here, shouted at Muhua and Dennis, who were walking over. Bang! Before the shouting ended, 5 or 6 horned pigs that crashed into the earth wall shelter were slapped away by the magician's hand. In the muffled sound of hitting the leather drum, the horned pigs that were slapped away had blood spurting out of their mouths and noses. However, these armored horned pigs have strong resistance to blows. Although they were slapped away by Mu Hua's magician's hand for more than 10 meters, they still did not die. Two smaller horned pigs that were far away from the pig group were lifted up by the touch of jealousy. Mu Hua frowned and looked at the struggling horned pigs. After a slight hesitation, the touch of jealousy pierced into the eye sockets of the two horned pigs, like a venomous snake, twisted in their heads, and sent the two horned pigs away. Although the group of adventurers who reminded Mu Hua to be careful were surprised by Mu Hua's attack method, they were not slow. Before those horned pigs that were beaten half to death by Mu Hua could recover, they killed them one by one. In order to improve the control of magic flames, Mu Hua upgraded his magic to the maximum level. This ability can not only improve fire magic. All the magic that Mu Hua used involving magic has greatly increased in strength, including his touch of jealousy. Mu Hua is more adept at controlling it, and can also make some seemingly more vicious attacks. Although these horned pigs are not small, when they grow up, they are simple-minded and too irritable. It feels that they are not suitable to be raised on the Abyss Island. Mu Hua directly killed the two horned pigs he caught. After smelting the two half-grown horned pigs held by the touch of jealousy, one did not produce a skill stone, and the other produced a damn sticky sweat gland. Ignoring the adventurers who hunted the horned pigs, Mu Hua was about to leave, but was stopped by Dennis again. "Your Majesty, why don't you wait a moment?" Dennis said to Mu Hua with a bitter face. Okay, wait." Mu Hua rolled his eyes in reply. The group of adventurers not far away seemed to want to say hello to Mu Hua, but were stopped by Dennis, who came forward. After Dennis whispered to the other party for 6 or 7 minutes, ghosts emerged from several dead horned pigs, and the touch of jealousy rolled up those ghosts. Mu Hua walked away, and Dennis followed. It is said that ghosts are a disaster. An important task for Dennis to follow Mu Hua is to confirm Mu Hua's route of action, and try to deal with the ghosts born because of Mu Hua. These monsters became ghosts under the influence of Mu Hua after death, and they also kept their habits before death. The impact of these guys is worse than that of human ghosts. According to the route of action reported by Dennis, someone will search and deal with it in a farther range, but Dennis still actively dealt with the armored horned pigs that were killed in front of him. Perhaps this is also a disguised protest against Mu Hua. "Dennis, if you keep doing this, you will lose my friendship." Dennis chased after Mu Hua, and Mu Hua said unhappily, "Your Majesty, I have no choice. It is rare to see a demon in the magical courtyard, and most magical beasts do not have the ability of psychic vision. Letting these ghosts grow and evolve will cause too much harm," Dennis complained. "How about you consider giving me some magical beasts? It will save me from running around the world." Mu Hua smiled. "You said tribute? Your Majesty, don't make a fuss, unless you want to be blacklisted by the magical courtyard." Dennis shook his head. He saw that Mu Hua was joking, but he still reminded Mu Hua not to mess around. "Who said it was tribute? Why can't it be called aid?" Mu Hua also smiled. "Heh," Dennis sneered. He really didn't want to continue this conversation. Although the kingdom here was quite polite to Mu Hua, the dignity of the kingdom could not withstand such a toss. Obviously, Mu Hua was not qualified to be worshipped here. It was said that some ghosts and gods had done this kind of thing, but they were basically beaten. When the two chatted, Mu Hua didn't take Dennis's attitude too seriously. For the time being, he didn't have the idea of competing with others. This was originally someone else's land. They had been operating and developing here for so many years. The entire courtyard had been rectified and stabilized by them. He was not so wicked that he had to go to someone else's house without any taboos. Dennis, who gradually became familiar with Mu Hua, would chat with Mu Hua from time to time. The two chatted casually. After a while, Mu Hua found a big tree. The heart of hurting trees was activated, and the towering tree that required several people to hug disappeared in an instant. Roar! A confused and slightly angry roar came from the sky. Two strong moonblade leopards, with white crescent-shaped hair between their brows, stepped on the water like Halo with 4 feet, looking down at Mu Hua. The moonblade leopards have strong 4 feet, and the moonlight they step on in the air is not a flying technique, but an ability between magic and combat skills. It is indeed performed by magic, but it consumes a lot of physical strength to use. To describe it specifically, they step in the air like ordinary people sitting and squatting. After getting used to this magic, the 4 feet of the moonblade leopard are very powerful, and the burst is as fast as lightning. It's a pity that this is a high-level magic, otherwise it is quite suitable for warriors to use to exercise the explosive power of the lower limbs. The two moonblade leopards should be a family. Although they are baring their teeth at Mu Hua, The two beasts are actually quite confused. The human in front of them did not cut down trees, but where is their home? No matter what, there are only two humans in front of them anyway, it must be them who did it. The two moon-blade leopards were angry, and planned to tear Mu Hua and Dennis apart. Leaning over and ready to pounce, the two moon-blade leopards had more violent magic fluctuations on their bodies, but saw a magic circle appear in front of the two moon-blade leopards. Whirling wind blades? Mu Hua's eyes lit up, and he threw a dispel. Many magic beasts have relatively fixed attack patterns. After understanding these attack habits, they will be easier to deal with than orc demons. But the innate magic of magic beasts is more troublesome. Their innate magic is cast very quickly. In essence, their innate magic is actually running in their bodies. There is a barrier of flesh and blood full of magic, which also makes it basically impossible to stop the casting of their innate magic. But since the magic circle is formed outside the body, this whirling wind blade should be just a regular magic inherited from the bloodline of the moon blade leopard. When the dispel was thrown out and the magic circle was broken, the touch of jealousy also grabbed the two moon blade leopards. The moon blade leopards were not considered powerful monsters. The huge force attacked them, and the two moon blade leopards were startled. They tore and kicked with their four legs, but they could not get rid of the pressure of the force. The two moon blade leopards, 2 meters tall at the shoulder, were lifted in front of Mu Hua and roared threateningly at Mu Hua. Paw, paw! Each moon blade leopard slapped his head. With the two moon blade leopards cried out in grief. The pain of their skulls making them sure that Mu Hua was not easy to mess with, they stopped baring their teeth, shook their heads, and cried weakly at Mu Hua. Well, very good. It seems that some monsters in this courtyard are more attentive to humans than their counterparts in other courtyards. This is a species with a high IQ. It knows to avoid danger and seek good fortune. Mu Hua took out 2 hell chains to tie up the moon blade leopards tightly. Mu Hua sent the 2 moon blade leopards to the Abyss Island. Dennis just pretended not to see Mu Hua's behavior. Rules are dead, but people are alive. As long as Mu Hua didn't cause any trouble, some things don't need to be taken seriously. After dealing with the moon blade leopards, Mu Hua found another big tree. Probably because it was a pine forest, there were many ancient trees in this forest. Some trees had moon blade leopards, and some trees didn't. I don't know if these moon blade leopards have a way to communicate with each other. The same formula, when Mu Hua caught 7 or 8 moon blade leopards, even the moon blade leopards that set up their nests on ancient trees turned around and ran away when they saw Mu Hua destroying the tree. Dennis was not in a hurry to catch the moon blade leopard, but as Mu Hua brought more alopecia to the forest and more moon blade leopards escaped, Dennis was a little nervous. Your Majesty, my lord, no, Mu Hua, you can't do this anymore. Moon blade leopards are very vengeful. They dare not provoke you, but they will hate humans. If you continue to do this, this place will become a high-risk area. Believe me, moon blade leopards are very popular in the Warcraft courtyard. If you offend them too much, you will be condemned by the people in the courtyard. Seeing that Mu Hua was going to continue looking for the ancient tree, Dennis hugged Mu Hua's thigh, looking like he would cry for you if you continued. Chapter 498. The Warcraft courtyard is different from the Canaan's courtyard. Although it is not a complete planet, the environment layout here is not vertical and horizontal. With Dragon Island as the center, multiple human forces are distributed around the entire courtyard. The master of the courtyard here should be a giant dragon. In essence, this is the world of dragons. Although he did not catch the pine forest, where the moon blade leopards live, Mu Hua still wandered around the mountain area for a long time. Finally, under Dennis's dragging, Mu Hua stopped looking for ancient trees until midnight, and the two left the mountain area. The saltwater beach is a high-risk area where sub-dragons gather. This type of area is already a public area, and does not belong to the territory of any human force in the courtyard. In the tragic screams of the giant beast, Dennis saw the horror of Mu Hua for the first time. A crocodile-toothed spinosaur, with a body length of more than 30 meters was pressed to the ground by several dragon claws. The crocodile-toothed spinosaur is a sub-dragon that feeds on flying dragons, and sometimes even dares to sneak attack evil dragons. At this time, Mu Hua, who lifted the 6 earth dragons into the air, was standing in front of the huge mouth of the crocodile-toothed spinosaurus that was big enough to swallow him in one gulp. He forcefully opened the big mouth of the crocodile-toothed spinosaurus and poured a series of blazing white explosive fireballs into its throat. The flesh of the crocodile-toothed spinosaurus contained heavy magic mixed with water elements. Their flesh could resist the erosion of elements very well. Even if Mu Hua's current flames could only burn the places covered by the flames on its body, it basically could not form a burning effect. But when the explosive fireballs exploded in its body, it didn't take long for the neck and throat to be roasted first, tender on the outside and burned on the inside. A crocodile tooth Spinosaurus lost its life in Dennis' eyes. It was big, had thick meat, and was not very good at casting spells. Although it was a bit fierce, this crocodile-toothed Spinosaurus seemed to be very suitable as a meat-producing animal. Unfortunately, it was too big, and Muhua could not send it to the Abyss Island alive. At most, he could only kill it and put it into the space prop for transportation. Muhua, who was originally catching a few Earth dragons, encountered the attack of this crocodile-toothed Spinosaurus and sent it to death. The soul fire devoured the body of the crocodile-toothed Spinosaurus, and in a blink of an eye, a huge dragon beast turned into dust. A dragon beast that definitely had a combat power beyond the high level gave Muhua a bite skill stone. Now Muhua has been desensitized to this kind of production, and has no feelings. Most magic beasts do not produce 100 refining secret stones, and this crocodile-toothed Spinosaurus is no exception. In addition to a pile of tendons, this dragon beast gave Muhua more than 20 physical crystals, and a drop of dragon blood the size of a soybean. That's right, dragon blood. Physical crystallization is secondary. Muhua was more surprised that these sub-dragons could produce dragon blood. It was not sub-dragon blood, not evil dragon blood, but dragon blood. A drop the size of a soybean should obviously be purified. If the dragon power potion is used as a reference, about 300 to 500 portions of this blood can be regarded as a unit of dragon blood. Sub-dragons, another kind of magic beast with extremely high cost performance, appeared in Muhua's world. Dragon blood is a top-level magic material with a wide range of applications, especially the blood of dragons. Muhua still needs to do some experiments. According to his estimation, if you just want to get this kind of dragon blood from sub-dragons, digging out their magic cores should not have much effect. He dragged several earth dragons caught by the touch of jealousy in front of him. Although they were only one letter different from ground dragons, these earth dragons were not dinosaurs, like velociraptors. The body length is between 3 and 5 meters, and the tail can reach 8 meters. It walks on all fours, with scales and spikes on its body. It moves like a cat. The leg joints are also the structure of a cat. Only when the skin is peeled off will it look a bit like a so-called big lizard. In terms of body structure and movement, they are much more ferocious than ground dragons. They are also land-riding beasts favored by demons. Roar! The ferocious dragon head twisted and tried to bite Muhua. Paw! Still raising his hand and slapping, the roar of a ground dragon was slapped back into the throat, making a strange sound. It's not that the sub-dragons are stupid. In fact, their IQ is quite high. However, these ground dragons obviously don't know how to judge the situation, like the moon-blade leopard. They are very stubborn. They are still very fierce even if they are slapped. Paw, paw, paw. Muhua slapped the ground dragon on the head, but it still looked fierce when it recovered. The other earth dragons, who saw this situation, did not show any sign of giving in. Their snake-like eyes flashed with vicious eyes. These guys are very difficult to deal with, Muhua said casually to Dennis beside him. Crack! Before he finished speaking, Muhua slapped the earth dragon on the head again. With the sound of bones breaking, one of the earth dragon's eyes was smashed by Muhua, and its neck was tilted. It seemed that this earth dragon would not live long. Your Majesty, generally, when taming sub-dragons, the dragon eggs will be familiar with the trainer's breath before they hatch. Even so, the success rate of taming is not high. It is more likely to seduce them with something they like and cultivate feelings for a long time. Dennis looked at the earth dragon that was slapped to death by Muhua, his eyes twitching, and said to Muhua. The soul fire ignited, and the dead earth dragon turned into ashes. It was still the bite skill stone, but it did give dragon blood, but the amount was less than that of the crocodile-toothed Spinosaurus. It was a small drop of blood, only about 1/10 of the crocodile-toothed Spinosaurus, but it was better not to give too much blood than to the giant dragon. He slapped the other earth dragons again, confirming that the simple attack did not seem to make them obedient. Muhua took out the hell demon chain again, tied their limbs and mouths, put them on the ground, and confirmed that they could not break free, and then sent them to the edge of the abyss. As for whether other training methods other than simple physical attacks can make them afraid, Muhua plans to try again when he returns to the Abyss Island. I should be able to kill these things casually, right? After finishing off a few earth dragons, Muhua looked around and asked Dennis. You can, but you can only kill those in high-risk areas, and it's best not to release your magic dragons, even partially. If too many places are affected by the breath of death, it is likely to attract the migration or riot of magic beasts. When Dennis said this, he pointed to the location of the earlier crocodile-toothed Spinosaurus corpse, where there were still a few pieces of death breath left by the dragon claws of the magic dragon. Those death breaths condensed and did not dissipate. If there were no more corpses of creatures nearby during this period, it might slowly dissipate after a while. Yeah. Frowning, Mu Hua finally nodded. He could now transform his own magic power into death energy, but he could not dissipate the death energy from the outside world. Although he could absorb these death breaths, he needed to activate the death breath. But the death breath was not drinking water, but continuously gathering in the pool. Once the death breath was activated, these pieces of death energy might be absorbed by him, but more death energy gathered around him, and the adverse effects on the outside world were estimated to be more serious than those pieces of death energy. After all, the Pale Lord was still somewhat incompatible with living beings. If not, then don't use it. Anyway, Mu Hua now has more than one means of attack, summoning beasts. He took out his tetanus spear. The sub-dragons were strong, but they had no spellcasting methods. With Mu Hua's current ability, it was not difficult to stab them. Mu Hua summoned the lion scorpion, and Dennis used the whistle to exchange for a griffin. The two flew into the air and began to search for magic beasts in this area. The saltwater beach bordered a huge lake and sea, where solitary crocodile-toothed spinosaurs lived mainly. They occasionally dived into the sea to hunt, but preferred to live on land. Other magic beasts, including earth dragons, seemed to be their food. When the crocodile-toothed Spinosaurus was found, and the lion-scorpion dived, Mu Hua would often flash and move, step on the face of the crocodile-toothed Spinosaurus, and stab it with a tetanus spear when it caught the vital point. The blood and chi mimicry, the chi penetrated the body, and the crocodile-toothed Spinosaurus often died without any trouble. After that, the body was dismantled, and the teeth were extracted to dig out the magic core. The teeth of the crocodile-toothed Spinosaurus can also be used as materials for making high-level exorcism bullets, and Mu Hua's smelting of them is mainly for the blood of the dragon. After killing several crocodile-toothed Spinosaurus, and catching some sub-dragon monsters that can be tried to be released, the sky was gloomy and night fell. In the midst of Dennis's grumbling, Mu Hua went directly to the Abyss Island and left Dennis outside, saying that he would come back to hunt at dawn. After a day of getting along, Dennis found that Mu Hua was actually quite easy to talk to, but leaving him alone in the wild in a high-risk area at the end seemed to be a long way to go to establish a friendship with him. Asian dragons have a strong sense of territory. Before leaving, Mu Hua killed a nearby Spinosaurus, but Dennis still felt uneasy about spending the night in such a place. After all, he was a public servant, so Dennis obviously wouldn't let himself suffer. He left a few eyes of the Watcher at the place where Mu Hua left, and Dennis also took out a teleportation array and buried it nearby, then teleported away and returned to the city to rest. Chapter 499. Compared to the trivialities of the outside world, Mu Hua's life on the Abyss Island tends to be stable. Under the influence of the outside world, the current stability seems to be easing and gathering momentum, with a hint of the coming storm. After entering the Abyss Island, the first thing to do is to smelt the corpses of monsters. In addition to the bound and trapped monsters, Wednesday will also introduce some less sensitive abyss monsters into the illusion, letting them circle around in a specific location on the edge of the abyss until Mu Hua arrives and kills them one by one. In order to prevent the corpses from being stored for too long and affecting the smelting production, Taibesha also agreed with Mu Hua on a meeting time. In addition to the improvement of attributes, some of Taibesha's girls' ability training is also gradually increasing. During Mu Hua's stay on the island, Medusa did not take the bait, but he saw Fenrir Wolf again, but the accumulated strength of the magic trap set on Tuesday was far from threatening Fenrir, and Mu Hua still lacked an absolute isolation and killing formation. Mu Hua estimated that he could not cope with Fenrir's speed for the time being. He would not dare to think about whether to attack it until he got the magic scroll of absolute isolation from the demon merchant. As for fishing, the skeleton warrior found another fishing spot, with a relatively stable production of succubi. The skill stones smelted by these succubi were very messy, with no fixed production, and it seemed that they would not produce the ability of charm. Or, just like the Dullahan would not produce the skill stone of the fear pattern, charm is actually a flesh and blood trait, not a skill ability. Mu Hua still had a breath of Asmodeus in his hand that he could not use. He originally planned to let Tuesday use the succubus as a medium for Keratin's skin, and wanted to try whether she could obtain the trait of charm, so that she could go the way of lust. Unfortunately, Tuesday was quite resistant to succubi. In her words, if she wanted to have the charm, she would have to get a nightmare or something, not to mention Medusa and Arachne. And the number of times the Keratin skin could be cast was indeed limited, so Mu Hua did not force it. Except for 2 golden apple trees with legs wandering around the central camp, there were no special events on the island. Mu Hua also planned to use the plant essence he had stored on the ambergris bushes later. 2 minotaur were caught while fishing. One did not smelt the ultimate power, and the other was thrown directly into the blood pool by Mu Hua in anger. The pure rage blood could be smashed out with magic protection. Now the defensive characteristics of the minotaur's skin were just SOSO, in Mu Hua's opinion. Apart from the ultimate power, Mu Hua did not have much other expectations for the minotaur. On the contrary, as a corpse demon, the minotaur was a very good choice. I watched Mu Hua and his group slaughtering all kinds of monsters, like killing chickens, and then I experienced a painful curse, soul whipping, flooding, electric shock and other tortures. Although the subdragons caught by Mu Hua still bared their teeth and threatened, they knew to tuck their tails in when they saw Mu Hua. Mu Hua did not expect to tame these subdragons, just know to be afraid, so he asked Thursday to send them to the north of the island, and then reproduce normally, and then he could go to plunder their dragon eggs when he had ideas. Among these subdragons, the earth dragons were the most favored by Mu Hua, and they were tormented the most. Compared with this batch of subdragons, the treatment of the 3 mammoths was more harmonious. If this kind of monster is not frightened and attacked, it has a very gentle temperament. They feed on plants, and their flesh and blood are not low quality. They are large and have a lot of meat. Their innate magic is stone skin protection and earth shaking. In Mu Hua's opinion, they are a good meat-producing monster. Speaking of which, Mu Hua actually didn't plan to raise some messy monsters. His goal was just to raise giant dragons. Well, giant dragons may still have some problems for the time being, but flying dragons are Mu Hua's tentative domestication target. The purpose of raising other monsters on the island is basically to build a living environment for flying dragons. In the early morning outside, when Mu Hua appeared in the monster courtyard again, Dennis had been waiting here early. It seemed that this guy was fighting to the death with him, and he didn't know how much salary he would give. He didn't catch the earth dragons again, and he couldn't subdue them. He didn't hunt them. If there were too many of them at once, it would be troublesome for those earth dragons to gather together. With a lack of food, if a flying dragon is really released into the group of earth dragons, who knows who will be in trouble? Mu Hua began to look for the dragon eggs of Crocodile 2 Spinosaurus all over the world, but as Dennis said, that kind of dragon beast will hide in the water to lay eggs. Mu Hua searched for a long time, but couldn't find it, but he did find more than a dozen earth dragon eggs. Your Majesty, don't look for it. Crocodile 2 Spinosaurus is basically impossible to tame. If you really want the eggs of Crocodile 2 Spinosaurus, I will help you collect one later. Let's go to the Flying Dragon Valley. Riding on a griffin, following the flying lion scorpion, Dennis shouted loudly. He wanted to determine Mu Hua's route of action, but how could he be sure when Mu Hua was flying around the world like this, and the flying dragons can already detect ghosts? If they go to the Flying Dragon Valley, even if some dead creatures become ghosts because of Mu Hua, those ghosts will be hunted by the flying dragons, and humans basically don't need to care too much. Well, forget it if there is none. Let's not rush to the Flying Dragon Valley. Where is the griffin nest? There are sacred griffins. Mu Hua asked Dennis while letting the lion scorpion hover in the air. Dennis rode a griffin, but his griffin did not grow high, nor did it develop the ability to control lightning. The griffin that can breathe in and out lightning like a breath is called a sacred griffin. Mu Hua wanted to find the tears of the thunder element, but the lightning released by the thunderbirds he encountered earlier was more like casting a spell, and they themselves did not have an affinity with the thunder element, which caused Mu Hua to focus his attention on the sacred griffin again. Your Majesty, there are 3 human kingdoms in this courtyard that have recognized griffins as national treasures. Dennis had a headache. And griffins are social beasts. They are brave and fearless, and are very hostile to demons. They dare to reach out to even dragons when facing enemies. If you want griffin eggs, we can discuss it, but the sacred griffin is a bit difficult. Otherwise, let's go kill the lion scorpion. Dennis glanced at Mu Hua's mount and encouraged him. Don't come on, what brave and fearless. Griffins are just a little bit stupid because of their own abilities. Humans admire them just because they are more peaceful when they are full. Mu Hua complained. The sacred griffin is the product of the griffin growing to a certain stage, so there is no such thing as a sacred griffin egg. The griffin is also a very fierce beast, with eagle's front claws and sharp claws, and their eagle claws can produce a grip force beyond their own limits. Especially when they are fighting to the death, their eagle claws will hold on to the enemy tightly, and will not let go until death. Even if they don't pierce the body, it is difficult to pull them off. Therefore, The Griffin's ordinary attacks are not scary, but their desperate counterattacks are more terrifying. Your Majesty, if you say that, we can't talk today. Dennis rolled his eyes in disrespect to Mu Hua's complaints. He is also a member of the Warcraft courtyard after all, and Dennis is quite resistant to Mu Hua's way of denying other people's traditional beliefs. Mu Hua frowned, and Dennis's shoulders slumped. Okay, the areas where wild griffins are located are not high-risk areas. There is also a Griffin Ridge in the Kingdom of Vita. If you want to catch a sacred griffin, it's okay, but if you alarm the griffin group, we must run, and you can't kill those griffins. Your Majesty, if you mess around in the Griffin Ridge, the Kingdom of Vita will definitely accuse you, and the Ghost and God Council will also likely remove you. There has been a precedent for this. Dennis raised his hands, and waved his hands, as if admitting his mistake. The importance that the Warcraft court attached to the Griffin exceeded Mu Hua's expectations, but he was not very interested in the Griffin. It was edible, but had little meat. In addition to the advantage of flying, its physical attack and magic were quite mediocre. As for the Warcraft, Mu Hua's eyes were always fixed on the dragon. Compared with the comprehensiveness and power of the Upper Dragon clan, the Griffin's relatively easy to be tamed by humans was useless to Mu Hua. After all, he had too much demonic breath. When Dennis mentioned the Ghost and God Council, he said that there had been precedents, which made Mu Hua stunned. It turned out that there had been predecessors who came here to harm the Griffin before him, and the consequences seemed to be quite serious. After all, it was their national treasure. If you can't kill it randomly, don't kill it randomly. If you need it in the future, you can sneak over here. Anyway, I have done a lot of stealing in my life, so I will just remember the bitter past. Mu Hua agreed to Dennis's request. The Griffin Ridge of the Vita Kingdom was not even recorded on the courtyard map. Dennis had to lead the way for Mu Hua to find the Griffin Ridge. Looking down from the sky at a basin surrounded by mountains, the trees sticking out from the towering rocks obscured the scene in the basin. Going around the mountains, he found an entrance that looked like a canyon. He concentrated on observing the ground, and his pupils suddenly condensed. Golden apple trees. Mu Hua saw a golden apple tree. Oh my god, it's a big golden apple forest. It's estimated that there are 400 or 500 trees. Mu Hua's heart was moved, and he drove the lion scorpion to dive down. At this time, behind Mu Hua, Dennis was briefly stunned, and then he also found the direction of Mu Hua's dive, and he couldn't help shouting. Oh! Don't! Your Majesty, don't go! That's the orchard of His Majesty Ashadalin. The Griffin Ridge of the Vita Kingdom has a big man guarding it part-time, otherwise, Dennis would not have brought Mu Hua here. Chapter 500. Whether it is the golden apple or the golden apple tree, their birth is very casual, and there is almost no established law to follow. Standing in front of a golden apple forest covered by a barrier, Mu Hua looked at the well-growing fruit trees with eager eyes, and complained in his heart. These courtyards, that have been repeatedly explored and developed by humans and monsters, are indeed lacking in adventures. Jealous, leave here, this is a private territory. In front of the orchard, a tall and agile man stood in front of Mu Hua, with dragon power spreading around his body, and scales on both sides of his cheeks. Dragon Man, you can call me Mu Hua. If I were you, I would retract the dragon power on my body. Mu Hua suppressed the urge to gnaw the other party's soul. This is an instinctive impulse brought by the bite of jealousy. When he was fully strengthened with magic power, he could suppress it to a certain extent. Dragon people are hybrids of humans and upper dragons. Because the mother must be human, and the intervention of the Azmatai monsoon is required, there are not too many of them. Judging from the dragon scales on the man's face, he should have the blood of an evil dragon. There is reproductive isolation between evil dragons and humans. As for the origin of the existence of dragon people, it is probably the masterpiece of shape-shifting and Azmatai monsoon. I haven't comprehended the dragon's power for long, so you should leave. The dragon man said proudly. Although he didn't know how this guy could tell at a glance that he had touched the original sin of jealousy, Mu Hua felt that this guy didn't know much about jealousy. If he hadn't perfected his own magic enhancement, this guy would have been kneeling on the ground groaning even if he didn't die. How long have you comprehended the dragon's power? I must remind you that the bite of jealousy should be more difficult to control than your damn dragon's power. Do you really want to experience the feeling of soul tearing? When he found the barrier in the orchard, Mu Hua already knew that the orchard was owned by someone. In addition, Dennis reminded him that this dragon man seemed to be related to the sixth kingship, so Mu Hua also gave up the urge to dig up his fruit trees. It was just that this guy had a very bad tone. Mu Hua could tolerate Dennis's restraint on him, because Dennis was very humble when talking to him, and he didn't mind teasing him after getting familiar with him. But he didn't have a good temper to be driven away by this dragon man. If this dragon man dared to mess with him, he would definitely make him suffer. Even if he couldn't beat him, Mu Hua estimated that he could destroy his orchard. The most important thing was that he could afford to pay for it. Well, okay, the sixth kingship is still very intimidating to Mu Hua, but as the saying goes, how much money you have, how big a fight you have, at least on the issue of the golden apple tree, Mu Hua can probably afford it. Envy bite? I only realized the dragon power 10 years ago. How long have you been touching jealousy? As Mu Hua threatened, the other party's expression froze, and it was obvious that he was not completely ignorant of the jealousy bite. There is not only one fixed route to touch the original sin. Because this dragon man had not been attacked by the touch of jealousy earlier, he might have thought that Mu Hua did not master the jealousy bite. Ghosts and gods who master the jealousy bite are very annoying. If they are attacked by them, because of mental interference, they can just say not intentional to evade. At this moment, it can be vaguely seen that the dragon man's heels are off the ground, and his body is slightly leaning forward. He is obviously ready to dodge and respond to sneak attacks at any time, and it seems that he is ready to launch a surprise attack on Mu Hua at any time. This is a guy who is more accustomed to attacking than defending. 10 years? Ha, if I remember correctly, I have been given the title of Ghost God for less than 2 months. Mu Hua grinned and stared at the dragon man with twitching eyelids. The dragon man was silent. 2 months? Speaking of which, he really lacked the ability to control the dragon's power. A pink and tender jealous ghost god suddenly appeared in front of him. What should he do? Waiting online urgent. The dragon man Huggins, the shadow of the crown belonging to the 6th royal power of Shadowland, Mu Hua and Dennis came to Griffin Ridge and unexpectedly found a golden apple tree. He wanted to find out what was going on, but he had a confrontation with Huggins. The dragon's power that should have made ordinary people tremble with fear lost its effect here with Mu Hua, and further gave Mu Hua a channel to attack him at any time. Fortunately, Dennis came forward to mediate in time. Speaking of which, Huggins is also a disaster. He couldn't control his dragon power freely, and dragon power was also an indiscriminate attack. Even though Dennis had blessed himself with courage, he was still trembling and urinating frequently when he stood in front of Huggins. Through Dennis's explanation, Huggins knew the reason why Mu Hua came here, and Mu Hua also had a more detailed understanding of the situation here. Huggins was a crowned shadow. Although the sign of the 6th kingship was hung here, this orchard belonged to Huggins, not to a Shadowland. Huggins established this orchard in the territory of the Kingdom of Vita, and was worshipped by the Kingdom of Vita. At the same time, he would help the Kingdom of Vita to protect the Griffin Ridge to a certain extent. Although the wisdom fruit and even the golden apple produced in this orchard would be supplied to the 6th kingship first, even if the king wanted the fruit here, he had to pay for it. Preferential prices and priority supply are the privileges enjoyed by that person, and while enjoying the privileges, the 6th person seems to have to protect Huggins. It seems that although the crowned shadow is a direct guard of the king, the relationship between the two is not that of complete possession. But think about it, in addition to the servants, the king leader needs more recognition and assistance from the community of interests. There is no reason for a king who eats everything to last long. Not to mention giving wealth and resources to his subordinates. If he even wants to occupy his subordinates' private property, only an idiot will follow him, right? It's not that easy to be a big brother. He speaks with his fists all day long, and even the bandit leader dares not do that. After knowing that these fruit trees already have owners, Mu Hua actually didn't plan to dig the trees anymore. The reason why he didn't retreat directly and confronted Huggins instead was that, in addition to Huggins' arrogant words, Mu Hua actually had his eyes on something else. A dragon tied to the orchard and tortured. Judging from the dragon's scales and body characteristics, it should be a wind dragon. Or torture is not quite right. Harkin seems to be continuously bleeding the dragon and feeding it. At the same time, a magic circle is continuously absorbing the energy of the dragon and supplying this energy to the golden apple tree in the orchard. Although the means are cruel, this is not torture for fun, but a purposeful use of the dragon. It is said that this is a dragon that was expelled from Dragon Island because it violated the laws of the dragon clan. After this kind of dragon leaves Dragon Island, their nests will become high-risk areas in the Warcraft courtyard, and human adventurers will also hunt them. There is more than one such dragon in Huggins' place, but except for this wind dragon, the other two dragons have turned into mummies. It seems that the reason why Huggins planted the golden apple tree in this courtyard is probably to facilitate the capture of this kind of dragon. And Mu Hua has taken a fancy to this dragon. There is a sacred griffin in a smaller group of griffins in the southwest of the basin. I will give you the coordinates, And you can catch it yourself. Dennis introduced Huggins to Muhua, and also introduced Muhua to Huggins. When mentioning the city of Canes, Huggins remembered some rumors from the past, and also remembered Muhua, a new ghost. The Magic Empire has blocked many news about Muhua, but because of the bad things in Cane City, Muhua's name is relatively famous among some upper-level adventurers. Although Muhua did not specifically say, when he realized the bite of jealousy, his age is there. For this jealous ghost, who may have mastered the devour of jealousy for only a few years, Huggins still hopes to send him away quickly, and even points out the location of the Holy Griffin, which is easier to catch. Are you selling this evil dragon? Looking at the skinny wind dragon that seemed to have lost all vitality, Muhua did not leave immediately, but asked Huggins. It? No, if you want an evil dragon, there are several exiled evil dragons in the courtyard. This kid should know the location. Go catch them yourself. Huggins was surprised at first, then waved his hand impatiently. Ghosts and gods do not mean that they have absolute power. Huggins does not know Muhua's true combat power, but he heard that he killed 2 original sins in his famous battle. Huggins thought he should be able to deal with a lone evil dragon. Then I catch a dragon to exchange with you, okay? Muhua asked unwillingly. Catch a dragon? Even if it was damaged in the fight, a newly caught dragon would be better than the half-dead wind dragon in front of him. Normally, Muhua's exchange method is very cost-effective, but at this time, Huggins frowned, as if he guessed Muhua's intention. Ha, you want to save it? You want to use me as a raft to subdue it? Although I'm not afraid of this wind dragon, if it were you, would you agree? Huggins was amused by Muhua's thoughts, and the dragon's might on his body became stronger, which also made the wind dragon that seemed to be dead in the distance raise its eyelids. The dragon clan is arrogant. Even the low-intelligence sub-dragons are very powerful, and the evil dragons also have their own cunning, and it is almost impossible to subdue the higher dragon clan by means of torture. How to gain the loyalty of others most easily? Suffering and destruction are undoubtedly the best means of training. Of course, you can't inflict these sufferings and destructions on them. First, you have to find an enemy for the training object. A common enemy is best. If there is no common enemy, make one up. What you need to do is to give them some salvation after they have experienced sufferings and destruction. Just like the wind dragon in front of you, it is undoubtedly living in purgatory on Earth now. When the purgatory-like world collapses, for most creatures, the face they see at first sight will become a mother-like existence, which is likely to become an existence that they will feel honored to sacrifice for. In Muhua's view, the half-dead dragon in front of him seems to be a good child. But obviously, Muhua's good child must be an absolute enemy to Huggins. Muhua is not exchanging the dragon, but clearly making enemies for him. Although Huggins doesn't think that the wind dragon can do anything to him in the future, he doesn't like Muhua treating him as a raft, and he doesn't think Muhua has the qualifications. Chapter 501. Hello, this is Muhua, Amos. I've taken a fancy to a dragon in the orchard of Harkins. Do you think we can discuss this? Outside the Griffin Ridge of the Kingdom of Vita, Muhua called Amos in front of Harkins. Hey Mu, have you been to the Warcraft courtyard? Have Harkins' golden apples borne fruit? Amos asked from the communicator. Amos. Harkins, who was waiting for Muhua to leave or asking for it rudely, suddenly heard Amos's question and shouted Amos' name with a gnashing expression. Muhua wanted Harkins to use the dragon as fertilizer. When Harkins refused, Muhua did not pester him blindly, but asked about Amos, whom he met in the prison demon cave. In Muhua's opinion, his little thoughts were indeed not very authentic to Harkins. He was not familiar with Huggins, but Amos was also the crown shadow of the Six Kings' power. The two should be familiar with each other, and perhaps he could use Amos to build a relationship. If Amos said there was no room for negotiation, Muhua would not intend to entangle with Huggins again. He did not know this wind dragon, and he wanted it on a whim. But at the beginning of this sentence, Amos's focus on the question was obviously full of questions, and Huggins' face was angry and cautious at this time, just like guarding against thieves. Muhua felt that he seemed to have built a wrong relationship. Hi Huggins, how are you recently? Huggins' low roar seemed to be heard on the other end of the phone, and Amos greeted Huggins in a relaxed and cheerful tone. Get out. If you dare to come to my place to steal fruit again, I will kill you. Compared with Amos's kindness, Huggins responded badly. Ha Mu, are you talking about the dragon that Harkins tied to the orchard to bleed? No need to discuss, Harkins. Those guys will be killed by you sooner or later. Just sell them if the price is right. Muhua is my friend. Give me a discount. I promise not to pick your fruits for 5 years. Okay, you guys talk. I'm busy here. Amos' voice in the communicator was faintly mixed with the noise of vibration, and no one knew what he was doing. After he finished speaking, he hung up the communication. Muhua looked at Harkins, with an apology flashing in his eyes. Harkins seemed to be threatened, but he didn't mean it. Harkins looked at Muhua, and looked at Muhua's little eyes, as if he was angry and felt disgusted. Amos specialized in space magic, although it was not clear who would beat whom if he and Harkins fought, but Muhua understood that Amos should have come to Harkins' orchard to steal fruits. Higgins dared to plant golden apples in this wilderness, and he could also imprison the dragon as fertilizer. Muhua didn't really want to provoke him. He contacted Amos because he really wanted to use Amos to build friendship with Higgins. After a conversation, it seemed that golden apples were indeed more likely to attract thieves, and he acted as if he was threatening Higgins. "Has he ever stolen your golden apples?" Muhua asked Higgins weakly. "No, if he dared to steal that, I fight to the death," Higgins said bitterly. "Yes, it seems that he has stolen a lot of wisdom fruits. Then, I don't want this dragon anymore." Muhua felt a little sympathetic to the dragon man in front of him. This is not the Abyss Island. It is difficult to grow golden apple trees here, let alone bear fruit. A lot of resources must be invested in the process. Although Muhua made a bunch of wisdom fruits, as if it was easy and casual, those wisdom fruits are never cheap. Huggins stared at Muhua, opened his mouth to say something, but hesitated again with a gloomy face. "Are you sure that bastard won't bother me for 5 years?" Huggins asked Muhua. 5 years, including this crop, should be enough for his orchard to bear fruit twice. Huggins suddenly felt that if he didn't have to worry about Amos's theft for 5 years, it seemed to be a good deal to give this evil dragon to Muhua. "Not sure, I'm not familiar with him." Muhua shook his head. "I don't care, if he breaks his promise, I find you." Huggins seemed very satisfied with Muhua's attitude of drawing a clear line with Amos, and his face showed some recognition, but he seemed to rely on Muhua. "Then, give me this evil dragon?" Muhua grinned. It seems that the moral integrity of these shadows of the king is also very limited. "Ha! What are you thinking, kid? Take a dragon in exchange." Higgins was stunned for a moment, then laughed angrily. This bastard ghost really doesn't consider himself an outsider. "I think if you don't let it go, you will regret it in the future." Muhua muttered and complained. He thought he could get a bargain. "Hee, even if you can tame it, it's best not to let it appear in front of me again in the future. If I find that it is hostile to me, don't blame me if you kill it." Higgins' temperament is full of wildness, and the smile on the corner of his mouth also reveals a bit of ferocity. "Well, that's not what I'm talking about. Forget it, we have to see its attitude first." Without refuting Higgins, Muhua nodded. Although he wanted to save the wind dragon in front of him, Muhua had no grudge against Higgins. He saved the wind dragon just for convenience, and he also wanted an obedient dragon. It was impossible for him to go to trouble Higgins to please this dragon. If this wind dragon really comes to seek revenge on Harkins in the future, it deserves to be killed. However, Muhua estimated that if he raised Harkins well, Harkins' confidence now seemed a little impulsive. If this wind dragon is Kryptonian strong in the future, although Muhua may stop it from killing Harkins, if it wants to beat it up a few times to vent his anger, Muhua should not stop it. Of course, the premise is to see whether the wind dragon follows him. After passing through the barrier, the magic environment suddenly changed, and Muhua's eyelids trembled. This orchard is really a big investment. No wonder Harkins is afraid of Amos. The probability of the golden apple appearing is not high. Usually he probably counts on the recovery of the wisdom fruit. Accompanied by Harkins, he walked close to the wind dragon. The wind dragon raised his eyelids slightly. Seeing Harkins approaching, the wind dragon's body trembled slightly unconsciously. Let alone revenge, this evil dragon will have an instinctive fear when seeing Harkins at this time. "Are you willing to follow me?" Standing in front of the evil dragon's ferocious head, when Muhua asked, the wind dragon's eyelids suddenly lifted up, and the dragon's eyes that were weakly squinting half opened. It seemed to open its mouth with great effort. Fortunately, the dragon's teeth were still there, but the evil dragon could not make a sound for a while. Muhua raised his eyebrows and glanced at Huggins. Huggins stepped forward and patted the wind dragon's neck, lifting the restriction that restricted the wind dragon from making a sound. The wind dragon's throat finally made a gurgling sound. "You can save me?" The wind dragon's eyes twisted, and its body reacted to Huggins in fear, but there was a hint of cruelty in its eyes. When the eyes turned back and looked at Muhua, the pupils were slightly dilated, and the voice was tired. "Well, there is this plan. He allowed me to replace you with another evil dragon," Muhua said. In fact, Mu Hua had discussed with Huggins to pretend to beat him up in front of Feng Long, pretending to beat Huggins away and save Feng Long, but unfortunately Huggins almost got angry with Mu Hua. And Mu Hua estimated that if he helped Huggins to make a tree shepherd, Huggins would probably be willing to put on all kinds of appearances to welcome him to beat him. However, this made Mu Hua feel that it was not worth it. As mentioned before, saving this Feng Long was just a whim. Mu Hua did not think that he could not subdue the evil dragon. If it really didn't work, he could just make a few flying dragons evolve. It seemed unnecessary to give Huggins a tree shepherd for this wind dragon. Evil dragons are still evil dragons after all. They have the loyalty and bravery of monsters, and the cruelty of beasts. Evil dragons even eat their own kind. When hearing Mu Hua's words, Feng Long did not hesitate to catch another evil dragon to replace it, and his eyes were filled with hope. What do you want? My loyalty? Possessing wisdom no less than that of humans, the wind dragon in front of him doesn't seem to be a fool. The method of pretending to beat up Huggins earlier might not be worth the loss if it is really used. If possible. Mu Hua smiled faintly. You are too late. My body is already useless. The wind dragon moved the corners of his mouth, and when he was powerless to speak, his eyes were completely opened and stared at Huggins with resentment. After a long period of torture, the body of the wind dragon in front of him was in a mess, with broken tendons and bones. Huggins only needed to maintain its life and didn't care about its physical condition. The continuous energy extraction has made it difficult to recover from the injuries on its body. Even the high-level healing magic is difficult to heal. It doesn't matter, it will be healed. Maybe I need a handsome mount. Raising his hand to touch the skin around the dragon's lips and teeth, Mu Hua seemed to have sympathy and empathy, and said quite emotionally. The angry eyes froze, and the dragon slowly turned to Mu Hua. There was a faint mist in his eyes, and Feng Long's body trembled again, and this time it seemed that it was no longer because of fear of Huggins. Body? Injury? His own kraken stabs are enough, and if the super speed regeneration is not enough, he can add a soul tide to make up for it. Anyway, his own family will be destroyed sooner or later, so this is not a big deal. Sensing Feng Long's touch, Mu Hua thought to himself. Chapter 502. Continuous explosion sounded in the sky. Mu Hua, with a smile on his face, flew in the sky in a reckless manner, shuttled through the Griffin Ridge, and shook off the griffin chasing him from behind. The target of the magic dragon is large, and it will pollute the environment. Once it appears in the territory of the griffin, it is easy to be attacked by the entire Griffin Ridge. The flying ability of the lion scorpion is not as good as that of the griffin. After obtaining the location of the sacred griffin that is easy to capture from Hawkins, Mu Hua sneaked into the Griffin Ridge, ambushed and killed a sacred griffin, and stole a few griffin eggs. He has not learned to fly yet, but the moonlight he got from the moon blade leopard can create an instantaneous force fulcrum in the air. With the help of flying and moonlight, Mu Hua shuttled through the sky like a cannonball, avoiding the pursuit of the griffin. These griffins are all violent. If they rely solely on force, let alone subdue them, they are a kind of magic beast that is difficult to capture alive. Mu Hua finally got the tears of thunder element from the sacred griffin. He didn't want to harm the national treasure, so he stole and robbed a few griffin eggs. Facing the small group of griffins gathered in this remote place, Mu Hua just fled to avoid their pursuit. The eagle eyes of the griffin can see very far targets. When they are on guard, the hidden effect of shadow magic will even be ineffective in their eyes. However, they don't know flying magic. They rely solely on their own abilities to fly. The flying speed during short-range bursts is also fast, but long-distance continuous flight requires more gliding, and the speed is very average. Mu Hua's feet were seen bending and kicking in the sky, and the fulcrum of Yuehua appeared under his feet. With each force he exerted, it was like stepping on water, and air explosions and air masses appeared immediately. The action was somewhat funny, but after leaving the Griffin Ridge for 100 kilometers, he got rid of the chasing griffins. He was going to get a dragon to exchange for the wind dragon in the Harkins orchard, or in other words, he had obtained a dragon follower named Friday, so he had to get another dragon to compensate Harkins. Friday was too big, and it had never touched the world tree, so it could not be sent to the Abyss Island through the teleportation array. Mu Hua could only sign a demon contract with it, then enter the Abyss Island himself, and then summon it to the island to recuperate. After shaking off the griffin chasing him, Mu Hua contacted Dennis. He needed Dennis to lead the way to find the dragon expelled from Dragon Island. While waiting for Dennis to join him, Mu Hua began to think about his elemental affinity. Water and fire elements have strong corrosiveness, dangerous and difficult to deal with, but it is easier for monsters to touch and perceive, so there are more monsters with affinity for these two elements. The thunder element has basically no longer corrosiveness, but penetration and lethality. To perceive elemental affinity, one must contact the materialized elements. The instantaneous destructive power of the lightning element is too strong, and it is difficult to keep in contact with it. This also leads to the fact that there are relatively few monsters that can perceive the affinity of the lightning element without external objects. As for the earth element and the wind element, from the perspective of perceiving elemental affinity, these two elements are almost not corrosive under normal circumstances, and cannot be deeply contacted. Petrification will block the senses, and there is no way to perceive it. In abnormal circumstances, the damage they cause is more terrifying than the lightning element. They can be said to be two seemingly mild, but extremely extreme elements. Mu Hua can also lock the Thunderbird Griffin with the tears of the thunder element. If it doesn't work, he will probably look for the Thunder Dragon or the Baru's Demon with the destructive characteristics. But when it comes to the tears of wind element, the only feasible attempt for the time being is probably to find a wind dragon, and it is very troublesome to deal with wind dragons, because they are good at escaping and hiding. If the opponent keeps running away, even Tuesday can only stare blankly. Just like the wind dragon like Friday, the reason why Mu Hua took the trouble to exchange it from Hawkins was not only to try to subdue it, but also to see if he could smelt the tears of wind element from it even if it was unwilling to surrender. When Dennis came and confirmed that there was no recorded wind dragon nest in the Warcraft courtyard except Dragon Island, Mu Hua finally chose the location of an exiled fire dragon and let Dennis lead the way to find it. The two rode on the Griffin Lion Scorpion for several hours, and finally came to a mountainous area where the Mountain King appeared. The so-called Mountain King is a feline monster as strong as a giant ape, with a tiger-like head and claws, and an ape-like front body. It can run nimbly even in the dense forests of mountains and ridges. It is good at earth magic, and is a high-level monster that can fight with earth bears. The high-risk area formed by 3 towering mountains is almost the size of a small city. According to the investigation of adventurers, a fire dragon has built nests on the 3 peaks, and it will change its nest from time to time. However, when Mu Hua arrived, it seemed that there was no need to find its location, because many human adventurers here seem to have begun to besiege the fire dragon. Looking from a high place, a huge fire dragon spread its wings and hovered between the mountains. The dragon wings only needed to flap once to fly 1,000 meters away. When diving, the breath was like a sweeping laser. Arrow magic chased the dragon and bit it, and anti-aircraft guns roared, sweeping a barrage of bullets in the daytime sky. And around the dragon, there were many adventurers riding griffins. It can't be said that they were all griffin riders for show, but facing the dragon, it is estimated that only a stubborn griffin can fight normally while dealing with the dragon's might. Your Majesty, do you want to go somewhere else? Looking at Mu Hua, who frowned slightly, Dennis was afraid that he would run to a group of adventurers entangled with the dragon and start a big move. Wait a minute, I guess this group of adventurers has no chance. After observing for a while, Mu Hua's brows relaxed, collected the lion scorpion, and did not approach, just floating in the air, watching from afar. The group of adventurers' offensive was fierce, but their flying units could only harass the dragon. In addition to the long-range attack in the mountains, they also arranged a combat team with strong individual combat power on each of the 3 hills. There were too few flying units, but Mu Hua also knew that facing a monster like the evil dragon, the Griffin Knights probably couldn't afford the loss of more. A breath of air might just turn into a roasted pigeon. After all, there was a huge difference in individual combat power. And these adventurers were obviously not crazy enough to attack the fire dragon without regard for the consequences. Speaking of which, although the evil dragons were divided into different categories, it was just that they were naturally closer to certain elements. Their breath was actually all flames. Breathing was the most commonly used ability of the evil dragon. It was efficient, large in volume, and energy-saving, especially when it swooped down with the help of its flying ability. And because there were many magics in the fire magic that increased the characteristics of fire, such as ignition, flame accumulation, high temperature, and even the flame of life, hellfire, and other special flames that could be integrated into their own flames. These abilities can greatly enhance the power of the dragon's breath, which also leads to the fact that the flame dragon, which is more proficient in fire magic, has a more transcendent position among the dragons. The dragon in front of him seems to be very good at dealing with human sieges. While sweeping with its breath, it can always drag this group of adventurers to jump back and forth at the boundary of their effective attack distance. Although the image of the dragon looks reckless and fierce, they are completely different from most monsters that fight by instinct. No matter how the 3 groups of adventurers on the mountain provoke and roar, the flame dragon ignores them. At least now this flame dragon is very comfortable dealing with this group of adventurers. Because if they make the dragon feel the slightest bit of anger, the dragon will definitely pounce to the ground in the gap between dives and crush the enemy with their powerful physical strength. That is the dragon's habitual way of attack. It is difficult to change, and there is no need to change, because their flesh and claws are indeed their natural strengths. Driving away the griffins around him, and evading the attacks of the griffin knights with flexible flying maneuvers, this huge dragon actually flew with a hint of elegance in the air battle. Mu Hua didn't know the details of the group of adventurers below, but judging from the combat power they showed at this time, if they could withstand the attack of this fire dragon, there would definitely be a protracted battle between the two. Well, perhaps these adventurers were indeed prepared for a protracted war. Looking around, Mu Hua actually found a village-like human camp on the side of a mountain. There were also many tents built outside the camp, and I don't know if they were traps to attract the fire dragon's revenge attack. Floating in the air, keeping a safe distance from the battlefield, Mu Hua simply lay on his side in the sky, supporting his head with one hand and watching the battle. He didn't plan to help these adventurers. No matter what they wanted, he was going to capture the fire dragon alive. He wanted to give it to Harkins in one piece. If he went down now, he might be accused of stealing monsters. Dennis rode a griffin and hovered in the air. He didn't object to this. The place where the fire dragon was not the territory of the kingdom of Vita. Moreover, if the evil dragons expelled from Dragon Island didn't wantonly destroy human villages and cities, the human kingdoms in the Warcraft courtyard would not take the initiative to organize forces to attack them. After all, they are also a feature that helps the Warcraft courtyard attract foreign adventurers. In the continuous battle, the adventurers suffered casualties, but not seriously. After confirming that the fire dragon would not fight them head-on, the adventurers obviously began to focus on the construction of defensive magic. The battle really tended to be a protracted war. It seemed that they didn't know how long they would fight. When Mu Hua was considering whether to find another evil dragon in another place, he suddenly felt something strange in the storage space. The summoning token given to him by Becerro seemed to have a reaction. After taking out the summoning token, Mu Hua's face lit up with joy. This should be because Becerro had prepared the things he wanted to buy before. He said hello to Dennis and asked Dennis to temporarily avoid him and wait for him to come back nearby. Mu Hua found a forest with no monsters, called the token, and summoned Becerro. Chapter 503. Becerro, you haven't evolved? In the clearing in the forest, roars and dragon roars could be heard in the distance. When Becerro's figure appeared in the teleportation array, Mu Hua asked in surprise. Haha, it's still a little short. If you pay off the balance this time, it should be almost done. It was still the short figure. Becerro said happily, observing the surroundings. When he saw Mu Hua clearly, Becerro's expression was obviously stagnant. Well, Mu, have you touched the original sin? Becerro looked at Mu Hua with some doubts and asked in an uncertain tone. How did you see it? Observe emotional energy? Mu Hua asked with a smile. A lot of things really happened during the time since the last transaction with Becerro. Well, I feel that you can absorb emotional energy, and if this feeling appears in humans, I can only think of the ghosts and gods you mentioned. What kind of ghosts and gods have you become? Seeing that Mu Hua did not deny it, Becerro's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he asked curiously. Jealous, how about it? Do you collect demon ghosts with the potential to be wailing banshees? Mu Hua said with a smile. Jealous, you are really amazing. But there is no shortage of ghosts in hell, even human ghosts. However, it seems that my choice is correct. Here, this is the gift I prepared for you. Becerro sighed, and walked out of the teleportation array while speaking, walked to Mu Hua, and handed over a demon leather scroll. What is this? This demon leather scroll looked like a demon contract. Mu Hua did not take it, but asked cautiously. A friendship contract made with the heart of the twin Lamia. I have signed it. Even if we are separated by dimensions, it can let you know whether I have the intention to harm you. This is a proof of friendship. You can take it back and check it. If you are sure it is okay, then sign your name. Becerro said seriously. The friendship contract, perhaps because it requires special materials, is a very different and rare demon contract. Among the many demon contracts, except for the slavery contract, it is probably the most credible demon contract among demons. After scanning the friendship contract with the identification technique, Mu Hua did not see any clues. He felt that he should use up the identification technique. Not to mention identifying other people's attributes, it is also good to use it to identify some strange magic items, so as to avoid being cheated by things like the ancient scam. Can this be signed by others? Mu Hua took the contract, And before he finished speaking, Doris's figure emerged from behind Mu Hua. You are really cautious. Well, she doesn't seem to be the cursed spirit last time, right? Becerra said with a wry smile, looking at Doris, and asked doubtfully. Be careful, you know you are a devil, right? You can call her Death now. Mu Hua waved his hand, as if it was a matter of course, but he did not explain the difference between Doris and Tuesday. Death? Becerra suddenly realized that this was a very scary existence. Even the devils were afraid of him. Because he felt that Mu Hua was a very potential customer, Becerra took a lot of effort to get a friendship contract this time. He was still hesitant about whether to give it to Mu Hua, but now it seems that not only has he become a ghost, but the cursed spirit around him has also evolved into death in a short time. At this time, Becerra secretly admired his decisiveness. This friendship contract was too necessary, and he couldn't let Mu Hua be abducted by other devil merchants. Thinking of this, Becerra flattered Mu Hua for a while, repeatedly emphasized his friendship and credibility with Mu Hua, and seriously reminded Mu Hua of the cunning of the demon merchant. He didn't care that Mu Hua was on guard against him, as long as Mu Hua didn't trust other demons anymore. Okay, let's get down to business. I have to catch the evil dragon later. By the way, don't pay attention to the dragon blood I mentioned last time. If I need it, I will find a way myself. Mu Hua interrupted Becerra's nagging. As for the dragon blood, when he found that it could be melted from the Asian dragon, let alone buy it, Mu Hua wanted to ask Becerra if he would accept it. Ah, dear Mu, your growth can make the demon king ashamed. Now, look at the little cuties I found for you. Oh, I guess those golden apple trees you had before should have some damage, so I just collected some more by the way. Becerra's expression was exaggerated, and in a tone of praise, he kept taking out items from the cloth bag on his waist. Space props for holding magic cores, 2 demon king brains, 100 high-level magic brains, 100 intermediate magic brains, 300 sets of lich robes, 10 sets of materials for making youth potions, 20 golden apple saplings, 5 ambergris shrubs, and even 2 corpses of little devils with similar body shapes. Some of these things were requested by Mu Hua, and some were prepared by Becerra on his own initiative. Why, you know I can't grow golden apple trees, right? Mu Hua pointed at the golden apple saplings on the ground and said to Becerra unhappily, as if he didn't care about sprinkling the soul fire on the devil's corpse. No, Mu, I didn't know about golden apple trees originally, but because you were interested in them, I specifically asked the Chinsen demon in hell about how to grow golden apple trees this time, so I specially prepared some for you. You can't wrong me. Becerra jumped up and down in grievance. Well, then I have to thank you. For these fruit trees, I even comprehended the rhythm of tree herding. Mu Hua rolled his eyes at Becerra first, then took out a bunch of plant essence. Look, this is the plant essence I made. You don't have to collect the golden apple saplings in the future. Next time, get some ambergris bushes, and help me find the seeds of hydra vines. If there are branches of the world tree, I want them too. Shaking the plant essence in his hand, Mu Hua said to Becerra. Staring at the plant essence in Mu Hua's hand, Becerra looked like he had seen a ghost. There is no fixed number for the birth of the golden apple tree, but it is much easier to cultivate than the golden apple. It is possible to grow a golden apple tree with the fruit of wisdom, and Mu Hua turned all his golden apple trees into tree herders, and let them slowly cultivate saplings in the future. The branches of the world tree are relatively rare, and the ambergris bushes can only grow in the burial place of the upper dragon clan. As for the hydra vine, well, how should I put it? That thing can be regarded as a forbidden spell in the secret art of plants. If the vine man technique is used to catalyze the growth, it will naturally wither in a season, but if it is planted normally, it cannot be planted randomly. Mu Hua is not sure whether the hydra vine can become a tree shepherd. If it is not induced by the vine man technique, the hydra vine has extremely strong vitality. If it is planted randomly, it will create a Jedi at best, or devour the entire planet at worst. It is basically a taboo species. Dear Mu, I think I may come to you to purchase goods in the future. After taking the philosopher's stone paid by Mu Hua, Becerra had a strange expression. Becerra didn't care about the world tree and the hydra vine, and the dragon's bergamot and golden apple were also very valuable things in hell. Ambergris is mainly used to seduce monsters, and may be of lower value, but golden apples are the main material for making war potions. Demons also need war potions. Which demon lord must have Krypton to buy 10 or 8 bottles of war potions before breaking through the lord class? Because the existence of golden apples is generally strong, the value of golden apples even exceeds that of the philosopher's stone. You'd better come and earn my philosopher's stone with peace of mind. My family is short of everything, and I guess there is no stock for you. Mu Hua shook his head and looked at Becerro, one person and one demon, smiling inexplicably. To a certain extent, Mu Hua and Becerro seem to be quite similar. Both have reached a certain level, and both are relatively tender and lack some background. Thinking of this, Mu Hua and Becerro still have a sense of affinity. Well, after Becerro gave Mu Hua a friendship contract, Mu Hua felt that it didn't matter if he got along with it. Becerro continued to collect materials for the youth potion. Oh, you don't need the devil egg of the red demon. Tell Becerro what he needs for the next transaction. Speaking of the youth potion, Mu Hua looked at Doris. Its demon body is the red demon, and she can lay eggs. Doris shrugged her shoulders. It didn't matter. She was not disabled now. Laying eggs was easy and pleasant, without any pressure. Help me find some more Muke's branches, and collect some myocardiums, and elkin gems of the Chaos Sea Beast. Mu Hua said this, and Becerro interrupted. You want to make a jump potion? What about the golden apple, and the spinal cord of Leviathan? As for the golden apple, the 3,000 Philosopher's Stones should be able to receive it. Becerro said. 3,000? I was planning to sell you 1,000 Philosopher's Stones for the golden apples in the future. Ha, then 3,000, anyway, I plan to grow them myself. Mu Hua shook his head. Becerro was stunned, raised his hand silently, and slapped himself. Excited, Becerro was a little excited just now. Because Mu Hua wanted to refine the warp potion, Becerro was indeed excited. If Mu Hua could successfully warp, it would mean that he could have a longer life, and his cooperation with Mu Hua could be longer. However, this excitement ignored the fact that Mu Hua was now equivalent to a Chinsen demon. He could get plant essences, and he planned to grow golden apples slowly. As for the spinal cord of Leviathan, Mu Hua wanted Thursday to try it. That thing was just a primer, and only a little bit was needed, and it would not even affect health. However, thinking of the problem of the alchemy record, Mu Hua still asked Becerro to prepare a Leviathan spinal cord. At least the first time he refined it, he could not try it randomly. Human life transition does not have to reach the attribute limit before it can proceed, nor can a tube of transition potion complete life transition. Rather, attributes affect the success probability of life transition. It is said that reaching the limit of multiple attributes helps to increase the success probability of life transition. There is no need to rush for transition potions. Anyway, Mu Hua is still young, and his intelligence and spirit can still be improved. At most, his physical growth will stagnate for a while. There is another thing that Mu Hua is in urgent need of now, and it is also a big project that makes him feel painful. Becerro, try to help me collect more magic brains recently. You also want the Demon King brain? Demon King brains. If you have them, help me get 20,000 intermediate magic brains first. I have a territory in the human world, which is short of popularity. Let's get 20,000 number individuals first. Mu Hua muttered. Becerro. Chapter 504. Space Interference Skill Stone *1, Mage's Hand Skill Stone *1, Gravel Bomb Skill Stone *1. Mage's Hand Skill Stone *1, Appraisal Skill Stone *1, Magic Protection Skill Stone *1. After sending Becerro away, Mu Hua did not rush to find Dennis, but returned to the Abyss Island to plant trees first. The result of smelting 2 devil corpses disappointed him greatly. Becerro once said that the plane gap outside hell would absorb the energy in the flesh and blood of monsters, but Mu Hua did not expect it to be lost so thoroughly. It is obviously the specification produced by the magic core. It seems that the burning source furnace directly ignored the corpse brought by Becerro from hell. Disappointment, but I was mentally prepared. And through this communication with Becerro, Mu Hua confirmed that the devil also realized the plane shuttle only through cross-border transmission. Cross-boundary teleportation is not a very special magic, it is just a high-level magic in the space system. Even if humans learn this magic, they still cannot safely cross between hell and the human world. The specialness of the devil is probably related to the life level, and the special understanding of space interference. Mu Hua temporarily gave up the idea of opening the hell portal. The devil's corpse is unreliable, so let's cultivate our ambergris fruit. After planting several ambergris bushes, Mu Hua even watered each ambergris bush with a pot of water mixed with a trace of dragon blood. This plant has a certain demand for the blood of evil dragons, and dragon blood is definitely a tonic for them. Master, do you want to cultivate ambergris fruit? If necessary, you can use my blood to irrigate it. Friday, who was lying powerlessly not far from Mu Hua, recognized the ambergris bush, and said to Mu Hua with his head tilted. Earlier, Mu Hua brought Friday to the world tree through the summoning of his followers. Hawkins was really cruel to this evil dragon. Most of its main bones were broken and cut off. After a long period of torture, Mu Hua could not even bear it before he could regenerate it. Friday did not feel the breath of dragon blood, but it was not because of his injury. Mu Hua took out dragon blood, not dragon blood essence. Although dragon blood has many uses, the dragon blood Mu Hua made is very pure. From the outside, it is no different from the blood of ordinary creatures, and there is no smell. Stay still, and take care of your body. I won't need your blood in the future. Friday waved his hand. He wanted to say something, but saw that Mu Hua had taken out a ball of plant essence and stuck it on the branch of a dragon saliva bush. The overall shape of the ambergris shrub is somewhat similar to that of forsythia. The whole plant is nearly 2 meters tall, and the fluffy branches spread to about 3 meters and then stop growing. They grow horizontally and grow to about 2 meters wide, and then they are basically fixed. Boom, boom. As a ball of plant essence was absorbed, the golden apple tree that was made into a tree shepherd by Mu Hua earlier moved its roots and woven legs and feet to approach Mu Hua. The golden apple tree is not a tall tree species. It is less than 10 meters tall when it becomes a tree shepherd. Against the background of fluffy branches, the trunk looks thin and small, but it is a big guy compared to the ambergris shrub. Mu Hua named the two golden apple trees Fuji No. 1 and Fuji No. 2. There is no special meaning. It is just a casual name. At this time, it is Fuji No. 1 who came to Mu Hua. Click, click. The tree shepherd was also a taciturn person, even more so than the floating monster on Thursday. He did not speak a word. Fuji No. 1 only stretched out a wooden arm and broke branches from the ambergris bush. However, under the catalytic growth of plant essence, this shrub needs some pruning after rapid growth, otherwise it will continue to absorb plant essence and may grow into a ball of tree that delays flowering. After some pruning, the ambergris shrub looked much fresher. Mu Hua took out another ball of plant essence for it to absorb. After Fuji No. 1 pruned it twice, it seemed to have nurtured spirituality, and the ambergris shrub no longer grew branches and vines. When the ambergris shrub no longer grew branches and vines, just like the golden apple tree before, the ambergris shrub no longer continued to absorb plant essence after flowering. The whole ambergris shrub bloomed hundreds of lovely small flowers, and at this time, Fuji No. 1 shook its branches and leaves, lowered its legs slightly, and among the facial features that emerged on the tree, a pair of wooden eyes looked at Mu Hua. Fuji No. 1 looked at Mu Hua, and Mu Hua also looked at Fuji No. 1. One person in one tree, you look at me, I look at you, and fell into silence. What do you want to say? Just say it. It was very unwise to glare at the tree shepherd. After a moment, Mu Hua rubbed his eyes, and said to Fuji No. 1. Dragon blood. After nearly 10 seconds of silence, Fuji No. 1 managed to utter a word. Mu Hua gritted his teeth. Dragon blood was like a medicine for the growth of ambergris. He knew that the ambergris bush needed to absorb dragon blood during the flowering season in order to bear fruit. Lucero specifically told him before leaving. If Fuji No. 1 hadn't squatted down to look at him just now, he would have taken out the dragon's blood, clenching his fists. Mu Hua finally gave up the idea of beating Fuji No. 1. Although Fuji No. 1 was closer to him, he could only be regarded as his subordinate at most. There was no contract of a dependent, and they would not worship their creators as the master like the magical life forms. Fuji No. 1 can listen to Mu Hua, or give up and be upset. Although it can't make any waves on the Abyss Island, Mu Hua endured it for the future golden apple. Artificial pollination, Mu Hua dripped a drop of dragon blood on the root of the ambergris bush between his fingers. The ambergris bush needs dragon blood not to transform dragon blood into ambergris fruit, but it needs something like trace elements to bear fruit. The amount of dragon blood at most affects the number of fruits it bears, and a drop of dragon blood the size of a soybean should have the same effect as pouring a pot of evil dragon blood on it. The dragon blood seeped into the soil, and after a while, the ambergris bush continued to absorb the essence of the plant, without falling flowers, and all the flower buds were fruited. The appearance is somewhat similar to mulberries. In a blink of an eye, Mu Hua harvested 160 purple-red ambergris fruits. The same process as Fuji No. 1, absorbing plant essence, blooming, bearing fruit, and bearing fruit twice, the ambergris bush that bloomed again stopped absorbing plant essence. Give it another drop of dragon blood, repeat the cycle, and bear fruit dozens of times. Mu Hua harvested 2,000 to 3,000 ambergris fruits. The little dragon blood he got in the Warcraft courtyard was about to be exhausted, and this ambergris bush finally pulled out its roots. If Fuji No. 1 is like a tall and thin afro, Then the ambergris bush turned into a tree shepherd is like a chubby bear child. Stretching out short legs under the bushes more than 2 meters high, it no longer needs plant essence at this time. Even if it is allowed to absorb it again, it will not bloom and bear fruit in a short time. Just stay in the camp and don't run around. The ambergris shrub that turned into a tree shepherd shook off the fallen leaves and broke several branches on itself. Mu Hua explained to it, and the other party seemed to agree, but was a taciturn person. Mu Hua temporarily stopped letting the remaining 4 ambergris bushes absorb plant essences. He had plant essences in his hands, but the dragon blood was basically gone. If he transformed them now, he would inevitably lose thousands of ambergris fruits. Mu Hua was going to get some more dragon beasts from the Warcraft courtyard to obtain dragon blood, and then transform them again. It is said that ambergris can allow Warcraft to obtain dragon blood, and at the same time, it promotes their evolution better than the effect of the Philosopher's Stone. It has a strong attraction to most Warcraft. Putting away the ambergris fruit, Mu Hua threw one into his mouth. It tasted sour and sweet. This thing was a non-toxic wild fruit for creatures other than Warcraft. It seemed that it could only be used to seduce Warcraft. Mu Hua wanted to go to the north to catch a Warcraft and bring it back to see what their attitude towards ambergris fruit was. If it was feasible, his own dragon cavalry corps and the servants in Kane City would have to rely on these fruits for their livelihood. He wanted to summon Tuesday to run errands, but suddenly he felt a throbbing in his heart. He frowned briefly, and then a happy look appeared on Mu Hua's face. Wednesday was in danger? What kind of danger could it be on the edge of the abyss? This was obviously sending him a signal that Medusa had taken the bait. The teleportation array was deployed, and the next moment, Mu Hua appeared on the edge of the abyss, and the scene in front of him made Mu Hua's eyebrows jump. A ball of black smoke was wrapped around Tuesday's hand, shaking like a black fish with its tendons pulled out, as if it would be crushed by Tuesday at any time. When he saw Mu Hua appear, Tuesday released her claws with regret. Wednesday, who turned into black smoke, cried and rushed towards Mu Hua, but was slapped aside by Mu Hua. What are these two guys doing? Let Wednesday experience the crisis, so that Mu Hua can feel it. Mu Hua has no time to deal with these two guys, who don't know how to make a phone call. He wants to go see his Medusa. Speaking of which, it was really difficult for Wednesday to send him a signal. This method of sending a message seemed to be much faster than making a phone call. Chapter 505. After a long time, since Tuesday's evolution, a piercing alarm sounded again on the edge of the abyss. All the skeleton warriors who were fishing evacuated urgently. Mu Hua tried to pull the fishing rod away from where Monday evolved. Mu Hua's followers, including Thursday, who had recovered some of his soul tentacles, ran away very quickly. It turned out that Mu Hua's fishing rod was dragging a Medusa with snake hair and a pretty face. The spirit of the earth element, Fake, was already in place. He wanted to throw this Medusa to the island. When she escaped from the abyss magic fog, anyone who was spotted by this Medusa would have to consider themselves unlucky. The appearance of Medusa made Mu Hua temporarily forget about Dennis in the Warcraft courtyard, but it didn't matter. After all, even if he stayed here for a whole day, it would only take an hour outside. Everyone retreated, and went to where the trees were dense. At this time, Mu Hua didn't need to cast, because Medusa had already climbed onto the fishing rod. As long as Mu Hua didn't act weird and shake the fishing rod, she could jump to the shore by herself. The snake-haired banshee had a well-proportioned body, but if a human really stood in front of her, Medusa's size would not be considered small. The snake tail was more than 20 meters long, and the thickest part was more than 4 meters in diameter. Just standing up the upper body, although the body was graceful, the feminine half of the body was about 5 meters high. When he saw that Medusa's snake tail was twisted and both hands were holding the fishing rod, Mu Hua fixed the fishing rod on the embankment and ran away. The next moment, a green shadow flashed, and Medusa jumped onto the embankment like a catapult, and her half-meter-long claws just pounced on the place where Mu Hua had just stood. Chuckles, chuckles. There was a kind of crazy laughter, but there was no meaning in it. As Medusa left the area of the abyss fog, the snake hair on her head that had been drooping limply suddenly revived. The snake hair that spit out the core is like a real poisonous snake, and the hissing sound merges into the laughter, which makes people's backs cold. Medusa, who came ashore, stared at Mu Hua, and a strange wave came over, and Mu Hua's mouth also hung a grim smile. He was not petrified. In this case, when he arrived on his island, he would definitely be able to kill this monster with a physical strength of less than 2,000. Medusa is very powerful. As long as they avoid certain natural enemies, They are also a kind of bug-like unsolvable evil demon in the eyes of many demons. As a strong upper demon, they generally have a physical condition that can defy Muhua as a lifetime series. However, the past is still the past. As a demon with strange abilities, and good at casting spells, Medusa's melee ability is not outstanding among the upper demons. At most, the strangulation ability brought to them by their body structure is relatively special. The Abyss Medusa was much simpler. Even after leaving the Abyss, she opened her petrifying eyes. When she looked at Muhua, who was no longer running away, Medusa might have forgotten that she could petrify all living things. Medusa took an attacking posture that the claw demon usually used, staring at Muhua with her dark pupils, and even sticking out her sharp fangs from the corners of her mouth. This was a relatively rough attacking posture. This was a Medusa who might have studied melee combat, but was probably more arrogant in the past. This situation was not uncommon among Medusas. Compared to studying melee combat, they were more accustomed to destroying their petrified targets forcefully and quickly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As Medusa left the Abyss for a longer time, the snake hair on her head became more energetic. As if the strange snake hair had independent thinking, the snake pupils on the snake head reflected cold light, and stared at Muhua together with the dark demon pupils in Medusa's eyes. Just like playing with prey, the wandering Medusa showed the elegance of a beast. Muhua, who had taken out his war spear, also stared at Medusa closely. After thinking for a while, he put the weapon away again. Keeping a safe distance, Muhua began to walk around Medusa in circles. He wanted to minimize the damage to Medusa's body. Muhua wanted to try to strangle this Medusa to death. Medusa moved the claws on her fingers, and her snake tail dragged a circle of wavy lines on the ground. Muhua stepped on the traces left by Medusa, thinking about how to kill her, and his fingers also extended sharp claws. Medusa is a demon, and Muhua is now more and more inhuman. Both of them may be monsters. At this time, even the way they look for the opportunity to attack each other is like a beast. Buzz the snakes emitted rays, and Medusa took the lead. No, perhaps it cannot be said that she took action, because the energy absorption performed by those snake heads may not contain Medusa's subjective consciousness. This is a habit like muscle reflex. Medusa's snake hair is not a useless decoration. They contain some kind of innate ability of Medusa. Most Medusas are more accustomed to absorbing the enemy's energy while attacking the enemy. Energy absorption is higher than the energy dispersion that Muhua got from the Hell Demon. Energy dispersion can only dissipate the opponent's energy, while energy absorption can absorb the enemy's energy and use it for itself. Unlike the 6 or 9 snake hairs in Greek mythology, there are countless poisonous snakes on Medusa's head in this world, which are thinner than a baby's finger, and each snake hair can spit out energy absorption. Some snake heads attacked Muhua, while others were ready to judge Muhua's movement trajectory, forming a covering dim ray that made it difficult for Muhua to dodge. Even if Medusa's petrified magic eye lost its effect on Muhua, this energy absorption actually formed an energy channel between Muhua and Medusa. Magic power, blood, and even physical strength, Medusa's energy absorption is really indiscriminate, and she wants everything. Some people always think that Medusa is closer to the color domain, but her ability is definitely the gluttony sequence. Feeling the loss of energy in his body, Muhua couldn't think any more. The touch of jealousy stretched out, and the magician's hand, as the main body pinched Medusa's slender neck, and the soul tentacles rolled towards Medusa's arms and snake tail. Medusa also has charm, but Muhua didn't dare to provoke her soul. Although these guys in the Abyss are silly, they are likely to have some stress reactions when they are stimulated, including Muhua's desire to strangle the other party. In the face of such repressed dying, the other party may burst out with his own blood and energy at any time. Now Muhua is not afraid of Medusa's blood and energy, but this Medusa's spiritual attribute is 3000 plus, and Muhua does not want to experience her spiritual counterattack. Less trouble is worse than more trouble. Muhua very conscientiously gave up his jealous specialty, let her continue to maintain the current state, and don't provoke this guy's soul. Ah! Sudden attack, Medusa screamed angrily, and the elegant wandering instantly turned into a brutal collision. This guy seemed to be completely unaware that she was the first to absorb Muhua's energy. When screaming, Muhua's magician's hand had already grabbed Medusa's neck, and for a while he failed to hold back the suddenly colliding Medusa, but let her rush in front of Muhua. Bang! Muhua punched Medusa's snake belly hard, and at the same time, the magician's hand and soul tentacles exerted force at the same time, chiseling and swinging, and blasted Medusa back more than 10 meters. Well, Muhua's fist chiseled the snake tail on Medusa's lower body. There was no way. This guy was too big, and her upper body was slightly raised. If Mu Hua kept his feet on the ground, he couldn't even touch her belly button. Bang! The snake tail hit the ground with a dull sound, and the special ground of the Abyss Island was also hit with a sinking mark. But because of the pull of the touch of jealousy, the snake tail that was supposed to hit Mu Hua could no longer get close to Mu Hua. At this time, Mu Hua didn't care about the loss of his own energy. He didn't care, and he couldn't care. There were too many snake hairs on Medusa's head, and they were in an automatic attack state. Instead of fighting with this energy absorption, it would be wiser to attack Medusa forcefully. Mu Hua found that he seemed to be able to fight with Medusa without blood, and as for magic, this energy absorption seemed to be unable to draw the magic contained in his purgatory armor. As for physical strength, it was lost quite quickly, but Mu Hua's current magician's hand was more powerful than his fist, and this Medusa seemed unable to break free from the grip of the touch of jealousy. The magician's hand pinched a dent on Medusa's neck. 2 soul tentacles lifted Medusa's hands. 1 soul touch was wrapped around Medusa's waist, and the remaining soul tentacles pulled Medusa's snake tail at different positions. Medusa struggled and coiled her body, and after several struggles, she was finally put into an M shape by Mu Hua. Medusa, whose throat was tightly pinched, could hardly make a sound. Well, it seems that this wave should be stable. Mu Hua was relieved. He heard the rumbling sound of horse hooves in the distance. It was probably Tuesday, who summoned the horror riders to try to reinforce him. The sound of hooves suddenly rang out, and the headless knights emerged from the forest, but the next moment, the hooves stopped, but they appeared in Medusa's sight. Dozens of headless knights riding on purgatory warhorses turned into stone statues of various shapes in a blink of an eye. Mu Hua shook his head secretly, walked to Medusa's side, and tried to break her neck, but seeing her fanged and ferocious snake hair, Mu Hua was a little reluctant to do it. He took out the Tentis lance again. He didn't want to use the soul-specific weapon to hurt Medusa's soul. Mu Hua wanted to get a complete body of Medusa. Mu Hua gestured with the lance, but he was unsure where to poke. He put away the lance and took out the war hammer. Bang! With a swing of the hammer, the bone dragon breaker came into close contact with Medusa's head. Bang! 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 Stepping on Medusa's shoulders, Mu Hua temporarily ignored the 2 white lumps on Medusa's chest and savagely hit Medusa's forehead without snake hair. Crack! The sound of bones breaking appeared, and Mu Hua stopped in time. He didn't want to smash Medusa's head. Crack! Crack! While Medusa was losing strength, he broke her arms, and then broke Medusa's lumbar vertebrae. In the end, the marks caused by the magician's hand became deeper and deeper on Medusa's neck. Mu Hua licked the corner of his mouth, and silently made a wish in his heart to Medusa, who was not yet dead. Petrifying demon eye, no energy absorption, give me petrifying demon eye, give me a petrifying demon eye skill stone. Chapter 506. A fresh and lively Medusa's spine was broken into several pieces, and was eventually strangled to death by Mu Hua. This demon, which was once like a nightmare to Mu Hua, seemed to be easier to kill than the Minotaur when her petrifying magic eyes lost their effectiveness. The scales on Medusa's body are as strong as dragon scales. Although her head cannot be made into a shield as described in Greek mythology, it can also be made into high-standard magic props. However, these are not important to Mu Hua. He was reluctant to stab Medusa, just hoping to smelt the skill stone of petrifying magic eyes from her. Medusa is good at casting spells, and they are often more knowledgeable. Although the Abyss Medusa is crazy, it is still possible to smelt the magic she once excelled at. The petrifying magic eyes are her racial talent, and the energy absorption performed by her snake hair should also be one of their racial talents. Mu Hua was inevitably a little worried about the smelting of Medusa. The battle between Mu Hua and Medusa was not fierce. Zhou Er was not sure about the situation here. A group of headless knights summoned beasts turned into stone statues. They did not dare to approach this side for the time being. Rubbing his hands, Mu Hua prayed secretly, and put Medusa into the burning source furnace. In the light of the soul fire, Medusa turned into dust, and dissipated on the edge of the abyss. Earth Element Tears *1, Petrified Magic Eye Skill Stone *1, Medusa Bloodline *0.8, Medusa Tendon *15, Physical Crystal *9, Intelligence Crystal *21, Spirit Crystal *18, 100 Refining Secret Stone *25, Soul Dust *543, Philosopher's Stone *37. Yes! Mu Hua panicked when he first saw the Earth Element Tears, and then saw the Petrified Magic Eye Skill Stone. Mu Hua clenched his fists and stamped his feet in excitement. Petrifying Magic Eye, it really is Petrifying Magic Eye. It has no requirements for life rank, nor is it a conventional magic that is quite restricted by attributes. It can search for enemies in a large area, and the effect is not instant death. It can turn the enemy into a stone statue, and if necessary, he can restore the stone statue. With this ability, as long as he does not have the life characteristics of high-level element affinity, anyone who sees him will avoid him, and an unprecedented sense of security envelopes Muhua's body and mind. Before coming to Loren, he was afraid of everyone. As his strength increased, he always maintained awe of group forces. Later, he mastered the ability to kill in a large area, but those abilities were too uncontrollable, and the instant death was too strong, so he did not dare to be too ostentatious, so as not to cause irreversible consequences after conflicts with some people. But now everything is fine. With the Petrifying Magic Eye, he will glare at anyone who provokes him. In addition to the affinity with earth elements, the defensive magic that can resist the Petrification Magic Eye to a certain extent is almost all the range of external defense. If you don't want to be petrified, just stay in the barrier and don't come out. The human wave tactics are meaningless to him. Never mind the warriors, mages, or mecha warriors hiding in the magic armed forces. As long as he aims at them, no one will be good. His confidence is unprecedentedly swollen, his waist is not sore, and his legs are not painful. Muhua feels that he is not afraid even if he faces the king. If you dare to trouble him, he will turn their king city into a wax museum. If you really can't do it, at most, we admit our mistakes and help you recover. I just want to ask you if you still want to do it? Absorb the Petrification Magic Eye skill stone. No discussion. The eyes are stinging, and the stinging deep into the eyeballs spreads to the brain. The information impacts the soul, and the complex imprint that makes people want to vomit is engraved in Muhua's soul. It was as if the burning fire lines spread all over Muhua's body in an instant. This petrified magic eye actually formed magic patterns on Muhua's body. The purple lines, like snake tongues, were the starting point, extending from the corners of Muhua's eyebrows to the back of his head covered by his hair, then from the back of his head back to the base of his ears, from his neck to his ribs, entwining Muhua's body, and finally forming two magic patterns all over his body, like two entangled venomous snakes. From the surface of the body to the inside of the body, even including the soul, since he obtained the characteristics of the spirit of the fire element, Muhua has not felt the burning feeling for a long time. But at this time, the burning pain was ignored by Muhua, and the excitement made Muhua's heart only excited. How the stinging pain gradually subsided, Muhua's clenched teeth opened, and the smile on his face became more and more intense, just wanting to laugh and roar. Roar! A roar mixed with ecstasy came from a distance. Muhua's expression froze, and his laughter was stuck in his throat. His expression was indescribably strange. Ha ha, Tuesday! Mr. Monday finally became Cerberus. The laughter was accompanied by a high-pitched roar, but in the distance, a three-headed hellhound with a body size a few points larger than the dragon roared to the sky. Step on her hard. Revenge. After the three ferocious dog heads shouted, the head on the left side barked excitedly. Stupid, I'm hungry, oh schizophrenia is so uncomfortable. The dog head on the right complained, but as if to highlight its presence, the complaints were roaring loudly. Shut up. Hey, the master's breath, where are those undead? The dog head in the middle scolded, and then shrugged his nose, as if he had discovered where Muhua was. Cerberus is a huge monster with a shoulder height of more than 20 meters, and a body length of more than 30 meters. Its entire body is covered with keratinous dark red skin, but its skin seems to be even more delicate than that of the two-headed hellhound. The three heads are ferocious, the limbs and necks are strong and powerful, the claws and tails of beasts are like pythons, and the muscles are strong and solid. Although the three heads have their own consciousness, these three consciousnesses are the product of schizophrenia, more like multiple personalities. The three consciousnesses are controlled by the main consciousness, and basically there will be no mutual biting and hostility. If there is an attack on the soul, two of the consciousnesses can become a kind of scapegoat. For example, it is difficult for the wailing banshees to kill Cerberus with the banshee wailing. Before they shout to death Cerberus's two heads, they may have been torn and eaten by Cerberus. And these three consciousnesses can be born repeatedly. To a certain extent, this kind of villain among the demons can also be regarded as a very restrained jealous existence. Having just completed the evolution, Monday's first thought was to show off to Tuesday. After a few roars, he suddenly found that something seemed to be wrong at the edge of the abyss. It was Muhua's dog. Like Muhua, Monday was also unprecedentedly inflated at this time. He didn't even chew the eggshell left after the evolution. Following Muhua's breath, he moved his 4 legs and rushed to the edge of the abyss with a rumble. Whoever dares to touch his eggshell will be beaten to death. The former black evil dog, didn't expect that it would really become Cerberus one day in this life. No matter who it is, no matter who dares to make trouble in its own land, they must die. The huge 3-headed hellhound was not bulky. After running a few steps that shook the earth at first, it became light. In the blink of an eye, Muhua's figure appeared in Monday's sight. At this time, Muhua also looked at his dog, who had finally completed the evolution. But a strange feeling came over him. At that moment, Monday seemed to hear a buzzing in his ears. However, the next moment, the running Cerberus suddenly froze and kept running. In the remaining panic of consciousness, Monday's body seemed to be infected by rocks. Head, face, back, claws, tail tip, rock spread, and Monday turned into a huge stone sculpture in a blink of an eye. Muhua was silent. Looking at the petrified Monday in some astonishment, Muhua seemed to have found something wrong. "Don't get close." There was no one around, but Muhua still looked up and shouted as if frightened. Petrifying Magic Eye, no problem, very powerful petrifying Magic Eye, knocked down a Cerberus in one encounter. Although it evolved from the black evil dog and can be regarded as just born, Muhua still petrified a Cerberus with a small look. But the question is, how to turn off this little eye that can petrify thousands of creatures? He does have the petrifying Magic Eye, but Muhua found that this ability seems to have become an instinct of his, and he seems unable to turn off the petrifying Magic Eye. That's right, it's because it's instinct, so the Abyss Medusa can also petrify everything indiscriminately. But that's not right. It's not like he hasn't looked into the eyes of a normal Medusa. The Medusa in Yongya Ridge can petrify the enemy like casting a spell. Check your own situation. Talent, petrifying Magic Eye Max, can't be strengthened, and can't eat the style of Balian's secret stone. Muhua was stunned. This thing seems to rely on oneself to understand its application. In other words, if you want to control the petrifying Magic Eye, you must rely on yourself to study and familiarize yourself with it, and conduct a deep analysis of it. This is a bit too much, right? How can I go out in the future? So, before I can control the power of the petrifying Magic Eye freely, I am afraid I will have to wear an eye patch and pretend to be blind? Rely on myself. How long will I have to be blind? How long has he not relied on himself? Muhua's mouth twitched. Well, blind is blind. Isn't it just a deep analysis? Now, the first problem to be solved is my dog. Coming to the statue of Monday, Muhua walked around Monday. It is impossible for Muhua to bleed himself to help Monday recover. This guy is really big. I wonder if spitting will work. Looking at the huge Cerberus statue in front of him again, Muhua closed his eyes, took out a handkerchief, and covered his eyes. His body fluids can help Monday to remove the petrification, and spitting seems a bit excessive. Anyway, there is no one around. Muhua approaches Monday and unzips his pants. Splash, splash, warm body fluids poured on the stone statue of Monday. Chapter 507. As a noble son of the kingdom of Vita, it is Didymus's duty to receive some dangerous foreigners. Muhua, a young ghost god, seems to be easy to get along with this time. But let me ask you, a ghost god went blind during our reception. What should I do? Waiting online, Didymus felt panicked. Although he didn't know what Muhua had done before, when Didymus met Muhua again, he saw Muhua sitting on the shoulders of a female demon, with a black cloth covering his eyes, as if he needed the demon to describe the surrounding details to him. Is there something wrong with his eyes? How long have he been separated from Muhua? In such a short period of time, a ghost god can be blinded silently. Is there such a terrifying existence in the Warcraft courtyard? Didymus wants to go home. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Didymus ignored the demon carrying Muhua, felt guilty, and asked tentatively. Well, it's okay. We have to pay back the evil dragon of Huggins first. Have you finished fighting over there? It's a bit inconvenient for me now. How about letting them try somewhere else? Muhua, who was covered with a black cloth, asked. There was no other way. Muhua was stronger, but he was also half blind. In order to avoid the people who appeared in his sight, he could only cover his eyes temporarily. Although he was very sensitive now, he could not adapt to the lack of vision for a while. For the time being, Tuesday became his helper to help him travel. Flying in the air, the griffin resisted the devil. The griffin Didymus sat on had a strong hostility towards Tuesday. Didymus tried his best to appease the griffin and avoided Tuesday's impatient eyes. Master, it seems that demons have been summoned over there. The demons are attacking a dragon. Do we need to kill them all? Before Didymus could speak, Tuesday looked at the distance and spoke to Muhua first. Tuesday's words made Dennis panic. Although his tone was calm, Dennis was sure that Muhua had a problem with his eyes. He thought that Muhua would not be in a good mood. Dennis was afraid that Muhua would vent his anger on the adventurers over there. Your Majesty. He wanted to say something, but Muhua's somewhat impatient voice interrupted Dennis' words. Dennis, my situation is special now. You go and communicate with them. Since they have used demons, it seems that they can't do anything about the dragon. Let those demon mercenaries go away. I will go home after I kill the dragon. Muhua waved his hand and said, Go home after killing a dragon? Although this sounds very exciting, Dennis has a headache. Muhua did not tell Dennis about his specific situation, so he could not ask any more. Could he communicate with those adventurers? They came to slay dragons, and slaying dragons requires a lot of preparation. They came for the flame dragon, so they had to prepare a lot of equipment and props with fire resistance. They have been fighting the flame dragon for a long time, and you just asked them to change places and wear fire resistance equipment to fight the blue dragon? And hiring demons also costs money. Maybe the hiring fees of those demons also include parts of the flame dragon, which are more difficult to talk to than humans. Your Majesty, if you are not feeling well, why don't we go back first? I can help you explain to Mr. Huggins, Dennis suggested. I am not feeling well. I am just afraid that you will feel unwell. Okay, I am in a hurry. Without paying any more attention to Dennis's words, Muhua patted Tuesday, and Tuesday flapped the demon wings and flew directly to the flame dragon. Muhua really wanted to go home now. Not to mention when he could completely control the petrified magic eye, he also had to adapt to the life of being blind. If he didn't want to owe Huggins a dragon, he would have returned to town long ago. Dennis wanted to dissuade him, but the griffin instinctively dodged when Tuesday's ferocious demon wings flapped, and Dennis felt guilty for being too close to the dragon, so he could only watch Muhua rush into the battle. At this moment, on the mountains, more than a dozen griffin knights were hanging around the dragon, constantly intercepting the fire dragon with long-range attacks. The number was obviously much less than before, and the fewer ones didn't know whether they had retreated or died. Compared with the griffin knights, 7 or 8 winged demons were closer to the fire dragon. They worked together to entangle with the fire dragon in the air, but they didn't attack hard. While attracting the fire dragon's breath, they seemed to be trying to force the fire dragon to land and lower its flying altitude. The two sides fought back and forth, and the flame dragon was much more irritable than before. A chain of hell demons was tied around its tail, but it did not restrain it. Instead, it dragged a winged demon around in the sky. As if teasing its opponent, the flame dragon did not attack the winged demon that refused to loosen the chain, but used it as a chain hammer while flying, occasionally hitting the demons who tried to approach it. Everyone stop! Dragging a sickle, with Muhua sitting on his left shoulder, Tuesday shouted in the air. Recently, Tuesday finally learned the shape-shifting technique, but unfortunately, she could not shrink her body like Tamara, and she had not found a synchronization medium for the time being. Tuesday, who maintained her original body shape, was larger than those winged demons in the battle. A big demon approached recklessly, and it was uncertain whether it was the enemy or not. The adventurers and the flame dragon were really stopped by Tuesday, and both sides watched Tuesday cautiously. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Tuesday kept a distance to face the flame dragon, the griffin knight, and the demon mercenary, and spoke arrogantly again. Before he finished speaking, the griffin knight did not react much. Someone pressed the patch beside his ear with his finger, as if asking his companions about the situation, and the flame dragon and the winged demons showed hostility to Tuesday. The blood of the great demon may be better than the winged demons present, but blood cannot represent everything. These winged demons can run to the evil dragon, and obviously they have a certain foundation in cultivation, which is not the same as those underage soldiers. Patting Tuesday again, Muhua stood up, left Tuesday's shoulder, and floated in front of Tuesday, allowing everyone to see him clearly as a human. Some of the griffin knights in the distance immediately reported the name of the team to Muhua and asked Muhua's intentions, but Muhua's answer did not come. With Muhua as the center, a large-scale magic circle unfolded in the sky. Cold air. The sudden cold air formed a white mist wave around Muhua due to the temperature difference. The white mist spread in a short time, and the temperature dropped sharply along with the spread of the white mist. Wide area magic permafrost. With the improvement of Muhua's magic power, the range covered by his inherent magic can be described as vast. In the area of 10 kilometers in radius, the low temperature environment of -120 degrees spread with Muhua as the center. The low temperature even enveloped the mountains below. The moisture in the air condensed into frost, and the grass and trees on the mountain were covered with a layer of frost in an instant. Chiyu the griffin cried, and the surrounding environment made the griffin want to get out of the cold range. Roar! The flame dragon roared. It didn't like Mu Hua. It realized that the other party was a caster who was good at ice magic. Damn it, what's going on? Is this your man? What is he going to do? The demon cursed and asked the griffins, who were anxious due to the cold. Obviously, he was asking the knights who rode the griffins. Although Mu Hua's frost was upgraded to permafrost, which was on par with the fireball level of the card skill, the lethality of Mu Hua's ice magic was very limited. Unlike the flame, that seemed to be able to heat up infinitely, the extreme low temperature was only about minus 200 degrees. Although that level could freeze everything, and was fatal to ordinary humans, even high-level monsters felt more cold in that environment. Their flesh and blood-containing magic power could resist the low temperature of the outside world to a large extent, and it was not enough to cause fatal damage to them in a short period of time. Mu Hua's permafrost was not a special attack magic. It only affected the temperature of the outside world for the time being, especially since he did not specifically enhance the low temperature characteristics. At this time, using this magic was more to drive away the humans around the evil dragon. There is also absolute zero in ice magic. In terms of killing, absolute zero is equivalent to the high temperature in fire magic. It does not affect the temperature, but assimilates the temperature in the body of the organism with the outside world. In simple terms, the low temperature of minus 100 degrees outside will not freeze people to death for a while, but if the temperature in the human body drops below 30 degrees, the life will basically be lost. When ice magic lowers the ambient temperature, and absolute zero assimilates the temperature in the body of the organism with the outside world, it goes without saying that the result is known. At that time, ice magic is truly terrifying. Unfortunately, unlike high-temperature magic that low-level spellcasters can try to contact, absolute zero belongs to the upper magic of the forbidden spell level. Apart from the attribute requirements, ice constitution and water element spirit are also necessary, and Mu Hua probably won't be able to get the skill stone for a while. All adventurers, get out of my sight, demon mercenaries, those who don't want to die, get out of here, I want this fire dragon. After sensing the location of the fire dragon, when Mu Hua shouted, Tuesday behind him had already run away. Although the people present didn't know the truth, the adventurers who could survive and fight the dragon to death may not be smart, but they must be cautious enough. Seeing that the big demons following Mu Hua had all run away, the griffin knights in the sky also retreated, and at this time, Mu Hua also untied the cloth covering his eyes. This guy seems to be able to absorb emotional energy. It should be the ghost in the mouth of humans, right? Among the winged demons, a demon found clues in Mu Hua and asked the nearby winged demons, is original sin so great? Original sin also needs reason. Hey! You! When a winged demon shouted, Mu Hua opened his eyes. Silently, Mu Hua's sight focused on the flame dragon. The wings of the flame dragon fluttered suddenly stiffened, and a huge flame dragon turned head down, petrified, and fell from the sky. Huh? Mu Hua's magician hand reached out and grabbed the falling flame dragon, and threw a floating on the flame dragon whose half-body had turned into a stone statue. This thing can't be smashed on the ground. If it falls on the ground, it will be a pile of rubble, and it can't be put back together. Even if Mu Hua uses his body fluid to water it, it can't be restored. His body fluid is only effective for stone statues that are still alive. Grabbing the petrified flame dragon, Mu Hua's sight also appeared a few unlucky demon mercenaries. They were also petrified, and Mu Hua grabbed them with soul tentacles. Everything happened too fast, and some demons questioned the situation. Run. Damn, it's Medusa. A winged demon frantically flapped its demon wings, questioning why Mu Hua looked like a male while fleeing, screaming loudly. In the cold air, the demon mercenaries, who were just angry and dissatisfied, screamed and scattered. At least Mu Hua stiffened his neck and didn't look at them again. There were faint sounds of fact from the horizon, the federal language, probably the adventurers scolding. Everything happened too fast. This guy is completely unreasonable. Okay, at this time, Mu Hua had closed his eyes and wrapped the cloth strips around his face again. The touch of jealousy dragged several petrified demons in front of him. Mu Hua spitted at several petrified demon mercenaries one by one, and the petrification faded, and then Mu Hua let them go. Several demons whose consciousness had not yet been restored were falling freely. These demons could challenge the evil dragon. Since they had restored their bodies, they should not be killed by falling. Well, if they really died, it was not his fault. Mu Hua said that as long as they did not die from the petrified devil's eye, it was none of his business. Tuesday returned to Muhua again, lifted the stone statue of the fire dragon on behalf of Muhua, and stretched out a hand to hold Muhua up, putting Muhua back on her shoulder. The cold air subsided, and the convection of cold and hot temperatures brought out a chaotic strong wind, rolling up ice and snow, and bending the dense forests in the mountains. The sky and the ground, the messy adventurers in the strong wind were a little confused. What's going on? A human who appeared at the dragon-slaying scene inexplicably glared at the evil dragon, spit a few mouthfuls of saliva, and then carried the petrified evil dragon and walked away. Chapter 508. Time flies, and a year has passed since the Canaan's demonic disaster. Humans are a forgetful race. An event with a large number of casualties, under some kind of subtle guidance, has become a topic of conversation in the outside world for a year. Not only in the human world, but also in the realm of adventurers, human society is always experiencing issues of all sizes that attract attention, such as wage imbalance, price increases, gender opposition, education policies, financial dishonesty, entertainment scandals, etc. There are all kinds of major events in human society waiting for the public to denounce and participate. Well, there may be differences, such as some places can only quarrel, and some places can participate to a certain extent. And the demonic disaster in Canaan City has gradually become a wave of past ways in time that should be warned but not brought to the table again. More issues closely related to their own lives have attracted the attention of the public. During this period, in the eyes of some people with higher social status, the north of the Magic Empire seems to be surging with undercurrents. In the Magic Empire bridges, the old and new ruling factions frequently fight. The well-known adventurer organizations that have established company bases in the north of the empire have tacitly ordered their members to temporarily stay away from the human world. Many team managers have always stayed in their courtyards where they have more roots. Compared with the various unknown meanings in the outside world, as the source of the phenomenon, Canaan City has undergone a rapid development in this year. Ghost City, because there are a large number of ghosts with legal citizenship here, Canaan City, to some extent, seems to have become a city of the dead that is a little purer than the city of eternal life of the seventh kingship. Of course, ghosts are indispensable in the sphere of influence of the seventh, but those ghosts are more tools, or even spellcasting materials. And the scale of a regular city is obviously not comparable to that country. Speaking of the development of Canaan City, the earliest opportunity should be the youth potion, right? The youth potion, which is regularly listed in Canaan's, priced uniformly by the City Hall, and authorized to be sold publicly by the mall's magic material store, has attracted many high-end consumers to Canaan City. The number of youth potions provided by Canaan City occupies a large market quota in the entire Loren Star, but even so, there are still too many people and too little porridge, and it is difficult to get a bottle. In this case, after research and deliberation by the city councilors, Mayor Nick did not adopt the auction form of the highest bidder. A small number of youth potions are determined by lottery to determine the purchase right, while others are based on outstanding contributions to Canaan City as the priority purchase standard. When the resolution was first made, regardless of how many living people there were in Canaan City at that time, various municipal engineering biddings were quite smooth. Factories, restaurants, supermarkets, shopping malls, and other enterprises related to people's livelihood have sprung up in Canaan City, including clothing, maintenance, housekeeping, and entertainment industries. After having a modern living environment, whether it is working or settling down, they really attracted some people to Canaan City. A youth potion can be said to have revitalized a ghost town, and also made this ghost city's negative image outside to a certain extent reversed. Following this, Cairns' local social welfare measures also began to be gradually adjusted and introduced. Well, social welfare, no matter whether it is national or regional, the so-called work salary is what normal people deserve, and people pay a lot of taxes, so that thing can't be called welfare. Regardless of laziness or disability, the so-called social welfare and sense of security are nothing more than not working and not being afraid of getting sick, eating well, and sleeping well. It may sound a bit absurd at first, but humans have a need to prove their own value. Unless they have completely lost hope for the future, there are not many people who are willing to eat and wait for death. Social welfare can be regarded as a bottom-line guarantee, and the level of the bottom line also determines the level of new attraction of the region to the lower-class people to a large extent. Of course, this is a link to cultivate a sense of belonging. If you run it seriously, you must spend money. As for managers who want to make money even in this link, just treat it as awesome. Cairns City cannot afford such talents for the time being. It is precisely because of this link that Muhua's tax commission, as a lord, has not been put into his pocket for the time being. He barely didn't have to pay out much money, which is enough to prove Nick's intentions. More than 2,000 black armored skeleton generals, with the corpse marking inscribed on them, patrolled in this ghost city with the security team. They largely stopped those guys who wanted to make money by doing something illegal. These black armored skeleton generals were not directly derived by Mu Hua. Mu Hua came to Loren for 2 years, 1 year in the outside world. The earliest skeleton warriors derived by him had been lying in the Abyss Island for 40 or 50 years. Under the grinding of time and environment, the skeleton warriors derived by Mu Hua in those years have basically evolved. The black armored skeleton generals, who are on guard duty in Kane City, are the best among those skeleton warriors. Most of them evolved to skeleton generals on their own. In order to be more deterrent, Mu Hua invested a batch of Philosopher's Stones, and simply turned them all into black armored skeleton generals. During this year, Mu Hua selected some more credible ghosts to enter the Abyss Island so that they could grow quickly. As for the authorized ghosts, there was no need to worry too much about them leaking the situation of the Abyss Island. Except for the ghosts who surrendered to Mu Hua, these ghosts were basically bound to Mu Hua's interests, and most of them were abandoned by their families and relatives. Mu Hua did not control them, and even allocated private land for them on the Abyss Island, and planting and breeding could bring them a living income at their disposal. For these ghosts, the Abyss Island was not Mu Hua's secret, and Mu Hua did not need to emphasize that they should keep it secret. Instead, Mu Hua became their secret, and became the existence they needed to protect. Because only by guarding Mu Hua could they guard everything they had. After experiencing the benefits that the Abyss Island brought them, there was no need for Mu Hua to explain repeatedly, and they would even monitor other ghosts not to talk nonsense outside. They are ghosts with long lives, and they also need a place to live in peace. These ghosts attach as much importance to the Abyss Island as Mu Hua. Not to mention losing the trust given by Mu Hua, they cannot bear being excluded and targeted in a good living environment, or even being secretly judged and executed by other ghosts. It is known to the outside world that there is a group of rapidly growing human ghosts in Kane City, who are loyal to Mu Hua. In addition to a few elemental evil spirits and banshees, there are even a faceless man and a wailing banshee. They organized a ghost club called the Wall of Sighs, which manages the ghosts in Kane City to a large extent. They laid the foundation for the name of Ghost City, but they are still undead after all, and most people in the outside world are more afraid of them than curious. And in just 1 year, as if to dispel this fear, the city of Kane suddenly increased by 20,000 magic life. These magic life barely confirmed that although the rulers here are weird, they do not simply value the undead. The rulers here are indeed trying to create a ghost city suitable for human life. Yes, weird, 20,000 magic life, but they seem to be carved from the same mold. 20,000 silver-haired, cheerful, and pretty women with a bit of ladylike temperament. These magic life named AI have their own numbers behind their names, and there seems to be a nickname, the Sin of the Magician Killer. Mu Hua usually calls them number individuals. They basically work in small shops or small and medium-sized companies in Ghost City, and their figures are everywhere in Ghost City. Mu Hua can create magic life, and the financial resources are sufficient, but the manpower is probably insufficient. This is the outside world's perception of Mu Hua. After all, if it is not a last resort, there is no reason to create 20,000 individuals with the same image. Although they are all beautiful, if all these young girls and wives are gathered together, it is still scary at first glance. Well, Mu Hua got a limited number of demon brains, but he did not go to Daryl Enterprises, but got 20,000 intermediate magic brains from Becerro, and a small number of advanced magic brains. The magic life in various service industries in Kane City is basically intermediate magic life, and their prototypes are taken from Einsburn. As for the individual numbers, in fact, whether it is Misaka's sister or the Three-No Goddess, in Mu Hua's original conception, they should be ranked before Einsburn. However, this group of magic life forms is to bring vitality to Kane City. It is basically no different to destroy the place if they bring out those two, right? After many hesitations by Mu Hua, he adhered to the respect for the Magician Killer and also wanted to form a CP for his own Friday. And finally, he had the current group of individual numbers. Friday? Well, this question is not urgent. The personalities of the 20,000 individual numbers are all cheerful, but there are still some problems here. After all, their number is a bit too much, and Mu Hua also created 2 Terra to manage them. With the individual numbers, the proper wife of the Magician Killer is naturally indispensable. The one who manages most of the Alice is the more serious Alice. Because they will not interfere too much in the private lives of these 20,000 magicians, they can be seen to have obvious differences in appearance from the Alice in Mu Hua's family. Generally speaking, that Terra is more mature than the numbered Alice. As for the other Terra, who manages some of the numbered individuals, probably to make up for the regret of Misaka's sister, Mu Hua wants to create a Misaka sister. But when it comes to Misaka's sister, Mu Hua's little head trembles with a cleverness. Misaka sister, what is it to create a Misaka sister to fight with your own cousin? Why create a junior high school student when there is a college student with an outstanding figure? Misaka sister is too righteous to be shown, and hugging is not very harmonious. As a result, with big breasts, a love for brand names, a poor drinking habit, and managing a group of individuals with a tendency to work in intelligence, Mikoto was artificially matured by Mu Hua, and she was directly transformed from Mikoto to Myling, and from Mikoto to Mikoto's mother. The two terrorists managed the 20,000 intermediate magic life forms created by Mu Hua. Although they were individuals with a number, they all had their own independent consciousness and thoughts. They were in the human world during the day, and those who didn't want to be lazy and roll around at night, or go to the Abyss Island to practice and study. In addition to the numbered individuals working and living in Kane City, Mu Hua also sent hundreds of AI with high-level potential to various countries in Loren Star. They took over the almost abandoned Dandelion Inns, and their main task was to help Mu Hua collect low-level magic stones and send them to the Abyss Island in time. Their existence also let more people in the outside world know that there are such a group of magic guides in Kane City that are almost carved out of the same mold. After asking around, it was heard that they might all be created by Mu Hua. Although they look delicate and lovely, many people still complain about Mu Hua's weirdness and carelessness in creating magic guides. Because the number is a bit large and there is no contractual bondage, even the patrol fleet sent them an invitation letter, intending to recruit them to form a patrol guard. As for Mu Hua, maybe it's a bit weird, but he always thinks he has lost his mind. He created it out of his heart, and he even applied for portrait protection, forbidding other puppeteers to imitate it, not even magic puppets. How was Mu Hua this year? Well, nothing special, he was blind, and had been blind for a year. Although there were rumors that Mu Hua had cultivated some kind of powerful magic eyes, most people regarded such rumors as a joke. There was almost no news of Mu Hua leaving Kane City this year. At least when people occasionally saw Mu Hua on the streets of Kane City, he always had a guide stick in his hand, and he looked like he was blind. Chapter 509. Death Breath creates a dead environment indiscriminately, in the original Sin creates ghosts indiscriminately, and Death Gathering spreads death doom indiscriminately. Then, there comes another petrifying demon eye that petrifies all living beings indiscriminately. Enough, Mu Hua is fed up with these weird anomalies, and then he chooses to be blind. Mu Hua went straight into the Abyss Island, at most occasionally wandering in the human world for half an hour or an hour to relax, and the rest of the time he spent on the Abyss Island, trying to figure out the petrifying demon eye that doesn't give bugs. This research took more than 20 years on the Abyss Island. He is considered to be consuming the petrifying demon eye. If he doesn't make the thing a controllable ability, he is ready to be blind to the end. It's only been a year in the outside world, but Mu Hua and some people around him have experienced a lot of years. A kind of emotion accumulated over time has formed in the hearts of people who can enter the Abyss Island. Mu Hua is like the head of the family in everyone's mind. There are fights, quarrels, friendship, family affection, loyalty, and all. But it seems that no pure human beings fall in love with Mu Hua, because Mu Hua has created more than 20,000 magical lives and has done shameless things with at least hundreds of them. Never mind whether anyone loves him or not, just look at his subordinates, the Terra 6, who are almost unable to give birth to his children. Well, love is something. Mu Hua always calls it a scam from ancient times, and he has no time to pursue that thing. The Abyss Island is a secret base maintained by everyone, and the city of Canes is everyone's common home. Even if Mu Hua squats on the Abyss Island and pretends to be blind, the development of the island and the revival of Kane City have never stopped. The youth potion has attracted many high-end consumer groups to the city of Canes, but the real reason why more people accept and adapt to this ghost city is not the youth potion. Familiar, a general term for a magical beast that is willing to sign a servant contract with humans. The safe and stable pet market and the large number of familiars that can be purchased have become an important industry in the city of Canes, and have also driven the food processing, feed, industry in Canes. They have attracted many low and middle-level adventurers to the city of Canes, and even some settlers from afar. As for why Mu Hua has so many magical beasts willing to sign servant contracts with humans, the biggest contributor is the ambergris fruit. After years of development and cultivation, Mu Hua has 11 tree shepherds transformed from ambergris shrubs, corresponding to the golden apple trees in the Fuji series, and they are named Blood Bodhi. Blood Bodhi number 1 to Blood Bodhi number 11 help Mu Hua manage an orchard composed of ambergris shrubs. As for the dragon blood needed for the growth and fruiting of the ambergris bush, the dragon beasts that Mu Hua raised were not needed for this. Even if Mu Hua rarely went out, his followers, the dandelion demon hunters and the black crow knights, were already capable of hunting ordinary subdragons. Tibessa and her group were still mainly fighting with the little devils in the Pangard crater, while the black crow knights were more trained in the Cain's courtyard. Monday and Tuesday, who had already learned the art of shape-shifting, would take turns to go hunting in the monster courtyard from time to time. Before they went out every time, Mu Hua even had to tell them to try not to provoke the evil dragons on the dragon island over there. Because the world tree was too gluttonous, Mu Hua had not used much plant essence on it for the time being. Now it was no problem to teleport back to the Abyss Island from other courtyards through the world tree, but it was still impossible to teleport with other living creatures. Moreover, the world tree could not allow Mu Hua and his team to teleport directly to various courtyards. If they wanted to carry living monsters to and from other courtyards quickly, they still needed courtyard keys. Of course, perhaps it was precisely because he could receive courtyard keys that the plant essences that Mu Hua obtained were mainly consumed on golden apple trees and ambergris bushes. With ambergris fruit and low-level monsters, they could use ambergris fruit to entice them to sign servant contracts without the name of the master, and fresh familiars that could be put on the market were born. The reason why they were low-level monsters was that after making ambergris fruit, Mu Hua also thoroughly understood the effect of this fruit on monsters. Monsters need emotional energy to evolve, but in terms of obtaining emotional energy, monsters are different from demons and orcs. Demons are born to absorb emotional energy. For them, absorbing emotional energy is just like breathing and eating, and they basically don't even need to learn. Orcs don't have this ability. They need to enter a meditative state to absorb emotional energy from the outside world. As for the Warcraft, they are worse than the orcs. Meditation is useless. They can only wait for the emotional energy to penetrate into their bodies. According to the amount of emotional energy from the outside world, it is like soaking in a medicinal bath. How much they can absorb depends on fate. Of course, there are also Warcraft that can absorb emotional energy on their own, that is, those upper dragons with wisdom beyond humans. Eating dragon saliva fruit can allow Warcraft to obtain the blood of the upper dragons. Although they may evolve into evil dragons with dragon blood, this is similar to letting a small devil evolve directly into a big devil. The probability of success is infinitely close to zero. In fact, the most prominent function of dragon bergamot is to help monsters improve their wisdom. They want dragon blood and also want to understand how to actively absorb evolutionary energy. Wisdom is a very general concept. It is more like the ability to understand and receive things. It is not the same as the intelligence that determines the activeness and concentration of thinking in the attributes. The effect of dragon bergamot on improving low-level monsters is the most significant. After all, improving wisdom has a very direct impact on them. High-level monsters usually have strong wisdom, and the ability of dragon bergamot to improve wisdom has little effect on them. At the same time, high-level monsters are also dangerous, especially wild high-level monsters. They basically will not sign a servant contract for dragon bergamot. Even if they are forced to sign, they may turn against their masters when they find an opportunity. The key to signing a servant contract with monsters is voluntary. They are not as repetitive as demons, and it is easier for them to develop feelings with their masters, but if they are forced, it will be a different matter. Just like those low-level and medium-level monsters, as long as they actively sign the contract, even if their wisdom is improved, even if they evolve in the future, they generally will not regret it and bite back. Of course, if you abuse your familiars at every turn, don't blame them for biting you. Low-level and medium-level monsters are easy to fool, and usually you don't even need to fool them. Let them know that they can't beat you. Shake a dragon's bergamot in front of them, give them a servant contract, and they will directly press their claws on it. If they don't press, take out a few more and shake them, and they will definitely not run away. High-level monsters are more troublesome. Those who have been raised since childhood may listen to you, but servant contracts. Serve me more dragon's bergamot. Mu Hua wants to create an attractive characteristic industry for Cain City, and he doesn't expect to make money by selling familiars. It's a waste of ambergris to coax those high-level monsters. If they are really coaxed out, they will be distributed to their own forces. Therefore, the pet market in Cain City mainly sells low and medium-level monsters. The high-end species are probably subdragons, and the high-level monsters other than dragon beasts, even if they are thrown into the Abyss Island by Mu Hua, are generally used as feed for dragon beasts. Yes, that's right, Mu Hua is not interested in raising a bunch of messy monsters. His goal is very clear. He is focused on the dragon army. Ambergris is basically equivalent to wild fruit to evil dragons. Don't say it's rare. If you hold ambergris in front of evil dragons, they will spit in your face. But ambergris is more attractive to sub-dragons and flying dragons than to other monsters. After all, their evolutionary direction is originally evil dragons. Compared with other monsters, they value ambergris more. Mu Hua will place some earth dragons willing to sign a servant contract in Ivan's farm for breeding. Since the stores and supermarkets in Kane City have been opened one after another, the originally planned farmers market has become a pet market. When needed, these earth dragons will be placed in the pet market to attract customers. However, when it comes to powerful earth dragon familiars, some shady operations are inevitable, and most of them eventually flow into the hands of Kane's locals. And the earth dragons that are unwilling to sign a servant contract or ask for too high a price will be thrown into the Abyss Island by Mu Hua. If they cannot sign a slavery contract with Friday, then they will never plan to leave the island again in this life. After reproducing, they will wait to be smelted by Mu Hua. Strictly speaking, flying dragons and earth dragons should belong to the same level of dragon beasts. In land battles, 2 or 3 flying dragons may not be able to defeat an earth dragon. However, flying dragons are more valued by Mu Hua than earth dragons, and are generally received by Mu Hua to the Abyss Island. Friday, who has long recovered and is waiting for Mu Hua to help him become a giant dragon, will catch a few flying dragons every day and beat them 7 or 8 times, then give them treatment, and give them dragon amber fruit after the treatment. Those flying dragons are more or less neurotic, because of Friday's bullying. Whenever they see Friday's figure appear in the sky, they are afraid of being beaten, but they also want to go up and say hello to this evil dragon. Mu Hua is more careful about raising flying dragons. He doesn't say that they must become Friday's followers. Those who can behave well in front of him are evil dragon reserves. If they can't, they are also reserves, ready for them to pluck teeth and skin after they evolve. The minds of Warcraft are generally stubborn, and dragon beasts are even more stubborn in many aspects. Compared with Mu Hua, a low-level creature, they are more accepting of Friday, who is an evil dragon. They will be beaten by Friday, but if they are beaten by Mu Hua, they will even bear a grudge. The reputation of Kane City, as a base for cultivating familiars, has gradually spread to all walks of life in Lorin. The highest Reynolds Mountain near Bear Pig Town has been renamed Flying Dragon Ridge. There are some flying dragons living on that mountain. They are the flying cavalry of the Black Crow Knights under Mu Hua. They are also the few honest flying dragons who are willing to sign a servant contract for 2 ambergris. Their contracts are all signed with Mu Hua and Friday, and they are assigned to the Black Crow Knights by Mu Hua. The human world has richer emotional energy than the Abyss Island. They often stay in Flying Dragon Ridge and patrol the airspace of Kane City. It can be said that it is another scenery of Kane City. As for Mu Hua's ability to produce familiars in large quantities, there is no need for outsiders to guess the method. There is an ambergris bush wandering around in Bear Pig Town all day long. Mu Hua specially released a tree shepherd transformed from an ambergris bush to wander around outside, and even planted a few ambergris bushes next to the blood fountain in the square. The flying dragons of Phylong Ridge would occasionally water them with blood. As for whether they would bear fruit, who knows? The 6th place, the capital of kings, also has evil dragons, and they also use ambergris bushes for greening. Why don't you go there to scout, but come here to cause trouble? Bullying, isn't it? A year has passed, and now Mu Hua is not afraid of others thinking about him. In order not to cause trouble to others, he has been blind for decades. He just wants to see who dares to touch his ambergris bushes. Chapter 510. Alan Demon Country, Exile Island. After a year, or rather, after how many years Tina couldn't remember, she returned to this demon country again, and came to this sad and crazy exile court for demons again. It's time. She came to find her other blood relative besides Barbara, the demon-possessed Devitt, her brother. If he was still alive, Tina would bury him. It was still the Quiet Island. Tina felt that the Exile Island was less popular than her own Abyss Island. The corpse demon refined by the Land Emperor Turtle was lying on the teleportation array at the entrance of the courtyard, like an ancient giant rock. The Land Emperor Turtle in front of her gave people a sense of being larger than her own Thursday floating in the abyss. After all, it was a land-based Leviathan in life. Compared with this Land Emperor Turtle, Thursday was inevitably a little thin when placed next to it. Hi Tina, how is Mu Hua recently? Have the golden apples in your area borne fruit? At the entrance of the courtyard, Tina came to the exiled island again, and Talisi waited for her at the entrance of the courtyard in person in order to greet her. Lord Tao Lucy, when I came here, the master specifically told me that if you want wisdom fruit, you can give you some to try. But the chance of the golden apple being born is too low, and the boss is in urgent need of life transition, so you better not think about it. Tina shook her head and said. Tina came to poke her big brother's waist this time. She was in a bad mood and spoke to Tao Lucy a little coldly. However, Tao Lucy secretly went to Cane City several times this year. He got along well with Mu Hua. They were both born as demons, and Tao Lucy and Tina were familiar with each other after more contact. There are so many people who are trying to give me wisdom fruit. If anyone wants your wisdom fruit, just tell me if your golden apple tree has fruit, and I will go to Mu Hua to find out. Tao Lucy said disdainfully. Because he was wearing a mask, Tina could not see his expression, but his tone was more teasing. In the past year, in conjunction with the Youth Potion, Selma's magic material store has also opened a magic potion sales business, and Mu Hua's store in the Fortress City will sell more practical items. Pseudo-Dragon Potion, Magic Sword, Thunder Beast Magic Stone, Fire Element Tears, including Wisdom Fruit, which can be said to be the best training auxiliary supply. Fire Element Tears appear intermittently, and the continuous quota supply of Wisdom Fruit also makes people guess that Mu Hua should have a golden apple orchard. Today is different from the past. Mu Hua is no longer someone who can be easily manipulated and tested by anyone, and the First King's private meeting with Mu Hua also made Tina very open in front of Tao Lucy. Tina clearly remembered that when Azazel, who rarely appeared in the outside world, appeared in front of Mu Hua opened his eyes and glared at him. Although Azazel was not petrified, Mu Hua looked at Azazel, who looked more like a devil than a devil, and Azazel also looked at the horns on Mu Hua's head and the tail behind his buttocks. These two guys, both armed with purgatory weapons, looked at each other, probably because they felt that it was troublesome to argue with each other. Azazel left a contact number, and then left cursing. Mass production of familiars, large-scale research and development of magical life, cultivation of ghosts that break death and life, tree shepherds strolling all over the streets of Cane City, and so on. Although many people in the outside world now know that Mu Hua may have a lot of good things in his hands, not many people are willing to provoke Mu Hua, especially since Mu Hua is no longer alone, and the strength of his subordinates and some people close to him is becoming more and more unpredictable. Some mid to high-end forces may not be so easy to say, but those powerful top adventurers are more afraid of this new ghost squatting in Cane City. At first, it was only in the shadow of the crown wielded by the Six that someone rumored that Mu Hua had obtained the petrifying magic Eye of Medusa, but with the departure of Azazel, the news of not provoking Mu Hua spread among various royal forces. The ultimate flame, the power of ghosts, the petrifying magic eye, the death followers, and the summoned beasts that appeared around the tree shepherds, and some ghosts in Cane City seemed to prove that Mu Hua was again involved in the field of gluttony and greed. Including Mu Hua's family, friends, subordinates, followers, and the dandelion demon hunters, who almost cleared out all the little ghosts in the Pangaea crater. Let alone provoke, Mu Hua has now become an existence that cannot be easily tested in the eyes of the upper class of human beings. This guy's ability to cause trouble is a bit scary. It is not easy for anyone to manage their own power. Even the king is unwilling to bear the consequences of Mu Hua's rage. And Tao Lucy established a good relationship with Mu Hua before Mu Hua became powerful. He may not have much demand for other things, but he also needs the war potion. He found excuses to meet Mu Hua several times, and the essence was to steal the golden apple from Mu Hua. Lord Tao Lucy, the boss is in a critical period of training the magic eye recently. Didn't you say it a long time ago? Exchange the dimension fragment for the golden apple. 3,000 square kilometers of available land, 30 evil dragons, or 1 giant dragon, whichever one, and a golden apple, the boss will keep it for you. Tina complained to Tao Lucy. Golden apples are precious, but they are not rare in this world. The main reason is that there is a large demand for them, and those who need them are generally big shots. Let alone hell, even among humans. The heart of tree shepherding is not Mu Hua's patent, but the probability of a golden apple tree that uses upper demons as nutrients during the flowering period to mutate into a golden apple is also very low. And by catalyzing the tree shepherd, Mu Hua has indeed grown golden apples, and he has even used several bottles of the jump potion. The reason why Tao Lucy is still so eager for golden apples is mainly because the jump potion does not directly achieve life jump after drinking a bottle. The transition potion also has a success rate. Personal attributes are the key to the success rate. It is rumored that humans who have reached the extreme of all 3 attributes are more likely to achieve life transition through the transition potion. This is still relatively easy, not 100%. If the life transition fails, the transition potion will become a magical medicine that increases the lifespan of the user. There are other effects, which is estimated to increase the natural growth limit of the user, but this increase will also be restricted by the life rank, and it cannot be accumulated and improved infinitely like lifespan. 1 year in the outside world is several decades on the Abyss Island. Under normal circumstances, the golden apple tree enters the fruit-bearing period every 5 years. Nearly 1,000 golden apple trees grow naturally, including the 12 tree herders who catalyzed it. Mu Hua got 4 golden apples, which means he spent 4 bottles of life potion. Eating and drinking, and practicing the purgatory armor have pushed his intelligence to 1999. With all 3 attributes full, his natural lifespan is estimated to be about 900 years, but Mu Hua still has not been able to truly achieve a life transition. Tao Lisi's current situation is similar to Mu Hua's. Originally, he was a great god in Mu Hua's eyes, but now, this guy is also an unlucky guy whose attributes are stuck at 1999. And Tina's calmness in front of Tao Lisi is really not fake. Mu Hua has been studying his petrified magic eye, which also makes it impossible for him to improve his other magic for nothing. Brainstorming doesn't care what you want to think about. Randomly Kryptonian Balian secret stone will only lose sight of one thing, and suppress his in-depth analysis of the petrified magic eye. With more money in hand, you can collect magic stones. More magic stones means more fishing rods. More fishing rods mean more abyss monsters. In addition, Tibesha and her group of dandelions are out there causing trouble for low-level monsters. As Mu Hua had more physical crystals and 100 refining secret stones, he gave them to his family members. The stronger his family members were, the more efficient they were in killing monsters, and the less they had to throw fishing rods. The snowball started rolling. On Monday and Tuesday, without the shackles of human life, their physical fitness even exceeded 2,000. And Tina now has a physical fitness of 1999, with super speed regeneration, jealousy, and extreme strength. What's more, after she was deeply demonized, she became a disaster spirit fire demon who mastered the flame of life. She really didn't fear Tao Lucy. Well, the flame of life, a materialized flame, Tina originally thought that she would inherit the hellfire, but when she really touched the inheritance, she obtained this special flame that can derive the aggregate of fire elements. Of course, it doesn't matter if there is no Gehenna fire. Now everyone in the family who can withstand the hellfire has obtained the hellfire. When Thursday finds a Cerberus in the abyss and gets the hellfire skill stone, it will be her turn. As mentioned before, Mu Hua really wanted to see who dared to touch the ambergris bush he placed in Cairn City. That was not his self-aggrandizement. Now, although Mu Hua's family still had their eyes sparkling when they saw low-level monsters, they were really fierce. Chapter 511. As far as the outside world knows about Mu Hua, this ghost god who regards Cain City as his territory has 4 forces under his command that are capable of resisting external threats. First of all, as the lord of the ghost city, this ghost god who fools the devil has cultivated a large number of psychics in Cain City. According to the public data of Cain City, in this not-so-large city, the number of people who have the conditions and intention to practice necromancy has reached more than 4,300. Although these people are amateurs, most of them learn some necromancy after work or even in their spare time, but the working hours of less than 6 hours a day on weekdays allow them to have sufficient time to practice after resting. In addition to the more formal supermarkets that have shift business hours, Cain City follows the work and rest schedule of some public institutions. After all, the work of handling government affairs is often, so it should be able to cope with all work. When the public got used to certain rhythms of life, including some private small shops, before 10 a.m. and after 3 p.m., even if they were not closed, basically no one would serve customers properly. With the revival of Cain City, the income and welfare of the citizens were in place accordingly. Most of these amateur necromancers, who practiced in their spare time, had their families become their guardian spirits. They were the die-hard supporters of Mu Hua. It was precisely because of their existence that in order to prevent the ghosts from giving bad feelings to outsiders who came to Cain City, 90% of the eyes of true vision originally laid in Cain City were removed. Even if you don't have the ability of psychic vision, you don't have to worry about the ghosts playing pranks on you here, because too many people can see them and beat them up. Similarly, generally no one dares to do anything wrong in Cain City, because when you are stealing, you can't be sure if there are a group of ghosts nearby chatting and watching what you do. Also dominated by ghosts, the second ghost force in Cain City is much more professional. Wallace Eyes Club. Using the Psychic Academy as its base, a faceless man and a dozen witch souls are the club's initiators, and there is even a wailing banshee among them. They gathered a group of ghosts who concentrate on cultivation, and cultivated and evolved with the Faceless Man as their target. Their purpose is to build a wall of size to protect Kane City when danger comes. Just like the so-called secret society, this club has an undisguised concealment. While publicly acknowledging the existence of the club, most of the club members conceal their identities to the outside world, and some initiators usually use corpse demons as carriers to carry out normal activities in the outside world. The ghosts transformed by humans have excellent adaptability to corpse demons. They can control corpse demons for a long time. In addition to magic beasts, the most abundant thing in Kane City is probably the corpse demons wandering all over the streets. It is hard to say whether the members of the Wall of Size Club are Mu Hua's die-hard supporters, but according to rumors from the outside world, they are the absolute guardians of the internal order of Kane City. Compared with ordinary citizens who practice necromancy, they really will secretly execute those who are threatening to Kane's. As the dean of the Psychic Academy, the witch Caroline has become a wailing banshee in a short period of time through unknown means. She is the minister of the Wall of Size Club. The identities of the other Faceless Man and a dozen witch souls are not easy to confirm, because they have given themselves many vests, corpse demons, regardless of strength, just like changing clothes, changing their appearance from time to time. As the instructors of the School of Necromancer, the dozen witch souls, who always change their vests, often give their students a headache because it is difficult to confirm their identities. As for the Faceless Man, some people speculate that it is Selma from the mall's magic materials store, because she not only controls the management rights of the youth potion and a large number of magic potions, but also her daughter is highly valued by Mu Hua. When mentioning her daughter Athena, we have to mention another force that is directly under Mu Hua's command, the Black Crow Knights. The entire member is composed of 66 knights loyal to Mu Hua and 1,000 human ghosts. The ghosts of the Black Crow Knights are generally unloved by their parents and have no relatives or friends in the past. They are all equipped with corpse demons refined from the corpses of powerful demons. The 66 knights who practice black magic in the knights are extremely talented, but their growth is not outstanding for the time being. They swear that even if death comes, they are willing to become liches and follow Mu Hua. Clark and Athena lead the Black Crow Knights as the leader and vice leader respectively. Compared with other members of the Knights, these two are gifted and are said to have the strength to lead the brigade in battle. The Black Crow Knights are usually divided into two teams. One team rests in Kane City, and the other team is led by Clark and Athena in turn to train in Kane's courtyard. They have not yet gone deep into the various monster areas of the courtyard. Since their establishment, there has been no impressive record. Most of the information about them is still rumors. Although there are not many living Black Crow Knights, don't forget that the 1,000 ghosts are also members of the Knights. Whenever they prepare for battle, the large number of powerful corpse demons accompanying them are as terrifying as 100 ghosts parading at night. The last force related to Mu Hua is more bizarre. The Dandelion Demon Hunters is also where Mu Hua came from, and this team has a close relationship with Mu Hua. Although they have not shown exaggerated combat power, judging from the flying dragons raised by Mu Hua, the wisdom fruit sold to the outside world, and the tiers of elements that are occasionally listed on the shelves of Mistake Life, they are not weak. Originally, under the cover of all kinds of things in Kane City, Tibesha and her group were not really visible, but who can blame them for doing some big things in a year? At first, Tibesha led the Dandelion Demon Hunters of nearly 20 people to hunt imps and flame dogs in the basin of the Pangaea crater. It can be said that it is a land hated by people and ghosts. Not to mention paying attention, basically no one saw them. As Tibesha received more and more missions to clear the imps in the basin from the Adventurers Guild stationed in Pangaea Courtyard knew about this team. However, no one paid attention to the Dandelion Demon Hunters at that time. Apart from the factors of team integration, the Adventurers Guild only thought that Tibesha and her team were doing public welfare, and it was estimated that it would not last long. But as time went by, the Dandelion Demon Hunters seemed to be fighting with the imps in the crater basin. At the beginning, it was a team collaboration. All members were armed with guns and shot at the imps. When they encountered fireballs from groups of imps, there were also special people holding shields to defend. But the imps were also very flexible, and then, they seemed to feel that the efficiency of guns was too low, so they used magic grenades and even cluster grenades. The little ghosts don't produce much, so this is basically a charity, right? Someone in the Adventurers Guild suddenly investigated the Dandelion team's information and found that they were related to the city of Canes. At that time, the familiar industry in Kane City was just starting, and people only thought that they hunted little ghosts to provide raw materials for the feed factory in Canes. You can't raise monsters without feeding them, Otherwise they won't be familiars, but berserk beasts. It's a bit of a loss, but considering the price of the monster familiars, it's understandable to keep them even. Then, this group of people didn't use guns and grenades, and they didn't even use shields. They started fighting with swords and spears against the little ghosts with fireballs. Did they feel it was not worth it? Did they start to save money? But the cross-fighting group fight didn't last long, and the swords and spears turned into short knives. No, after adapting for a while, the 20 people became 10 people, and the group fight was still a group fight, but this group of people didn't form a team, they fought on their own, and they all ran away, and one by one, they started a hunting time of fighting a group of little ghosts. Walking is too slow, so switch to shuttle. Shuttles easily ignore hiding little ghosts, so switch to terrain vehicles. Good fellow, the Dandelion Demon Hunters did not bring the logistics team with them. A dozen of the main combat personnel began to frantically hunt the little ghosts in the crater basin. The individual combat power of the little ghosts was limited. This team did not seem to have any reputation except that all members had extremely high fire resistance. But this killing lasted for almost a year. They seemed to really want to clean up the crater basin. Some people in the Adventurers Guild began to bet that they planned to pile up the demon hunters into a brigade by killing the little ghosts. The little ghosts in the crater basin actually mainly came from the underground space under the surrounding mountains. The cave passages in the mountains were difficult to accommodate people, and the underground space was not an open cave, so humans could not enter. Even if the mountain was blown up, these little ghosts would probably be able to dig holes again and drill out from the ground. If you kill all the little ghosts here today, tomorrow, another batch of them might come out and gather here again. Therefore, Pangaea Courtyard basically gave up the crater basin area and allowed the little ghosts to occupy this vast basin. The Dandelion Demon Hunters, who were getting more and more adept at killing little ghosts, came to the basin to squat. They did not set up a camp to guard. These guys, who could resist the little ghosts' fireballs with bare chests, killed little ghosts like an assembly line and would not move away once they squatted. As a result, it was really hard to say that some little ghosts seemed to be really scared of being killed by them. Some people even found that some little ghosts had begun to dig holes in the mountains in the opposite direction of the basin. They actually moved and drilled into the area outside the basin. If the Dandelion Demon Hunters continue to squat here and kill, they might really be able to recapture the crater basin. This patience and tenacity are a real achievement. The Dandelion Demon Hunters became famous. There were teams that killed low-level monsters, but there were not many that killed as persistently and unrestrainedly as they did. More and more people also knew that this was a team supported by ghosts and gods. Mu Hua's identity as a logistics manager was a joke to outsiders, and Dandelion was also considered to be a force that Mu Hua deliberately cultivated. After all, it is not convenient for ghosts and gods to walk outside, and a powerful adventure group is very suitable for helping ghosts and gods deal with some trivial matters in the outside world. And it seems that Mu Hua really wants the 20,000 magic life forms in Kane City to live freely, as if he has no intention of listing them in the battle sequence at all. This attitude also makes the magic life forms from all walks of life have a very good impression of Mu Hua. For forces, openly or secretly, surround the Lord of Kane City. Mu Hua is no longer an outlier who helps alone. And except for the Dandelion team doing charity outside, these four forces basically maintain the stability and development of Kane City. At the same time, Mu Hua has been really well behaved over the past year. Even if Mu Hua wants to do something in the future, there is already a new courtyard in Kane's for him to do. The surrounding areas of Kane's have let go of a lot of their grudges and defenses against this jealous ghost. Chapter 512. Humans are a curious race. Everyone likes to explore other people's secrets. However, if this exploration may bring unpredictable losses to themselves, most people will wisely put away this curiosity. Exploring other people's privacy can bring people spiritual satisfaction, which can barely be regarded as the bad nature of human beings. When invading other people's privacy does not cause any substantial harm to oneself, then this invasion may be unscrupulous. On the contrary, if the cost-effectiveness is too low, everyone will look for other things that can meet spiritual needs, and will pay more attention to respecting other people's privacy. As the saying goes, barefoot people are not afraid of those wearing shoes. How can we make people more harmonious? Let them think that they are wearing shoes. From ancient times to the present, the only purpose of inciting others to make trouble has not changed, that is, he actually robbed our shoes. With the development of Kane City, many people outside speculate that Mu Hua should have some little secrets, and Mu Hua does not seem to want to keep his secrets too tight. Ambergris can lure monsters, Wisdom fruit can help people comprehend magic, cursed spirits can help people polish their souls, and female demons may also be able to squeeze and trick some demons into signing servant contracts with humans. These are all very valuable resources and opportunities. However, now that Muhua has become powerful, combined with Muhua's own strength, the big guys have bigger stalls than Muhua, and they don't want to provoke Muhua's revenge for plotting these things. Not to mention Muhua's own external deterrence, the troublesome burden of Kane City seems to have become a weapon in Muhua's hands. The people who died in vain in the city, by chance, were influenced by Muhua and turned into ghosts. Ghosts don't matter, but ghosts with human rights are not easy to deal with. An unexpected disaster, these ghost citizens became nothing overnight. A year later, the development of Kane City is always mixed with the role of these ghosts, as if they are afraid that people will forget the disaster. And after a year of construction, Muhua has made the ghosts return to life in a sense, which seems to be a new pair of shoes for the ghosts of Kanes. Some superiors have no doubt that if anyone provokes Muhua, he will definitely accuse the other party of stealing people's shoes. It is not certain whether the benefits will fall, but the slut will probably not escape. Some conspiracy theorists even suspect that everything in Kane City may be deliberately created by Muhua step by step, including waiting for the death of citizens. This is an insidious ghost god. To be able to become a ghost god at such a young age, his scheming is naturally not to be underestimated. Kane City seems to have the potential in wealth, opportunity, power, and even strength. It is impossible to say that no one is thinking about it. But Muhua can't move, and neither can the city of Kanes, especially when the ghost citizens of Kanes are still considered a vulnerable group in the eyes of the outside world. It's still not appropriate to be dirty with Muhua now. After a few years, when people have completely forgotten the Kanes demon disaster, and the subtle propaganda has made the ghosts of Kane City less vulnerable, then maybe we can try to move them? The initial development of Kane City, the first king came here for a stroll and left cursing, but there are some people who are far less powerful than the king, and it is not certain that someone will really want to pick the fruits over there. Tao Lisi also reminded Muhua that being too quiet is easy to be targeted by some small fish. He has the demon country Alan behind him, but he even threatened the upper echelons of Alan in his early years. Muhua also agreed with this, but unfortunately Muhua was blind, and he was struggling with his eyes. I can't contact Muhua recently. For the dragon, do you support installment payment? At the teleportation array of the Court of Exile, facing the price raised by Tina again, Tao Lisi asked in a tangled manner. He needed the golden apple, not urgently, but he would try his best to get it if he had the chance. Muhua could make the golden apple, and gave him a suitable price. But Muhua didn't want money, and what he wanted was a little difficult to get. With your relationship with the boss, it should be possible. However, for things like golden apples, you should also settle the payment and pick up the goods. You can catch the dragon slowly, just treat it as a deposit first. Tina said without thinking. Hey! Girl, don't forget that you are a demon. Tao Lisi was annoyed. Okay, this is considered a big store bullying customers, right? Lord Tao Lisi, I am a demon with a master. Tina spread her hands, and said, as a matter of course. Although she was not sure whether Tao Lisi was pretending to be angry, she did not care much. Her goods were strong enough. Golden apples want to pay in installments? This cannot be done, otherwise everyone will come to pay in installments, and those who come should be big shots. What will happen? I heard from my boss that some laurel shadows are squatting in the orchard all day to help the golden apple trees get rid of insects. It is not that only big shots can afford golden apples, but those who need golden apples are high-end combat forces. Muhua is really good at asking for it. The evil dragons are already a highly intelligent species. When they are threatened, they usually turn into humans and hide in the crowd. There are too many of them, which is a threat to me. How long will it take me to find 30 evil dragons? Seeing that he couldn't scare Tina, Tao Les complained that it was not too much to exchange a golden apple for 30 dragons of unlimited grade and strength, but Tao Les also knew that Muhua wanted to live. These dragons were stubborn and arrogant, and they could bite anyone they caught. At the same time, they were very smart, had strong magical talents, and were good at shape-shifting, so it was very troublesome to catch them. As for the giant dragons, Tao Les didn't think much about them. They were real superior lives. If the demon lord had a vague concept, the strength of an adult giant dragon could basically be linked to the lord of the courtyard. The risk of killing them was high, let alone catching them alive. Can't you handle ordinary dragons? Faced with Tao Les' complaints, Tina questioned. Charm is ineffective against dragons, and they can resist charm with dragon power. Tao Les explained. I'm not talking about charm. Tina had a strange expression, was silent for a short time, and muttered. She was used to Muhua putting all kinds of Fridays at home. Tina had never thought of using charm to seduce the dragon. Evil dragon, can't you just beat it? Tisk, it's not convenient for me to walk outside. Fighting with the dragon will cause too much noise and easily cause trouble. I don't think Muhua is sincere in selling it. As for the dimensional fragment, I did find one, but it's not very habitable. The volcanic environment is suitable for practicing if you have an affinity with the fire element. Tao Lisi probably realized that he had misunderstood Tina's meaning, and he forced an explanation. If you have a golden apple, would you sell it sincerely? Sir, I must remind you that the boss has a good impression of you, so he gave the possibility of trading. I go back and tell the boss about the dimensional fragment you mentioned, but if the environment is too bad, the fusion may even affect the original dimensional space. I don't think it's a good idea. And even if the boss accepts, there shouldn't be a ready-made golden apple for the time being. Tina shook her head and said, dimensional fragments can be fused. If Muhua gets dimensional fragments, he can further expand the area of the Abyss Island. Dimensional space with a certain area is also a treasure, and its applicability is very strong. As long as it has an environment suitable for human survival, most people will not easily sell it after getting it. With the improvement of strength, like Tao Lisi and Muhua, many of the things they need can no longer be measured by simple demon gold coins. Transactions are often exchanged for things that both parties need. The value of dimensional fragments and golden apples is difficult to compare, because different people have different needs. For beings like Tao Lisi, a trading relationship can be formed between golden apples and dimensional fragments. Okay, I get it. Many of you have mastered the affinity of fire elements. Even if you don't fuse other dimensional fragments, that dimensional space can be used as a good training ground. Tao Lisi recommended. Many of Muhua's men have affinity with fire, which is not a secret, and Tao Lisi doesn't care. When people like them reach a certain level of strength, they will find ways to improve themselves. If they find a place where it is easier to produce elemental tears, they will keep it secret and wait for it, and fight anyone who dares to touch it. Muhua may have found such a place, but if you don't plan to fight with Muhua, it's best not to even ask such questions. It's useless and annoying. I roughly know why you come here. This is where he usually moves. Be careful and go back after you're done. There was no accurate explanation for the golden apple, and Tina was not in a good mood. When Tao Les spoke, he showed Tina a map coordinate in the Court of Exile. Thank you. After a brief distraction, Tina wanted to thank Tao Les. Tao Les suppressed the Court of Exile, and his color domain protozoa covered the entire courtyard. Nothing in the courtyard could be hidden from him. This coordinate should be the location of DeWitt. The Court of Exile can be said to be Tao Les's private territory. For Tao Les, it is like Muhua's Abyss Island, but it is larger in scale. As for Tina's killing of DeWitt, Tao Les did not intervene, and did not say much. This situation is not uncommon among the demons. My lord, the witch soul of the Psychic Academy has recently received some news. It seems that some demons with abnormal behavior have appeared in the northern part of the Magic Empire. Do you know about this? Tao Les was about to leave, and Tina suddenly whispered behind Tao Les. Tao Les stopped and was silent for a while. These have nothing to do with me. They should be the work of the elders. After all, Penelope created a lot of demons. Regardless of whether someone instructed her to do so or not, the elders think that they should show some attitude. They probably cooperated with some witches, and may be planning to attack some courtyards controlled by nobles. If they cause trouble in the human world, you can kill them if you meet them. If they are in the courtyard, you can help them. Tao Les said calmly. Well, the boss asked me to ask about your attitude. If there is no accident, we should not encounter them. Tina hinted. Tao Les chuckled, turned his back to Tina, waved his hand, and left. Chapter 513. Flames rose around her body, flying over the snow-capped mountain barriers. The extremely cold temperature collided with the high-temperature flames. The flame-stained demon wings stirred up the wind. In the Court of Exile, Tina transformed into a disaster spirit fire demon, and flew over the snow-capped mountains alone to the high-risk area of this courtyard. When a demon grows to the deep demonization stage, according to the awakened demon bloodline, it will have a demonized double body, like a transformation. This double body is like a reverse shape-shifting, which has higher compatibility than shape-shifting. Take Tina for example. No matter what form she is in, she can use all her abilities. The transformation is more for obtaining stronger external signs. But shape-shifting is not compatible with racial abilities. Although it has little effect on normal activities, if high-energy activities such as fighting are carried out, the consumption of one's own energy will be greater. So if a fierce battle occurs, the existence of a double body will generally transform into a more aggressive form, and people who have learned shape-shifting will often transform back to the original body to fight. The fire demon of the disaster spirit is very different from human aesthetics. The demon wings are like the wings of gray moths. If they were not covered by flames all the time, their bodies would also look like black asphalt. The rising flames will cover the whole body of the fire demon of the disaster spirit until death. The flames seem to have become their hair, skin, and flesh in another sense. This is probably the origin of their name. Their bodies are like the core of a vicious fire spirit. Tina doesn't like this form of herself, especially after Muhua created a group of Terran lives with different styles. The form of the fire demon of the disaster spirit makes Tina lose herself more and more. That's right, her strength has improved, her abilities have been enhanced, and in a sense, her life level seems to have been sublimated, but Tina can't find her position in Muhua. Her original responsibility should be to facilitate Muhua's full-hearted cultivation, so as to help Muhua deal with various trivial matters in life, and if necessary, to help Muhua deal with some hidden crisis. Although Muhua has some demon followers, most of them are combat style, with different temperaments from humans, and they are also more impatient, which does not conflict with her duties. But as her own Terra life gradually increased, Tina found that she was facing an unemployment crisis. Alice Phil took over Muhua's business transactions. The guy who always called herself a little woman knew all the resources in Muhua's hands, had a detailed understanding of many industries in Kane City, and managed Muhua's industries in the human world in an orderly manner. Myling, who has a very bad drinking habit, and is prone to get drunk whether she is drunk or not, is a good hand at collecting and summarizing intelligence. With the cooperation of those individuals with numbers, any family affairs involving Kane City cannot escape her eyes. At the same time, she will regularly combine external intelligence, collect trends from all walks of life, and conduct crisis assessments on her own forces. And her own boss seems to be very obsessed with dual personality. The woman called Sister Sure by Muhua usually goes shopping with Alice and drinks with Myling, but she is also a murderer in Kane City. The damn murderous impulse is much more inharmonious than the strategic model of Ikaros. All those who pose a threat to Muhua in Kane City, whether they are living people or ghosts, will be secretly assassinated by her. Because Muhua has been relatively well behaved this year, her assassination range is temporarily limited to Kane's. In the decades of the Abyss Island, because of the different focus of cultivation, the martial arts of the close-range attack of the Sister Sure clearly have the sign of a latecomer surpassing the latecomer. But isn't this a clear grab of business? What's the life goal of I kill you even if I'm a god? What's more, those two who call themselves mother and daughter, Alway and Rin, what kind of nicknames are wife Alway and thighs playing years? Their catchphrases are always it's all the fault of the time. Did the time provoke you or provoke you? The two of them are in charge of Muhua's internal affairs, including eating, dressing, bathing, massage, castle cleaning, servant management, etc. But you should just be the housekeepers. Since you both call yourself mother and daughter, don't roll around in bed with Muhua. Well, both of them were created by Muhua, so Muhua should bear the blame. The two of them studied magic and alchemy respectively. With their qualifications and the resources controlled by Muhua, they should be two technical talents in the future. Lin is keen on refining magic stones. She usually swings her well-proportioned legs in black stockings in front of Muhua. Muhua is surprisingly generous to her in the supply of magic cores. She obviously has mastered a lot of magic, but Muhua seems to want her to go the way of gem bombing. As for Aoi, in order to find a suitable teacher for her, Muhua seems to have started to think about the demon leader in the mechanical forest of the Canaan's courtyard. In addition, there is the omnipotent angel Ikaros, who plays the role of a god in the Aqua sect that has been officially listed and operates, and from time to time he talks to the ghosts about the strategy of destroying human city-states. Barbara is whipped in turns by the unscrupulous Muhua brother and sister, who urge her to improve her skills in refining monster blood essence, and to train her apprentices well in order to provide sufficient training resources for the brother and sister's more conventional subordinates. Well, Tina also has advantages. She can give birth to children. Unfortunately, the children she gave birth to are also demons. For the time being, demon offspring are not very popular in Muhua's forces. As they continue to grow, Tina feels that she should not be a waiter anymore. She should be a fire demon honestly, and directly change her job to become a warrior fighter who confront the enemy head-on. Maybe there will be some way out. Flying across the thousands of feet of snow peaks across the Court of Exile, the fire demon of the disaster spirit, who is famous for causing sky fire disasters in all realms, arrived at the dangerous area of the Court of Exile. The mountains covered with wind and snow, the terrain here is much more complicated than the other side of the snow peak. Looking down from a high place, Tina unexpectedly discovered that there are still many castles and cities suspected of being inhabited by demons. It seems that the Allen Demon Kingdom has also hidden some of its power here. Tina is not in the mood to wander around, so she quickly deals with DeWitt's affairs, which can be regarded as a knot in her heart. Her family is also cultivating combat power in the open and in the dark, and there are also many shameful things. This is Tao Lisi's world. After getting rid of Devitt, she will return to Muhua. In the near future, they may also have to run their own world. According to the coordinates given by Tao Lisi, Tina, who turned into a disaster spirit fire demon, flapped her fire wings and flew rapidly in a direction. The thunder-like sound in the sky attracted the attention of the creatures on the ground. The overall color tone in the Court of Exile is clean snow color, and the sky is clear. At this time, Tina's figure is very conspicuous, like a group of flaming stars chasing the moon. Outside the Court of Exile, Tao Lisi's body suddenly stiffened, and the corners of his mouth under the mask showed some signs of twitching. He didn't know that Tina had completed the deep demonization. But even if the deep demonization was completed, what kind of demon is a demon who turned into a disaster spirit fire demon? His demon body was already strange enough, but when he confirmed Tina's breath through the locusts, he held back a curse in his heart, and he really didn't know whether to curse or not. Tao Lisi took out a communicator, hesitated for a long time, and finally gave up contacting the demon elders. He wanted to tell the elders, "You gave away a demon with the blood of the flame demon." Tao Lisi wanted to see the wonderful expressions of the elders, but he thought about it and gave up. He had a good relationship with Muhua, and he might have to give the elders a shot of prevention later, so that they would not upset Muhua because of Tina. He knew very well that the first battle maniac wanted to try to recruit Muhua, but because he didn't want to be upset, he went home cursing when he saw Muhua. The mountains of the snowy ridge welcomed the visit of the disaster spirit flame demon. The demons here are more dangerous than those on the other side of the snowy peak, but they are also more rational. Some of the magic beasts in the snowy mountains would roar at Tina, but as she flew by, no demon took the initiative to attract Tina's attention. Flying to the coordinates, Tina began to circle the sky with the coordinates as the center, constantly expanding the search range, looking for Devitt's figure. There were wild beasts, magic beasts, and even goblins, ogres, and bull monsters on the ground, but Tina never found the figure of the demon. Condensing her breath, she changed into a human body, sometimes flying, sometimes walking. Tina even mobilized the breath of death to pollute the earth. After hovering for several hours, a human figure finally appeared in front of Tina. "You, demon, are you looking for me?" A young man with a puzzled look, wearing clothes made of animal skins, and a medium build, who looked very young and even a little immature, asked Tina. His facial features were somewhat similar to Tina's. His tone was calm and his expression was simple, but his palms covered in animal leather sleeves had dark claws protruding from them. "DeWitt," Tina muttered softly, her tone suppressed. Her eyes flashed with complexity for a moment, and she raised her palm towards DeWitt, who seemed to be approaching her unintentionally. Hearing Tina say his name, DeWitt's eyes condensed, and his eyes instantly turned into dark devil's eyes. He didn't recognize Tina, but he knew very well why a normal demon came to them by name. "Tina?" DeWitt called tentatively, but the next moment, the snow and gravel splashed, and DeWitt's figure disappeared from where he was standing. Tina hadn't made a move yet, but DeWitt took the lead in launching a sneak attack on Tina. A rapid sprint, just a blink of an eye, like a dagger-like sharp claws have already reached Tina's eyes. Puff! Tina retracted her palm to block the claws, but was also pierced by the claws. A few drops of blood splashed on Tina's face, and the claws that pierced her palm were held in her hand again. Roar! The originally gentle and tender DeWitt roared, and the claws that could not be withdrawn made his face appear manic and uneasy. A sudden flame spread along Tina's palm to DeWitt's body. The burst of blood dispersed the flames, but it could not break free from Tina, and what followed was a more intense flame. Bear! It was no longer the usual color. The flames with purple halos in it ignited DeWitt's whole body, and also led to a tragic roar. DeWitt wanted to say something, but the flames poured into his mouth like mud. Obviously, Tina didn't want him to speak again at this time. The tepid attitude and the cruel and violent burning formed a contradictory contrast on Tina's body. DeWitt kept struggling, and Tina's eyes flashed. The whole body was on fire, and the smell of burning spread briefly, and in a blink of an eye, the flame seemed to burn away the smell. DeWitt ended his life at close range in Tina's hands, but with DeWitt's death, When the flames burned him to ashes, the flames onto its body did not dissipate, but became more condensed than before. The flame of life, Tina's flame of life burned DeWitt, but also created a fire spirit with DeWitt's body shape and appearance, and even kept some of DeWitt's habits. Come back. The wound on the palm has recovered, Tina said softly, and the expressionless fire spirit seemed to be absorbed by Tina, and seemed to have drilled into Tina's body. It can't be considered a fire elf, because it can't generate and breed fire elements. This is a fire element aggregate with life characteristics. It will depend on Tina, and will be dominated by Tina. If Tina doesn't give up it will become a part of Tina forever. Chapter 514. In front of the bus stop at the Abyss fishing ground on the Abyss Island, when the bus stopped by the roadside, a group of individuals with numbers similar to Aliceville got off the bus, talking and laughing. Well, okay, the Abyss fishing ground was originally the shore of the Abyss, and the Abyss Island has been connected to the bus. It can be regarded as a kind of accumulation of strength. The blind Muhua spent more than 10 years to create 20,000 individuals with numbers. Although Muhua did not force them to live, when the night of the human world came, many of these intermediate magic life forms would enter the Abyss Island. With a permanent population of more than 10,000, supplemented by a large number of skeletons and undead who have trained their working ability in the city of Canes, and nearly 20 years of development and construction, the Abyss Island today has long lost the monotony and chaos of its early years. The central camp has become a town-sized Shuyanjian, castles, buildings, and villas with lawns. Although the various residential buildings cannot be called cities, they also have the convenience of modern life. Muhua did not tie all the magical lives he created to his belt. Most of the individuals with numbers have their own independent lives, and they also work to make money. With the passage of time and growth, there is no unified schedule and diet arrangement. These individuals with numbers have some differences in body shape and face. In addition to the settings at birth, they also have their own personality preferences. Whether in Cane City or in the Abyss Island, they have their own homes. As for whether they live in a building dormitory, a single-family house, or a private villa, it mainly depends on their own life philosophy and economic strength. Although they are all magical life forms created by Muhua, Muhua did not possess them harshly, and at the same time, he did not need to support them. Provide them with living environment and survival resources, and then they basically support themselves, which not only brings popularity and prosperity to Muhua's territory, but also brings Muhua stable tax revenue. When the population reaches a certain number, the mode of life and business becomes more complex and diverse. Some of these individuals with numbers are engaged in farming and breeding. Some sell their land to do business. Some are engaged in demon hunting and processing, and some even work in company factories. Ammunition production lines, feed processing plants, nutrient processing plants, food factories, beverage factories, forging workshops, magic workshops, comprehensive supermarkets, construction companies, etc., including the vehicle production lines that are already saturated on the Abyss Island. Not to mention the life of the 20,000 number girl in Cane City. Even on the Abyss Island, these factories and workshops have now taken shape one after another. They provide many jobs for the individuals and ghosts, and also allow something called an economic system to take shape on the Abyss Island. The Abyss Island is so large that the population is not large, but it is not a big problem to develop some social forms. However, the Abyss Island also has a disadvantage, which is the inconvenience of introducing resources. If there is no space prop with a large enough capacity, it is difficult to introduce a large number of production resources and production equipment from the outside world. The ammunition production line is mainly used to store firearms and ammunition for the forces to which Muhua belongs. The forging workshop and the magic workshop are also small workshops that are groping forward for the time being. The main industry of the Abyss Island at this stage is the feed processing factory. Not to mention the monsters on the island, the familiars in the city of Canaans also have a great demand for feed. Even the feed company under Muhua's name has been registered in Canaan City. The feed company's products have not yet been sold outside of Cane City. It's not that the production capacity can't keep up, but mainly because of the transportation trouble. As for the raw materials of the feed, fetch them from the Abyss. Muhua is rich, and there are people helping him collect magic stones, so there is no shortage of fishing rods and the like. It's okay to be self-sufficient in nutrients. Muhua can provide the feed factory with tendons of low-level monsters, including those monster corpses that have been piled up for too long, which can't be used up at all. And those individuals with numbers, as factory owners have spent a lot of their money on purchasing empty dream stones. It is a gem that can make space props. The price is not too high. Ordinary people can intercept the storage space by taking it, and using the cross-border teleportation array to cross a few times. But the capacity of the space props made by the empty dream stone depends entirely on luck. Without skills and methods, the probability of making a large capacity space is shockingly low. For the time being, space props are still the main tool for the external logistics of the Abyss Island. Unless Muhua builds a teleportation array connected to the World Tree, without that thing, large items cannot enter or leave the Abyss Island. The Abyss has now been renamed the Abyss Fishing Ground. This name does not refer to a fishing ground, but to fishing grounds one by one. Too many fishing rods are also a headache. Although Muhua can get enough skeletons to help him fish, tens of thousands of fishing rods cannot be used to wait for those monsters that have been hooked. When there were few fishing rods, Muhua disliked the few monsters that were hooked, including those followers on Monday, and they killed monsters with great enthusiasm. Now there are more fishing rods. The Abyss Island is originally large, and fishing can be tried on the periphery of the island. Muhua's subordinates do have high-end combat power, but just killed a powerful Abyss monster in the south, and then another big guy was hooked 100 kilometers north. Do you want to go? Go! Then run, when there are more and more fishing rods, staring at monsters 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, not to mention humans. Even demons can't stand it, and want to vomit when they see monsters. Now the periphery of the Abyss Island is divided into medium, high, and low-level fishing grounds according to the locations where specific monsters are likely to appear. Each fishing ground is a mage position surrounded by defensive walls, which is reinforced all year round. The Heloise magic mirror with identification effect is placed in the fishing ground. The medium and low-level fishing grounds will be guarded by some Dragon 2 soldiers and skeleton mages. The Dragon 2 soldiers are still the original Dragon 2 soldiers, and the skeleton mages have evolved into skeleton generals. They can deal with most low and medium-level Abyss monsters. If you encounter some troublesome existences, just throw the fishing rod. Do you want to tire yourself to death? The high-level fishing grounds where some powerful Abyss monsters will appear are guarded by headless knights. They even carry magic scrolls with them. If you really encounter an existence that is registered with Muhua but is difficult to deal with, just trap them in the mage position and call the main force to kill them. There is another special fishing ground, and the castle where Muhua lives is built nearby. There are always Muhua's subordinates with higher combat power squatting here. This is not a fishing spot. Well, it is mainly because of Thursday. Although Thursday cannot help Muhua fish monsters directly from the Abyss, it can find the monsters that Muhua wants in the Abyss, and then find a way to lead them to the vicinity of the fishing line. A fishing line that seems to be able to escape from the Abyss is dangling in front of you. Let me ask you, do you want to pull it or not? This special fishing ground is not a fishing spot, but from time to time, there are always some weird big guys. This should be considered as Muhua's exclusive fishing ground, while other fishing grounds are open to numbered individuals and ghosts who have landed on the island at the same time. Yes, that's right, the bus stops have been set up. Of course they will be open to the girls. Muhua's subordinates, including Muhua himself, have been killing monsters and vomiting. It's been decades. Who can stand this? Cultivation is much more harmonious than this. Now Muhua and his people are taking shifts. Those who are resting go around everywhere. Whoever is on duty patrols and kills monsters in various fishing grounds. At the same time, when the girls and the ghosts who have landed on the island are resting, if they are interested, they can also come to the Abyss fishing ground to buy fishing rods and go fishing. Well, fishing rods cost money. What's the hope of living without money? If we don't let everyone make money and spend money, where is the economic system? And they have to kill the monsters they catch themselves. If they can't kill them, they can just throw the fishing rods. Unless they are in danger, the skeletons and undead guarding the fishing grounds will not help them. It can be regarded as an alternative practical training. After killing the Abyss monsters, they can do whatever they want. They can dismantle and sell them, or make corpses, and the most popular ones are given to Muhua for smelting. After smelting, Muhua will extract a commission, and then use attribute crystals to improve their attributes, and from time to time, he will also give them some skill stones and Balian secret stones. Philosopher's Stone? What Philosopher's Stone? Muhua intercepted that thing. The Abyss fishing ground is an important consumption place for the residents on the island, and as their abilities improve, as long as they choose the right fishing ground, this consumption place will gradually become a profitable training holy place. There is no chance to make Misaka sister, but among the low-level magic, the point attack effect and lethality of thunder magic are still very worthy of recognition. Regardless of whether there is affinity with thunder elements, Mu Hua is more persistent in giving the numbered individuals Krypton Thunder Magic Skill Stones, supplemented by defensive magic and healing magic skill stones. For Mu Hua, these numbered individuals are at most equivalent to defensive forces. Mu Hua's strengthening of them is more inclined to self-protection. As for what they will learn, Mu Hua has no control. There are not many legal ghosts on the island, only about 2,000 at most. After they hand in the monster corpses, Mu Hua will give them some black magic skill stones and emphasize that they should study the magician's hand by themselves. After all, ghosts do not have conventional physical strength. After leaving the attached body, their strength is more reflected through the magician's hand. The ghosts born on the devouring island have played a significant role in the growth of their spiritual attributes, but before the magician's hand becomes the touch of jealousy, the strength is only linked to the intelligence attribute. The adaptability of ghosts' magic power is pitiful, which also leads to their major in black magic. It is normal for ghosts to throw curses and fly bone teeth. Because of the fragility of their bodies, they usually participate in battles in the form of corpse demons. I just don't know if they will be more scary after they get out of the corpse demons in the future. As for the serial number individuals, although the girls are usually pretty and cute, they can really handle knives. When a stable life becomes a habit, their magic training level will not be too low. The attribute limits of these serial number individuals are constrained by the shackles of intermediate magic life. It is hard to say whether they can create an utopia away from the world, but with a high enough magic training level, the low-level and medium-level lightning magic may really allow them to use electromagnetic cannons. At the same time, it is very likely that half of them will work in new units, such as the patrol fleet. Chapter 515. Abyss Island, a castle near the intermediate area of the Abyss fishing ground. The bells ringing in the bell tower herald the arrival of a new day, and Mu Hua, who had been sitting on the top floor of the castle's main tower for a long time, opened his eyes. This is a Western-style castle, with a moat, a drawbridge, a castle entrance, a main tower, a tower on the side of the gate, an outer wall defense tower, and facilities such as night dormitories that replace the church auditorium. From the perspective of combat defense, if the castle is compared to a fortress, then the palace is a maze-like fortress cluster. Mu Hua does not need that kind of building complex for the time being, and he does not have so much manpower to fill it. Mu Hua built 3 castles of this specification, one located in the original central camp, one on the edge of the abyss, and the last one in the human world Falong Ridge. These are all Mu Hua's homes, but he has been in the human world for a short time, and the castle on Falong Ridge is far less perfect than the 2 on the Abyss Island, almost equivalent to an ordinary villa residence. Compared to the human world, the Abyss Island still lacks some vitality. It has an excellent magic environment and abnormal time laws, but it is still difficult to maintain the autonomous reproduction of biological groups on the island. Even though there are many lives on the island, in terms of emotional energy, the Abyss Island is still far inferior to the outside world. It is more like a secret base than a world. The individuals are just trying to build a social system. Maybe when the Abyss Island expands to a larger size, when Mu Hua moves more monsters and even humans who can maintain the reproduction of the group to the island, and when the social form is perfected, then this place can be truly regarded as a world like a courtyard. Most of the people around Mu Hua live in the human world during the day and enter the Abyss Island at night. The time on the island still has some impact on their physiological conditions, but it is not serious. Through long-term observation, 10 years on the Abyss Island will probably reduce the lifespan of humans by 1 year. According to the speculation of the demons under Mu Hua, this law is likely to make the Abyss monsters endure torture better. This can be regarded as a benefit for creatures that can travel between the Abyss Island and the human world, but in essence, it is likely to be a law with a punitive meaning. In order to deeply analyze the petrified magic eye, Mu Hua has stayed in the Abyss Island for a long time in recent years. The top of the tower of the main building of the castle can be regarded as his place of practice, and also as one of his bedrooms. Although it is not impossible for Mu Hua to have 3,000 beauties in his harem now, he has become accustomed to sleeping alone over the years. Well, it is not that he is pure and desireless, nor that his waist cannot bear it. He still prefers the company of beautiful women and the softness in his arms. But you said that when you open your eyes early in the morning, the pink and tender girl next to you directly turns into a rough stone sculpture. This situation, if you experience it too much, will have psychological shadows. No matter whether it is him or the girls, they can't stand it. Mu Hua, Thursday said that he found the trace of a Hydra in the abyss again, asking if you want to lead. the dignified girl with twin ponytails exclaimed, and when she saw Mu Hua looking at her with a smile, the girl's body instinctively took a defensive posture. Clean face, black hair and bright eyes, shirt and short skirt, vest lined on the upper body, a pair of well-proportioned legs wrapped in pantyhose were exposed under the short skirt, and a red windbreaker that most people could hardly control. Lin, the legendary leg-playing girl, was a Terran girl whose unnecessary surname was removed by Mu Hua. When creating her, Mu Hua originally wanted to attack the human rocket launcher and her sister, Red of Pain. But Qingzi is good at destruction, and Qingzi is more arbitrary and uncontrollable. It is definitely not because of the time or mother-daughter interest. Mu Hua finally chose to let Lin and always stay with him. Well, these two occupy more positions in his lost youth. As for Lin's other little sister, there is no way to lack the devil's brain, right? Well, in the case of not moving the character, Mu Hua is a little afraid of being killed by that hatchet. Mu Hua, can you control the petrified magic eye? After a brief panic, Lin stretched out her palm to look at it, and then touched her waist and buttocks. Thinking that she seemed to have improved her affinity with the earth element recently, the girl asked hesitantly, "Yes, I can finally control it. If I don't complete the life transition, humans should not be able to control the petrified magic eye." As if he was sighing, Mu Hua walked towards Lin with a smile, looking at the girl in front of him unscrupulously. The joy of completing the life transition and controlling the petrified magic eye catalyzed more passion in Mu Hua's heart. The girl noticed the aggressive look in Mu Hua's eyes, and she obviously thought of something. Her cheeks turned pink, and she was shy and cautious. She turned around and was about to run away, but was grabbed by Mu Hua. "Ah! Let's talk about business. On Thursday, I found a hydra in the abyss. I want to ask if you want to lead it to the fishing rod." "Don't, I just finished my hair, you tore my clothes. There is a bed on the top of the tower. Mu Hua sometimes rests here." When Mu Hua carried her to the bed, Lin twisted her body and spoke quickly, but she was greeted by Mu Hua's hands. The man's whisper was mixed with heavy breathing, and the girl moaned strangely while scolding and slapping. After a while, the noise of the numbered individuals came faintly from the fishing ground in the distance, and the castle tower sounded with a dreamy light sound. Although she was tormented by Mu Hua a lot, Lin was different from Alway in some things. The girl was used to passive struggle, and Mu Hua, who finally didn't have to be a blind man anymore, wanted to appreciate Alway's kneeling and welcoming posture. Ahem. Let's not talk about it. After squatting on the Abyss Island for decades and drinking several doses of jump potions, Mu Hua finally achieved Life Jump. After years of accumulation, through the catalysis of Life Jump, Mu Hua finally controlled his petrified magic eye. There is no need to say much about the petrified magic eye. If it can be controlled, it is the same style as the Queen Medusa of the Eternal Night territory. Although it still attacks indiscriminately through vision, it can be retracted and released, so you don't dare to open your eyes all day. Life transition is relatively more complicated. It mainly affects the characteristics of vitality in a specific environment, making vitality resistant to abnormal loss. Let's find a general description. Just like most monsters cannot directly cross between hell and the human world. Without sufficient life rank, the dimensional turbulence outside the hell plane will take away the vitality of the creature when it crosses, and if the life rank is too low, it will be crushed into pieces like scraping bones. Life rank seems to symbolize longer vitality, and creatures with high life rank do have longer lifespans, but its essence is the adaptability of creatures to environments and abilities that consume vitality. It can make the vitality of creatures have the characteristics of self-recovery after abnormal loss, but it does not mean immortality. If we talk about extending life here, the golden apple itself is a magical thing with miraculous effects. Human life transition is not a good thing after completing it once. There is no need to say more about the increase in lifespan. Just like Mu Hua at this time, he has completed a life transition. At this time, the life level is probably higher than all low-level monsters, and it can be regarded as reaching the level of intermediate monsters. In the original state, the life level of humans is even lower than that of goblins, but in terms of life transition, they have certain advantages over most monsters. Putting aside evolution, if they are first-level monsters, they need to complete 9 life transitions to have the top life level, and the difficulty is much more exaggerated than evolution. By analogy, each life transition corresponds to a 1-level improvement, until it breaks through the high-level creatures and becomes a higher-level life. Humans are very pure low-level creatures. Although they have no evolutionary mechanism, they only need to complete 3 life transitions to become a higher-level life, and completely get rid of the nickname of low-level creatures in the mouth of demons. Only when humans reach the life rank of a higher life form can they independently and undamagedly withstand the dimensional turbulence of the outer hell. When becoming a higher life form, the effect of the transition potion on the life rank will be lost, but the higher life form will also face the problem of life failure and natural death. At this time, eating golden apples or taking transition potions will become a means of increasing lifespan. Although the transition potion itself does not substantially improve the strength of the creature, this potion, or the golden apple that plays a major role in it, has become an enduring spiritual object. Yes, golden apples. Most people would try to use golden apples to refine transition potions, but that was only because their life rank had not yet reached the top level, and they hoped to improve their own life rank by the way. If you are already a top-level creature, then just eating golden apples can extend your natural lifespan, which is no different from taking transition potions. It saves other materials for refining transition potions, and avoids losses due to failure in refining. Of course, simply using golden apples to extend one's natural lifespan is still a long way from muhua. After all, humans are not species, like demons that are born with extremely high life ranks, and the success or failure of human transition is still greatly affected by personal attributes. And now, in terms of some abilities that are closer to muhua, he is already qualified to learn a top-level ability related to the undead, the Wind of Aging. Although he may not be able to touch the original sin of the color domain, he can also try to Krypton the skill stone of the color domain protozoan. Including those abilities that humans cannot refine due to the limitation of life rank, he can try to learn them, and there is no threshold that only top-level creatures can touch. On the top of the castle tower, after a long time of shameless tossing with Lin, Muhua was not ready to touch the Hydra mentioned earlier. That thing was somewhat different from the legend of the previous life. Although it was not certain whether it was the species of Gaia, the mother of the earth, the essence of the Hydra in this world was actually the same as Typhon. This big snake has 9 heads that spew venom, but even if all 9 heads are cut off at the same time, it cannot be killed. Every time one of its heads is cut off, it will grow 2 more heads until it becomes a 100-headed Typhon that spews poisonous fire. If you want to kill Hydra completely, you must cut off its 100 heads in the Typhon state. That thing is not a demon, it is a huge and very troublesome monster. Whether it is poison or fire, it is very harmful to the external environment. Muhua does not want it to harm the environment of his own Abyss Island. In addition to killing the 100 heads of Typhon, the only known existence that can kill Hydra relatively quickly is Fenrir, the swamp dweller. Its fangs carry the poison of the world that kills everything. A magic trap area was set up on the Abyss Island 20 or 30 years ago, which was originally prepared to deal with Fenrir. Compared with Hydra, Muhua prefers to fight Fenrir first. He has repeatedly confirmed from the 2 demons, Becerro and Doris, that the weapon made with Fenrir's fangs can directly poison Hydra in the 9-head state. Chapter 516. Ash's Fortress, the name of the castle built by Muhua on the edge of the abyss. The name originally discussed by everyone should be Demon Slayer Castle, but it was strongly opposed by Monday and Tuesday and other demons. Because Muhua fished for abyss monsters here, and those abyss monsters basically turned into dust in Muhua's hands, and finally the name of Ash's Fortress came into being. In a joking manner, Muhua teased the name of Ashbringer, but it seemed that Muhua's followers thought it was quite interesting. Then, represented by Monday and Tuesday, Muhua's followers, including some of the magic life forms directly under Muhua in the number individuals, seemed to intend to call themselves Ashbringers to the outside world. Muhua always felt that this name did not fit him as a jealous ghost, and he felt like he was being stabbed in the back by his old father's sword. In the meeting hall of Ash Fortress, Muhua, who controls the petrifying eye, had a shameless argument with Lin, and then asked Kuei to call his confidants who were still on the island. He no longer had to be blind, and no longer had to focus on the petrifying eye. Some things should be dealt with. The solemn and spacious meeting hall, with 40-meter-high stone pillars supporting the upper ceiling, in the center of the hall, a nearly 10-meter-wide amber road buried a pile of bones. These bones were from some abyss demons that were used as food by Muhua and his men. They were all high-standard bones. This style was supervised by the demons under Muhua. Never mind whether it was the style that Muhua liked, anyway, he was blind at the time, and didn't care too much. The stone sculptures of demons of various races surrounding the meeting hall were Muhua's masterpieces. From the little demons to Barus, Ahriman Demon, Perico Demon, Baro Demon, Baroque Flame Demon, Lashta Demon, etc. These are all products of the abyss. Because they did not cultivate the affinity of earth elements, they were petrified by the petrification eye, and then were brought back by Muhua as decorations. If you look around the hall, The demon statues of various shapes make the meeting hall look like a demon exhibition hall, and these sculptures are still alive to some extent, and their existence seems to set off the cruelty and majesty of the owner here. Congratulations, sir. Around the round table made of huge magic iron stone marrow, all the beings who belonged to Mu Hua congratulated Mu Hua, who opened his eyes. Except for a faceless man and a cloud of black smoke, most of the people present had human appearance and body shape, but over the years, even Monday's big dog has learned the art of transformation. If there is no high-load battle, most of Mu Hua's followers will become humans. Well, the faceless one is Selma, and she and the school principal Caroline have signed a contract with Mu Hua. It's just that Mu Hua used the Philosopher's Stone to turn Selma into a faceless one in one go, and Caroline was a witch with demonic roots in her life, so she chose to become a deadly wailing banshee. The black smoke is Wednesday, and there are many magics that ghosts and Bassanim cannot learn, such as shape-shifting, keratin skin, and even purgatory weapons. They usually have carriers to rely on, but they came to see Mu Hua and entered the meeting hall in their true colors. Not many people came to the meeting hall because it was daytime in the human world, and Mu Hua did not let Kue call back those who returned to the human world. At Mu Hua's suggestion, everyone sat around the table. The throne designed for Mu Hua when the castle was built was dismantled by him. He could not accept that position for the time being. It was fine to show off occasionally, but if he sat in that position to be worshipped, then pretending to be cool would become a necessary norm. If he was beaten one day, he would feel embarrassed to sit on the throne, which led to the placement of such a round table in the center of the Ash Fortress meeting hall. Looking around, Lin and Always stood behind Mu Hua's seat. Tina was not there. Monday and Tuesday sat on the left and right sides of Mu Hua respectively. The two demons had changed their appearances. As for Tuesday, he wore black clothes and black over-the-knee boots, with a charming temperament and a wonderful figure. He had a snake-shaped mark on his forehead, an eye mask, and purple long hair hanging down to his knees. If a peer of Mu Hua's previous life came, even if their appearance was different, just looking at the accessories she was wearing, they would probably call her Medusa at the first time. Yes, that's right. In Mu Hua's forces, besides Mu Hua, Tuesday was also blind. Since Mu Hua was able to strangle a Medusa in the abyss earlier, it is impossible for him not to seduce some Medusas to the island for such a long time. Medusa has many racial talents, and not every Medusa can melt the petrifying magic eye. After melting a few Medusas, and letting Mu Hua get another petrifying magic eye skill stone, Mu Hua did not let his subordinates use it casually because the petrifying magic eye was uncontrollable. Skill stones cannot be spent randomly. It feels a bit uneconomical to use Medusa as a medium for shape-shifting, and the real body cannot cast the petrifying magic eye. Tuesday was willing to try using Medusa as a medium for keratinized skin, and then Mu Hua gave Tuesday a spirit of the earth element. Well, Mu Hua wanted to try using Medusa as a medium for keratinized skin in the Abyss Island to see if he could obtain the petrifying eye. But if he didn't have a high-level affinity for the earth element, he would be transformed into stone the moment he obtained the petrifying eye, and it would be the kind that couldn't be saved. Mu Hua didn't lack the tears of the earth element now, as Medusa and Arachne would both produce them, and they could be obtained from both demon abysses. And Mu Hua wanted to comprehend the petrifying eye, and he also had a lot of idle 100 refining secret stones in his hands, so he simply filled up Tuesday's earth element affinity. After that, Tuesday used the body of Medusa as a medium for keratinized skin, and the ideal result was to obtain the petrifying eye. Unfortunately, it was still an uncontrollable petrifying eye. Then, Tuesday and Mu Hua went blind together. Since Tuesday went blind, Mu Hua did not dare to let others use the petrifying eye skill stone in his hand. Although Queen Medusa of the Eternal Night territory could control the petrifying eye, neither Mu Hua nor Tuesday was a real Medusa. One person, one demon, one Krypton skill stone, and one used keratinized skin. Before neither of them could control the petrifying eye, Mu Hua was not sure whether he and Tuesday could control the petrifying eye in the end, so he temporarily kept the petrifying eye skill stone in the bottom of the box. Not to mention that the premise of safely obtaining the petrifying eye requires affinity with the earth element. There are already 2 blind people in the family. You can't let the whole family go out with eye masks, right? As for the sexy long-legged sister's appearance on Tuesday at this time, well, this is the credit of the shape-shifting technique. To be honest, Mu Hua really didn't want to cause trouble to anyone in Fuyuki City. After all, his youth was quite diverse. But who told him to pursue consistency? Since Tuesday was blind, why not use the writer in Mu Hua's mind as a prototype to produce a cyborg as a transformation medium? The result is the current Tuesday. As for the others, well, everyone knows. With Tuesday's little appearance now, no one would regard her as a demon when she walks outside. Compared with Tuesday, a pleasing disabled beauty, Monday makes Mu Hua want to beat people up. Monday, the three-headed hellhound Cerberus, did not get the opportunity to go out and show up because Mu Hua was lying down. And Monday had always been thinking about turning into a beautiful little woman to seduce Mu Hua, but gave up the idea when Mu Hua threatened to kill him. But Monday did not give up. As Becerro said, the existence of hellhounds always uses some cleverness in inappropriate places. Without any special request from Mu Hua, in order to cater to human preferences, Monday turned himself into a chubby, white and tender little boy. He was very cute on weekdays, and because he always guarded the Abyss fishing ground, he was quite popular with the individuals with the numbers. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday were often on the Abyss Island, and Thursday's floating monster was always in the Abyss to look for food. Dragon Friday usually stayed in the familiar market in Kane City during the day, where some rebellious adventurers would appear from time to time, and Friday's main responsibility was to teach them how to behave. Tina went back to her hometown to poke her eldest brother. Caroline was going to manage the Psychic Academy, and Selma was her daughter's guardian spirit. Athena and Clark also obtained the permission to land on the island, but they would train the Black Crow Knights, who were not aware of the existence of the Abyss Island in Kane City during the day. Because Athena was training with the Black Crow Knights in Phylong Ridge, and there was nothing important to do, Selma stayed in the Abyss Island to help Mu Hua cheer up those ghosts, who had obtained the qualifications to land on the island and regarded the faceless man as their life goal. After a long time of construction, most of the ghosts in Kane's and Mu Hua can be regarded as a community of interests, but Mu Hua did not introduce them to the Abyss Island in full. He was close to them, authorized them, and shared profits. The outside world could see that Mu Hua valued them. And including Old Mori, those subordinates in Kane City who were attached to Mu Hua, a few knew about the Philosopher's Stone, but most of them did not know the details of the Abyss Island. They all lived normally in the human world. During the day, the Taibesha team would hunt demons in the outside world and do adventurer tasks, and Mu Hua did not let her idle. Mu Hua let her watch the construction of the social structure of the Abyss Island. Anyway, the population was mainly individuals with numbers for the time being, so there was no need to worry about any problems. She can be regarded as the mayor of Shuyanjian for the time being. As for her suggestion that Mu Hua should trick Samantha to be the mayor, Mu Hua wanted to curse, but he was also a little excited. He still didn't dare to let Samantha come to the Abyss Island. It's not that he didn't trust Samantha, but he was simply avoiding that damn ancient scam. In fact, he has been trying to train Samantha in a rather alternative way, but he is not sure how effective it will be. The outside intelligence will be summarized to Myling, and then Myling will report to Aoi or Mu Hua, while Lin will be responsible for collecting and sorting out all kinds of information on the Abyss Island, including some people who come to Mu Hua from time to time to chat and gossip. In the end, under the summary report of Lin and Aoi, although Mu Hua always squats in the ash barrier, he has a more specific understanding of the situation on the island and in the human world. Chapter 517. Sir, the numbered individuals and the ghosts on the island have basically adapted to the fear pattern of the Dullahan. If you want to further improve their mental stability, it's time to change the monsters. In the meeting hall of the Ash Fortress, Kue, who had dark green waist-length hair and was wearing a formal dress, talked about the trivialities of the recent days and proposed some things that need to be solved as soon as possible. Mental stability is very necessary when facing demons. The residents may be able to injure or even kill some powerful demons with the help of weapons, but they often appear very powerless in terms of mental pollution. This is an ability that Mu Hua values very much. Although most people who enter the Abyss Island have planted mental suggestion and tongue-pulling contracts, even if they are hypnotized, they can only say some irrelevant information at most, and will not expose the situation of the Abyss Island. But mental pollution is not just hypnosis. It's hard to pull out some confidants in my family. I feel very wronged and cowardly if they are mentally polluted. But when it comes to this ability, the people around him are still okay, but the number of 20,000 serial numbers and thousands of ghosts is still very large. Not to mention using the 100 Refinements secret stone to improve their mental stability. Even if you want to collect 20,000 mental stability skill stones, it is not easy. For the 20,000 serial numbers, because the limit of intermediate magic life is there, to be honest, Mu Hua did not spend much time on them. Interest and territory needs are the fundamental reasons for their birth. In the case of no conflict with each other's creators, the magic life is still relatively close. Compared with Mu Hua, his terrorists are more concerned about these serial numbers. Mu Hua will give the serial number individuals some magic that is more in line with their compatibility. These magics can give them certain attack and self-protection capabilities, but they still need to learn more auxiliary and enhancement magics by themselves. Mu Hua will not restrict their lives too much, but he can't afford to support them. Well, according to Mu Hua's standards, he can't afford to support them. In fact, some of these serial number individuals use skill stones to master a variety of magic, including elemental affinity, but those skill stones are all purchased from Mu Hua, a store dedicated to operating inheritance crystals and elemental affinity, and even including customized services to improve ability training, is considered a mysterious store in Mu Hua's power. In addition to buying fishing rods to hook abyss monsters, serial number individuals can go to the mysterious store to buy some abilities and skills they want if they have enough money in their work and life. The price is moderate. As far as the tears of elements that can be seen by the outside world are concerned, the price of the mysterious store can be regarded as a bargain. Of course, the things in the mysterious shop can only be used to improve oneself, and resale is not allowed. No matter what their personalities are, the number individuals basically follow this rule. Some number individuals enjoy a peaceful life, while some number individuals like to use money to improve themselves. Because the improvement of personal strength can make them closer to Mu Hua, the creator, such as the maids hired by Kuei, the service staff sent to various dandelion hotels, and the intelligence collection, including some of Shi's secret guards, are actually selected from these number individuals. As for mental stability, because it is not difficult for Mu Hua, he will also provide them with some necessary training environment, including ghosts, who have obtained the qualification to land on the island can also participate. It is difficult to improve mental stability, but the threshold for practice is not high. Initially, Mu Hua would place some succubi with charm abilities in the practice site. Practitioners only need to stay with these succubi for a long time and consciously resist their charm to gain mental stability and improve their practice to a certain extent. When the practitioners adapt to the succubi and are no longer affected by them, Mu Hua directly pulls in the Dullahan to let the practitioners resist the fear effect brought by the Dullahan. When the practitioners can ignore the Dullahan, their mental stability can generally reach LV 30 or above. It seems simple to say, but don't forget that this kind of practice has been carried out on the Abyss Island for more than 10 years. This kind of foolproof practice with no big threshold is actually not easy. After the Dullahan, it is time to use monsters with stronger mental interference abilities as practice props. This process cannot be skipped randomly. It is impossible to put a crazy kraken next to you right away. That may not be practice, but directly distort your mind and embrace mental pollution. After being able to withstand the influence of the kraken, mental stability can generally reach LV 80 or above. At this level of mental stability, the aura of the colored domain original sin is estimated to have no direct impact on the practitioner. There is basically no special auxiliary means for improvement after that, and one can only comprehend and practice on their own. Whether or not one can reach the level of the devouring of jealousy may depend more on talent and opportunity. For Yentai Valley, keep those succubi first, and the Dullahan, who has not comprehended the blood mimicry, will continue to take turns on duty. On Monday, I will catch Ericone and send him to Yentai Valley. Well, if there is Niami, I will also catch one. Mu Hua said to Monday. Yes, master. The chubby little boy said, shaking his little feet. Mu Hua raised his eyebrows and wanted to beat him up. This guy is really cute now. In Zhou Yi's words, his age is indeed a child among Cerberus, but all the demons under Mu Hua can prove that no child of Cerberus would choose to transform into this shape. Yentai Valley is the place to practice mental stability on the Abyss Island. The succubi there are all Abyss styles. Although they are funny, the Abyss does not affect their charm ability. After the Dullahan, Medusa, Arachne, and the Dragon's dragon power can further hone the mental stability, but the dragon power needs to be deliberately released. There are no dragons in the Abyss, and Mu Hua will not send a dragon there as a coach. Needless to say, Medusa is too dangerous. Arachne in the Abyss is more suitable, just tie it up firmly, and although Nyame had a high status in the midst of the Haihei in the previous life, they are lower species than Arachne. I am a little worried that Arachne's spiritual pollution is too strong. If there is Nyame, she can be led away for a transition. As for Kraken, Mu Hua didn't fish it out in the Abyss, so he can't use it for the time being. Master, if you want to catch Arachne, you need some stronger hell chains. Do you think you should find Friday, or Monday, who looks like a pink boy? Asked Mu Hua innocently. Give me something close. Tomorrow, no today, find me a small demon incarnation. Mu Hua scolded. Friday is an evil dragon, the first choice of the dragon in Mu Hua's reserve. The hell chains can be strengthened by fusing other substances, and dragon blood is needed to promote this strengthening. Monday couldn't directly cause trouble for Friday, so he wanted to bleed Friday when he got the chance. Small? Succubus? Incubus? Siren? Or Lamia? The little boy's eyes lit up. Mu Hua was silent, and looked at Aoi beside him with twitching eyelids. Where is your Jie? Mu Hua asked Aoi. She was dragged to the human world by Myling and the others. Aoi looked at Monday with some sympathy, and said to Mu Hua, "Then, pull it down, beat it to death, and kill it if it dares to fight back." Mu Hua pointed at Monday and said to Aoi. The dress swayed lightly, and Aoi stepped forward and grabbed Monday's collar. Monday begged for mercy, but did not dare to struggle and run away. While Aoi was dragging her, Lin quietly followed behind Aoi, probably wanting to go out to watch the fun. A moment later, the crying and screaming of a young child came from outside. Monday has bad intentions. Mu Hua wants to beat it to death, but he dare not let Tuesday, who is ready to make a move, take action. Kue may not be able to beat Monday, but if Mu Hua lets him, Monday can only endure it. Kue is more gentle, and can understand Mu Hua's meaning beyond the literal meaning. But if Tuesday is allowed to take action, she will definitely strictly, seriously, and implement Mu Hua's orders without leaving any room for negotiation. Beat to death, no discussion. Decades have passed, and even if these demons and his family have become human in appearance, they are still human in their bones. Wednesday, how are the two evil dragons? Ignoring Monday's strange cry outside, Mu Hua asked Wednesday. The upper dragons have high intelligence, and they are also very cunning. But perhaps because the dragons attach more importance to the relationship of the contract, almost no evil dragons and giant dragons can be found in the Abyss. Although a long time has passed since the Abyss Island, Mu Hua has only obtained 3 exiled dragons from Harkins in the Warcraft courtyard in 1 year. A black dragon was occupied by Wednesday. Although Basanamu is a spirit, they will not kill the host like ghosts. The black dragon became Wednesday's new body. Compared with Wednesday, who had grown significantly earlier, the soul of the black dragon was broken. Even if it left the black dragon's body for a while, the black dragon would only fall into a deep sleep, like a corpse. Mu Hua wanted to subdue the other 2 evil dragons. Even if he could not sign a slavery contract, Mu Hua tried to make them Clark and Athena's servants. Mu Hua didn't intend to let the Black Crow Knights only bring Raven summons. The Black Crow Knights he envisioned were all dragon riders. The leader and vice leader would have to get 2 dragon mounts, right? Unfortunately, after saying nice things, punishing them, and giving blood, the 2 dragons still refused to obey. They were handed over to Wednesday for care. At this time, the disadvantage of Mu Hua's petrifying magic had been eliminated, but he was in no mood to waste time with the 2 dragons. Master, including this batch of bred dragons, there are now 521 dragons under your control on the island. About 30 of them feel that their blood purity is sufficient, and the 56 undisciplined dragons can be made blood slaves of vampires. Dragon blood can speed up the recovery of the vampire's own blood. Wednesday replied to Mu Hua. Well, vampires. There are vampires on the Abyss Island now. However, these vampires have little to do with the blood moon in the human world. They were all fished out of the Abyss by Mu Hua. These vampires provided Mu Hua with a large amount of blood, and also made the life potion a commodity in Mu Hua's hands. As for the flying dragons, Mu Hua caught them from other courtyards to cultivate and breed them. The reproduction efficiency of flying dragons is not ideal. The hatchlings can only reproduce after about 30 years. Although they also like to have sex, female flying dragons can only enter the proper mating period once every 5 years after adulthood. That is, female flying dragons can only lay eggs once every 5 years. Under the temptation and pressure of the ambergris and the upper dragons, more than 500 flying dragons on the island are now under the control of Friday. There is no need to treat the dragons as harshly as the demons. The servant contract is enough. Friday also took in a dozen flying dragons as her dependents to help her manage the dragon group. And the thorns among these flying dragons will be handed over to Wednesday. As for the flying dragons in Wednesday's mouth that he feels have enough blood purity, Mu Hua already knows. By using a large amount of dragon bergamot to improve the purity of their dragon blood, they can complete the dragon evolution more safely, and reduce the consumption of Philosopher's Stone. Wednesday was probably tired of training those unruly dragon beasts. This was to remind Mu Hua that we would not lack dragons in the future, and wanted Mu Hua to deal with those disobedient dragon beasts. As for the flying dragons, it's up to you. As for the 2 dragons, remove the dragon teeth and claws. Don't let outsiders see them. It will have a bad influence. When Mu Hua said this, Wednesday agreed with a strange smile. Now Monday and Tuesday go wherever they are needed, and Wednesday is now mainly responsible for imprisoning the Abyss monsters and helping Muhua manage the blood collection site. The illusion it creates can make those demented vampires ignore the fact that they are bleeding, which can also make the environment of the blood collection site more harmonious. As for the outsiders mentioned by Muhua, they were more referring to those serial number individuals who lived independently. It was somewhat discordant to have two clawless and toothless dragons as blood slaves for vampires. If possible, he still didn't want those serial number individuals who enjoyed their daily lives to see it. My lord, regarding the life potion, I heard that someone in the Blood Moon City has proposed to impose sanctions on us. The faceless Selma, who decided the fate of the two dragons, said. Blood Moon City, do they have evidence? We have nothing to do with the missing people of the Blood Clan. Sanctions? Ha, the Alan Demon Kingdom has long been dissatisfied with them. Let Tina contact Tao Les later. I may also go to the Blood Moon City to see how they plan to impose sanctions. Muhua sneered. The life potion produced in Kane City was not purchased through the Blood Clan's channels, which made the Blood Moon City believe that Muhua illegally captured and imprisoned the Blood Clan. But the Blood Clan had always strictly managed the information of their family members. They suspected Muhua, but they could not find evidence. To this day, when faced with such a situation where people want to come at him forcefully, Muhua is not afraid at all, even if it is the Blood Moon City representing the clan. There are many blood clans, but how many of them have touched the existence of the earth element spirit? If they want to fight him, those blood clan elders may have to ask the werewolves for reinforcements. Muhua estimates that as a clan of the earth, there may be more werewolves who can deal with his petrifying magic eyes. Okay, don't worry about the Blood Moon City. Notify them to deal with all the blood clan spies in Kane City, including the Emperor's wallets. Clean them up. I can control the petrifying magic eyes now. I called you here just to ask you, who of you is going to be blind for a while? Waving his hand to indicate that he doesn't need to pay attention to the reaction of the Blood Moon City, Muhua said jokingly. As early as when the life potion was launched, there were some suspicious people in Kane City. These people included blood clans with hidden identities, werewolves with hidden identities, and even spies from the Magic Empire. Ghosts, ghost relatives, numbered individuals, including some necromancers who settled in Kane City, all of these beings can be regarded as Muhua's spies. Those who are good at spying came to Kane City, but came to the wrong place. It was okay that his eyes were inconvenient before, but now, he just dealt with them directly. If anyone is not satisfied, come to the door and say it. The upper dragons rarely break the contract. Kraken should have no one to sign a contract with them, so this kind of monster is rare in the Abyss, but there are still some Medusa in the Abyss. At this time, when Muhua confirmed the controllability of the Petrified Magic Eye, he still had a few Petrified Magic Eye skill stones in his hand, but in order to avoid accidental injuries, it seems that some people with eye diseases will appear in Muhua's forces for a period of time. Chapter 518. It is presumptuous for close people to explore each other's secrets. It is offensive for people who are not close to explore each other's secrets. And it is provocative for hostile people to explore each other's secrets. Muhua has some secrets, and there are many speculations from the outside world, but no one is willing to offend Muhua. As for provocation, there is no one hostile to Muhua yet. He is a new ghost god, but unfortunately, he is a ghost god with a popular base and his own background. Although people around Muhua feel that he is better at letting himself go, those foundations and backgrounds that suddenly appeared in front of the world make some people who are not familiar with him classify him as a person with deep scheming and far-sightedness. Muhua has a very good popular base in Kane City, although for forces that have reached a certain level, the people of a new city can be played around by them in a few minutes. But unfortunately, the people of Kane City died in a disaster, and because of Muhua, they all became ghosts. As early as when they were alive, Muhua had been in harmony with some of them. As a result, after they became ghosts, they quickly joined Muhua and were protected by Muhua. To some extent, they also became Muhua's umbrella. The news of Muhua's private meeting with the First King was spread by the careless person, but the forces belonging to the First King did not make any rebuttal statement. He is a close friend of Tao Lisi, the ghost god of the Alan Demon Kingdom. The ghost god who is tabooed by the outside world has gone to Kane City to meet him more than once despite the pressure from the outside world. He has an unclear relationship with the multiple shadows of the king under the Sixth King. It is said that the crown of the Sixth Subordinate even helped him catch the dragon. Although he was a jealous ghost, the city of Canes where he lived did not increase the number of night hunters at all. because the Night Hunters were originally the sixth organization created. Because of the spread of some witch souls, a guy who was born as a necromancer actually had a good reputation among wandering witches. Because he created thousands of magical lives, and let those magical lives live freely, he was well received among the magical lives. Some ownerless magical lives have settled in Kane City, and it is said that the patrol fleet has also issued invitations to the magical lives created for him. Some rumors on the magic network that were unfavorable to him were either refuted or quickly disappeared. And in a year, a city of ghosts actually created a defense system that people feared. No, it is a bit inaccurate to say that the defense system was a bit inaccurate, but the fear of all walks of life was true. Because the entire periphery of Kane City was surrounded by thorny vines, leaving only two main roads for entering and exiting, and these thorns were actually the damn Hydra vines. Hydra vines, a plant with the potential to devour planets, if its main root system cannot be found, whether it is cut off or burned, destroying a vine will quickly grow more vines. Keep destroying it, it will keep growing, and as it is destroyed, the vines will become more and more tenacious, and each vine will drop roots until it covers the entire planet. This is a taboo plant, not to mention the human world. Even in the courtyard it is not allowed to be planted normally. Only those who master the secret art of nature will use it as a forbidden spell, because it cannot survive continuously through the catalysis of the vine art, so it is barely considered that there is no need to worry about its later effects. But Mu Hua actually planted Hydra vines in the human world, but you can't say he is doing evil, because the Hydra vines he planted in his own territory are essentially a tree shepherd. This thing, in his hands, is controllable to some extent. Of course, the premise is that you don't provoke him, and don't provoke the Hydra vine. What is this? This is simply a threat, threatening all those who want to cause damage to the border of Kane City. Whoever accidentally gets these Hydra vines, and lets it spread will be the center of the entire Loren planet. This guy is really cruel. When he found the thing, His Majesty the Emperor of the Magic Empire cursed. Hydra vines are usually quiet, but they will attack all creatures that approach them. Now, let alone running around in the border of Kane's, as far as the ground is concerned, if you want to enter Kane City, you can only walk into the city road honestly. The camera iron frames set up on both sides of the road are covered with vines full of beautiful flowers. They are also Hydra vines. Their welcoming shape seems to further swear that they are well behaved and controllable. Hydra vines guard the borders on the ground, and the sky of Kane City is also a no-fly zone. There are often evil dragons flying in the sky on the Flying Dragon Ridge in the east, and hundreds of flying dragons appear from time to time. They block the sky area of the eastern and northern ports of Kane City. There are hundreds of lion scorpion knights and giant bat knights patrolling in the south and west. It is also thanks to the existence of griffins that they have no good feelings towards demons and undead, otherwise there may be a group of griffin knights in Kane City. The flying beasts in the sky and the Hydra vines on the ground form the external defense system of Kane City. All these situations come together. Does Mu Hua have some little secrets? Ha, who doesn't have some secrets? At the same time, Mu Hua seems to be really quiet. In a year, he has not even shown his face on the streets of Kane City a few times. From the outside world's point of view, although he is a young ghost, he is a ghost who has taken the art of hiding to the extreme. Not only that, just look at the Dandelion Demon Hunting group directly under him. A group of guys who seem to have the combat power of a brigade have been doing public welfare for a whole year with the fighting style of the Cleaver team. The Pangaea crater has almost been cleared out by them. In the eyes of some people, Tibesha and her group are obviously helping Mu Hua to gain a good reputation. Such an honest and decent person with good connections, and who doesn't seem to be easy to provoke, why would anyone provoke him? Some people have discovered that Mu Hua has some connection with the Benson family that is about to be exterminated, but thinking about Mu Hua's current level, no one takes the Benson family's internal strife seriously. I guess, for the time being, only the vampires in the Blood Moon City have some thoughts about him, because of the life potions that are continuously sold here. In Kane City, the mountain castle in Phylong Ridge, this is Mu Hua's home in Kane City. Although Tibesha and the others are still living in the Daman Hotel, Mu Hua has moved his family here. Daman got his wish and became the head of the Daman Hotel. He is responsible for the liaison work of the Dandelion Demon Hunting Group, and is also responsible for keeping in touch with the number individuals who manage the Dandelion hotels in various places to ensure the safety of the number individuals in various places. Daman is content with the status quo and enjoys life. He is basically not careless in his job, but if you don't have a suitable reason, he will not care about you even if you play tricks on him. Even though he saw the growth of some people around him, he was not interested in the cultivation matters that Mu Hua had implicitly proposed to him. If those terraces around him had not been created, Mu Hua felt that Demand would be a good candidate for a housekeeper. Well, a housekeeper is not a slave, and there should be no need to explain too much about this. Walking out of the castle gate, there was a pair of griffin statues on each side of the gate. These two griffins could come alive by Mu Hua's spitting. Griffins are a kind of creature that is very hostile to demons, because there are many demons around him, and Mu Hua himself has been contaminated with the breath of demons because of his keratinous skin. Mu Hua basically cannot raise griffins here. Wild griffins pecked at him when they saw him, and tame griffins also sharpened their claws when they saw him. They put 2 griffin sculptures at the door to vent their anger. Mu Hua estimated that the demons could let the griffins survive in hell, probably just because there was a probability that the tears of the thunder element appeared on the sacred griffins. Filong Ridge was towering and majestic, and flying dragons hovered in the sky from time to time. The subdued flying dragons on the Abyss Island would often come to the human world. It was not only Mu Hua who asked them to come out for duty, but also because the human world had a stronger emotional energy than the Abyss Island after the dragon's intelligence was greatly improved by the dragon's bergamot, and they also liked it. The castle was located in the mountains. After leaving the castle, Mu Hua flew directly down the mountain without calling for a flying dragon. The city of Canes was still called Canes, but Bear Pig Town was not called a community, and the name of Bear Pig Town was still retained. To some extent, this was now the core of Canes. There was a dark cloud of death fog in the direction of the Psychic Academy. If you didn't have a psychic physique, it was better not to get close to it. On the streets of the town, a tree shepherd, who was more than 20 meters long, was slowly wandering on the street. The body of the ancient tree, with thick vines hanging from the gray branches and leaves from time to time, had huge flowers on the top of the vines that could wrap an adult human. Hellfly-eating tree, this is a tree that looks scary, but is not too aggressive to people. It is an omnivorous tree, and its huge flowers can decompose many substances into nutrients for absorption. This tree herder is considered a scavenger in Mu Hua's territory. Well, literally, it is a garbage cleaning existence, and it will produce a kind of fruit that helps digestion and treats constipation. Well, this is a tree with a full range of life, and most citizens of Cane City like them. There will be tree herders wandering on the street, some small monsters will play on them, and occasionally pedestrians on the street will stop them and ask them for fruits, and they will also stretch out their wooden arms and pick them for pedestrians with heavy movements. These are probably a feature of Cane City today. At this time, Mu Hua, who can finally open his eyes in public again, is going to the 3rd block. He heard that some girls in his family drank some Fallen, and seemed to want to poke the demons in other people's stores. The Fallen Angel store manager over there is almost angry. Chapter 519. After a year of expansion and reinforcement, the streets of the town have become wider and smoother. Compared with large vehicles with speed limits, there are obviously more riding beasts on the streets of Cane City than in ordinary cities. Wolf and earth dragon-like monsters are the mainstream riding beasts here. To some extent, it can be regarded as a shortcut, but because most of the monsters in the Cane's familiar market are lured with ambergris, the familiars made by Suolin Mu Hua are generally more straight styles, and cat-like monsters such as clouded leopard-toothed tigers are relatively rare here. Similar-looking pretty girls, adventurers wearing armor, skeletons with guard epaulets, white-collar workers in suits and leather shoes are always accompanied by ghosts, and strong men in work clothes and jeans often lead mighty pets. Some unarmed skeletons sometimes stop suddenly, and then ghosts arguing with them will emerge from their bodies. Those skeletons who have not yet acquired the ability to speak always gnash their teeth in such quarrels, until a corpse demon in clean and neat clothes passed by and stepped forward to dissuade them. Be careful of the huge tree shepherds walking on the street, and the plants in the flowers that occasionally pull out their roots to move themselves. There are more strange things in the town than in the new city. In the absence of disputes, this place is like a country where reality and fairy tales are mixed. Walking on the street, Mu Hua observed the changes in the town in a year. Because he was not blindfolded, humans, number individuals, ghosts, and even some monsters and demons, many people who knew Mu Hua were either surprised or surprised, and they couldn't help but stop and watch. But those who were not familiar with him generally didn't dare to come forward to disturb him. Now the overall impression of Cane's residence on Mu Hua is that he is cold and strong, but a very nice person. It is not a positive evaluation, but it is deliberately created by Mu Hua. Mu Hua is dressed very energetically, with a fresh face and a suit. His figure is not the same as Tao Lisi's elegant style. He is lined with a vest, and looks like a suit thug when walking. Unlike women's clothing, and the strong push of fans of artists, men's clothing can become a trend mostly because it is comfortable to wear. In fact, suits have their own comfort, which is not worse than vests and big pants, but the premise is that they must fit well. This kind of clothing has very high requirements for fit in terms of comfort. Muhua's cultivation and growth is not to become a hermit. After all, you have to hide from people when you are not doing well, right? The plot of retreating from the world after having the conditions and abilities is probably a kind of deliberately created distorted cognition in Muhua's view, or is it just to cater to people who want to hide because they are not doing well? Who knows? Just like Muhua said, what he wants is a life of feasting and drinking, a comfortable life, and a real sense of superiority. When you have the ability, you can do whatever the Baylor Masters do, and that's for sure. Or you can also restrain yourself according to your own habits, but you can't do the opposite, right? Don't even mention seeing it. When have you ever heard of those Baylor Masters being pure and avoiding people before they went bankrupt? Muhua is not sure if he understands life, but he is used to following simple rules. Those guys must know better than him what kind of life is perfect. I tried it, and it feels good. There is nothing wrong with it. Now Muhua's food, clothing, housing and transportation are all taken care of by someone. As far as clothing is concerned, the city of Canes has high requirements for the design ability of tailors. Because here we are not only designing human clothes, there are also many corpse demons in Canes City. A large number of ghosts with normal life will use corpse demons as their carriers. Some ghosts with good conditions will even prepare multiple corpse demons for themselves to use in turn. These ghosts who retain human memory and thoughts, and are not lacking in emotional perception generally do not like naked corpse demons, and they also have certain requirements for personal image. From little demons to minotaur, from goblins to goblin generals, humanoid or even close to humanoid, you can find all kinds of corpse demons in Canes City, and the tailors in Canes City also have to design clothes suitable for these monsters according to their body shapes and physical signs. Just like the Beast in Beauty and the Beast in Canes City, whether it is casual workwear or suit jackets, the beasts that look different at first glance but are well dressed are not uncommon. Under the guidance of the most expensive tailor in Canes City, Kue has studied tailoring skills for 5 years. Not only Muhua, but now the clothes of people around Muhua are tailored by Kue. Even if Muhua has a big tail behind him, the clothes on his body will not make him feel uncomfortable at all. Yes, Muhua now has horns on his head and a tail behind him. Yes, he can also discharge electricity, but he is not a little dragon man. Those are all purgatory weapons. The tip of the tail has 3 sharp claws, and each joint has a wing like a sharp blade. These sharp wings can be put into the coccyx, and can be retracted freely. This is an aggressive tail. This tail does not extend from Muhua's coccyx, but is an extension of the purgatory weapons covering the outside of Muhua's spine. The essence of this tail is a prison demon chain covered and dominated by the purgatory weapons. Muhua has invested a lot of resources in this hell demon chain. The original owner of this hell demon chain has become a ghost. Muhua even wiped out the ghost's consciousness and sealed it in this chain, so that even if he comes into close contact, this chain will not have a bad effect on him. Well, Muhua didn't dare to put the hell demon chain on himself, so he simply combined it with the purgatory armor and made himself such a sinister tail. His body shape is normal, but Muhua took the lead in condensing his accumulated purgatory armor into the form of horns and tail. His image is extraordinary, but he is also promoting it to the outside world. If anyone wants to fight him, then prepare more money. He has a lot of magic power. This is probably the reason why the first person cursed after seeing him. He and Muhua are of the same type. It is not worth fighting with such a guy who does not invest money. The tail-swinging thug in suits turned onto the main road of the 3rd block. The clanging of horse hooves came from behind. Clark and Athena led a dozen knights riding purgatory warhorses to run towards Muhua. Sir, your eyes? The solemn cavalry armor and the uniformed purgatory warhorses are the standard equipment for the Black Crow Knights in land warfare. Clark and Athena looked directly into Muhua's eyes, and their originally serious expressions were replaced by surprised smiles. Well, I have mastered it. Now I should be able to guard our rear. Let them gather tonight, and I will take them to the island. Looking at the accompanying knights, Muhua nodded and smiled at Clark and Athena. Congratulations, sir, the Black Crow will never hold you back. Clark and Athena said solemnly, but their accompanying knights did not know what Muhua was talking about. The Black Crow Knights originally had more than 500 people. After a year of screening, 66 Black Crow Knights were left, and these remaining knights were both loyal and brave. The tongue-pulling contract is a very good confidentiality contract, but it is still a bit bad after all, and Mu Hua doesn't dare to ask anyone to sign it casually. Without a certain emotional foundation and sufficient understanding, it may lead to resistance and disgust with the opposite effect. Among the Black Crow Knights, only Clark and Athena can enter the Abyss Island. Others may know that Mu Hua has a dimensional space, but they don't know the details of the Abyss Island. Speaking of which, except for Clark and Athena, the combat power of this group of Black Crow Knights is not strong. This year is mainly to have a detailed understanding and guidance of their mentality, background, sense of belonging, etc. Originally, many of them were even ordinary people. After a year of regular training, with the distribution of equipment and war horses, they at most had the spirit of the knights, and they were just for show for the time being. Before, Mu Hua did not train them specially, and before he completely controlled the petrified demon eye, he was still cautious in treating these knights. Until now, after controlling the petrified demon eye, Mu Hua is no longer afraid of group battles and sieges, so he is ready to open the Abyss Island to these strictly selected knights. The Black Crow Knights have less than 100 knights, which is not too many, but not too few. In addition to these knights, there are also a large number of ghosts in the knights. Those ghosts are the ones who were abandoned by their families at the beginning. They have also been screened and finally joined the knights. They can be said to be Mu Hua's diehard fans. In a sense, they are the guardian spirits of the knights. There is no need to say more about the meaning. Mu Hua distributed 500 corpse demons made of Minotaur to these ghosts, plus those strong Baron demons and Claw demons. If these corpse demons join the team, the combat specifications of the Black Crow Knights are still quite scary. None of the members of the Black Crow Knights signed a servant or slavery contract with Mu Hua. They are Mu Hua's guards, and also an attitude that Mu Hua shows to the outside world. Their existence proves Mu Hua's trust and openness, and also proves Mu Hua's acceptance of combat professionals, and verifies Mu Hua's training efforts for his subordinates. It is a window for those outsiders who intend to join Mu Hua to observe him. Compared with normal knights, the Black Crow Knights are more special in that they also include ghosts, but the ghosts here are still limited to human ghosts from Canes, and Mu Hua did not allow more external combat forces to integrate into it. There are gains and losses, and the sense of superiority is often a hotbed of belonging. It is more stable and kinder than training and brainwashing. There is no need to say more about the details. In essence, the symbolic significance of the Black Crow Knights is greater than their actual functions, but for a force, their existence is indispensable. Regardless of the real situation, Mu Hua needs to show his trust and love for them, and also needs to cultivate them vigorously. Although it seems that there are many dirty links in this, there is no way who made Mu Hua's foundation in this aspect too poor. Strictly speaking, most of the core members of the noble knights have blood relations with the nobles they are loyal to. Several generations, dozens of generations, distant relatives, close relatives, collateral branches gather together, a knight group of thousands of people, more than half of them may be a family in depth. Common interests and long-term influence have made them form an inseparable community of interests, which may seem more refreshing and upright than Mu Hua's here. Mu Hua can only try to select those who are likely to live with him as a family to form a knight group. The Black Crow Knights can be said to verify Mu Hua's attitude towards the internal people, while Taibesh's demon hunting group largely verifies his attitude towards the adventurer group. They can both influence the outside world's positioning of Mu Hua. Troublesome, but necessary. In addition to the Black Crow Knights, Mu Hua is also preparing to give the title of a knight group to another force in his hands. That is a team that may be abandoned or become a terrifying monster. This is probably because it was heard that Mu Hua came to the human world with his eyes open. The leader of the team rode a flying dragon and fell from the sky. Snow white and soft skin, shawl blonde hair set off green pupils, pretty face, petite figure, waisted blue skirt. The skirt fell to the ankles, and there was a curled up hair on the top of the head. The girl who fell from the sky fell in front of Mu Hua with a bang, her face full of joy and happiness. Saber! Well, Mu Hua has attacked poor Fuyuki City again. Master! Your eyes! The pretty girl, who looked like Altria, asked happily, but was interrupted by Mu Hua. Friday, put on the levitation spell for me. If the road surface is damaged again, you will fix it. Mu Hua scolded. Friday, a wind dragon who transformed into a human, has been thinking about the Victory O's sword and the Wind King boundary that Mu Hua requested for many years. Mu Hua also asked her to get 12 flying dragons as her followers. Serious, elegant, arrogant, strong self-esteem, greedy, and a small chest regret. Even if it is not a magical life form, it is still considered to be a rather good restoration of the King of Slow Hair by Mu Hua. The only regret is that Friday doesn't like Irisville very much, and is also quite resistant to the codename of King Saber. He is very attached to Muhua, but has always been quite resistant to playing happily with Irisville and Muhua. In Muhua's conception, this is probably the Knights of the Round Table that is still a long way from being completed. Regarding her daughter Mordred and her wife Cece, Muhua is still thinking about whether to create Terra, or Chapter 520. To be honest, the reason why Myling and Irisville were born is more because of the individual numbers. In fact, Muhua still misses a certain immortal witch, but immortality is not impossible, but he has never found a magic that can imitate Geas. In terms of granting abilities, that thing is already a top-level ability in the belief system. Even if you want to give her a bag of skill stones to pretend, she can't see the skill stones. It's obviously an immortal witch, and it's not appropriate to make her an angel. You can't just go the color domain route. It seems that it's a bit difficult to make CC solid without poking a god. Not to mention the problem of King Daimao's wife. The evolution of the evil dragon is also more complicated than imagined. In addition to the vast amount of Philosopher's Stones, if Friday wants to embark on the evolution of the dragon, he also needs to gather 5 elemental spirits. It is no wonder that it is difficult for evil dragons with long lifespans to enter the giant dragon class. Even if they have accumulated enough emotional energy, they may not be able to complete the threshold of evolution in their entire lives. Muhua does not mind throwing elemental tears on Friday, but except for the 2 elemental tears of water and fire, the other 3 elemental tears are still too few. After investing a large amount of Balian secret stone, Friday was also smashed by Muhua into an evil dragon with max elemental resistance. Now he only needs to collect enough Philosopher's Stones to try to let Friday step onto the ladder of Giant Dragon. But for other flying dragons, it is estimated that for a long time, Muhua will at most turn them into evil dragons, but will not think about giant dragons again. After all, elemental affinity is something that his old team has not kryptoned. I heard that Muhua was going to Fallen to settle things, so Friday and Clark followed him. As an entertainment venue, Fallen even has a dark style full of temptations. It is not the noisy atmosphere where the girls act as doormen to welcome guests. On the contrary, it is like deliberately creating the atmosphere of a secret party. The door of Fallen is closed. In front of the door, there are 2 strong and fierce masked men. Muhua looked at the 2 curiously for a few more times, and Jason, who exuded a dangerous aura, seemed to realize Muhua's identity after seeing Friday and the Black Crow Knights. The turbid pupils exposed by the mask exuded a look of fear. Jason. That's right, it's the big killer with a mask in Muhua's previous life story, but here they are a group of demons. It is said that they are related to parasitic demons. There are speculations about which of their human bodies, and the masks on their faces is their true body. Fallen is a bar run by angels. In addition to human practitioners, there are also some demons taken in by angels. In the eyes of ordinary people, Fallen is an entertainment venue. In addition to being decadent, you can buy some rare items and hire demon mercenaries here, but in the demon circle, it can barely be regarded as a refuge. The reason why it is barely is that only demons who abide by social laws are taken in here. Fallen will also take the initiative to search and kill those demons that harm humans, and they are more recognized by the outside world than Eve's demon hunter. These are 2 fierce guards, but at this time, in the eyes of the 2 Jasons, the human standing in front of them is the real beast. Muhua, the Lord of Cain City. Because Muhua's men had caused trouble here more than once, they knew more about Muhua than outsiders. For example, he was not blind, but he had the petrifying magic eye, and at this moment, his eyes were wide open, looking at us with a piercing gaze. It's over, it's going to be a disaster. The 2 Jasons took a few steps back, panicking. My lord. The 2 Jasons tilted their bodies, their legs trembling a little. The petrifying magic eye was a bit advanced. They had never been petrified, and they didn't know exactly what it felt like to be scanned by the petrifying magic eye. Stand firm, petrification doesn't have an instant death effect, but if you fall down, you might really be dead. By the way, don't you use a baseball bat or a chainsaw? Muhua asked the 2 Jasons in a teasing manner. Sir, we won't attack people. We only bring weapons when we hunt down those evil monsters. Besides, chainsaws are too noisy. The 2 Jasons' voices were heavy under their masks, and they seemed to have a bit of a tongue twister. Oh, maybe I remembered it wrong. By the way, do you have a chainsaw killer or a scissor-handed person here? Muhua continued to ask. Sir, we really don't kill people. The 2 Jasons were about to cry. Don't be nervous. I know your boss very well. Open the door. Mu Hua smiled and turned to look at the group of Black Crow knights accompanying him. "Let's have a drink together," Mu Hua asked the accompanying knights. The two Jasons didn't know whether Mu Hua was familiar with their boss, but they knew that the boss said that if they ran into this lord, they deserved to die. This didn't sound like an acquaintance. One Jason opened the nearly 3-meter wide door. Clark ordered the Black Crow Knights to return to the camp, while he and Athena followed Mu Hua. While the other Jason was hesitating whether to open the door completely, Mu Hua had already stepped into the dim club. The light from the gems inlaid on the wall in the dim corridor. At the end of the 5-meter corridor stood two beautiful women. The two women lifted the curtain, behind which was a door condensed by illusion. When they stepped into it, the melodious voice of the singer was mixed with some noise that was not too noisy. In front of the dance floor, round tables were scattered, but it was a bar with a decadent atmosphere and a quite soothing environment. There were 3 passages with railings. In front of one passage stood a human woman wearing a cheongsam skirt. In front of another passage stood 2 women who looked like demons, and in front of another passage stood 2 succubi who were playing with their tails. The 3 passages vaguely pointed to 3 areas in the venue. Although there was no obvious separation, these 3 areas were for ordinary people, ordinary adventurers and adventurers with stronger strength. There was no malice in this kind of differential treatment, but it was more for the reasons of physical strength. The rule of the fall was that it was okay for you to run around, but if you were accidentally injured by others in a place you shouldn't be, or if you accidentally injured others, you would be responsible for it yourself. The first floor of the Fallen is a place for drinking, chatting and communicating with brokers. The singers on the stage don't sing exciting songs, and the dance floor won't be open unless there is a special event. This is the main place for operators to negotiate various businesses with customers. As for the upstairs, well, it's inconvenient to talk about it in detail, but there may be more variety. Mu Hua had never been here before he was blind, and it was difficult to open his eyes after he became blind. At this time, he was quite curious about everything around him. But when they saw Mu Hua's tail swaying behind him, many of the Fallen staff nearby changed their faces. It seems that the waitresses here have a high level of work quality. Although they looked shocked, they didn't scream and run away. Mu Hua smiled at the 2 ignorant human girls, and looked at the 2 female demons a few more times. One should be a snow girl, and Mu Hua was not sure what the other one was. Seeing the 2 demons shrinking their necks, Mu Hua felt bored and walked past the 2 succubi who wanted to transform back to their true forms. Mu Hua believed that his reputation in Kane City was still good. As for the state of these practitioners in front of him, Mu Hua attributed it to the reason why this place was not serious. "Hey Mu, your eyes?" The succubus, who was supposed to show Mu Hua the way, did not respond, but the scout sitting at a table in the passage stood up and greeted Mu Hua. "Hey, I don't know how many times you have used this kind of opening remarks to me. It's rare. Cooper gave you a holiday? Where's Lao Lu?" He sighed at the scout, and saw Mu Hua stretched out his palm. As the magic circle flowed, a pair of sunglasses took shape in his hand in a moment. It should be considered a holiday. The leader asked us to come here to see if there are any suitable demons to hire. Lao Lu went upstairs. Your Canaans' monster users are almost flattening the low-level areas. We plan to conduct some in-depth exploration of the Goblin Kingdom. The scout teased Mu Hua, and when he mentioned Lao Lu going upstairs, he winked at Mu Hua. Obviously, the body of the necromancer is still very healthy. TSK, high-level spellcasters are different. This hand looks really good. Seeing Mu Hua casually refine a pair of sunglasses, the scout said enviously. A high-level spellcaster, who has a wealth of magical knowledge, can do many wonderful things. Because he bought many bottles of leap potions, Mu Hua's intelligence reached 2,000 through natural growth. And he is not a barbarian with only attributes. Although he did not spend much time on complex skill stones in order to comprehend the petrifying eye during those years on the Abyss Island, Mu Hua has definitely surpassed the class of high-level spellcasters now. Mu Hua also has the ability to create some small things out of thin air through the clever combination of multiple magics, but he finds it troublesome. This pair of sunglasses is simpler. He took some small things directly from the space props, and made them with the creation of 10,000 elements. Those are your people over there. You go over first. They have been tormenting Lucifer. The scout greeted Mu Hua, but saw Tibesha standing up and waving at Mu Hua in the distance. The scout raised his chin, and Mu Hua waved goodbye to him. Tibesha, Vivian, Barbara, and Odysseus gathered at a table. Mu Hua didn't know whether the fire brigade had a holiday, but Dandelion and Odysseus's strategy team should have a holiday. Because besides them, some people from the Dandelion team and the Odysseus team were also here. At the same time, Eve, Myling, and Cher were slamming the table and arguing with the boss Lucifer. On the other side, even Alice was here. She was sitting with a gel from the Odysseus team. Judging from the atmosphere between the two, they should be talking about something serious. Mu Hua. You must manage your people, especially her. Seeing Mu Hua approaching, Lucifer, who was quite handsome, pointed at Eve and said, "Hey, the captain is here? Hey, captain, I tell you, they have a spider here, a spider, kill her." Eve stood up staggeringly with a drunken face. While talking, she staggered, but was supported by Clark, who walked up quickly. "Ha ha ha, yes, hand over the spider spirit. Hand it over." Before Eve finished speaking, Myling also stood up and pounced on Mu Hua. Spider? Well, it was probably because Arachne liked to eat Medusa, and Mu Hua had the petrifying magic eye, so the drunk Eve wanted to stab the demon that should not be affected by the petrifying magic eye. Eve was really drunk, but when she looked up at Shiji, who was spreading her hands to him, next to her, where Myling was originally, there was clearly a drink, not wine. Looking at Myling, who was drunk again, Mu Hua shook his head helplessly. Well, it was all his own fault, who made Myling's personality of drunkenness. Drunkenness is a thing that happens too much, and even if she doesn't drink, as long as the atmosphere is right, it will also happen. Holding Myling with one hand, at this time, everyone also noticed that Mu Hua was different. Although Mu Hua was wearing sunglasses, his actions just now obviously didn't look like he was blind. Tabitha and the others who had not received the news were surprised, and Lucifer, who had just wanted to ask Mu Hua for an explanation, could not help but step back a few steps, with doubt in his eyes, and his movements were full of caution and vigilance.